Yan Beihong immediately noticed that something was amiss. He transmitted his voiceover and asked, "Little brother, what's the deal with this Luo Shuangfei?" Miao Yi calmly replied, "Luo Shuangfei was once a capable subordinate of mine. He helped me achieve many feats and accomplishments, but after that, he disappeared." "Your subordinate? How does someone from the Great Devil Realm, the grandson of Devil Sage Yun Outyan, the strongest of the 6 sages, know the name of your subordinate?" Yan Beihong was utterly confused. "I don't know what's going on either. There should be some kind of connection somewhere." Miao Yi was just as lost himself. "They can easily overwhelm us. They shouldn't need to use this Luo Shuangfei to threaten you or anything, right?" Yan Beihong asked. Miao Yi agreed. He immediately asked, "You know Luo Shuangfei?" The subordinate replied, "Luo Shuangfei is a friend of young Master Yang." Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances again. Yan Beihong couldn't help feeling skeptical of the whole situation. How could a mere subordinate of Miao Yi's be a friend of Devil Sage Yun Outyan's grandson? Was this even possible? On the other hand, Miao Yi recalled that Luo Shuangfei had mentioned he was from a powerful clan before he left. Not to mention, his Red Lotus 9th grade senior brother had even shown up at the time. It was quite the terrifying experience. Luo Shuangfei's background was indeed a little mysterious. There might be a chance that he really did know this young Master Yang on a personal level. Most importantly, as things stood, there was no need for the other party to make up such a lie. Miao Yi immediately stated, "That's right. I know Luo Shuangfei. Since we're both friends of Luo Shuangfei, why must we fight each other?" The subordinate turned to look at Yun Feiyang. The latter then instructed via voice transmission, "First confirm his identity. Don't let any misunderstandings arise. If we mess up that little ancestor's affairs, we'll be in deep shit." The subordinate then immediately shouted, "Whether we're friends or not is still a matter of debate. First state your background." Miao Yi replied, "I am Mount Kamingsi's mountain chieftain, Miao Yi. I serve the Celestial Nation's 5th earthly branch, under the command of South Edict Manor of Moon Traversing Palace's 2nd Suppressing Hall." Now that he had finally confirmed Miao Yi's identity, Yun Feiyang slapped his thigh and laughed aloud. "Oh goodness! The flood has truly dashed against the temple of the Dragon King. It's all a misunderstanding. A great, big misunderstanding." Yun Feiyang then quickly rode over on that vicious-looking bull monster of his. What's more, he was still holding onto his weapon. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong immediately raised their guard. No one would dare be negligent when the matter concerns their life and death. Seeing the way they were acting as he approached, Yun Feiyang immediately tucked his weapon away and dismounted. Trying to display his friendliness, he cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Miao, I've finally managed to find you." The grandson of the Devil Sage, the #1 individual in the entire cultivation realm, was actually being so courteous to them. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong were a little lost on how to respond, both feeling overwhelmed by the sudden amiable treatment Yun Feiyang was showing them. The other party was already being this friendly, how could they dare remain on their dragon steeds and put on airs? The two quickly dismounted their dragon steeds and returned the gesture. Miao Yi then cupped his fists and asked, "Young Master Yang, you said you were looking for me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 409, I have an older sister. Chapter 409, I have an older sister. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. It would have been better if Miao Yi hadn't mentioned this topic at all, as Yun Feiyang was close to breaking out in tears when he brought it up. With a bitter expression, Yun Feiyang grabbed onto Miao Yi's arm, unconcerned as to whether he would agree to it or not, as though he was afraid Miao Yi would run away. He then started shaking his head and said, "Lord Miao, oh great Lord Miao, I'm just your humble servant, alright? Do you know how much trouble I went through just to find you? Ever since the day I arrived on the Western Star Sea, I've been going at full speed and without rest, killing my way straight to the area you were supposed to have alighted from. I've practically looked through the entire celestial nation forces. There was no place I didn't search. Do you have any idea how I spent these last 9 years? I pretty much traveled across the whole fucking Western Star Sea and even circled it a few times. This island that we're currently standing on, it's already my second time here. Otherwise, how else do you think I could be so familiar with the terrain and manage to cut off your escape so accurately? In order to find you, I almost worked my 2 legs to the breaking point. Fortunately, fate isn't cruel to those pure of heart, and I managed to find you in the end. Miao Yi almost broke out in a cold sweat at suddenly being called Great Lord Miao. He hadn't even cleared up the situation yet, and he was already the Lord of the Devil Sage's grandson? Miao Yi didn't dare wield such prestige. This is too strange. Yan Beihong was absolutely confused. Young Master Yang, did Luo Shuangfei ask you to find me? Miao Yi asked. Besides this, he could think of no other reason for Yin Feiyan's actions. Ask? Don't you think you're underestimating that little ancestor a little too much to be using the word ask? Does he really seem that benevolent to you? Yun Feiyang continued in frustration. I was forced. He forced me to look for you. You think I wanted to come to this accursed place of my own free will? That guy set me up. I had no choice but to look for you. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances, the former then asking, Young Master Yang, surely you're joking? You are the Devil Sage's grandson. Who would dare force you to do anything? As if. Yun Feiyang cried out, so what if I'm the grandson of the Devil Sage? My grandfather has 8 children and over 50 grandchildren. It's a matter of question whether the old man even remembers all our names. Seeing that he was starting to get out of hand, Yun Feiyang's subordinate quickly grabbed onto his wrist and made a deep cough. Yun Feiyang was startled. Realizing that he was indeed mouthing off a bit too much, he too made a deep cough, before continuing, the point is, Luo Shuangfei knew you were going to join the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade and was worried that something might happen to you. So he came to me and made me join the subjugation crusade as well. Initially, I was against coming here. Why would I throw my peaceful days away just to put myself through such torture? Unfortunately, he managed to get a hold of my weakness. Thus, I had no choice but to come here, and once I arrived, I still had to ensure that you safely leave the Sea of Constellations. Now that I found you, I can finally breathe easy. Miao Yi was lost for words. He knew perfectly well how queer Luo Shuangfei could be. He wondered what sort of weakness Luo Shuangfei was holding over the grandson of the Devil Sage that could make the guy come looking for him. This was the most puzzling thing in his mind right now. Like how a mere mortal could never threaten Miao Yi, the same logic could be applied to Luo Shuangfei. Even if he wanted to threaten the Devil Sage's grandson, he needed to have a certain degree of status first. How did Brother Luo manage to get acquainted with young Master Yang? Miao Yi asked, trying to find out what sort of background Luo Shuangfei possessed. Yun Feiyang was slightly taken aback, but he soon laughed aloud. How could he not? Do you think that he's someone ordinary? His clan can be considered one of the few major forces in the entire cultivation realm, and they frequently have dealings with the Great Devil Realm. You can say that he and I have known each other since we were kids. Miao Yi immediately asked, May I know which mighty clan Brother Luo is from? Yun Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Since he kept it from you, then he should have his own reasons for doing so. It wouldn't be wise for me to tell you. If I upset that little ancestor, I wouldn't hear the end of it. He can be really annoying when he's persistent. Brother Miao, I suggest you don't think too hard on it. I am sure Brother Luo simply wishes to speak with Brother Miao as equals and not let his background constrain your relationship with one another. Why should Brother Miao be so bothered by it then? Do you still not see Brother Luo's intentions? All you need to know is that he does not hold any malice towards you. Even though he seemed loud and boisterous, Yan Beihong was actually a careful and considerate man deep down and was not someone easily swayed by the heat of the moment. Seeing as the other party was not willing to divulge Luo Shuangfei's background, Miao Yi figured it would be uncouth of him to ask any further. All in all, regardless of what sort of background Luo Shuangfei possessed, Miao Yi was still quite touched by his actions deep down. He'd never imagined that Luo Shuangfei would be so concerned about his safety here in the Sea of Constellations and had even asked such a powerful protector to look after him. Miao Yi was sure that Luo Shuangfei must have paid a hefty price to do so. Otherwise, how could anyone request a favor from a person of the Great Devil Realm so easily? I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to meet Luo Shuangfei again. Miao Yi sighed inwardly, thinking, this young Master Yang is unwilling to reveal Luo Shuangfei's background. I imagine it'll be quite difficult to find him again. Young Master Yang, since it's all just a misunderstanding, then our transcendent artifacts. Yan Beihong suddenly gave a reminder. That flowing cloud killer was highly important to him. Oh! I nearly forgot. Yan Beihong slapped his forehead, and with a flip of his hand, revealed the Pixiu. As he invoked his arts, the Pixiu immediately opened its mouth and spat out the flowing cloud killer and mother-child flying sword. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong received the two transcendent artifacts and thanked Yan Beihong. As he looked at the two transcendent artifacts, Yan Beihong chuckled and asked, seeing how these two transcendent artifacts are in your possession now, then I trust the others must have perished at your hands? They did. Miao Yi boldly admitted. They wouldn't be able to hide it anymore anyway. That saves me a lot of trouble then, Yan Beihong said as he raised his arms and stretched his back lazily. He then waved to his four subordinates and said in a relaxed tone, everything's fine now. We can finally rest easy. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances and quickly understood what the other was thinking. For them, every day in the Sea of Constellations was fraught with anxiety and fear for their own safety, but to someone like Yan Beihong, it was like nothing more than a game. The Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was not over, the most dangerous part of it had yet to come. However, to Yan Beihong, everything was fine already. There really was no comparison between the two parties. Young Master Yang is a benevolent man for letting us go. It looks like we won't have to run around anymore. Miao Yi said to Yan Beihong with a smile, trying to curry favor with Yan Beihong. Yan Beihong also wished to do the same. After all, there was strength in numbers. The two of them wouldn't survive 2 seconds if they aggravated the other party. However, before Yan Beihong could even open his mouth, Yan Beihong suddenly turned around and exclaimed, "Oh my dear great Lord Miao, please stop running around already. It wasn't easy at all for me to find you. If I lose you again, this place is highly dangerous to you too. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to Luo Shuangfei. When that happens, that bastard will surely tarnish my reputation to the point of no return." Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances again, wondering what sort of weakness Luo Shuangfei held over Yan Beihong that could tarnish the latter's reputation to the point of no return. Miao Yi smiled and courteously replied, "Since young Master Yang has shown us mercy, the two of us can obviously stop running." "That's right. You don't have to run around anymore. This island has a pretty decent environment. Why don't I stay here and accompany you two then?" Yan Beihong said, looking around with a captivated expression on his face. Now that he was free of worry, any scenery could become a beautiful one in his eyes. "You will stay here and accompany us?" Miao Yi was startled. He couldn't bear the honor of having such an esteemed guest by his side. "Of course. I have to be here to protect you. Once the Sea of Constellations subjugation is over and you have safely returned, my mission will finally be over." Yan Beihong then waved his hand and continued, "Don't try to convince me otherwise. I've already run back and forth across this damned place for almost 9 years. My legs are on the verge of breaking already. I can finally rest easy, and whoever tries to stop me will face my wrath." Miao Yi was lost for words. With such a reliable protector looking after him, he should be able to safely survive the ordeal that was the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you so much for accommodating us, young Master Yang, but..." With a wave of his hand, Yan Beihong replied, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Luo Shuangfei." Yan Beihong immediately nodded and said, yes, of course. When the opportunity comes, I will be sure to thank Brother Luo in person and have a look at his esteemed countenance. The other party had never once said that they would protect him too, so Yan Beihong had to take the initiative to kiss up to them. Miao Yi could understand his feelings, and in order to help Yan Beihong garner some favor, he intentionally noted, "Big brother Yan, actually you've met Brother Luo as well." Yan Beihong was taken aback. "I've met him too?" Miao Yi continued, "When I came to look for you, he was beside me. Do you remember? The one who looked the most unique of all, Yan Beihong thought for a moment before asking, "The brother with the giant mole on his face that even had a few strands of hair growing out of it?" Luo Shuangfei's facial features were simply too vivid for him to forget. If they were talking about someone with a unique face, then there was only that person. Miao Yi nodded. "That's him all right." "A hairy mole?" "But..." Yan Beihong suddenly broke out into laughter, chortling with his head thrown back all the way. It took him some effort to finally regain his composure. Seeing the perplexed look on the other two's faces, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I didn't mean anything by it. Brother Luo's esteemed bearings are indeed not something pleasant to look at. Your descriptions were truly very appropriate. He quickly changed the subject, issuing commands to his subordinates with a wave of his hand, "Find a place with a good view and build us a few houses. We will be staying here from now on." The subordinates acknowledged the order and immediately left to survey the island to find a place that offered the best view. After they decided on a location, they went into the mountains to find some high-quality lumber. They were prepared to build a few wooden houses between the quiet, verdant mountains sitting in the back, and the turquoise ocean and clean white sands of the beach resting in front. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong figured they shouldn't just sit around and wanted to help out with the heavy work, even if it was just to curry some favor with Yan Beihong. They really didn't have the privilege to be acting haughtily before that man. Just let them handle these kinds of things. How could I have you do it yourself? Let us sit down and chat for a bit. Yan Beihong pulled Miao Yi aside, but then casually waved his hand to Yan Beihong and said curtly, "You should go with them." Yan Beihong was not someone who was ignorant of his own standing. The other person was only willing to let him go out of respect for Miao Yi, so how could he hope to be treated the same way too? What was a little heavy labor if it meant he could continue to live on? Yan Beihong grabbed Miao Yi and pulled him over to sit by the white beach. He then constantly asked him questions about Luo Shuangfei, much to Miao Yi's annoyance. He was practically a chatterbox. "Brother Miao, I heard from Luo Shuangfei that you have a thing for big-chested women? Is this true?" Yan Beihong seemed to hold quite a bit of interest for certain kinds of gossip. Miao Yi immediately remembered the time he met Lin Pingping in the Fifth Earthly Branch's capital city. He was a little distressed, thinking, this Luo Shuangfei really likes to blurt just about everything out. It seems like he's truly quite close to this guy. Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Young Master Yang, nothing of the sort. Brother Luo simply misunderstood." Blinking his eyes excitedly, Yan Beihong made a sly grin and chuckled. "I have an older sister. She's quite beautiful, and her chest isn't exactly small either. Would you be interested? Why don't I introduce you to her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 410, Assemble. Chapter 410, Assemble. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. As he heard the words come out of Yan Beihong's mouth, Miao Yi was instantly thunderstruck, and he looked at him in shock. Miao Yi was no fool. He understood what Yun Feiyang meant by introducing his sister to him. However, it was hard for Miao Yi not to be taken aback when the guy was promoting his sister's big chest while he talked about introducing them to each other. To be able to even go this far, as expected of someone on the path of the devil. Truly outrageous. Why are you looking at me like that? Yun Feiyang seemed to have realized his words were a little inappropriate. He coughed drily and explained, "She's not my actual sister, but a cousin of mine." Miao Yi couldn't help quipping, "Even if she is your cousin, she's still your elder sister. She's still the granddaughter of the Lord Devil Sage. Even the Lord Devil Sage's granddaughter needs to find a man, right? I'm doing this for her sake too. You have no idea, but that sister of mine is a little eccentric. All she does is play around. She never pays attention to her cultivation. That's why even though she's older than me, her cultivation is miles behind mine. The sooner she gets married off, the sooner our family will be free of trouble, and we also won't have to worry about her so much," Yun Feiyang gleefully remarked as he tried to promote his sister as much as possible. "Wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot if I married a woman like that? The difference in status is simply too outrageous." Miao Yi anxiously replied, "Young Master Yang, thank you for your kind proposition. However, I am but a common cultivator. I am simply not deserving of your sister." "How do you know you're not?" "With me playing matchmaker, as long as you agree, I guarantee my sister will like you. Just rest assured and prepare yourself for that beauty to fall into your arms. I'm really not worthy of her. Your sister has such fine qualities, young Master Yang should find someone more suitable for her. There are countless cultivators much better than me across the realm." Yun Feiyang grew a little impatient and said, "But my sister likes men like you. I've never even met your sister before. How could she like someone like me?" Afraid he wouldn't be able to escape this topic, Miao Yi turned around and noticed Yun Feiyang's mount, then quickly stood up and ran off. Trying to change the subject, he asked, "I've never seen nor heard of a creature like this before. May I know what manner of creature this is, young Master Yan?" "Mad Satan Bull. Our talk is not over. What are you running away for? Come back here." Yun Feiyang grabbed Miao Yi's arm and pulled him back to sit beside him. Eyes blinking excitedly, he asked, "Don't you like big chests? My sister's boobs are actually quite big. You can tell even when she's wearing clothes." Miao Yi was on the verge of tears as he said half pleadingly, "Young Master Yang, I told you that was simply Luo Shuangfei's misunderstanding. Please don't listen to his gibberish. That guy is definitely an oddball. Of course I know he's an oddball. Why would I look for you if he wasn't? Young Master Yang, so you're saying I'm an oddball too? That's not what I meant." Yun Feiyang coughed, then with a serious tone, brought the conversation back on track as he said, "Brother Miao, I'm serious. Marrying my sister is an auspicious affair. Who knows how many cultivators across the realm have dreamt of gaining my sister's favor but to no avail. Let me tell you something. Out of his 50 or so grandchildren, my grandfather adores my sister the most. As long as you marry her, you'll be one family with our great devil realm. Think about it. With my grandfather behind you, who would dare touch you? Young Master Yang. I really can't. I'm not compatible with your sister." "What do you mean you can't? How would you know you're incompatible if you don't marry her and see for yourself? Even shoes need to be worn at least once before you know whether they fit or not, yes? The same logic applies. God damn it. Why did I have to meet such a weirdo? Do you think it's even possible for me to marry your sister and see for myself? I wouldn't dare return the goods even if I found her incompatible with me. That's the devil sage Yun Outyan's granddaughter we're talking about. Even if I didn't like it, I'd have no choice but to put up with it." At the moment, Miao Yi really wanted to say to Yun Feiyang, "Can I not have you protect me anymore?" Trying his best to compose himself, Miao Yi said, "Young Master Yang, Don't you think you should be asking your sister's opinion first? How can you make such an important decision on her behalf just like that? What's important right now are your thoughts on the matter. As long as you agree, I guarantee my sister won't have any objections. If you just nod your head, I'll call you brother-in-law right now. Yun Feiyang tugged on Miao Yi's arm, winking to him as he said in an endearing tone, brother-in-law. He really went and did it. What a straightforward guy. Miao Yi felt chills run down his spine as he thought, as expected of someone on the path of the devil, to simply throw away his own sister like she was a vegetable. If even you think your sister is eccentric, then how strange must she be? Who would dare want her then? He hurriedly brushed off Yun Feiyang's arm and tried to reject him as gently as possible. Young Master Yang, then let me put it this way. You are a cultivator of the devil nation, while I am a cultivator of the celestial nation. We simply walk different paths. Yun Feiyang was instantly overjoyed, replying, Devil nation, celestial nation, it's all just a difference in territory. My grandfather once said that not all who practice satanic arts are necessarily devils. Everyone in the world has dark desires. Only those who let their dark desires corrupt their hearts are the true devils. As such, every person can be considered a devil. Not to mention, those of us on the path of the devil have never been bothered by things such as status and have always lived true to our hearts. Otherwise, it would tarnish our reputation as devils. Rest assured, my sister definitely doesn't care about things like that. Your identity and background are not a problem. All you need to do is nod your head. Even if your sister doesn't care, I do. Why do you still not understand what I'm trying to tell you after I said so much? Miao Yi wanted to knock this bastard as far away as he possibly could. But alas, he couldn't afford to offend the other party. So instead, he abruptly stood up and said, I don't even know what your sister looks like. Young Master Yang, I cannot agree to this. He then turned around and left. Miao Yi still had a little bit of self-esteem. He wasn't about to be someone's kept man. If he were that kind of person, he would have told Fairy Yu Yao his true identity a long time ago. Why would he be sitting here talking about someone else's sister? Most importantly, it was no small matter to be dual cultivation partners with the Devil Sage's granddaughter, much less as a celestial nation cultivator. If that happened, it would surely cause an uproar. Worst comes to worst, his true identity might even be revealed to the world and make its way to his little brothers and little sisters' ears. What would his little brother and little sister think if they found out their big brother was a man who lived off another person to survive? If their relationship as siblings were to be revealed as well, then Miao Yi wouldn't be the only one to live in shame. Even his siblings would have trouble lifting their heads as well. Hence, there was no way he would agree to such a proposition. That said, even if he had to reject Yun Feiyang's proposition, he still tried to do it as gently as possible and gave him a very appropriate reason. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the other party. What's more, it was a very gracious proposition indeed. However, perhaps only Yun Feiyang himself knew whether or not he had truly offered the proposition from the kindness of his heart. Western Constellation's Palace. Standing before the astrolabe, He Yun giggled deviously, Yun Guang, your son has finally stopped moving about. But the boy sure can run. Of course. There are no cowards in my Yun family. Yun Guang boasted. However, deep down he was cursing, you shitty brat, my eyes could barely keep up with how much you've been moving around. Since you like running so much, once you get back, I'll break those legs of yours. Behind him, Zhuan Nanchuan's eyes brightened as he thought, did Yun Feiyang really manage to find that person? Otherwise, why did he suddenly stop after running around for 9 years? He was one of the few who knew the true reason behind Yun Feiyang's crusade, mostly because a certain someone had forced him to watch over Yun Feiyang and check whether he was really trying hard or not. That way, Yun Feiyang wouldn't be able to make up any elaborate stories once he returned. It was also the biggest reason why Yun Feiyang hadn't dared to take a breather and had forced himself to run across the Western Star Sea for 9 straight years, even to the point of almost breaking his own 2 legs. He didn't dare slack off with someone watching over him. Fairy Hong Chen was not present in the room. Ever since those from the Red Scarves Alliance either perished or went their separate ways, she had no way of identifying which of them was Miao Yi, nor did she know if he was even alive for that matter. As such, she figured that it was sufficient for just one of them to be present to watch over Yu Yao's movements. What's more, she didn't really wish to hear the men's dirty talk. At times, their unscrupulous discussions would involve her as well. Who asked her to be born beautiful? And so, whenever her senior brother Tang Jun was around, she would normally retreat back to her quarters. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Looking at the astrolabe, about 20,000 participants remained from the initial 180,000. Evidently, those still moving about the Western Star Sea were people who possessed powerful trump cards going around looking for prey. However, those going around looking for places to hide were the ones that formed the majority. Even though it seemed like there was still a lot of participants left, but given the vastness of the Western Star Sea, it was no easy task to find the 20,000 people spread over it. Hence, the mortality rates continued to drop. At times, there wouldn't even be a single death for several days. There was still half a year's time before the subjugation crusade would officially end. However, if the current situation were allowed to persist, perhaps there still wouldn't be a conclusion even if they gave it another 10 years. Standing before the astrolabe, He Yun snickered and said, "Yun Guang, didn't you say there are no cowards in your Yun family? Out of the 6 representatives, your son is actually the best at hiding. He hasn't come out of his shell for half a year already. Astounding." Yun Guang immediately scoffed, "You sure talk a lot of crap. Laugh one more time, I dare you. I'll knock your damn teeth out." He Yun was unfazed by the threat. He looked to the crowd, pointing at Yun Guang as he mocked, "Everyone, did you see that? Looks like I struck a nerve for a certain someone and now he's trying to cover up his embarrassment with anger, Yun Guang huffed and said, "Cover up my embarrassment with anger? When Tang Jun goes to meet that ghost slut in private later on, we'll see who's the one trying to cover up his embarrassment with anger. Yun Guang. Fuck you. I'll rip that stinky mouth of yours to pieces." He Yun was really aggravated this time. No one knew exactly what sort of relationship He Yun's wife had with Tang Jun, but Yun Guang would always use this to push He Yun's buttons happily. And every time he did, He Yun would always bellow in a fury. Yun Guang would never get sick of it. What's more, Tang Jun would always just keep quiet, never denying the statement even once. Thus, for those who didn't know any better, this matter indeed seemed highly sketchy. Always giving off this weird vibe. No one pay attention to this rabid dog. Yun Guang scoffed. Turning to the crowd, he continued, "I think it's high time for the subjugation crusade to come to an end. Otherwise, there's no telling when we'll be able to reach the final outcome. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as he said this, the crowd immediately cast the aggravated He Yun aside. After a period of discussion, Ji Mimi gently stroked her hair and strutted towards the astrolabe, swaying her voluptuous figure side to side as she said, "Let's shrink down the area and assemble all the participants onto one island. We'll get them to have a final showdown there." He Yun was also in no mood to argue with Yun Guang now that they were talking about official business. He nodded and said, "I agree with this plan, If no one has any objections, then let's set it on this island." Tang Jun pointed to a certain island on the astrolabe which was closest to Fairy Yu Yao. Since he decided to speak, he naturally had to fight for the benefit of his own faction. At the very least, he would be able to save his junior sister some unnecessary legwork. She had been running around for more than 9 years. It was hard enough for her. This was a trivial matter, so no one bothered to argue with him. If they really did, there would be no end to this discussion. Grandmaster Qi Jia was the one with the highest cultivation among them, but he had always maintained an outsider's stance on their discussions. In the 9 years he was in the Western Constellations Palace, he had always kept to himself. He never had any objections to whatever they were discussing, and most of the time he just quietly watched over their debates. After their discussion, Yun Guang slapped on the table and announced, "It's decided then. Messenger, send out our official decree and inform all surviving participants to assemble on this island within the next 3 months for the final showdown. Those who fail to meet the deadline will be shown no mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 411, Site of the Final Battle. Chapter 411, Site of the Final Battle. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Half a year was ample time for the elaborately designed wooden houses by the shore to look a little worn down. Sitting cross-legged on the elevated wooden plank, Miao Yi was focused entirely on his cultivation, paying no heed to the sound of rolling waves outside. He had to admit that only with Yun Feiyang's presence could he have the luxury of living inside these beautifully decorated wooden houses, all set by the scenic shores of the island. Before this, he would simply try to hide in the most remote places he could find. There were a few times when visitors would arrive at their doorstep, but the outcome was pretty self-explanatory. As soon as Yun Feiyang showed up on his mad Satan bull, the other party would be scared out of their wits. By then, it was already too late to escape. To Miao Yi, having such a powerful protector watching over him was even more reassuring than when he was cultivating back in the Supreme Fire Palace, where he always had to worry whether or not Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan was going to return. For a being with a Gold Lotus first-grade cultivation like Lai Huan, the rules of the Subjugation Crusade probably wouldn't be able to constrain him very much. Over 10 months had passed since Miao Yi had left the Supreme Fire Palace. With his refining pace of 3 orbs of will a day, he had already refined approximately 900 orbs and would be able to break through to Blue Lotus 2nd grade with another 1,000 orbs. This meant that he only needed to continue cultivating for another year. Young Master Yang, the Subjugation Crusade will be ending in half a year. Are you sure you don't have to fight for a higher ranking? Do you think I've been running in vain for the past 9 years? Back when there were still plenty of people around, I was the one who traveled the most out of everyone else. I've already made quite the killing for myself. A 1-year break won't affect me that much. Young Master Yang, you shouldn't be careless. Of course, there are plenty of people in the beginning. However, at this stage, the Geo-Transcendent Spangles have all been gathered together in the hands of a small minority. Just killing one of them would be equivalent to killing several of them. You have a point, but I've also bumped into a few rich fellows myself. I've already obtained almost 30,000 Geo-Transcendent Spangles before this. Nothing is stopping me from getting a spot in the top 6. With young Master Yang's skills, you should be getting first place. Yan Beihong, there are some things you don't understand. It's fine as long as I don't shame myself in the Great Devil Realm. It isn't necessarily a good thing for me to return home with the champion title. Those living in major clans have their fair share of troubles too. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In the end, it's still much better for me to just focus on safeguarding Brother Miao. That way, even if something were to happen, someone will be there to stand up for me once I return. But as he heard the sound of Yun Feiyang and Yan Beihong's conversation coming from outside, Miao Yi's closed eyelids twitched slightly. Miao Yi was growing more puzzled on what to make of Yan Beihong. Before they bumped into Yun Feiyang, he had absolutely no interest in Geo-Transcendent Spangles and simply focused on his cultivation. But now, whenever Yun Feiyang was outside, Yan Beihong would surely step out to accompany him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was trying to curry favor with Yun Feiyang. It seemed as though he wasn't even concerned about his cultivation anymore, and instead now cared more about whether or not Yun Feiyang had taken enough Geo-Transcendent Spangles. Perhaps it would be a more believable story to say that Yan Beihong was simply trying to improve his relationship with Yun Feiyang because he was afraid that the latter wouldn't protect him like he did Miao Yi. Although that might have been the case in the beginning, there was no longer any need to worry about that now, so why was Yan Beihong still doing it? Miao Yi felt as though Yan Beihong was very concerned about improving his relationship with Yun Feiyan, perhaps to the point of forgetting his own identity as a celestial nation cultivator. This was getting a little out of hand. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind came from the sky as a blurry silhouette flitted past. Standing along the shore, Yun Feiyan and Yan Beihong raised their heads and saw a figure toss out an item as he flew by. Boom! The sands on the beach erupted, and the figure in the sky had already moved far off into the distance. Yun Feiyan and Yan Beihong were puzzled. They then walked over to the crater to have a look and found a jade archive embedded deep in the sand. Miao Yi and Yun Feiyan's four subordinates all rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Spreading his palm, Yun Feiyan sucked the jade archive into his grasp. After looking it over, he cursed. These guys really have too much free time on their hands. Everyone, it's no longer possible for us to hide out the rest of our days on this island until the subjugation crusade is over. Have a look for yourselves. Everyone then took turns reading it. Afterward, Miao Yi and Yan Beihong had solemn expressions on their faces. It was an official decree from the Western Constellations Palace. Gathering over 20,000 people to such a small island, are they trying to force everyone into a final showdown? Miao Yi asked. That's definitely the case. Yun Feiyan was unperturbed. He then said with glee, I can't believe that there are still so many people alive when the subjugation crusade is almost over. What are the other 5 representatives doing? That said, given how vast the Western Star Sea is and with everyone playing hide and seek, there's almost zero chance of fishing them all out. It's probably for the better to end this quickly. He turned to Miao Yi and continued, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee nothing will happen to the two of you. He then looked at the crowd and with a wave of his hand, continued, there's quite some distance to the designated island. I'm guessing it will take us a month to travel there. Everyone, let's make our move as soon as possible and not waste any more time. The enforcers from the Western Constellations Palace won't show me any face if we're late. And it's best we don't trifle with that old coot, Fu Cheng. He's someone who managed to cross fists with my grandfather a few times after all. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines when they heard Yun Feiyan's words. Someone who could cross fists with Devil Sage Yun Outyan several times and live to tell the tale was definitely not someone ordinary. The group then quickly left the island, and thanks to Yan Beihong's flowing cloud killer, the original month-long journey was drastically shortened, thus earning him Yun Feiyan's praise. Throughout the journey, Yan Beihong continued to be as chummy with Yun Feiyan as ever. As they speedily traversed across the ocean depths, Yun Feiyan shared a conversation with Yan Beihong. Occasionally, he would glance over at Miao Yi. Seeing how he wouldn't even let this bit of time go to waste and remained fixated on his cultivation, Yun Feiyan shook his head and said, that guy sure is boring. He doesn't know how to enjoy himself at all. All he does is cultivate like mad. I doubt there are a lot of women who could tolerate someone like that. It looks like I'll have to reconsider my proposition now. I can't just push my sister into a fire pit knowing she'll burn. He then turned and slapped on Yan Beihong's shoulder, old Yan, at least you know how to have some fun. How can a man spend his whole life immersed in cultivation? We should all relax when the opportunity presents itself. Yan Beihong thought to himself, that's easier said than done. Not everyone can be as blessed as you are. Who wouldn't want to enjoy their own lives? The problem is that we can't afford such luxuries. If we don't try our best to cultivate, we could very well lose our lives. However, he still put up a friendly smile and said, little brother Miao simply wishes to improve himself. Wouldn't that make things simpler? Marrying my sister would be the same as spending another 1,000 years improving himself. Yun Feiyan scoffed. Yan Beihong was at a loss for words. He couldn't help wondering what this guy saw in Miao Yi exactly. Or perhaps he had a few loose screws in his head. He wouldn't stop trying to give his sister away to be Miao Yi's woman. To the point that Miao Yi himself was a little afraid of getting close to this guy. Yan Beihong was a little depressed, thinking, I think I handled my relationship with you much better than Miao Yi did? Yet why have you never once mentioned marrying off your sister to me? Am I really that ugly? Across the vast turquoise ocean rests a single island, remote and unchanging. The island had no name. It was simply because there were too many islands across the sea of constellations. Normally, only those islands that served as an abode to immortals were given a namesake accordingly. Aside from those, names would also be given to the relatively larger islands. Islands such as this one with a relatively harmless terrain and nothing special of note were plentiful across the sea of constellations, and all of them were nameless. The flowing cloud killer emerged atop the waves, and Yan Beihong and the others leaped ashore with their respective mounts. Around them, they could see other cultivators coming ashore as well. Why do I feel something is amiss? With so many people rushing towards this place, how is there not even the tiniest sign of conflict? Yan Beihong mused. He then pointed to a relatively short hill nearby. There were a few tall mountains on this island. Riding on his mad Satan bull, Yan Beihong took the lead, with Miao Yi and the rest following behind. As they charged up the mountain and gazed into the distance, they could see all the way to the other side of the island. With 20,000 people gathered on this island, there would not be a lot of space to maneuver around, and a dragon steed running at full speed would be able to reach one end of the island from the other in a short amount of time. It really would be an arduous task to try and hide on this island. There was literally nothing the participants could do but fight for their survival. No matter how you looked at it, this seemed like a punishment from the Subjugation Crusades organizing committee for those cultivators who did nothing but hide the entire time. Now that everyone was gathering here, let's see how they intend to keep hiding. However, for Yan Beihong and the others, what astonished them the most was that there were mighty pennant flags erected on 6 different mountains, across 6 different locations on the island. Each of the giant flags had a name inscribed: Celestial Nation, Ghost Nation, Buddha Nation, Boundless Nation, Yao Nation, and Devil Nation. Most startling was that not only did each nation's cultivators seem to be gathering under the flag of their respective countries, but there was even smoke rising from a few of the mountains as though someone was actually making food. There was no sign of violence. Just peace and quiet. It looked nothing like the site of the final battle of the Subjugation Crusade. What is the meaning of this? Impudence! Someone actually dares to use my flag so blatantly to try and trick the masses. Yan Beihong bellowed, Come! Let's kill them all! Young Master Yang! Yan Beihong hurriedly tried to calm him down. Please calm yourself, young Master Yang. I don't think there is anyone bold enough to forge all 6 nations' flags in a single stroke. This could be the work of the Western Constellations Palace. Yan Beihong was slightly taken aback. After some thought, he nodded. This is indeed quite possible. Well, what can I say? We shouldn't offend that old Coot Fu Chung. Everyone, remember to act a little more humble. Come. Let's go see what's going on. He then charged downhill on the mad Satan bull, leading the group straight to the mountain where the Devil Nation's flag was erected. As they reached the site, they noticed that there really were people cooking. From the looks of things, it seemed as though there were over 1,000 devil cultivators gathered here already. Naturally, there were some who'd managed to meet Yan Beihong while he was still busy running around the Western Starsea. They hastily came over and gave a greeting. We respectfully greet young Master Yang. Once his identity was exposed, the rest of the crowd immediately rushed over to pay their respects as well. Yan Beihong proudly nodded. Then, pointing at the towering flag, he barked, Who is the person who put up the flag of my devil nation without this young master's permission? Can anyone explain to me what's happening here? Someone immediately stepped forward and responded, reporting to young Master Yang. It was the realm beyond heaven's fairy Yu Yao who made the arrangements, saying that this is a momentary truce for the participants of the 6 nations. She also asked that young Master Yang go meet up with her once you've arrived. She says she has something to discuss with you. As he listened on, Miao Yi slowly lowered his head in silence. Yan Beihong also quietly snuck a glance at Miao Yi's reaction. "You Yao? What the heck does that preposterously beautiful woman think she's doing?" Yun Feiyan turned to look at one of the mountains in the distance, noticing an extremely extravagant wooden house already fully built under the giant flag of the Celestial Nation. He then looked towards the other mountains. There were also signs of construction happening under the flags of the Ghost Nation and Boundless Nation. Only the Buddha Nation, Yao Nation, and Devil Nation's territories were still an empty plot of land. Judging from the looks of things, the representatives from the Celestial Nation, Ghost Nation, and Boundless Nation should have already arrived. Only the two from the Buddha Nation and Yao Nation had yet to appear. Humph. Seeing how that Yu Yao is so outrageously beautiful, this young master will forgive her this once for taking matters into her own hands. What are you people still standing around for? Hurry up and build me a house under the flag, and make sure it's bigger and more beautiful than theirs. It mustn't lose the awesomeness of our Devil Nation. Yun Feiyan barked out a few orders to the Devil Nation cultivators, then turned to Miao Yi and the others, beckoning them over as he said, "Come, let me show you guys what a true beauty looks like. At the same time, I'll go have a look at what that woman is planning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 412, Yu Yao's Decision. Chapter 412, Yu Yao's Decision. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The group charged up the Celestial Nation's mountain with the Mad Satan Bull leading the way. There were a few Celestial Nation cultivators who tried to stop them and ask for identification, but Yun Feiyan paid them no heed and simply continued forward. Arriving at the newly built flooring outside the lavish wooden house, Yun Feiyan jumped off his mount and shouted, "Little sister Yu Yao, this young master has come to pay you a visit." The rest of the group dismounted as well. Miao Yi's feelings were extremely complicated right now. He really wanted to meet his little sister, but at the same time, he was afraid to see her. Lan Ruo, Yu Yao's handmaiden, soon appeared beside the entrance. With a wave of her hand, she gestured for the guards to make way, then extended her arm over to Yun Feiyan and said, "Young Master Yang, Lord Sixth would like you to come inside." Yun Feiyan happily led his men forward. However, Lan Ruo only allowed him passage before cutting off the rest, saying plainly, "The rest of you should wait outside." Lan Ruo had met Miao Yi before. As she swept her gaze across, she was a little surprised to see his face. Noticing how he was with Yun Feiyan, her brows creased a little. Yun Feiyan stopped in front of the entrance. He then turned around and asked curtly, "Why the hell are you blocking my men?" Lan Ruo replied, "How can one simply enter the quarters of Lord Sixth?" "I am sorry for the inconvenience, young Master Yang. What's the point of having such a big house if it can't fit a few people? They're all my trusted subordinates who worked hard for me throughout the subjugation crusade. I brought them here precisely to let them see a beautiful woman and relax a little." Yun Feiyan huffed, "Lan Ruo, you're not going to deny this young master such a simple request, are you?" For Yun Feiyan to be able to call out Lan Ruo by name, it was evidently not their first time meeting each other. "Young Master Yang, please be more respectful towards Lord Sixth." When He Wuya and Feng Ruxiu came, they both went in alone. The two that Lan Ruo mentioned were the son of He Yun and the disciple of Hua Yu respectively. That's their choice. How can they be compared to me? Situ Shao and Feng Beichen are no match for my grandfather, and neither is your Mu Fanjun. So obviously, I have to be more special than the others, Yun Feiyan retorted, his tone blatantly insulting. He really was as overbearing as his name implied. Below the steps, Miao Yi suddenly voiced out, "Young Master Yang, you should just go in. We will wait for you outside." "No way." Yun Feiyan glared at him and said, "If I simply do as she says, won't I lose face? Even if I'm shameless enough to do so, the great devil realm isn't." Miao Yi was instantly speechless. The reason he spoke up was because deep down he was standing on Lan Ruo's side. However, now that Yan Beihong had dragged the face of the great devil realm into the mix, he didn't dare to continue arguing with him. Yan Beihong was about to speak, but he too decided to keep his mouth shut. As someone who knew Miao Yi's story, he had wanted to help him say a few words at first. However, it was no longer wise for him to speak up now. Simply put, his own life was nowhere near as important as the face of the great devil realm. With creased brows, Lan Ruo said, "Young Master Yang, can you please stop being so unreasonable?" "I'm unreasonable? You've got some guts, Lan Ruo. How can a handmaiden like you dare to mock me? Why don't I get my grandfather to ask Mu Fan Jian to make you my mistress? Then I can discipline you every day. Do you want that?" Yan Beihong brazenly threatened. Lan Ruo's expression immediately tensed up. Yun Outyen would truly be giving face to Mu Fan Jian if he personally journeyed to the realm beyond heaven for this. And it would be unlikely for Mu Fan Jian not to return the favor just for the sake of a disciple's handmaiden. Furthermore, most disciples wouldn't want to make things difficult for the celestial sage either. It was quite possible that she really would be handed over. However, she soon thought about Yu Yao's disposition and felt confident that there was no way she would agree to this. After regaining some of her confidence, Lan Ruo's expression immediately turned icy as she said, "Young Master Yang, can you please show some class? This has nothing to do with class. What if you have assassins hidden inside? You're not even going to let this young master bring in his own bodyguards?" Waving his hand dismissively, Yan Beihong started to leave as he said, "She's just a pretty face anyway. It's not like this young master has never seen a beautiful woman before. Since you're not going to let my men in, then I'm not going in either. Bunch of snobs. We're leaving." Right as Yan Beihong walked down the steps, the sharp voice of a man came from the inside, saying, "Lan Ruo, let them in." Miao Yi's eyes brightened slightly. He'd met Yu Yao before and knew she was cross-dressing as a man. He had also heard her speak, so he knew that this voice definitely belonged to Yu Yao. His emotions were in utter turmoil. "Ha ha! Little sister Yu Yao, I just knew you were listening in on the conversation from back there. You should have just spoken up sooner. Then we wouldn't have wasted so much time bickering." Yan Beihong turned to Miao Yi and the others and beckoned them over. "Come. Let me show you what a top-class beauty looks like." Miao Yi had the urge to give him a couple slaps to the face. He had never seen such a shameless person before. However, he still followed him in, unable to stop his urge to sneak a couple of glances at his little sister. Yan Beihong was also curious about Miao Yi's little sister, wondering what the nation-toppling beauty known as Fairy Yu Yao, one of the twin fairies beyond heaven, looked like. The group walked up the wooden steps of the miniature, palace-like wooden house. As they entered the main hall, they couldn't help internally exclaiming at how luxurious it was. On the floor was a fur carpet as white as snow, with the esteemed countenance of the celestial sage Mu Fan Jian embroidered upon it. A wealthy assortment of intricate furniture, as well as beautiful pearls and jades, decorated the room. The sporadically arranged flower pots gave the place a refreshing scent, and masterfully written calligraphy scrolls hung on the walls. Not that it was luxurious to have such furnishings, but given the current circumstances, for the owner to still be able to decorate her temporary quarters to such an extent showed how stringent she was in her own living environment. There was no sign of said owner in the main hall. However, Miao Yi was already feeling a bit teary-eyed as he saw what lay before him, and couldn't help thinking back to those days when he and his two siblings used to live in that old, worn-down courtyard. He remembered those chilly, winter nights when a certain snot-nosed brat, all wrapped up in a thin blanket, would cry to him about how cold and hungry she was. Miao Yi felt a strong sense of self-blame upon seeing the sight before him. He saw the kind of life his little sister was living now, then thought back to the life that he, as a big brother, had given to her. What can I possibly do for little sister now? Even if we were to reunite, not only will I be unable to provide anything for her, she'll have to be the one looking after me instead. What right do I have to proclaim myself as her big brother then? Where are you? Pacing around the hall, Yan Beihong yelled out. The sound of gentle footsteps then came from the back of the hall. Lan Ruo quickly walked over to escort the owner. Soon, a young man walked through one of the doors by the side, his hands behind his back. He had a flawless complexion and wore snow-white robes. The brilliance in those big, bright eyes, eyebrows that seemed as though they had come out of a painting, her dainty nose and captivating lips that could pull a person into an endless dream, her lush hair tied neatly in place by a single jade hairpin, and her tall, slender body. These all elevated her already noble aura and made her seem even more dignified. Her radiance was truly divine. The hall immediately fell into silence, and almost all the men's gazes were fixed onto this person. It was as though they had even forgotten to breathe. Needless to say, this person was the cross-dressing fairy Yu Yao. However, even while dressed as a man, there was no hiding her beauty. Yan Beihong was astonished. It wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to say a woman born with such looks would bring chaos wherever she went. Fortunately, as she was the celestial sage Mu Fanjuan's disciple, no one would dare to make a move on her. Otherwise, who knew the kind of uproar she would bring? To Yan Beihong at least, it was not necessarily a bad thing for Miao Yi that his disastrously beautiful younger sister was not by his side. It really saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, there was no way that Miao Yi could protect her with his meager strength. Yu Yao had long become accustomed to receiving these types of looks from men. However, as she swept her gaze across the room, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. She reversed her gaze, her eyes homing in on Miao Yi. It was because this person wasn't looking at her in the same way as all the other men did. It was not the way a man would look at a woman. There was no lust hidden behind his gaze, only a sense of conflicting emotions. I feel like I've seen this gaze before. Yu Yao then quickly realized where. Isn't this person the celestial nation cultivator I saved from Bai Ziliang? How did he end up mixing with this hooligan, Yan Beihong? Yu Yao's flawless brows creased a little. However, she was not concerned with the affairs of a common cultivator. Turning to Yan Beihong, she extended her hand and said, "Have a seat." Ha ha. Little sister Yu Yao is still as beautiful as ever. I want to thank you for being so considerate of your big brother and putting up my flag for me. Yan Beihong acted excessively enchanted to the point he made it seem like he was about to start drooling. He then turned around to look behind his butt and sat down. Miao Yi and the others very naturally stood behind him. I've heard enough flattery already. It matters not whether I hear it from you as well, Yu Yao scoffed, lowering her flawless arm. As she sat down, she said in a serious tone, Yan Beihong, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. Go on then. You have my undivided attention. We can talk for as long as you want. This big brother has all the time in the world. Yan Beihong spread his arms out in an exaggerated manner. At the same time, he took the tea that Lan Ruo was serving and chugged it down. Yu Yao said, I was the first one to arrive on this island, and while I was here, I met several of my celestial nation cultivators. They told me that our participation in the subjugation crusade was too unfair for them, saying that we were robbing them of their chances of survival and dashing their hopes of making it out alive. They complained to me that the 6 sages were treating them very unfairly. I can sympathize with their situation, so after that, I had a short discussion with He Wuya and Feng Ruxiu. They both agreed to give the other participants an equal opportunity to fight for their own survival. Truth be told, she was well aware that the other 5 nations had sent their own representatives purely because the realm beyond heaven had dispatched her to the Sea of Constellations to train. The reason why she had even called Yan Beihong over for a conversation in the first place was all because she felt very uncomfortable about this. Yan Beihong was nowhere as brash and lustful as his appearance suggested. As soon as they started talking about official business, his back straightened slightly, and his expression grew serious. He asked, how are we going to give them this equal opportunity to fight for their own survival? Yu Yao answered, all participants are forbidden from using extremely powerful transcendent artifacts, and must fight for a spot in the top 100 using their own strength. This? Yun Feiyang asked, does it include the 6 of us as well? Yu Yao gently shook her head, even if the 6 of us were to join, they probably wouldn't dare make a move against us. That is why we will not be taking part in the fighting, but instead we will be leading the remaining survivors of our respective nations. I'll discuss the specifics once Bai Ziliang and Kong Ji have arrived. Yun Feiyang pointed out, this is just as unfair to those coming from the major sections. They brought powerful artifacts to this subjugation crusade precisely to increase their chances of survival. And now you want them to put down their transcendent artifacts and fight with their own strength? I doubt they will be too pleased about that. Yu Yao replied, if they don't wish to comply, we can offer them a different kind of opportunity. Since they like to compete using their transcendent artifacts, they can try to take on the 6 of us. If they're confident in defeating us, then we shall simply let them be. We won't force them to pick an option. Besides, the disciples of those major sects aren't pushovers either. They all have their own unique strengths, and may not necessarily be afraid of fighting without their transcendent artifacts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413, Wager. Chapter 413, Wager. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. You do have a point, but... Yun Feiyang paused for a bit, then raised his gaze and said, why should I agree? Wouldn't I lose face if I do as you say? How can this young master simply follow a woman's bidding? Is your pride that important? Yu Yao continued, the space on this island is severely limited, and only 100 participants can make it out alive. If we were to start a full-scale battle, are you sure you could kill your Devil Nation cultivators? Yun Feiyang was speechless. He really would have a hard time doing so. Not because he couldn't, but because of his background. All devil cultivators fall under the commanding authority that was the Great Devil Realm. This was even more so for Devil Nation cultivators, who collectively revered the Yun clan as their leaders. Perhaps on a normal day, Yun Feiyang could kill a devil cultivator that upset him. However, he was now in the subjugation crusade. How would it look if he killed his own people just so he could get a higher ranking? Even if he won, there wouldn't be any glory in it. The other devil cultivators could kill one another to their heart's content in the subjugation crusade, but as the representative of the Great Devil Realm, Yun Feiyang alone could not. It was simply because these people were all subjects of the Great Devil Realm. Similar to how they couldn't make a move against Yun Feiyang, he too couldn't make a move against them. Truthfully, over the years in the Sea of Constellations, aside from several insolent fools, Yun Feiyang had never once killed a Devil Nation cultivator. He even had to give them a helping hand if he ever saw them in trouble. This was the same case for the other 5 representatives. For example, when Yu Yao saw Gu Sanjiang and the others in trouble, she still chose to save them even though she had to face Bai Ziliang. Those who enjoyed the privileges of a high status always had certain responsibilities they needed to fulfill. Yu Yao then asked, this island is not that big. You'll be able to see everything that's happening here. If you catch sight of your Devil Nation cultivators being killed by the other participants, will you turn a blind eye to them? There are only 100 spots available. How many do you think you can save? Are you sure you'll be able to save them all? Yun Feiyang felt dazed. There was no way he wouldn't save his own people, but how? If the cultivators from all 6 nations were to start an all-out skirmish, it would be utter chaos. People from this side would kill people from that side and vice versa. There would even be murders happening within a single faction. How then, could he save everyone? Yu Yao sighed, if the 6 of us hadn't decided to join the subjugation crusade, we could have just as easily let them be. But since we're here now, we can't just sit idly by and look the other way. Even though this doesn't change anything, at least we'll be able to rest easy. Once word spreads out, at least they will say that the 6 of us have fulfilled our responsibilities to our own nation's cultivators. Yun Feiyang nodded. He agreed with Yu Yao's point, but upon recalling his earlier words, he stubbornly stood his ground and said, "You want me to agree with you just because of this?" Yu Yao huffed. Narrowing her gaze at him, she asked, "You really won't agree to it?" Yun Feiyang chuckled. "If you promise to marry me, I will immediately agree without hesitation." Behind him, Miao Yi immediately felt an urge to stab Yun Feiyang to death with his spear. "What kind of joke is this? Earlier on, you wanted me to marry your sister. And now you want to marry mine? Preposterous." Evidently, Yu Yao was no stranger to men who desired to win her hand in marriage. It was simply because she was too beautiful. The number of admirers she had was as numerous as the fish in the sea. After countless similar experiences, she naturally developed a way to deal with them, and she wouldn't be angered by their attempts at all. She would just end up frustrated if she let herself be angered by people like Yun Feiyang. Yu Yao calmly replied, "You want to marry me? Not a problem. However, you have to show that you have what it takes first." "I really have a chance to bag this beautiful woman?" Yun Feiyang stood up excitedly, his eyes glowing with vigor. Initially, he'd said it as a joke and didn't put too much thought into his words as he knew it was an impossible offer. Mu Fanjun and Yun Outyan were from the same generation. How could Mu Fanjun allow a direct disciple to marry Yun Outyan's grandson? Wouldn't that just lower Yu Yao's status? However, now he was impatiently asking, "Then tell me, Yu Yao, what do you want me to do? What kind of man wouldn't like to have such a beautiful woman?" Yu Yao plainly replied, "Do you think an average cultivator would be a good match for me?" Yun Feiyang's eyes widened immediately as he exclaimed, "Of course not. Whichever toad wishing to eat the meat of the swan will incur the wrath of the masses. I wouldn't even have to step in." Yu Yao calmly explained, "Correct. The person I marry obviously can't be some average cultivator." Thus, Yun Feiyang, if you manage to defeat Yun Outyan and bring him to his knees, thereby becoming the strongest devil cultivator, I can consider marrying you. In his haste, Yun Feiyang almost agreed to her terms. However, he hurriedly shut his mouth in time, almost biting his tongue in the process. His gaze remained fixed on Yu Yao with an utterly stupefied expression on his face. Yu Yao narrowed her eyes and continued, "I've already told you my terms. If you ever say anything like wanting to marry me again, I'll take it that you have prepared yourself to defeat Yun Outyan. There are many people here who can act as a witness." Yun Feiyang quickly looked back at his escorts and sent them a warning glare. If word got out that he wanted to defeat Yun Outyan, he would definitely be beaten until he was crippled. Yun Feiyang felt a chill run down his spine. He sat back down and said angrily, "Yu Yao, how dare you play me for a fool? I won't agree to your terms. Just watch as my Devil Nation cultivators start a bloodbath then." "You won't agree?" Yu Yao huffed, "No matter then. The other 4 representatives will surely agree to it anyway. When that happens, our 5 nations will join hands to eliminate all your Devil Nation cultivators. That way, we'll be able to increase the chances of survival for our own nation's cultivators too. Of course, we won't kill all of you. We still have to show the Great Devil Realm some face. I think it should be fine if we spare only you, but..." Yun Feiyang's expression twisted as he knew deep down that the others would definitely agree to Yu Yao's idea. If he was the only one that disagreed, there really was a high chance that the others would join hands against him. It seemed like he had no choice but to concede. Miao Yi stared at Yu Yao's beautiful face and watched how confidently his little sister now carried herself. He sighed inwardly, little sister has really grown up now. She can think for herself already. She is no longer the same snot-nosed brat who would always come crying to her big brother after getting bullied. Now no one can easily take advantage of her anymore. Yan Beihong snuck a glance at Miao Yi as he thought to himself, Miao Yi's sister is definitely not one to mess with. Stop trying to scare me. Do you think the others will agree to it so easily? I will first talk this over with He Wuya and the others before deciding. Yun Feiyang quickly gave himself an excuse to retreat. Waving his hand, he said, "Let's go." However, right as he reached the exit, Yu Yao's voice suddenly came from behind, "Hold it." Yun Feiyang and the others stopped. Turning around, Yun Feiyang smiled and asked, "Little sister Yu Yao, don't tell me you want me to stay for a meal as well?" "I'd be happy to oblige though." Yu Yao stood up and asked, "Who was the one who said that Sida Shao and Feng Beichen couldn't beat Yun Outyan and that even my master was no match for him?" Yun Feiyang slapped his chest and replied, "I said it." "What about it? Do you think I'm lying? Your master and the rest of them are indeed no match for my grandfather." Yu Yao said proudly, "As far as I know, Yun Outyan is the one who's no match for my master at all." What a joke! You can't twist a fact that's known across the realm just to suit your needs. The matter concerned not just his grandfather's reputation, but the reputation of the great devil realm as well. Naturally, Yun Feiyang had to stand his ground. "I don't wish to argue with you. Bickering will not prove who is stronger and who isn't. Let's do it this way then. You represent the great devil realm, while I represent the realm beyond heaven. After the fight, we'll be able to make clear which side is stronger." Yu Yao looked at Yun Feiyang in disdain as she continued, "Yun Feiyang, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yun Feiyang immediately shot her a glare and said, "Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? I can't simply fight you without anything to gain just because of your nonsense. Why don't we make a wager for 10,000 Geo-Transcendence bangles as well?" Yu Yao asked. 10,000. Yun Feiyang was taken aback, thinking, how can she be so confident? But he soon dismissed the thought, feeling that he mustn't show any weakness. Not to mention, he really didn't have anything to fear anyway. Puffing his chest out, he exclaimed, "You're on. Like I'm afraid of you, . In order to avoid someone being a sore loser, we need 2 more witnesses." Yu Yao turned around and said, "Lan Ruo, go ask He Wuya and Feng Ruxiu to come over." Lan Ruo quickly acknowledged the order and departed. The rest of them soon left the main hall as well. They couldn't fight inside after all. This wooden house wouldn't be able to take it. At the foot of the mountain, Yun Feiyang and Yu Yao stood facing each other. One was arrogantly looking around, while the other simply stood elegantly like a flower. Soon, one man appeared, dressed in an intricately designed set of black armor, with a black cape draped over his shoulders. His face was covered by the visor of his helmet, which only revealed his eyes. Underneath him was a savage black wolf the size of a bull. The wolf had a mouth full of sharp fangs and 3 glowing green eyes. It was quite the terrifying creature. The man wore intricate scaled gloves on his hands, and his whole body was almost completely covered up, only his eyes remained visible. However, his eyes were very beautiful and seemed very pure and refined. The skin around his eyes was also extremely fair. Escorted by several subordinates, this person gave off a dark yet elegant aura. It was hard to describe the feeling he imparted on other people. This man was none other than He Yun's son, He Wuya. Shortly afterward, another man with an equally noble bearing showed up. Dressed in Taoist robes, the man quickly approached atop a golden-furred hoe while escorted by his subordinates. This person was none other than Hua Yu's disciple, Feng Ruxiu. The 2 witnesses had finally arrived. He Wuya sat quietly on his mount, while Feng Ruxiu smiled as he watched the pair that was facing off and said, "Yu Yao, why must you lower yourself to Yun Feiyang's level? It'll damage your reputation." Yun Feiyang immediately turned his head and snarled, "Shitty bullnose, what do you mean by that? Cut the chit-chat." Yu Yao commanded, then continued, "I don't have time to waste on you. Hurry up and make your move." Riding atop his mad Satan bull, Yun Feiyang saw that Yu Yao was still just standing with her hands behind her back. She wasn't even bringing out her mount. Her actions were absolutely arrogant. She wasn't holding him in any regard at all. Gnashing his teeth in frustration, Yun Feiyan couldn't help asking, "Yu Yao, where's your mount?" Yu Yao scoffed, "Like I need my mount to deal with you." Laughing in exasperation, Yun Feiyan replied, "Good. Then don't blame me for not showing mercy to a woman. You'd better not be a sore loser and go back on your word once I beat you." Yu Yao couldn't be bothered to waste any more time arguing with him now that everyone was watching. She abruptly leaped upwards, shooting out 6 streaks of light with a flick of her sleeves. The 6 lights then quickly formed a crescent moon composed of black jade that hovered in the air. Standing atop the sharp end of the crescent moon, Yu Yao gracefully poised herself in the sky. If one didn't know she was actually cross-dressing, they would really think of her as some Prince Charming from the majestic aura she was currently giving off. As she levitated in the sky, Yu Yao's lithe fingers danced, forming various hand signs. Then, the crescent moon beneath her abruptly split open, forming 6 carbon copies which protected Yu Yao in the center. People both near and far were starting to shift their gazes over to the battlefield, and many of them couldn't help admiring Yu Yao's transcendent artifact. Yun Feiyan's expression twisted slightly as well. Up in the sky, the 6 crescent moons surrounding Yu Yao suddenly began rapidly orbiting around her as she made a sharp descent straight towards Yun Feiyan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414, Mu Fanjun is a woman? Chapter 414, Mu Fanjun is a woman? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Seeing Yu Yao's aggressiveness, Yun Feiyan revealed a devious look. He quickly readied the Pixiu-like transcendent artifact in his hand, then hurled it out. As the transcendent artifact opened its jaws, it instantly transformed into a giant bag and shot through the sky, gobbling up Yu Yao along with her 6 crescent moons in one go. As he shut the bag, Yun Feiyan laughed aloud, "Yu Yao, you're still a little too inexperienced to be fighting against me, but..." Quite a number of people were greatly shocked to see the outcome decided in an instant. He Wuya and Feng Ruxiu looked to one another in astonishment. They never thought Yun Feiyan would still have such a powerful transcendent artifact. Miao Yi too had an anxious look on his face. However, as he was laughing to himself, Yun Feiyan's expression suddenly froze. He spread his palm open and quickly tried to grab the airborne bag. Sadly, he was already too late. Bang! A crescent moon suddenly ripped through the giant bag and burst forth into the sky. At the same time, the giant bag exploded into a great plume of black fog. Seeing the state of his transcendent artifact, Yun Feiyan bellowed with fury, "You!" However, his expression suddenly twisted as the mad Satan bull beneath him hastily turned around and retreated as though it sensed a great danger. Whoosh! With 5 crescent moons rapidly orbiting around her, Yu Yao burst through the fog with blinding speed, in hot pursuit of the hastily retreating Yun Feiyan and his mad Satan bull. She was practically flying. There were a few among the audience who looked on in admiration, but the majority were indignant. Could this still be considered a second-grade transcendent artifact? Seeing Yu Yao quickly catching up to him from behind, Yun Feiyan threw out an alms bowl. The bowl shone with a blue light, instantly expanding to the size of a house as it shot towards the rapidly approaching Yu Yao. Whoosh! A cold streak of light shot down like a flash of lightning, smashing straight into the alms bowl, blocking Yu Yao's path. It was the crescent moon that had broken the Pixiu-like transcendent artifact. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the alms bowl instantly exploded into black fog. Almost simultaneously, Yu Yao's figure dove straight into the black fog, then leaping out the next instant. His expression contorting with distress, Yun Feiyan decided to go all out and tossed out over 10 transcendent artifacts in rapid succession with both hands, which then fiercely shot towards Yu Yao. This guy really had a lot of transcendent artifacts. It was as though there was no end to it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated across the area as plume after plume of black fog burst forth. The 5 crescent moons orbiting around Yu Yao tore through the transcendent artifacts that Yun Feiyan tossed out like they were crushing rotten wood. The crowd couldn't conceal their astonishment at the sight before them. This had completely surpassed the level of conflict one would expect between two second-grade transcendent artifacts. "Stop!" Yun Feiyang suddenly bellowed. The eruption of more black fog concealed the state of the battle from sight, and no one could see what was happening. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the crowd soon noticed Yun Feiyang with a small black pen and flag in his hand. Unfortunately, before he could even get the chance to hurl it out, a sharp crescent moon was already being held against his neck. In that moment, his expression was incredibly dark. Orbited by 5 crescent moons, Yu Yao stopped at an arm's length behind the mad Satan bull. Everyone had seen how powerful those crescent moons were. If the battle had continued, Yu Yao would have definitely turned the mad Satan bull and Yun Feiyang into mincemeat altogether. Finally, Miao Yi could calm his rapidly beating heart. "You've lost." Hovering in mid-air, Yu Yao declared simply. "I won't accept it." Yun Feiyang said angrily, "What difference is there between your transcendent artifact and a third-grade transcendent artifact? What right do you have to ask this? If you were in a similar situation with those participants who didn't have a single mighty artifact on them, then I might be able to accept your argument. But you're not," Yu Yao said disdainfully. "Yun Feiyang, admit your loss. Stop looking for excuses and hand your half of the wager over." Laughing in exasperation, Yun Feiyang exclaimed, "I'm not handing it over. What can you possibly do to me then? Kill me if you dare. It's just a wager. There's no need for anyone to die. After all, with so many witnesses here, it wouldn't be a bad idea either to show everyone how big of a sore loser the people from the Great Devil Realm can be. I definitely wouldn't mind trading off a mere 10,000 geotranscendent spangles for the reputation of your Great Devil Realm." As Yu Yao waved her hand, the crescent moon pressing against Yun Feiyang's neck flew back to her. Whoosh! Yu Yao turned around and flew back to the mountain. As she gracefully landed, the 6 crescent moons immediately shrunk down into her palms. Looking back at Yun Feiyang still frozen in place, the corners of her lips curved slightly upwards as she gave off a soft smile. Her objective wasn't to win the 10,000 geotranscendent spangles. It was simply because as a disciple, she had to teach Yun Feiyang a lesson for insulting her master, Mu Fanjun. Yun Feiyang glanced across the crowd. His expression was absolutely terrible. He'd really made a fool of himself today. However, he wasn't that much of a sore loser. He took out a pile of geotranscendent spangles from his storage bangle, then scattered it on the ground. Not that he couldn't afford to fork out his half of the wager, but the problem was that if he didn't, then even if he managed to get a high placement later on, he would still be the target of mockery and ridicule. So why would he let himself earn the reputation of a sore loser on top of that? "Let's go!" Yun Feiyang barked, then turned around and left. Miao Yi cast a deep gaze up the mountain towards Yu Yao, who was standing elegantly with her hands behind her back. After which, he turned around and followed after Yun Feiyang along with the rest. Even if Yun Feiyang didn't hand over the geotranscendent spangles, Yu Yao wouldn't feel upset about it. But since he did, there was no point in rejecting the spoils. She gestured with a slight tilt of her head, and Lan Ruo immediately led 2 other subordinates over to collect the spoils. Looking at Yun Feiyang departing with a darkened expression on his face, Feng Ruxiu burst into laughter. He exchanged glances with He Wuya, and the 2 of them rode their mounts up the mountain. After which, they dismounted and followed after Yu Yao, chatting merrily as they entered the main hall of the wooden house at the top of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the spectating cultivators couldn't help lamenting over the broken transcendent artifacts. Seeing over a dozen of them destroyed in the blink of an eye, they couldn't help wondering how many crystalline obsidians must have been wasted in that one fight. "Why are you all looking at me like that? You think I can't afford to lose? The only reason she beat me was because of her transcendent artifact. It doesn't count as her true strength." Back at his own mountain, Yun Feiyang noticed that Miao Yi and the others were looking at him weirdly, so he quickly made a show of his own magnanimity. However, he was clearly feeling spiteful deep down. Turning to point at the mountain with the Celestial Nation flag, he waved his hand and said, "It's just 10,000 Geo-Transcendence bangles anyway. I'll just think of it as paying the prostitution fee on my grandfather's behalf for fooling around with that old hag Mu Fan Jian all those years ago." When they heard him, Miao Yi and Yan Beihong were utterly dumbstruck, while Yan Beihong's subordinates immediately started coughing uncontrollably, trying to hint to Yan Beihong that he had gone too far. Meanwhile, Yan Beihong couldn't help asking, "Young Master Yang, did you just say that Mu Fan Jian is an old hag?" Miao Yi also had the same doubts in his mind. Yan Beihong chuckled and said, "Of course, she wasn't always an old hag. My grandfather doesn't have such strong tastes. Although, I did hear that Mu Fan Jian was quite the rare beauty when she was young. However, her attitude was simply too nasty. That's why my grandfather dumped her." "No!" Yan Beihong cried out, then asked curiously, "What I mean is, Mu Fan Jian is a woman?" Shocked, Yan Beihong asked, "You don't think my grandfather is interested in men, do you?" This. Yan Beihong and Miao Yi exchanged glances, then remarked, "But all the statues seem to depict Mu Fan Jian as a man." Yan Beihong was taken aback. However, he soon laughed aloud. "But of course. Don't you see? The precise reason Yu Yao developed a cross-dressing habit was because of her master. It looks like you two do lack quite a bit of knowledge. Who in the other 5 nations didn't already know that Mu Fan Jian is a woman? But then again, I can see why you would have that assumption. Coming from the Celestial Nation, I doubt someone would even dare mention Mu Fan Jian's name, much less badmouth her behind her back. Unless they're tired of living, that is. And with the passage of time, people just naturally forgot about it. Hence, it's understandable for those working at the bottom like you two to not be aware of this." Yan Beihong and Miao Yi were utterly speechless. Despite living in the Celestial Nation for so many years, they had only just found out that Celestial Sage Mu Fan Jian was actually a woman. However, Yan Beihong's words were extremely insulting indeed, even going as far as using the words prostitution fee. And he had the gall to say he wasn't a sore loser. He was clearly venting out his frustration because he couldn't accept his loss, but what took Miao Yi and Yan Beihong even greater by surprise was that Devil Sage Yan Outyan and Celestial Sage Mu Fan Jian had actually been lovers when they were young. How complicated could their relationship get? "You two, young Master Yang, didn't mean what he said. I hope you won't take it too seriously. You can just think of some things as idle chatter. Never repeat what you've heard." Yan Beihong's subordinate suddenly warned Miao Yi and Yan Beihong with a threatening gaze in his eyes. It was no laughing matter to use the words prostitution fee. If Mu Fan Jian were to hear about this, she would definitely be enraged. Perhaps even Devil Sage Yan Outyan himself would want to beat Yan Beihong until he was crippled. Some things must never be joked about. Yan Beihong seemed to have sensed the terrible consequences from his subordinate's warning and realized that his words had indeed gone overboard. Feeling a little scared, he coughed a couple times and started whistling as he turned his head to the side, pretending as if nothing had happened. After which, the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade entered a rare period of peace and quiet. When the people in the Western Constellations Palace observed the astrolabe and noticed that not a single person was dying even after gathering them all into one place, they were all utterly confused as to what was happening. Half a month later. In order to help Yan Beihong re-establish some dominance, an extremely lavish house was constructed on the mountaintop. At the same time, Kong Ji of the Buddha Nation and Bai Ziliang of the Yao Nation both arrived on the nameless island alongside their subordinates. All the other cultivators from each nation continued pouring into the island as well. Now that all 6 representatives of the various nations had arrived, they could finally decide on the rules for the final battle of the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade. To ensure fairness, the 6 of them would not join in the battle, and the use of highly powerful transcendent artifacts was also restricted. However, this didn't mean that they would not be involved, nor did it mean that they had stopped fighting for a high placement. Only the way in which they competed had changed. The 6 of them each led their own nation's cultivators, who would compete by challenging one another to battle. The participants would be able to freely challenge anyone from the other 5 nations if they were confident in defeating said person. Victors would keep all the dead's riches for himself, while the geotranscendence bangles would be handed over to the leader of their respective faction. Of course, the competition wasn't entirely fair. The 6 leaders each had 5 free passes for avoiding battle entirely. This was clearly prepared for their subordinates. Thus, the killing would continue round after round in this manner, until only 100 survivors remained. When the rules of the competition came out, most of the 6 nations' cultivators were jumping with joy, filled with gratitude for the 6 representatives. It was because they simply had no hope against powerful artifacts, but now that they were actually given a chance to survive, how could they not be thankful? Of course, while there were people who rejoiced at the new rules, there were some who were dissatisfied with the verdict as well. Those who possessed powerful artifacts but couldn't use them evidently had to face a much greater risk now. There was still some time before the end of the 3-month deadline to reach the nameless island. During this period of time, most of the participants were working like commoners, plowing the ground as they tried to level the mountain at the center of the island in preparation for the final battle. With so many powerful cultivators at work, it was not a difficult task to complete. At the same time, all 6 factions used this opportunity to wait for the remaining participants who had yet to arrive. Once the 3 months were up, the final battle would officially begin. Of course, not every participant returned to their own supposed faction. Take Miao Yi for example. By staying with Yan Beihong, he would have a surefire chance of entering the top 100, simply because it just so happened that Yan Beihong had 1 extra spot. But even if he didn't, Yan Beihong would have definitely freed up one of the spots for him anyway. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415, Openly Challenged. Chapter 415, Openly Challenged. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Another benefit for Miao Yi to stay with Yan Beihong was that he didn't need to do any manual labor like plowing the ground. However, Miao Yi still circled the area a few times, trying to see if he could find anyone he knew. Yet, it was to no avail. Zhao Fei, Gu Sanjiang, and the others were nowhere to be found. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a tinge of sorrow. It looked like Zhao Fei and the others couldn't survive until the end after all. On the 6th day, just as Miao Yi returned to the room that Yan Beihong had prepared for him to continue his cultivation, 7 people rushed ashore atop the waves. They were Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, Yixin, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wei, Pai Junzi, and Tao Yongchun. Not a single one of them was missing. When they finally reached the shore, all 7 of them heaved a breath of relief. Sikong Wei chuckled and said, "There are still 2 days until the deadline. We finally made it." Back when Miao Yi had sacrificed himself to let them escape, Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yixin immediately gave up their plans of trying to win a high placement and of elevating the reputation of their sections. Instead, they simply focused their efforts on surviving until the end. The 3 of them no longer tried to pick a fight with anyone and instead hid alongside Zhao Fei and the others. Pai Junzi's abilities truly made a huge impact during this period. Ever since the 7 of them separated from Miao Yi, they simply tried their best to avoid bumping into anyone whenever possible. Thanks to that, they managed to live through the rest of the subjugation crusade without fighting anyone at all. The group climbed up one of the hills to scan the surroundings. What lay before them was a mountain range with 6 mighty flags, and in the middle was a freshly dug, massive plot of even land. Cultivators from each nation could be seen walking about, and there was no sign of carnage anywhere. It was all peaceful and quiet. The 7 of them were utterly dazed by what they saw. They even suspected that they'd arrived in the wrong place. Other cultivators that just arrived experienced the same thing as well. Obviously, the first thing to do in this scenario was to ask someone what was going on. Once they confirmed the situation, the 7 of them exchanged glances. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun looked utterly dismayed. The 2 of us have already offended Bai Ziliang. We will simply be rushing to our deaths if we return to his camp. Pai Junzi was on the verge of tears. He never thought he would still end up in Bai Ziliang's grasp after successfully hiding for so many years. The other 5 exchanged glances. Gu Sanjiang then suggested, "Why don't you 2 follow us back to the Celestial Nations camp then? That way, we can look out for one another too. But if so, then even if you are fortunate enough to make it out alive, your coming days in the Sea of Constellations won't be easy." Tao Yongchun nodded. "Nothing is more important than surviving. We're also aware that there's no longer a place for us in the Sea of Constellations now that we've offended Bai Ziliang. As such, the 2 of us have already talked it over several years ago. If we can survive the subjugation crusade, we won't ask for a fort master's position, but use that to try and get our immortal records revoked instead. After that, we'll live out our days in Flowing Clouds Dune Sea. Since you've already made up your mind, then come with us." Gu Sanjiang nodded. During this time, the cultivators of every nation were busy contacting one another and trying to form parties. After all, it wasn't practical for 20,000 people to fight purely in one-on-one battles. As such, they were allowed to form parties with a maximum of up to 10 people. Of course, if you believed yourself to be strong enough, you could choose not to form parties and challenge the other groups by yourself. The moon was bright on the final day of the 3-month deadline, as a giant ship landed along the shores of the nameless island, drawing the gazes of many participants standing on the mountaintop. Soon, a powerful voice came from the ship, reverberating across the skies of the nameless island. "The 100 participants that survive at the end shall board this ship to the Western Constellations Palace. Remember, this ship will only carry 100 participants. And in the entire cultivation realm, the opportunity to set foot in the Western Constellations Palace is not freely given to just anyone." Their words seemed to imply that it was already a great honor just to be able to set foot in the Western Constellations Palace. After which, 10 red streaks of light spread out across the night sky. No one knew where they were headed. Yun Feiyang, Bai Ziliang, Feng Ruxiu, Kong Ji, and He Wuya were all gathered in the main hall of Yu Yao's wooden house. They were drawing straws to decide the order of battle for the 6 nations' cultivators. On the following day, at daybreak, the cultivators of each nation moved in their respective groups. All 20,000 participants gathered around the newly developed plot of flat land in the center of the island, with Yu Yao and the other representatives taking the lead for their respective camps. It was a truly grand sight. Perhaps throughout the entire cultivation realm, few had the chance to witness such a large gathering of people. Especially when almost all of these people were garbed in second-grade armor artifacts, forming a giant black mass. Clearly, the belongings of those 160,000 cultivators that perished were now gathered in the hands of these people. The Celestial Nation and Yao Nation had the least members, numbering less than 2,000 each. The former was a result of Yun Feiyang wreaking havoc and thus allowing other parties the opportunity to strike, whereas the latter was a result of Gu Sanjiang being pegged with the name Miao Yi, consequently stirring up a major movement among the Yao cultivators, which also happened to give other parties the chance to attack them. The Buddha Nation had the most members, numbering over 8,000 participants. However, at the moment, it was hard to tell that they were monks as all of them were riding on dragon steeds and had on armor and helmets. The Devil Nation, Ghost Nation, and Boundless Nation camps were almost equal in size, numbering about 4,000 participants each. Thus, the final battle of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade had finally begun. As the person who drew the straw to start the first round the night before, the one to kick things off was none other than the Yao Nation's Bai Ziliang. As Bai Ziliang swept his gaze across the other nation's cultivators, he suddenly froze, staring in shock at the person beside Yun Feiyang and Miao Yi. Bai Ziliang was in disbelief that Miao Yi was actually still alive. How could this be possible? He thought he was mistaken at first, but when Miao Yi stared right back at him with a cold, unconcealed killing intent in his eyes, Bai Ziliang was sure that this person was Miao Yi. Miao Yi was not such a benevolent man. Bai Ziliang had almost caused him to lose his life. It was due to sheer luck that he managed to survive. No one else could imagine the pain that Bai Ziliang had caused him. Miao Yi was not so magnanimous that he would let Bai Ziliang go so easily. Sadly, he wouldn't get the opportunity to kill Bai Ziliang even when his mortal enemy was right in front of him. Miao Yi clenched his fists so tightly that the sound of his joints cracking could be heard. Beside him, Yan Beihong heard the noise and cast a curious gaze over. He then followed Miao Yi's gaze and saw the look in Bai Ziliang's eyes. He immediately understood what was going on. Yan Beihong also looked towards Miao Yi when he heard the noise, and he too followed Miao Yi's gaze and saw Bai Ziliang's reaction. They had already announced that the competition had begun, but as the first group to go up, Bai Ziliang was still not responding. Everyone cast their gazes towards Bai Ziliang, then looked towards the direction Miao Yi was in. One after another, all 20,000 heads were turning to face Miao Yi. TSK. Kong Ji, do you see that? That kid is actually still alive, and he even recovered his lost leg. In the Buddha Nation's camp, Ba Jie suddenly gasped in surprise. Beside him, Kong Ji was equally astonished. What kind of man was Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan? How did this person manage to survive the perils of a Golden Lotus first-grade cultivator's mighty array? I can't believe one of my Celestial Nation cultivators is actually in the Devil Nation's camp. Standing quietly in her own camp, Yu Yao scoffed. Behind her in the Celestial Nation's camp, Gu Sanzheng, Zhao Fei, and the others exchanged looks of surprise with one another. Miao Yi was actually still alive. But why was he in the Devil Nation's camp instead of the Celestial Nation's camp? They had no idea what to make of this situation. Bai Ziliang also felt displeased that he couldn't even take the life of some nameless peon. With his back facing the crowd, he took a deep breath, and without even turning his head, slowly asked, who is willing to be the first to step up to the plate for my Yao Nation? The response from the crowd behind him was utter silence. No one said anything as they all wanted to assess the situation first. Suddenly, several figures flew over from the direction of the ship. As they hovered in the sky, they dropped over 200 dead bodies from their storage bangles right onto the center of the battlefield. After dumping the bodies, the figures immediately flew back to the ship. Everyone was wondering what was going on when a cold, commanding voice suddenly came from the direction of the ship. This is what happens to those who try to get through the subjugation crusade using tricks. The crowd immediately realized the situation. So there were still so many participants who wanted to hide their way through the subjugation crusade. At the same time, the crowd was in shock. It had only been one night, and all those participants who wanted to cheat their way through had already been killed? They roughly understood what the Red Lotus experts had flown off to do the night before. Those people were probably the subjugation crusade's enforcers. After some time, seeing as there was still no one behind him willing to step out, Bai Ziliang slowly turned his Tempest Beast around, a cold expression on his face as he swept his gaze across the Yao Nation cultivators. Randomly pointing in a certain direction, he then commanded, "You lot, get out there." The 10 people who were called out could only grit their teeth and step forward. They circled around the battlefield on their dragon steeds, scanning the participants from the other nations to try and see if they could find someone relatively weaker to challenge. That way, their chances of victory would be higher at least. As they continued circling around, their leader's ears suddenly perked up. He turned to look at Bai Ziliang, then shifted his gaze back as he quickly zeroed in on Miao Yi. After a short discussion with his teammates, the party of 10 immediately moved towards the Devil Nation's camp. He. Perched atop the mad Satan bull, Yan Beihong had both hands on his waist with his nose slightly raised, as though trying to say, "You must be tired of living to dare issue a challenge against my Devil Nation cultivators." Miao Yi could feel that something was amiss, simply from the brief interaction that group of people had with Bai Ziliang earlier on. Just as Miao Yi expected, the leader immediately pointed towards him and said, "You. We challenge you." He was unsure whether or not Miao Yi had formed a party. The arrogant Yun Feiyan was taken aback by this. However, he quickly chuckled and said, "You guys made the wrong choice." Before he could finish his sentence, Miao Yi suddenly raised his hand and interrupted him. Miao Yi faced Bai Ziliang's cold gaze. The only reason he could stay in the Devil Nation's camp was because of Yun Feiyang's protection. It was simply because of the free pass that Yun Feiyang possessed. Before this, he had always thought that nothing was more important than making it back alive. However, the moment he was openly challenged under so many gazes, Miao Yi immediately realized he was wrong. There was no way he could continue hiding. Much like how Bai Ziliang wanted to kill him, he too wanted to show Bai Ziliang who's the boss, but more importantly, Miao Yi's gaze shifted from Bai Ziliang onto Yu Yao, who was also looking over to this side. Feeling something heavy on his chest, he realized he could no longer cower and hide. How could he let his little sister watch her big brother cower away in front of such a large audience, hiding in the enemy camp and shamelessly enjoying his free pass? If his little sister were to find out about his true identity one day, he wanted to let her know that even though her big brother wasn't especially capable and couldn't amount to much, he was no coward. Young Master Yang. Miao Yi took a deep breath before continuing, "Let me fight." Yun Feiyang's eyes widened in shock as he barked, "What kind of joke is this? Did you hit yourself in the head? How am I going to explain myself to Luo Xuanfei if something happens to you?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Spear of Dazzling Destruction. Chapter 416, Spear of Dazzling Destruction. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi asked, "Young Master Yang, do I look that helpless in your eyes?" "Rest assured. I will be back soon enough. These people won't be able to do anything to me." "No." Yun Feiyang was strongly against letting Miao Yi take on such a risk. To Yun Feiyang, it didn't matter whether or not he could get a good placement so long as he could ensure Miao Yi's safety. At least that way, once he returned, there would naturally be someone to act coy in front of his grandfather, Yun Outyan, and help cover for him. However, if anything were to happen to Miao Yi, then he would be in big trouble. Miao Yi argued back, "Bai Ziliang and I have a score to settle. Since he wishes to kill me, I can't let him have the last laugh either. Young Master Yang, I cannot back down from this challenge." Yun Feiyang gave him an excuse, saying, "No. It's too late even if you want to step up now. There's no one to team up with you." The people facing them shouted once more, "Why do you shrink from our challenge?" As if I need to form a team to kill off a few grunts. Miao Yi scoffed. He couldn't be bothered trying to gain Yun Feiyang's approval any longer. As he spread his arms out, a black mist quickly enveloped him, equipping both him in charcoal and armor while the inburst scale spear appeared in his grasp. Beside him, Yan Beihong saw how adamant he was, and said, "I'll go with you." "No need. I'll be back soon enough." Miao Yi abruptly turned his head around to answer. Then, he quickly transmitted his voiceover, asking, "Big Brother Yan, please let me use your name for a while." "Use my name?" Yan Beihong was startled. What did he mean by that? Looking at the situation, Yun Feiyang thought, this guy is just too stubborn. He then furiously bellowed, "This young master commands you to stop." Miao Yi knew there was no persuading Yun Feiyang, so like an arrow, he immediately shot ahead on charcoal without another word. "You." Pointing his finger at Miao Yi, who left without his permission, Yun Feiyang laughed in exasperation. "I've stopped at nothing to protect you, but still, you insist on rushing to your death. Who the hell do you think I am?" Gnashing his teeth in frustration, he snarled, "He doesn't appreciate my concern at all. Fine. Go rush to your death. This young master is washing his hands of you." He was speaking purely out of rage. As a close friend of Miao Yi's, there was no way Yan Beihong could just sit by and watch him step up to the battle alone. A plume of black mist quickly enveloped his body, and he was about to charge out with his long sword in hand. Miao Yi abruptly brought charcoal to a stop, draconic roars erupting as he pointed his spear over at Yan Beihong to stop him in his tracks. With a sharp gaze in his eyes, Miao Yi looked at Yan Beihong, transmitting his voiceover and sullenly asked, "Big brother Yan. Even though I may not be a capable man, I do not wish to look shameful in front of my long-lost sister. This is a battle for my pride. I will not regret it even if I end up dying. Please allow me to be selfish just this once." Yan Beihong glanced at Yu Yao, who was watching the battle while unaware of what was actually going on, and he couldn't help feeling a pang in his heart. He then sighed deeply, turning the sword in his hand and whoosh! Stabbed it into the ground. His hand still holding onto the hilt, he turned his head away and shut his eyes. There was nothing he could say. The leader of the other party shouted, "Name yourself." He too wanted to know exactly what kind of person this was to make Bai Ziliang order him via voice transmission to challenge and kill. Miao Yi turned his head back and shouted, "My name is Yan Beihong." Underneath him, charcoal kicked his hooves excitedly. It was moments like these that were most exhilarating to him. As soon as he said the words Yan Beihong, Bai Ziliang, Yu Yao, Kong Ji, and the others all noted it down in their heads. So this person is called Yan Beihong. Yan Beihong? Still huffing furiously, Yun Feiyang was suddenly taken aback. He looked to the others in confusion, asking, who did he say he was? Yan Beihong abruptly opened his eyes. Initially, he couldn't fathom why Miao Yi had transmitted his voice over asking to borrow his name. However, now he seemed to vaguely understand why. Taking in a deep breath, he explained softly on Miao Yi's behalf, "Brother Miao has a grudge against Bai Ziliang, so he doesn't wish to divulge his true name in order to avoid Bai Ziliang's retaliation." Will this even work? Yun Feiyang asked in skepticism. In the Celestial Nation's camp, Gu Sanzheng and the others exchanged glances with one another, thinking, what's going on? How did Miao Yi become Yan Beihong? Did we mistake him for someone else? Zhao Fei, what do you make of this? That's definitely Miao Yi. That sound his spear is making is proof enough. Sikong Wu Wei transmitted his voice over to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei replied in kind, "Brother Miao must have his own reasons for doing this. We should just play along with him." As they were discussing this, the two of them quickly looked about to see if anyone from the Red Scarves Alliance was around. Fortunately, there wasn't a single one. Although they had already realized this back when they were finding members to team up with, they still couldn't help glancing around out of concern for Miao Yi. In this cultivation realm where everyone was constantly on guard against one another, Miao Yi's selfless sacrifice had finally brought him a few friends in return. Why are your teammates not coming out? Is the Devil Nation's camp filled with nothing but cowards? Why would I need extra help just to kill off a few grunts? I alone will be enough to deal with all of you. Miao Yi replied loudly before charging out on charcoal. The crowd instantly fell silent. As this was just the first battle, everyone was still trying to test the waters. Little did they expect a lone contestant would pop up right from the start. Everyone immediately held their breaths and widened their eyes as they focused all their attention on the 1,000-meter wide arena. As for the challengers, they were a little anxious at first because Bai Ziliang had forced them to step up. However, when they saw that there was only one contender, they immediately regained some vigor. You have only yourself to blame for seeking death. Attack, the leader shouted, and the 10 riders immediately split into 2 groups, charging straight towards Miao Yi. In an instant, a lone rider clashed with 10 others. Sharp ringing noises erupted as the lone rider instantly charged past the other 10 like a sword cleaving through an ocean wave. Like a raging dragon, the spear shot out, dancing with eye-dazzling speed as cold sparks shimmered in its wake like billowing snow. Harumph! Charcoal released a deafening roar as he abruptly raised his hooves and came to a stop. With a sharp and icy gaze in his eyes, Miao Yi waved his spear with one hand, splattering the blood away from the spearhead as he pointed it straight towards Bai Ziliang. The inversed scale spear's draconic roars erupted across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the outcome of the battle had already been decided in that single moment. The 10 mounts that passed Miao Yi by were already far away, but currently, their riders had all already collapsed to the ground. The last thing they did was clench onto their bleeding necks out of reflex, before they burst open abruptly and their heads completely flew off. Their bodies were still violently twitching on the ground, not yet completely dead. The speed at which Miao Yi launched his spear was simply too fast, too sharp, and too precise. The overwhelming force he just displayed made it seem as if he could even pulverize an entire mountain if it were in front of him right now. No one in the crowd had been able to see what had happened. All they could tell was that Charcoal's speed had grown increasingly fast, charging past the opposition in an instant. They couldn't make out the blinding fast movements of Miao Yi's spear at all. All they saw was the blurry shadow of a spear, as well as the blossoming flowers of blood that came with its every flicker. It truly seemed as though Miao Yi had cleaved through an ocean wave. The instant he charged past those 10 riders, they were immediately blown away as though swept by a gale of glowing snow. The crowd of 20,000 participants was unnaturally silent. Their eyes were wide open, their pupils shrunken, as they all stared at the sight before them. Not just the normal participants, but even Yu Yao, He Wei, Feng Ruxiu, Kong Ji, and Ba Jia were utterly dazed. The astonishing might of that attack was even capable of leaving experienced people such as them lost in stupefaction. That illusory, yet destructive spear was so breathtaking it caused everyone's hearts to pound furiously. They wondered to themselves whether they would be able to withstand that spear without their transcendent artifacts, and the answer was no. Seeing that spear pointed at him, Bai Ziliang felt as though there was a sharp needle pricking his heart. As he looked at that spear, he sensed an immense pressure on his body as though he was under a giant rock. The air was so heavy that he even felt difficulty breathing. Beside him, Lan Susu couldn't help revealing a sign of fear in her eyes. That spear was simply too terrifying, and the sound of its draconic roars echoing across the battlefield was enough to cause her to tremble anxiously. Within the Celestial Nation's camp, Gu Sanjian, Zhao Fei and the others were completely dumbstruck. Even though they knew long ago that Miao Yi possessed an incredibly powerful spear art, they never imagined it could be this terrifying. Yan Beihong was also in awe, slowly turning his head to look at the long sword in his hand. He too was quite confident in his own sword art. But it was only now that he realized that Miao Yi hadn't used his full strength when they were fighting. However, Yan Beihong believed he could understand Miao Yi's reasons for doing so. That overwhelmingly powerful attack was simply not something to be used when holding back against someone. The moment such an attack was used, it would signify that the user was out to kill. Miao Yi clearly didn't think it was suitable to use such a level of attack against Yan Beihong, because he had never thought about killing him. Yun Feiyan was still looking at Miao Yi furiously, but at the moment, his expression was completely frozen. His mouth gradually grew wider, so much so that he could fit an egg inside, and his previously furious expression was eventually replaced with that of utter disbelief. Little sister. Did you see that? What do you think of your big brother's spear art? Will you be proud of it? Such was Miao Yi's thoughts as he pointed his spear towards Bai Ziliang. He then felt a sudden dizziness in his head as though his mind had gone blank, and he had difficulty breathing. It was as if all his stamina and transcendence energy had been used up in that one moment. He felt as though he could keel over from his mount at any second. However, with nothing but a single thought in his mind, he stubbornly forced himself to hold on. As Charcoal's hooves came back down, Miao Yi slowly lowered the spear that was aimed towards Bai Ziliang. It was simply because he couldn't hold it up much longer. Keeping himself upright on Charcoal's back, Miao Yi tried his best to stay conscious and breathe in some air, doing all he could to look fine. As his mind gradually regained some lucidity, he slowly recalled what had happened earlier on. Just now, he had only launched a single attack towards the 10 riders that charged at him. It was just a single attack, but somehow it multiplied tenfold, forming 10 seemingly separate strikes. This one attack was the culmination of his 10 bitter years of training with the spear on the island, as well as the dozens of years of experience he had gained afterward. As he launched his spear, his thoughts and wishes all coalesced into a single desire. There were no distractions in his mind, and he entered a state where every fiber of his being was devoid of all but a single desire. He simply wished to show a certain someone that this big brother of hers was not so weak after all. As a result of this one desire, Miao Yi managed to combine all his years of experience with the spear into this single attack, which was capable of transforming into 10 different strikes. Each transformation had come from a near-absolute melding of Miao Yi's power of will, transcendence energy, spear, and body, allowing him to attain a realm he had never set foot in before. When he launched his spear, Miao Yi had even ignored the attacks from the 10 riders coming at him. Although the riders had hastily pulled back their weapons in self-defense, they couldn't retract all of them in time, and Miao Yi freely allowed these weapons to land on his body, relying on his armor artifact to block them as he forced his way through. Having regained some clarity of mind, Miao Yi felt weak all over his body. That one move had really taken a toll on him. However, there was an indescribable excitement inside him. He had always thought that his spear art had already reached the limit of what he could perform with his ability, as there was no visible difference even as his cultivation increased. It was only at this moment that he realized he had broken through a bottleneck and brought his spear art to an entirely new level. Before this, he only knew how to combine man, spear, and technique into his strikes. Now, he understood how to add his spirit into the mix as well. However, the consequences of such premature comprehension were severe. The level of skill he used to transform this one spear attack into 10 strikes had far surpassed the limit set by his cultivation, nearly draining him of all he had. Miao Yi himself knew best the status of his body. He probably shouldn't fight anyone for the next 10 days at least. Not because his transcendence energy wouldn't recover in time, but that his mind was already on the brink of collapse. Perhaps even if a mortal were to try and cut him with a sword right now, he wouldn't be able to gather enough focus to dodge it precisely. What more if it was a cultivator? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Paijunzi is a burden. Chapter 417, Paijunzi is a burden. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. No wonder this person dared to fight against a group of 10 on his own, but all the other participants slowly calmed themselves down from their state of shock, and they exchanged glances with the people beside them. Who among them could block this person's spear without their transcendent artifacts? Not to mention, the other party had only launched his spear once. What if he were to make a few more attacks? Who could withstand it then? Wahaha! With both hands on his waist, Yan Beihong raised his head up high and laughed wildly. He was unbelievably conceited at the moment. The other party was the one who challenged his camp. Meanwhile, he had only sent out one man. And this one man decimated their entire group in a single move, shaking the whole crowd with his spear. Yan Beihong felt he had really earned face big time, but Yan Beihong believed that Miao Yi was venting frustration on his behalf. Back when he had fought against Yu Yao, he lost not because he was weaker than her, but because his transcendent artifact was simply weaker than hers. Do you all see now? If no transcendent artifacts are allowed, who among you could fight against us? The sound of Yan Beihong's arrogant laughter and the way Miao Yi pointed the spear at him earlier on made Bai Ziliang feel as though he had just been brutally slapped in the face. His expression turned dark and gloomy, and his body felt incredibly tense. No wonder this guy can still be alive and kicking after jumping into Lai Huan's mighty fire array. He is indeed a highly capable individual. Kong Ji, this is bad news. If the competition continues like this, even with 8,000 of us, it won't be enough for that guy to kill. We can't let this be. We have to think of a way to change the rules somehow. Kong Ji disdainfully rolled his eyes at Bajia, thinking, what do you think this is? With so many people watching, do you think you can change the rules as you please just because you said so? Why is such a capable cultivator from my celestial nation in the Devil Nation's camp? Yu Yao asked Lan Ruo with a tense expression on her face. Lan Ruo was speechless. How the hell would she know? There are few spear arts across the realm that are more powerful than the venomous spear technique. I had previously thought that Sister Xuangshuang was simply boasting because of her infatuation with this guy. But now it seems like she was right after all. This guy's spear art is truly impressive. It can easily outclass Sister Xuangshuang's spear art. With both hands on his waist, Yun Feiyang was trembling with excitement as he transmitted his voice over to his subordinate. With him going out to battle for us, we've pretty much got this in the bag. His subordinate was also quite speechless, thinking, weren't you against sending him out to battle just now? Miao Yi tried his best to stabilize himself and not reveal any signs of his actual condition. Underneath him, Charcoal slowly walked back to the Devil Nation's camp to Yun Feiyang's side. As for the belongings of the 10 people he had killed, even if Miao Yi wanted to jump down and pick them up, he didn't dare to as he was afraid that it would reveal his fatigue. However, that didn't mean that someone else wouldn't pick them up. With a wave of his hand, Yun Feiyang commanded, "Go and pick up our things." 2 people immediately rushed out from the side, carrying back all the armor, weapons, storage rings and the like from the 10 corpses on the ground. Several dozen Geo-Transcendence bangles were also collected. Yun Feiyang raised the pile of golden bangles in his hand, lightly chuckling as he flaunted his spoils. As per the rules of the competition, all the belongings of the 10 riders besides their Geo-Transcendence bangles were handed over to Miao Yi. However, he just casually accepted them, lacking the energy even to tally them properly. Naturally, there were people to clean up the corpses lying on the arena. After that, it was time for the next battle to begin. The Celestial Nation's camp, meaning Yu Yao's forces, was the next in line to battle. A group of riders then stepped up to the arena and started circling around. Miao Yi had only opened his eyes slightly. He didn't have the energy to pay attention to the fight even if he wanted to. Tossing a few orbs of will into his mouth, he shut his eyes and slowly started to refine them, gradually replenishing his exhausted transcendence energy reserves as well as his severely depleted stamina. As they circled the arena, the Celestial Nation team had only cast a brief glance at Miao Yi before shifting their gaze away. Who would dare challenge such a terrifying person? Not unless they were sick in the head and tired of living, that is. The Celestial Nation team eventually decided to challenge a group of people from the Buddha Nation, and after an intense series of battles, they managed to eliminate all the members of the Buddha Nation team. Yu Yao's side had lost 4 members, but still, she had won the first battle, netting all the Geo-Transcendence bangles from both the victor's side as well as the losers. Naturally, the Buddha Nation didn't gain anything from the battle, and they even lost a whole group of people in addition to all their belongings. With eyes closed as he recovered, Miao Yi quietly sat on top of Charcoal, oblivious to all the commotion around him. Before he knew it, it was already time for the 5th round to go underway. Now it was the Devil Nation's, or more precisely, Yun Feiyang's turn to send out challengers. Ahem. Yan Beihong? Would you care to help this young master take this match? Yun Feiyang asked, making a couple of dry coughs as he looked to Miao Yi, who was beside him. His actions immediately drew the attention of every single person in the other 5 nations. Many of them felt a nervous tension in their hearts as they thought, it looks like that young master is going to send out that Yan Beihong again. Who in the world would be able to stop that guy? Yan Beihong immediately pulled out his long sword from the ground, and he was prepared to step up to the arena alongside his teammates. Yun Feiyang had specially enlisted the help of 9 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts and assembled this team for him. After seeing how Miao Yi wowed the whole crowd just now, Yan Beihong too wanted everyone to recognize the might of his longsword. However, Yun Feiyang suddenly rolled his eyes and said to him, "What are you in such a hurry for? I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Yan Beihong." He then pouted his lips at Miao Yi's direction. Yan Beihong was taken aback. In his moment of carelessness, he had nearly forgotten that his name was no longer his own. Meanwhile, Yan Beihong stared mischievously at the Celestial Nations camp and cast a devious grin towards Yu Yao. It was obvious what he was scheming. Yu Yao secretly gnashed her teeth in frustration. How could she not understand what Yan Beihong was implying? He clearly wanted to humiliate her as payback. However, Miao Yi shook his head and replied, "Young Master Yang, please look for someone else instead." With a conceited look on his face, Yan Beihong was immediately dumbfounded by Miao Yi's response. After all, the guy had been so eager to fight just now, stepping up to the arena the moment someone challenged him. Why was he so uninterested now? Confounded, Yan Beihong asked, "You're kidding, right? This is like child's play to you. What exactly were your words again, Yan Beihong then turned to look at his trusted subordinate, who immediately responded for him, "I will be back soon enough." That's right. Yan Beihong slapped his thigh and praised him. "This is something that will only take you a little bit of time. All you need to do is just go out there and make a couple of thrusts with your spear. It won't take too much effort. Go on, go on. This young master will cheer you on." How could Yan Beihong possibly know that it hadn't been easy for Miao Yi to make that move just now? Rather, it had taken him a great deal of effort to execute it. Ever since Miao Yi walked onto the path of cultivation, he had been in countless savage battles, but he had never once felt as tired as he did today. One could say that he had never felt this tired before in his entire life even. It was nowhere near as simple as just a couple thrusts as Yan Beihong had described it. Miao Yi still shook his head, asking, "Young Master Yang, is the Devil Nation devoid of skilled participants?" There really was no way Miao Yi could fight anymore, so he had to try and taunt Yan Beihong into picking someone else. Yan Beihong's eyes immediately widened. These were the kind of words he didn't like hearing at all. Abruptly turning his head around, he asked, "Who will step up to the battle?" No one responded. Eventually, under Yan Beihong's commanding gaze, a group of people gritted their teeth and stepped up to the arena. Within the Celestial Nations camp, Yu Yao heaved a sigh of relief as she turned to Lan Ruan whispered, "It seems like deep down that Yan Beihong is loyal to my Celestial Nation after all. That's why he refused to step up to the battle. I wonder why he's in the Devil Nations camp though. Nonetheless, with him around, there will be a higher chance for more of my Celestial Nation participants to enter the top 100. Since he is willing to help out this much, I should look for an opportunity to try and recruit him back to my camp." Within the Yao Nation's camp, Bai Ziliang too sighed in relief. He was worried that Miao Yi would challenge his Yao Nation's cultivators the moment he stepped up to battle. If that were to happen on every rotation, the results would be disastrous. Every time it was the Devil Nation's turn to send out challengers, Miao Yi could just step up and pick his victims from the Yao Nation's camp. If that were to occur, Bai Ziliang worried that all the participants on his side would be singled out. The participants from the other camps more or less felt the same way. They were simply too astounded by Miao Yi's performance in the first battle, so they all hoped he wouldn't step up. If they were to judge solely on the current rules of the competition, Miao Yi definitely had an unshakable spot in the top 100 already, so there was no need for him to bother with people like them anymore. From issuing challenges to accepting challenges, then to full-out battles, the competition proceeded round after round, starting from daybreak, to midday, to sunset, and finally to nightfall. It was only when the stars dotted the night sky that the killing came to a stop. The entire time, Miao Yi sat on charcoal with his eyes shut, unperturbed by all the commotion around him, giving the impression of being bored and reclusive. In one day, 50 battles were held. And in each battle, all the losers perished, whereas the victors were not completely safe of casualties themselves either. There were even some instances where there was only one person remaining on the victor's side. After 50 battles, the number of casualties had already surpassed 700, while about 200 participants managed to emerge victorious and survive the day. And on the arena, a faint, bloody stench loomed in the air. Under the night sky, all the participants were moving about, returning to their respective camps in order to prepare themselves for the next day. There were many teams who had suffered casualties and thus needed new members to replenish their numbers. The party led by Gu Sanzheng was one of the lucky ones to have avoided all 50 battles held today. However, how long could that last? Even if they managed to avoid fighting today, there was no guarantee that they could do the same tomorrow. Then there was still the day after that, and the day after that. At the moment, there was only 7 of them in this team. Under such circumstances, it was obviously better to have as many members as they possibly could. Only with ample numbers and preparation could they increase their chances of surviving. Once the battles were over, Gu Sanzheng led their group towards one of the parties who had suffered casualties today. There were only 3 people left in this group, making them a perfect fit for Gu Sanzheng and the others. Not to mention, they had already seen how powerful these 3 people were from the battle earlier on. It would be best if they could get them to join their party. Both parties greeted each other courteously, then proceeded into the cave together. "Brother Gu, what are your cultivation levels?" asked one of the trio, a person called Hong Jian. Gu Sanzheng turned to Zhao Fei and the others, and he gently nodded. The 7 of them then revealed the mark of cultivation on their foreheads. Hong Jian and his group had no problems with the cultivation levels of Gu Sanzheng, Zhao Fei, Sikong Luwei, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian, as the 3 of them were also at the Blue Lotus 9th grade. However, they couldn't help furrowing their brows when they noticed Tao Yangchuan's Blue Lotus 7th grade cultivation and Pai Junzi's Blue Lotus 1st grade cultivation. Pai Junzi had a sheepish look on his face. The reason their team hadn't been able to find anyone to pair up with all this time was because he was holding them back. Yao energy? These 2 are Yao cultivators? Hong Jian asked with creased brows. Gu Sanzheng nodded and replied, "Indeed." However, the main issue isn't whether they are Yao cultivators or not, but whether we can work together and survive until the end. In a somber tone, Hong Jian said, "Brother Gu, I'm not against working with Yao cultivators. But you should all be well aware of the battle we had today. It was precisely because we were held back by 2 of our Blue Lotus 3rd grade fellow disciples that we suffered such heavy losses. Once a member of the team is down, the other party will immediately gain an extra set of hands, creating a scenario where one person would have to fight against 2 enemies. I'm worried about the consequences from such a chain reaction. Forgive me for being blunt, but if you kick out this Blue Lotus 1st grade Yao cultivator from your team and find a more suitable candidate to take his place, then the 3 of us will be willing to join your group." Suddenly, another group of 7 entered the cave. As the leader noticed Gu Sanzheng and the others, he chuckled and said, "Sorry to bother you, I didn't know someone was already here." That said, Hong Jian, you might as well have a look at the strength of my team before making up your mind. Judging from his tone, this person seemed to be acquainted with Hong Jian. All 7 of them then revealed the mark of a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator. The leader then continued, "We even kicked out the other 3 members from our team to accommodate the 3 of you. Brother Hong, you should give us some consideration." When life and death were in the balance, there was no need for further consideration. Hence, Gu Sanzheng and the others became the ones to leave the area quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, Yu Yao Poaching Talent. Chapter 418, Yu Yao Poaching Talent. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Those that survived the culling of the first day immediately became hot commodities in many people's eyes. After all, they had already displayed their strengths and abilities. Some teams would secretly send someone over to contact these people, and once a consensus was reached, these teams would immediately kick out the weaker members of their team. There were also teams that would go the other way round and kick their weaker members out first, much like the group that was trying to recruit Hong Jian's party of 3 earlier on. Those with low cultivations were already in a state of restlessness to begin with, and the sudden revelation of being kicked out of the team was like a bolt from the blue on top of that. And no matter how hard they pleaded, it was to no avail. Reality had always been, and would always be, so cruel and merciless. Some people would decisively cast aside those weaker than them in order to survive. The brutality of the first day that saw only a fifth of the participants surviving had opened many people's eyes to the truth. They immediately cast aside all notions of pity and compassion, and many of the originally completed teams were suddenly breaking apart. The weak continued to be cast aside, while the strong continued searching for other equally powerful people to pair up with. In just one night, most of the participants had reformed new groups, with the stronger teams growing even stronger, and the weaker teams becoming even more powerless. One's cultivation was the sole determinant of whichever circle one could join. In the end, a large number of new teams were formed. From Blue Lotus 9th grade all the way to Blue Lotus 1st grade, all these new parties were distinctly segregated based on their members' grade of cultivation, and the rift between different grades became highly apparent. While the strong were drinking and celebrating with their newfound members, the weak were pitifully huddling up together and encouraging one another to believe that they would be able to survive until the end. Gu Sanjiang and the others were walking out of yet another cave. Naturally, they too hoped to recruit powerful candidates to increase their chances of survival. However, this was already their fourth rejection so far. Senior brother. Senior brother. On account of us being fellow disciples, you can't just abandon us like this. We are brothers of the same sect. It's not that we want to abandon you. But if this keeps up, none of us will be able to leave. We have to think for the benefit of the sect as well. Stop pulling on me already. Let go. Senior brother, didn't you say you liked me before? The truth is, I've always liked you too, a woman cried out in a terrified voice. Junior sister, don't you think it's a little too late to be saying things like this? What happened to your principles? Gu Sanjiang and the others had just stepped out of the cave when they bumped into another group of people approaching through the darkness. These people were closely followed by several others, who at the moment, were pulling on their clothes and pleading for them to stop. They were practically on the verge of tears. However, the people in front simply swept their hands and ruthlessly brushed them aside. As they passed Gu Sanjiang's group, both parties sized up one another. The former then quickly revealed a smile and walked into the cave that Gu Sanjiang and the others had just stepped out of. Brotherly, sorry for the wait. I've brought my senior and junior brothers here to meet you all. The sounds of joy and laughter could be heard inside, whereas a group of people stood outside, their faces either covered in shock or resentment. There was even a relatively beautiful woman standing amongst them. Gu Sanjiang and the others exchanged glances. From the looks of their attire, these people should belong to the same sect. However, it seemed as though even fellow disciples were not spared from the cold fate of being thrown aside now. Let's go. Gu Sanjiang said with a wave of his hand, and the seven of them continued on their way under the night sky. Pai Junzi was growing more terrified as time passed. Regardless of who they looked for, the first thing the other party would always say was to have him kicked out of the team. With his cultivation and strength, there was absolutely no hope for survival unless he had an expert protecting him. When he saw how the other group had even abandoned their fellow disciples, he became even more horror-struck, and he couldn't help asking, Brother Gu, you guys won't abandon me, right? Tao Yongchuan's eyes glinted. He was worried about the same thing as well. Truth be told, with Gu Sanjiang, Yi Xan, Tan Lao, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei's Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivations, they could find a much better team at any time. However, not a single one of them had even mentioned abandoning him and Pai Junzi. Gu Sanjiang walked over and placed his hand on Pai Junzi's shoulder. He then smiled and said, Rest assured. The only reason we were able to survive the past few years without a hitch was due to your efforts. There's no reason we would burn this bridge at the final stretch after you'd contributed so much. Sikong Wuwei placed his hand on Pai Junzi's other shoulder, laughing as he said, Don't be afraid. If we go up to battle, just stand behind me. I'll make sure you're safe. Zhao Fei chimed in as well, saying, You've known Brother Miao longer than we have, so you can be considered an old friend of his. There's no way we would abandon you, not after Brother Miao risked his life to save us. Pai Junzi sheepishly looked at everyone. When he saw the gentle smiles on their faces as they tried to reassure him, he immediately felt a comforting sense of warmth, and 2 teardrops actually streamed down his cheeks. He quickly lowered his head, sniffling as he wiped his nose. For the first time, he felt it was truly nice to be human. Gross. This rat spirit actually started crying. Sikong Wuwei hastily pulled back his hand from Pai Junzi's shoulder. Everyone burst out into laughter. Gu Sanjiang then turned towards the mountain region, looking at the flickering lights inside the caves as he said, "Let's continue looking around. If all else fails, we should just find those participants with a relatively lower cultivation. It's always better to have a few more helping hands than not." To be honest, he was feeling quite worried himself. Without the thunderclap flying swords, he didn't have much of an advantage over other Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators. The group continued on their path in the dead of night, hoping to find a ray of light within. Meanwhile, within the halls of the wooden mansion in the Devil Nation's camp, things were getting incredibly rowdy as the sound of Yun Feiyang's crazed laughter constantly echoed about. Yun Feiyang was absolutely ecstatic today. After all, his camp had benefited the most from the first day due to Miao Yi's spear, which completely had everyone aghast. After that, none of the other 5 representatives dared to command their members to issue a challenge to Yun Feiyang's camp. They were all afraid that they would provoke him into sending out the Grim Reaper that was Miao Yi. The result of that was obvious: only Yun Feiyang's camp could challenge whoever they wanted, whereas no one else dared to challenge his camp. Thus, his camp suffered the least amount of casualties, and this naturally meant that his profits were the greatest as well. Hence, not only did he benefit greatly today, he even had the pleasure of having the other 5 representatives bend to his whims. The moment the battles were over, and he returned to his wooden mansion, Yun Feiyang immediately broke out into laughter. It was simply too exhilarating to be able to oppress the other 5 representatives to the point where they couldn't even fight back, and he quickly commanded his subordinates to put together a celebratory feast. With one hand on his waist and the other waving a chicken drumstick about, Yun Feiyang sprayed saliva everywhere as he incessantly blabbered on. In contrast, Miao Yi was just sitting quietly beside him like an old monk, still in the middle of recovering. Originally, he wanted to return to his quarters to rest, but he couldn't refuse Yun Feiyang's fervent invitation, and he was forcefully dragged here in the end. After all, he was the guest, so he had to show some face at least. Suddenly, someone rushed in and reported, "Young Master Yang, Fairy Yu Yao is requesting an audience with you." "What is she doing here?" Yun Feiyang was taken aback. However, he then waved his hand and declared haughtily, "Big deal, she's just a pretty face anyway. This young master has already seen plenty enough women with beautiful faces. I won't miss not seeing hers. Ask her to get lost." Yun Feiyang felt a boiling fury every time Yu Yao's name was mentioned, simply because his loss that day had been too humiliating. And now, that incident was practically common knowledge among the participants. If Miao Yi hadn't refused to fight and instead followed his instructions, Yun Feiyang would definitely have had Yu Yao lose until she was stark naked before his anger could be sated. "Yun Feiyang, you arrogant bastard!" Yu Yao's voice came from outside. Miao Yi immediately opened his eyes to look. Everyone turned their heads to gaze outside the house as well. They then saw that Yu Yao was already at the door, sitting on top of her jade lion. Yu Yao and her group quickly dismounted and were about to head inside the house, when suddenly, Yun Feiyang barked out, swinging the drumstick in his hand, "Hold it! I have my own set of rules here too. Only the pretty girl is allowed to enter. As for the rest of you, I dare you to try and set foot inside here." This bastard was clearly getting payback for the time his subordinates were denied entry into Yu Yao's residence. He really was a bitter and petty guy through and through. However, Yu Yao didn't seem to care much for his attitude. Tilting her head, she told Lan Ruo and the rest, "Wait for me outside." She then proceeded into the main hall alone. Yun Feiyang turned and sat back down on the host's chair. Resting one foot on the other thigh, he took a bite of his drumstick, then said brusquely, "Hurry up and state your business. This young master is an extremely busy man. I have no business with you. I'm here to look for a member of my celestial nation." Yu Yao's eyes swept across the hall, before landing straight on Miao Yi. She then calmly said, "And he just so happens to be right here. Yan Beihong, come out for a bit. I have some matters to discuss with you." Miao Yi was startled by her words. He suddenly felt a surge of emotion, thinking, "Don't tell me little sister has figured out who I am? Could there still be someone alive in the Celestial Nations camp who knew who I was and revealed to her my true name?" He then stood up while trying to calm the swelling emotions deep inside his heart. Yun Feiyang's eyes widened in shock as though something had just come to his mind. "Don't tell me this woman is here to steal my guy?" As he casually tossed his drumstick to the back, it landed on the head of Devil Sage Yun Outyan's esteemed sculpture. Yun Feiyang then abruptly stood up and said, "Hold it. If you've got something to say, say it here. Why do you need to be so sneaky about it? Don't tell me you're trying to do something sleazy?" Yu Yao's expression instantly turned cold, and she felt the urge to rip Yun Feiyang's dirty mouth off his face. However, after some thought, she realized he did have a point. It was indeed easy for others to get the wrong idea when they see a lone man and woman sneaking off to have a talk. Perhaps some scandalous rumor really would arise from that and damage her reputation. Slowly walking up to Miao Yi, Yu Yao stared straight at his face as she asked, "Yan Beihong, do you still consider yourself a cultivator of my celestial nation?" Beside Miao Yi, Yan Beihong was utterly speechless. "The real Yan Beihong is standing right here, okay? Oh, my little brother. You've really made your big brother famous now." From this distance, Miao Yi was able to get a clear look at Yu Yao's unparalleled beauty, and it was truly captivating indeed. He could even smell the gentle fragrance wafting from her body. Trying his best to control his emotions, Miao Yi nodded and replied, "I do." Yu Yao asked, "Then why are you not in my Celestial Nations camp? Instead, you're working for the Devil Nations camp. Is it because you cannot stay in my Celestial Nation?" She's clearly trying to poach him. This is bad. Yun Feiyang immediately grew anxious, waving his hand as he said, "Time to escort our guest out. Yu Yao, it's time for us men to hit the sack. A woman like you shouldn't stay any longer. I'm afraid it will damage your reputation. Well, best be on your way then. I won't be seeing you off." Miao Yi raised his hand and stopped Yun Feiyang, then replied to Yu Yao, "It's not like that, Lord Six. It's because young Master Yang was asked by an old friend of mine to protect me. All these years, he had been searching for me across the sea of constellations, and ever since he found me, he's been staying close by my side to ensure my safety. I am not serving the Devil Nation. I am simply under the protection of young Master Yang. Did you hear that, Yu Yao? Let me be honest with you. Initially, one of my 5 free passes was reserved for him. However, he chose to step up to fight of his own accord. I'm different from you, only coming to find him when it's convenient for you. What were you doing before this, huh?" Yun Feiyang walked forward, chuckling as he continued, "There's no way he will go with you. Stop wasting your time and clear out already. We want to sleep." Yu Yao completely ignored him and said, "So it's because you're being protected. Yan Beihong, if I recall correctly, I believe I saved your life once from Bai Ziliang." Yun Feiyang was startled, and he slowly turned his head to look at Miao Yi. Things were problematic now that Yu Yao happened to be his benefactor. That is indeed so. I dare not forget Lord Sixth's benevolence. Miao Yi cupped his hands and said, "You are a celestial nation cultivator after all. You should understand exactly where you should be standing. Back then, I wouldn't have saved you if you weren't a celestial nation cultivator. This is what you call a standpoint. I will be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain for 1 hour. You'd best think of what you should be doing. I will not force you." Yu Yao did not beat around the bush, and after saying her piece, she immediately turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419, A Lecherous Fellow. Chapter 419, A Lecherous Fellow. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Given her status, it wouldn't look good if she talked to Miao Yi for too long or even asked him to return to the Celestial Nation's camp. All she needed to do was to get her point across. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Simply put, if you don't return right now, there will no longer be a place for you in the Celestial Nation. But oh wow! How dare that woman threaten you? Yan Beihong said, in an attempt to sow discord. He then slapped on his chest and continued, don't pay any attention to her. So what if you don't return? It's just a man our heads post anyway. Come with me to the Devil Nation, and I'll recommend you to a Hall Master's post. Yan Beihong inwardly sighed as he thought, Fairy Yu Yao has even personally stepped out for him. How could Miao Yi not go with her? Thinking back, this little brother sure is a ruthless character. I can tell just from the way he wanted to quickly kill off Song Ziming and the others right after setting them up. But, the moment he's up against his little sister, he turns completely soft. And just like Yan Beihong had expected, right after he watched Yu Yao leave, now he said, Young Master Yang, in the end, I am still a Celestial Nation cultivator. What are you saying? Yan Beihong's eyes widened as he continued, don't tell me you want to go back to the Celestial Nation and become my enemy? Rest assured, young Master Yang. As long as the Devil Nation's participants don't try and challenge me, I will not stand in their way as well. As he said this, Miao Yi noticed the displeasure on Yan Beihong's face, and he sighed. Young Master Yang, if someone were to betray your Devil Nation, what would you do? Yan Beihong didn't know how to respond to the question. Miao Yi cupped his hands and said, Young Master Yang, out of respect for Brother Luo, I hope you'll give my free pass over to Big Brother Yan. Yan Beihong asked in surprise, you want me to stay here by myself? Miao Yi smiled bitterly and replied, I am Yan Beihong right now. Yan Beihong and the others might not know what his words meant, but Yan Beihong instantly understood if the real Yan Beihong didn't show himself, then the fake one wouldn't be so easily exposed. Little brother, even if you manage to fool everyone now, have you thought about what you're going to do once we're at the Western Constellations Palace? Yan Beihong sighed and asked. I'll see what I can do when the time comes. There are a few things I still wish to confirm. Once I've managed to do that, then I'll make my decision. Miao Yi said glumly. What exactly do you wish to confirm? As he said this, Yan Beihong transmitted his voiceover, Little brother, is your little sister the one you don't have faith in, or is it yourself? I hope you'll forgive me for speaking out of turn, but if she was really your blood-related sister, I believe you would have chosen to reunite with her a long time ago. The reason you're afraid to do so? I think it's because she's not your sister by blood at all. It's made you hesitate, fearful even, and it's made you lose the courage to do something as simple as reuniting with your long-lost sister. Miao Yi trembled at Yan Beihong's words, and he immediately felt stifled. All this time, he had been giving himself various excuses to hide the truth that he didn't wish to face, but Yan Beihong mercilessly tore down his facade. Miao Yi hastily turned around and left, as though he was running away. Hey hey hey! Hold up! No matter how many times Yan Beihong shouted, Miao Yi didn't turn back. In his rage, he placed both hands on his waist and bellowed, You ungrateful bastard! Fine. Go, then. And don't you dare come back. If Yan Beihong weren't afraid of Luo Shuangfei, he would have just tied Miao Yi up and given him a good beating. At the edge of the cliff, Miao Yi lay perched on top of charcoal. Looking down, he caught sight of the figure waiting at the foot of the mountain, seated on her jade lion. Charcoal then abruptly beat his hooves and charged down. As she heard the noise coming from behind her, Yu Yao turned around to look, revealing a gentle smile when she saw Miao Yi approaching. She figured it had been worth making this trip personally after all. Truth be told, given her status and position, she didn't need to humble herself to look for Yan Beihong, much less make such a trip in the middle of the night just for one man. However, she couldn't simply act according to her whims when it came to certain things. She was here as the realm beyond heaven's representative. None of her senior brothers and sisters were around to act on her behalf. Hence, she had to temporarily put aside her thoughts and feelings on the matter for the benefit of the realm beyond heaven. Yu Yao and Miao Yi faced each other, the former sizing up the latter as she nodded and said, "Let's go then." "Please wait." Miao Yi raised his hand to stop her. Yu Yao frowned and asked, "Are you not here to follow me back?" "There are a few things I wish to make clear to you first, Lord Sixth." Miao Yi then switched to voice transmission and continued, "Although that one attack I showed today might seem powerful, the truth is it took all of my strength to execute. My stamina and transcendence energy are all completely drained right now, and I'm completely running on fumes. I doubt I'll be able to fight anyone for the time being. To put it bluntly, I'm no better than a handicapped person right now. Are you still willing to take me back to the Celestial Nations camp, Lord Sixth? He hadn't told this secret to Yun Fei Yang, and even Yan Beihong didn't know about it. However, he was now revealing it to Yu Yao. There was even something like this? Yu Yao was taken aback. She then turned the Jade Lion around and said, "Let's go then." She's not even going to check if I'm lying? Miao Yi was briefly surprised. He then quickly hurried after the other party as they left. When they were halfway up the Celestial Nations mountain, someone suddenly called out, "Brother Miao Yi." Miao Yi turned around and was pleasantly surprised when he saw that it was Sikong Wu Wei calling out to him. Zhao Fei, Gu Sanjiang, and the others were all alive as well. Miao Yi nodded at them, gesturing for them to wait for now. Yu Yao turned back to look as well, surprised to see that there were still people who were acquainted with Yan Beihong in her own camp. Sikong Wu Wei and the others were happy to see Miao Yi as well, and they waited for him in place as they watched him go up the mountain alongside Yu Yao. Once they reached the peak of the mountain, everyone got off their mounts. Lan Rua then followed Yu Yao into the house while the others waited outside. Miao Yi was called in as well. There were no outsiders around now. Yu Yao was walking in front of them when she abruptly turned around, then awkwardly reached out her hand to Miao Yi and said, "Show me your hand." And I thought she really wasn't going to check if I was lying. Miao Yi gently smiled. He could roughly guess why Yu Yao was doing this now. After all, if a woman were to do anything to a man in public that could potentially raise a few eyebrows, she would undoubtedly have a great deal of trouble explaining herself. Miao Yi extended his arm out, and Yu Yao's slender fingers slowly grabbed his wrist. She then turned her head to the side and began invoking her arts to examine his body. Truth be told, Yu Yao was a little nervous. Ever since she started living in the realm beyond heaven, she had never touched a man's body, much less taken the initiative to do so. As such, her heartbeat slightly increased, and she found it difficult to look Miao Yi in the eye, so she turned her head away to hide her bashfulness. The moment Yu Yao's fingers touched his wrist, Miao Yi could vaguely feel them trembling. However, he didn't think too much about it, and he freely allowed her to examine his body. He was not a timid person after all. After interacting with Yu Yao on several occasions, he had gradually grown accustomed to being around her. Lan Rua's jaw widened slightly as she watched, clueless as to what Yu Yao was trying to do. She was very surprised to see Yu Yao grabbing onto a man's wrist. However, she quickly realized that it wasn't for the reasons she'd initially assumed. Despite that, Lan Rua couldn't conceal the awkward expression on her face. After all, there were plenty of men who had taken a liking to Yu Yao, and all of them were highly esteemed and powerful individuals in the entire cultivation realm. If they were to see what was happening right now, this Yan Beihong would probably end up dead before he even knew it. Yu Yao, still feeling a little awkward and unnatural, was suddenly shocked by what she found. She abruptly turned to look at Miao Yi, and slowly released her grip on his wrist. It was just as Miao Yi said. She found out that his body was in an abnormally debilitated state. His physiological response to the infiltration of a foreign transcendence energy signature was incredibly slow, signifying the severe depletion of his stamina. Furthermore, even the flow of blood in his body was extremely stagnant. It was completely through the use of transcendence energy that he had been able to make himself look fine. She found it a little difficult to fathom that a single attack could weaken a person's body to such a state. Miao Yi sighed. Does Lord Sixth still think there's a need for me to return to your camp? Yu Yao didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked, does Yun Feiyan or anyone else know about this? Miao Yi shook his head and replied, no, I've only told you. Yu Yao was taken aback, but she soon thought about the common disease that plagued all men who saw her, and she guessed that this guy was probably just infatuated with her beauty. She immediately felt regret for grabbing his wrist just now. Beside them, Lan Ruo was utterly confused. She couldn't understand what the two of them were talking about at all. Then that's good enough. Rest up for now. Tomorrow morning, you just need to stay beside me and show your face. I won't ask you to do anything else. Yu Yao quickly made up her mind. Regardless of whether or not she regretted holding the other party's hand, now was not the time for her to act as she pleased. Ensuring the benefit of the realm beyond heaven was her top priority right now. Lan Ruo, find him a place to stay nearby. As he exited the house, Miao Yi followed after Lan Ruo and found a place to settle down. After which, he rode down the mountain on top of charcoal, meeting Zhao Fei and the others at the midway point. The next morning, all the participants from the 6 nations gathered around the arena once more. Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, Gu Sanjiang, Ten Lao, Yi Xian, Tao Yongchun, and Pai Junzi had a renewed sense of vigor on their faces, and they excitedly formed a line behind Miao Yi. They no longer had to hide at the back of the Celestial Nation's camp anymore. Sikong Wuwei was even looking around excitedly, and when he met the surprised gazes of Hong Jian and the others, who had previously rejected forming a party with them, he chuckled merrily. Meanwhile, at the head of the group, Miao Yi stood publicly beside Yu Yao. He was firmly seated on charcoal, his eyes shut as he continued refining orbs of will to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, in the Devil Nation's camp, Yun Feiyan's expression was incredibly dark. He snuck a glance at Miao Yi, but since the latter wouldn't so much as look at him, Yun Feiyan cast his gaze at Yu Yao instead. Gnashing his teeth in hatred, he cursed, that vile woman. At first, he was attracted by Yu Yao's beauty. Now he felt no love for this woman at all. Not only did she humiliate him, but she was also stealing his thunder at this point. Truly appalling. Miao Yi was one of the focal points of the competition to begin with, so everyone quickly noticed his whereabouts. When they saw how Miao Yi was in the Celestial Nation's camp instead of the Devil Nation's, whispers of gossip immediately broke out among the crowd. So it turns out he's just a lecherous fellow. Feng Ruxiu of the Boundless Nation stared at Miao Yi and scoffed. Within the Buddha Nation's camp, Ba Jia clicked his tongue and said, poor Yun Feiyang. He just had to be born as a man. There's no way he could outmatch that beautiful woman, Yu Yao. The world was a vast place, and most of these people normally just stayed in the domains of their respective nations. Furthermore, as their cultivations had yet to reach the Red Lotus realm, it was highly difficult for them to cross into one another's borders, making it highly unlikely for someone of one nation to be acquainted with someone from another. As such, no one knew that Miao Yi was a Celestial Nation cultivator to begin with, and they simply assumed he was a Devil Nation cultivator. When the crowd saw how Miao Yi had defected from Yun Feiyang's camp over to Yu Yao's side, it was hard to believe that he hadn't been attracted by her beauty. Once again, the carnage resumed on the arena. The presence of Miao Yi had a prominent effect on the Celestial Nation's camp. As the overwhelming might of his spear was still vivid in everyone's minds, none of the other nations dared to challenge the Celestial Nation. They were all afraid that Yu Yao would send Miao Yi out if she were pissed. As no one came to challenge them, while they had free pick over who to fight against, the Celestial Nation participants all felt as though a great load was off their chest. Yu Yao was also secretly filled with joy that she had humbled herself last night to pull Miao Yi over. As their forces were small to begin with, it would be a great joke if everyone else in the entire Celestial Nation camp were to die except for those with free passes. As Mu Fanjuan's dearest and final disciple, she couldn't bring such shame to the realm beyond heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Don't be afraid, I am here. Chapter 420, Don't be afraid, I am here. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. After another day fraught with battles, about 700 more participants had perished. However, as there were only about 30 casualties on the Celestial Nation's side, Yu Yao was greatly pleased with the results. As they returned, she snuck a couple of glances at Miao Yi, only to discover he was simply just sitting there quietly the entire time with his eyes closed. The days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had come and gone. At this stage, the total casualties of all 6 nations numbered about 15,000 participants, with less than 10,000 survivors remaining. The Yao Nation camp had less than 300 members left, while the Celestial Nation, Boundless Nation, Devil Nation and Ghost Nation camps were almost equal in number at about 1,000 members respectively. As the Buddha Nation camp was the largest group to begin with, they still had over 4,000 participants remaining. Initially, the Celestial Nation and Yao Nation camps were almost equal in number, but as the former had Miao Yi watching over them, their number of casualties were greatly reduced, causing the paltry numbers of the Yao Nation to be even more prominent. Truth be told, they only had themselves to blame. If they hadn't made such a big fuss about catching Miao Yi all those years ago, how could they have drawn the thirstful gazes of all the other participants? At the very least, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a state otherwise. Bai Ziliang and Lan Susu's faces darkened as they were worried that by the end of it all those in the Yao Nation's camp would perish, excluding those with free passes such as themselves. If that were to happen, it would truly be too shameful for them. Fortunately, the 300 still remaining were the cream of the crop, being able to have survived thus far, thereby making it a bit more difficult for the others to take them down. On the other hand, things were not so lucky for the Buddha Nation. Even though their large numbers meant that they had plenty of experts, it also meant they were not lacking in weaker members either. Thus, they became the prime target of the other 5 nations. The death of over 10,000 participants had stained almost the entire surface of the battle arena with the deep red of blood, and the heavy stench of iron assaulted the nostrils as soon as one approached. Once again, the battles of the day had come to an end, and the participants returned back to their respective camps. And as for those groups with casualties, they inevitably needed to reform their parties. In the distant mountain range, the woeful wails of spiritual beasts who had lost their owners could be heard. In order to ensure fairness in battle, the use of spiritual beasts besides dragon steeds was disallowed. Even Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao and Yi Xian had to keep away their crystal-armored hurricane beasts. As such, after their owners had perished in battle, many of the creatures roamed the island aimlessly, crying every night. As most of the participants were still unsure of their own fates, no one bothered to deal with these spiritual beasts for now. Even if they wanted to tame these creatures, they had to wait until the battles were completely over to do it. After all, it would be pointless if they tamed the creatures, only for they themselves to die in the end. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Miao Yi had been looking out in a daze towards the direction the cries of the beasts were coming from. Seeing how he showed no signs of moving even after everyone else had left, the 7 people behind him exchanged glances with one another, before Sikong Wuwei stepped forward and asked the question. Miao Yi snapped out of his daze, shaking his head as he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking it's a waste to leave these precious creatures like this. I wish to take a couple of them back to present to my handmaidens as mounts, but alas, I don't know how to tame them. Even if I could catch them, there's no point." Not long after they returned, Miao Yi and the others had suddenly lost sight of Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian. Even after searching outside the cave, there was no sign of the 3 of them. By the time they saw the trio again, they found them each carrying a beast sack in hand. Tan Lao tossed one of the beast sacks over to Miao Yi and said, "There are 2 black-scaled drake beasts inside. Strength-wise, they aren't any weaker than our crystal-armored hurricane beasts. The taming technique is inside here." He then tossed a jade archive over. Surprised, Miao Yi examined the beast sack with his transcendence energy, and found 2 ferocious creatures inside. Armed with sharp fangs and claws, the creatures' bodies were covered with scales as dark as ink. Their heads were shaped like that of a vicious tiger with a savage-looking horn protruding out of it, and a mane of fur surrounded their necks like lions. At the moment, because of the iron needle stuck onto their heads, the creatures were in a state of deep sleep inside the beast sack. Miao Yi then noticed that Gu Sanjiang and Yi Xin had tossed beast sacks over to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei as well. They didn't leave out Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun either, who were overjoyed by the gifts. Miao Yi never expected that the 3 of them would really go and catch these spiritual beasts for them right after that one casual remark he made. Of the 3 of them, he was positive that Tan Lao had been the most significant contributor. As he was a disciple of the school of imperial beasts, Tan Lao most certainly had his ways of dealing with spiritual beasts like these. As he watched the 3 of them sit down in meditation beside them, Miao Yi couldn't help asking, "Didn't you guys want to take revenge for your 3 major sects? Yet now you're handing me something like this. What if I end up dying by your hand still? Wouldn't you have wasted these gifts then?" Yi Xin rolled her beautiful eyes before shutting them. Tan Lao laughed bitterly, then did the same as well. Gu Sanjiang replied coolly, "As the rules have been changed by the representatives of the 6 sages, you have become a necessity right now. Otherwise, even we are not confident we'll be able to make it back alive to report to our schools. Now that we have a legitimate reason to keep you alive, we'll be able to give our schools a proper explanation." Miao Yi chuckled lightly in response. He had long been aware that the 3 of them no longer had any intention of seeking revenge. Zhao Fei also shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Sikong Wuwei chuckled and remarked, "We've been watching other people battle all this time. My hands are starting to get itchy already. Say, brother, given the current conditions set, you are pretty much unbeatable with your skills. And right now, the belongings of all 180,000 participants, each an accumulation of wealth over millennia, are gathered in the hands of the remaining survivors. Just one victory would be equivalent to years of profit as a manor head. You can't tell me you're not tempted in the least by the prospects? Let's see how it goes for now. It won't be too late to make our move once all the treasures have been gathered in the hands of the few. After all, there's nowhere to run." Miao Yi smiled and said. After which, he sat cross-legged beside them and tossed an orb of will into his mouth. Truth be told, he had fully recovered a few days ago. He simply didn't wish to go out and fight, and instead was using the opportunity to cultivate. He wasn't afraid or anything like that. It's just that there would always be risks involved with stepping up to battle. Now that the competition had progressed thus far, the remaining participants were all true blue experts. It would not be difficult at all to find a team consisting of 10 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators. After all, those who were able to survive this long were hardly pushovers. Most importantly, that ultimate spear move of his simply required too much energy to pull off. There was no way he could sustain such a massive consumption of energy, so he could only use it sparingly. Hence, either he would choose to not use it at all, or use it to its maximum effect. If he stepped out to fight at this stage, there wouldn't be much to gain. It was better to wait until the final stages of the competition, when most of the treasures would be even more concentrated among the participants. It wouldn't be too late even if he decided to make his move then. If he got too greedy, he wouldn't be strong enough to reap the greatest benefit. On the next day, all 6 nations' participants were gathered once again, and the carnage for survival resumed once more. After Sikong Wuwei's reminder, Miao Yi finally decided to take a break from cultivation and opened his eyes to spectate the battles. Ever since this 6-sided competition started, he had never truly watched them properly. Since he had decided to make a fortune in one fell swoop at the final stretch, he didn't wish to go in unprepared. He wanted to see who were the strong ones and who were the weak ones to find out which of them were easier to kill. At times, the participants would cry out in agony as their heads were ripped off their bodies. Other times, they would simply collapse in a pool of blood. As he watched the battles unfold, Miao Yi couldn't help quietly shaking his head. This so-called alternative to ensure fairness was simply a facade for the Six Nations representatives to kill off the normal participants. It wouldn't look too good for them to lay hands on their own nation's cultivators, so they simply borrowed one another's hands to do it, in order for they themselves to have peace of mind. There wasn't much of a difference in the end result. The number of survivors in the end wouldn't increase anyhow. Has your body recovered? The sound of Yu Yao's voice transmission suddenly rang in Miao Yi's ear. Miao Yi thought to himself, this is bad. Don't tell me little sister is hoping to see me step up and fight? Turning his head to face Yu Yao, Miao Yi's eyes met her captivating gaze, and he nodded his head in resignation as he replied, almost. Yu Yao's eyes glinted. She always thought that it was strange how there seemed to be no trace of lust or desire at all in this guy's eyes as he looked at her. It was almost as though he were looking at a man. Could this guy be sick somehow? She then felt a rush of heat up her cheeks as the thought crossed her mind. She secretly rebuked herself, thinking, where's your sense of shame? It's like you are hoping he would lust after you or something. Given your strength, to be able to wield the spear to such an extent is already nothing short of an extraordinary feat. Even if you don't use that ultimate move, I doubt there will be anyone here who is able to contend against you. In light of that, I ask you this, are you willing to help take in a few Geo-Transcendence bangles for me? Yu Yao asked. Her sights are set on me. Miao Yi sighed inwardly. However, he was also quite happy that he was not a completely useless big brother. At least he could still manage to help his little sister out. Furrowing his brows, Miao Yi asked, Yu Yao, are these Geo-Transcendence bangles very important to you? Of course they are. I am here on behalf of the realm beyond heaven. As their representative, how can I allow myself to lose to the other 5 nations? How many Geo-Transcendence bangles do you have right now? I have over 30,000 currently. Miao Yi asked curiously, including the 10,000 that Yan Beihong lost to you? Yes. Before Yan Beihong lost that wager to you, he was already in possession of over 30,000 Geo-Transcendence bangles. Had you not won these 10,000 Geo-Transcendence bangles, I fear it would have been quite difficult for you to get first place. Yu Yao asked in shock, Yan Beihong already had that many before this? Miao Yi nodded, then asked, Yu Yao, do you really want to get first place? Of course. But judging from what you just said, I fear that the other representatives will have quite a substantial amount in their possession as well. Don't be afraid. I am here. As he said this, Miao Yi quickly scanned about, furrowing his brows slightly as he tried to come up with a plan. Little did Miao Yi know that his words had caught Yu Yao by surprise. She looked at him in an utter daze, as her thoughts were immediately taken back to her childhood, to the person who would always rub her head whenever she got into trouble and tell her confidently, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Yu Yao's heart pounded a little at Miao Yi's words, feeling as though she was being wrapped in a soothing warmth. If it weren't for the fact that the person before her looked nothing like the man in her memory, and that their names were completely different, she would have really wondered if her big brother was standing right in front of her. As her mind slowly snapped out of it, Yu Yao thought about the words this Yan Beihong had said and realized that he had been talking down to her this entire time without her even realizing it. As though he was meant to use this kind of tone to speak to her since he was born. It had been so natural that even Yu Yao herself hadn't noticed anything wrong with it and just followed along with the conversation. What made her even more speechless was that this Yan Beihong seemed to have forgotten to address her as Lord Sixth. Instead, he was very casually calling her Yu Yao, as though the two of them had quite a close relationship with one another. Yu Yao secretly clenched her teeth as she thought, this insolent bastard. No wonder I couldn't sense any lust in his eyes. It's probably because he doesn't hold me in any regard at all. So what if your spear technique is powerful? Had I not suggested these new rules for the subjugation crusade, how do you think you would fare against everyone else's transcendent artifacts? But even so, Yu Yao couldn't blame Miao Yi, as she knew that he hadn't said anything wrong. Not to mention, he just made such a big promise to her. She wanted to see how this bastard was planning to help her get first place. Night had fallen. After the end of yet another battle pack day, Miao Yi immediately called Zhao Fei and the rest back to the cave for a discussion. Not long after that, they all stepped out with strange looks on their faces. Miao Yi led the Gu Sanjing trio towards the battle arena. Breathing in the air that was already heavily polluted by the stench of blood, he gazed upwards at the starry sky. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, Tao Yongchun and Pai Junzi split up and headed towards the respective camps of the Yao Nation, Ghost Nation, Boundless Nation, and Buddha Nation. Given the current state of affairs, the 6 nations need not be too guarded against one another. As such, Sikong Wuwei was able to easily infiltrate the Buddha Nation's territory. Coming to a stop in front of a cave, he jumped off his dragon steed and peeked his head inside. Seeing 10 monks seated in meditation, he immediately barged in, chuckling as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, esteemed grandmasters. Why are you here, sir?" Alarmed, the monks hastily stood up. They couldn't help but feel that they had seen this person somewhere before. "Please don't be nervous. I am here to pass a message from Yan Beihong," Sikong Wuwei said with glee. "He is currently waiting for you at the battle arena. Please hurry over." Yan Beihong? The monks were taken aback. How could anyone not know Yan Beihong's name at this point? At the same time, they finally recognized the man before them as the comrade of that very same Yan Beihong. The leader of the monks asked, "May I know why Sir Yan is looking for us? Why doesn't he just come over and tell us if he has something to say? Why must we go to the battle arena?" Sikong Wuwei shrugged and replied, "This I don't know. All I'm told is that Yan Beihong noticed how similar you guys are to the enemies he previously met in the Sea of Constellations, so he's prepared to issue a challenge to you all tomorrow. However, he isn't absolutely sure himself whether or not you all are indeed his enemies. After all, you guys all look very alike with your shaved heads. Which is why he wishes to confirm your identities by meeting you face to face. Esteemed grandmasters, if it is simply a misunderstanding, you might as well go and explain it to him directly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 421, A Suspicious Party. Chapter 421, A Suspicious Party. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. What's going on? Yan Beihong wants to challenge us? The monks were completely shocked. The leader immediately transmitted his voice over to his comrades, asking, "Which one of you has a grievance with Yan Beihong?" The answer was obvious. They all replied saying they had never even met Yan Beihong before, so how could they possibly have a grievance with him? It looks like that Yan Beihong really mistook us for someone else. When it came to matters that concerned life and death such as this, how could they not go and properly explain themselves? What's more, Sikong Wuwei even added, "Esteemed grandmasters, you should be well aware that individuals who wield a certain amount of strength are typically lacking when it comes to patience. If you keep dragging on, I doubt he will continue waiting for you. He has a point." The 10 monks immediately rushed out of their cave, leapt onto their mounts and hastily made for the battle arena. They were not afraid that Yan Beihong was going to ambush them, as the 6 representatives had already set out rules forbidding private battles. Else, there was no way that security could be so lax here, that Sikong Wuwei was able to barge inside so easily. As he watched the 10 monks leave, Sikong Wuwei let out a sly chuckle, before he turned around and swiftly made his way towards a different cave. Under the night sky, Miao Yi and the Gu Sanjing trio sat quietly atop their mounts. Soon, 10 riders hastily charged over, gradually slowing down as they carefully approached. Both parties then examined one another. As Miao Yi was pressed for time, He didn't even bother greeting the other party and just immediately asked, "Are you the ones who ambushed me a few years ago?" "Sir Yan, we've never even met before this. How could we possibly ambush you? I am sure you've mistaken us for someone else," the leader of the monks said as he placed his palms together. "But why do I find you so familiar then?" Miao Yi scornfully said. "Do you all have any proof that it wasn't you?" The leader looked to the comrades beside him, then helplessly said, "Sir Yan, how do you expect us to show you proof for something like this? We really didn't know who you were before this. You men are sure brushing this off rather easily. You think this matter can be settled just by saying you don't know me?" Miao Yi then coldly added, "In that case, we shall meet tomorrow on the battlefield. Let's go." Miao Yi and the others immediately turned their mounts around and acted like they were leaving. The 10 monks were immediately flustered by this. Misunderstandings like this could kill a man if allowed to persist. Who could possibly block that man's terrifying spear attack? The leader anxiously called out, "Sir Yan, how can I get you to believe us?" The group of 4 stopped. Miao Yi then turned charcoal around and said, "To be honest, I cannot confirm whether or not you all are the culprits either. However, the death of my subordinates still linger vividly in my mind. I won't be able to rest easy if I just let you off so easily. What if I'm wrong in sparing you? Wouldn't I have to live with that regret for the rest of my life then? Sir Yan, your spot in the top 100 is all but assured. On the other hand, we still have a long, difficult path ahead of us. From the very beginning, those of us who follow in Buddha's teachings never wished to partake in such strife. But alas, we are helpless against the whims of the mighty. We are not even sure if we'll live or die in the end. Why must Sir Yan push us so then? Why not stay your hand of vengeance, and show generosity to your fellow man," said the leader, clapping his hands together. Miao Yi turned to look at the people beside him, and asked, "What do you guys think?" Gu Sanjing replied, "He does have a point. Even if we don't kill them, there's still a chance that they would end up dying to someone else. In that case, must we really go so far, that we would rather kill wrongly than to show them mercy?" Miao Yi sighed, "But I am quite dissatisfied with this. What if I'm wrong in sparing them?" Gu Sanjing simply replied, "Why don't we let them off with a light punishment then? Let's just have them hand over their belongings, then let them go." After some thought, Miao Yi nodded and said, "A sound plan. Let's do as you say." He shifted his gaze back to the leader, and continued, "I'll cut to the chase then. Hand over all your belongings, and I won't make things hard on you tomorrow." The 10 monks exchanged glances with one another. Wasn't this a bit too much? Gu Sanjang growled, "Hey monk, didn't you just say that those of you who follow in Buddha's teachings don't wish to partake in such strife? I was finally able to get you a shred of hope at survival. Why do you still care so much for your worldly possessions? How is this the attitude of a monk? It looks like these monks would rather part with their lives than their wealth. No matter. Even if you don't hand them over tonight, I can still take them publicly tomorrow." Miao Yi turned around and shouted, "Let's go." Miao Yi's words were nothing short of declaring their death, and he was absolutely correct. Even if they didn't capitulate to his demands today, Miao Yi would still be able to take their belongings away tomorrow, and by then, he would be taking them along with everyone's lives added to the basket. If that was the case, why must they waste their lives as well? Please wait. All 10 monks called out almost simultaneously. Miao Yi's departing figure immediately stopped, and he turned to look at them coldly. The 10 monks glances at one another. There was no longer any need to think about which option to take. Simply put, the other party hadn't given them much of a choice to begin with. They could either hand over their belongings and be able to keep their lives, or lose both to Miao Yi. What's more, as long as they were able to keep their lives, and not get in this guy's crosshairs in the upcoming battles, they would still have a chance to recoup their losses from the other competitors. Even if they died fighting, then there wouldn't be much point holding on to these things either way. Was there even a need for consideration then? We are willing to hand over our belongings. But I hope that Sir Yan will hold up your end of the bargain, the leader said dejectedly with a sigh. Miao Yi let out a breath and said, "Rest assured. I am a man of my word. If I don't live up to my promise, you are more than welcome to expose me tomorrow." As such, the 10 monks reluctantly took off the storage rings on their fingers, clearly still a little unwilling to part with them. After all, even monks needed these so-called worldly possessions to survive. This was everything that they had saved up over the years. How could they possibly not be bothered? Miao Yi tilted his head and shot a glance at Tan Lao, who immediately got down from his dragon steed, bent down into a half-crouching position, and took away all the storage rings. He then proceeded to search the monks' bodies. Miao Yi and the others were practically robbing these monks blind. If it weren't so troublesome to chop off their hands, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't take away their geo-transcendence bangles as well. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Gu Sanjing stood vigilantly to the side, in case the monks suddenly fought back in desperation. Miao Yi had brought the 3 of them along precisely to act as a safeguard against any mishaps. He wasn't afraid of a fight breaking out. Rather, he was just worried that these monks wouldn't be able to tolerate the humiliation and started retaliating with their transcendent artifacts. Thus, Gu Sanjing, Tan Lao and Yi Xian's transcendent artifacts were precisely there to keep him safe. Seeing how thoroughly Miao Yi was robbing them, the leader immediately became flustered. "Sir Yan, we are willing to give you most of our belongings, but if you even take away the weapons we defend ourselves with, the orbs of will needed to recover our transcendence energy, and the medicine to treat our wounds, how is this any different from killing us? What do you expect us to do once someone decides to challenge us?" After some thought, Miao Yi had to agree as well. If he forced the other party all the way to the edge, they would surely retaliate. It would do him no good to escalate such an incident, as it would make it much more difficult for him to make his move on the other participants. As such, he quickly had Tan Lao return some of their necessities back to them. Under the moonlight, 10 monks left in low spirits. After which, as he was watching from the Yao Nation's camp, Zhao Fei immediately released 10 Yao cultivators over. After cleaning out around a dozen groups back to back, Miao Yi finally noticed something off about the situation. Even though there were plenty of monks, the loot they gained from these groups was far less than the others. Some of them only had just that one geotranscendence bangle on their wrist, and no matter how hard Miao Yi and the others searched, they couldn't find a second geotranscendence bangle anywhere. There wasn't anything much inside the storage rings either. These monks were really pitiful. "What's the deal with this?" Miao Yi asked curiously. Yi Xian answered, "It's simple. The reason why we're seeing so many monks at this stage of the subjugation crusade is because they rarely participate in the murdering and pillaging of others, and instead are normally in hiding. Thus, there are so many survivors among them. This also of course means that they haven't gotten much loot either." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Gu Sanjing then said in a somber tone, "We were only able to clean out 3 groups in the span of 15 minutes. In 2 hours, we would only be able to deal with 200 people at most. And by daybreak, we would have only gone through 1,000. This isn't a practical approach. If we get all these people mixed up, there's a chance we would mistakenly rob the same group the next day. This would inevitably waste our time. Not to mention, while those monks are plenty in number, they don't carry much on them. There's no need for us to waste so much time on them then. I suggest we start with just the Ghost Nation, Yao Nation, or Boundless Nation participants tonight. After we're done cleaning out one camp, we'll move on to the next one the following day. Since each camp has about 1,000 participants left anyway, it's just the right amount for us to work on if we do one camp per day. We should first target the ones with the greatest amount of loot. That way, even if our plan is revealed, we don't have to be afraid of losing the chance to make our move on the rest of the participants. Once the big fish is out of the way, we can still take our time dealing with the Buddha Nation participants. By then, they would have even more loot to be gained." "You have a point," Miao Yi nodded and said, "Xin, go contact the others and tell them to stop. We've already spent a fair amount of time on this tonight. For today, we'll simply clean out all the belongings of those several hundred Yao Nation participants. Then tomorrow, we'll make our move on the Ghost Nation participants." Xin nodded, then immediately rode off on her dragon steed. As the next day came, the forces of all 6 camps gathered together, and the carnage resumed once more. Once again, Miao Yi was just sitting with his eyes shut and refining an orb of will, having stayed up the whole night earning a fortune. Behind him, Gu Sanjiang and the rest had also lost interest in watching the battles. After all, with Miao Yi here acting as a deterrent, they need not concern themselves with much of what was going on. Furthermore, they wouldn't be getting any rest tonight either, and still needed to prepare themselves to stay awake for the upcoming nights as well. When else could they rest then, if not during the day? All in all, this was just an extremely suspicious group of people. Their eyes were all closed and they were simply resting. Yu Yao was in no mood to concern herself with the people at the back. However, she would still cast a glance at Miao Yi from time to time. She couldn't help but clench her teeth a little when she saw how he was still resting today. He wasn't showing any sign of going up to fight despite making her such a big promise yesterday. Right at this moment, the group sent out by the Celestial Nation was completely decimated by a powerful foe. It was a terrible loss for the Celestial Nation. On the other hand, following Yan Beihong's lead, the victorious Devil Nation participants all cheered in joy. Yu Yao had finally reached the limit of her patience, and transmitted her voice over to Miao Yi, asking, "When will you finally go out and fight?" Miao Yi opened his eyes slightly and turned his head to face her, then transmitted his reply back, "Yu Yao, don't be hasty. A watched pot never boils. Even if I step out now, what can I possibly achieve? The 6 camps will challenge one another following a set rotation sequence. Even if I step out every time it's our turn to be the challenger, I will only be able to fight 9 battles a day at best. We won't be able to earn many Geo-Transcendence bangles that way. What's more, I won't be able to sustain myself for that long." Initially, Miao Yi was prepared to make a giant killing in one fell swoop at the final stretch of the competition. However, it was Yu Yao's desire for first place that got him thinking about a different way. Now that he had an ever better solution at hand, was there really a need for him to go risk his life? "He's calling me Yu Yao again." Yu Yao was feeling incredibly exasperated. Regardless of whether it was his gaze or his tone, she realized that this man truly didn't see her as the stunning beauty that all the other men perceived her to be. What else could it possibly mean, but him not holding her in any regard? Thus, Yu Yao was irritated and pressed him, "I'm asking you again, when are you going to make your move?" "When the time comes, I will naturally make my move." Miao Yi smiled, "Don't worry. Even if you hadn't asked me to, I would still try my best to help you." Yu Yao was speechless at the tone Miao Yi was taking with her. She felt as though before him, she was nothing more than a weak, little girl who always needed him to take care of her. However, she still conducted herself with dignity. After all, it wouldn't look good for her to continue arguing with this fellow. She was practically grinding her teeth in frustration, yet she was helpless to do anything about it at the same time. She thought, "I'll just wait and see. If you can't do what you said you would after being so rude to me several times now, you will be in for a whole lot of trouble once we get back to the Celestial Nation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 422, Doubting One Another. Chapter 422, Doubting One Another. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. After dealing with Yu Yao, Miao Yi went back to resting. He was not concerned with the battles of the others. After all, he held no sway over the rules of the subjugation crusade. Those that needed to die would still perish regardless. His sympathy and compassion wouldn't make any difference to the end result. Sometimes, it was better to just ignore some matters and save yourself from getting negative feelings about them. As for the Geo-Transcendence bangles he looted last night, Miao Yi wasn't planning on handing them over to Yu Yao for the time being. He was afraid that some kind of mishap would occur to her if he handed them over now. That same night, after the day's battles were over, Miao Yi and the others returned to the Celestial Nations mountain for a while. Then once they excused themselves, they snuck back to the foul-smelling, blood-drenched battle arena. They had already cleaned out all the Yao Nation participants the night before. Tonight, it was the Ghost Nation's turn, and this time, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were the ones who left to gather the victims. The next day, the bloody battles resumed once more. Yu Yao looked to her side and saw that Miao Yi was simply resting again today. Her frustration immediately peaked, but she held it in as she thought, keep it in. Let's see how he's going to fulfill his promise to me in the end. What's going on here? All 10 of them only had 10 Geo-Transcendence bangles in total? In the Devil Nation's camp, after sacrificing 3 of their members, one party managed to emerge victorious. However, they were only able to gain 10 Geo-Transcendence bangles from the 10 Ghost Nation members that they had just killed. Rather, it was their own fallen members who had been the ones to provide them with several dozen Geo-Transcendence bangles instead. Yun Feiyang immediately expressed disbelief and glared at the party members, asking, "Tell me truthfully, did you men conceal them?" "Young Master Yang, there were so many people watching us. We wouldn't dare do such a thing." The members explained, then took out all the storage rings that they had won for Yun Feiyang to examine. "And they only had 10 storage rings on them as well," stressed Yun Feiyang, eyeing them with the piercing glare that he liked to scare others with. He couldn't help having doubts after all. Those that were killed by his subordinates before each carried several storage rings at least, and with plenty of loot inside to boot. "Young Master Yang, it's true. Everyone was watching our every move. There's no way we could have done anything." They made a sound argument. However, when Yun Feiyang examined the contents of the storage rings, he was immediately enraged, and coldly said, "There's only one storage ring on each person, and it's almost empty inside as well. Do you take me for a 3-year-old brat?" The members' expressions contorted in dismay as they tried to explain themselves. "Young Master Yang, they were already like this when we got them." "You still deny it?" Yun Feiyang raged and roared, "Men! Come and confiscate all their belongings." He didn't care how they were trying to justify themselves. His first thought was to punish them and vent his frustration. As the battles of the following day proceeded, Yun Feiyang's camp managed to barely win yet another battle. However, after tallying the rewards, Yun Feiyang could be heard exclaiming, "What is going on here?" That same night, the demonic claws that had robbed the Yao Nation, Ghost Nation, and Boundless Nation clean were at it again. Under the guise of darkness, Miao Yi and the others called group after group of monks out to settle a grievance. Only when it was nearing daybreak did they finally stop. They didn't have much a choice. After all, the 6 camps would resume their battles once the sun was up. As he welcomed the first rays of sunlight from the distant horizon, Sikong Wuwei chuckled and said, "In another couple nights or so, we'll have almost cleaned out all those monks' belongings." "It's dawn. Let's head back," said Miao Yi. He turned charcoal around, and the whole group quickly returned back to their cave. Once again, when it was time for everyone to gather, the 8 of them simply followed along like nothing happened. As the battles continued, Yu Yao's expression slowly darkened. Even when her members emerged victorious, there wasn't much loot to be gained. Like Yun Feiyang, she had long since noticed that there was something suspicious with the current state of affairs. For some reason, the rewards were starting to become less and less. It was a different case for the other representatives, who were still able to gain some spoils from both her and Yun Feiyang's members. Having noticed something was amiss as well, Lan Ruo said, "Lord Sixth, do you think the other representatives are behind this? Confiscating their own participants' Geo-Transcendence bangles beforehand? Outrageous!" Yu Yao cursed, "How dare they use such underhanded methods?" Miao Yi quietly cast a sideways glance over. "Young Master Yang, we've been set up. Besides the Celestial Nation's camp and ours, the other 4 representatives must have first taken away the belongings of their own participants. Yan Beihong's subordinate said to him, whose face was completely dark at the moment. "How dare these little bastards play me for a fool?" Yan Beihong scoffed, "I'm going to get back at them for this." "You mustn't, young Master Yang. There's only one of us, but there are 4 of them. If we fight against them, we will surely be on the losing end. By then, not only will we fail to receive justice, we might even end up being humiliated," his subordinate warned. Yan Beihong furiously roared, "Then do you want me to simply take this lying down? Even if I had to suffer such injustice, I would rather it happen to me openly rather than with such underhanded methods." Beside him, Yan Beihong advised, "Young Master Yang, back when the Celestial Nation members challenged us and lost, I noticed that the amount of things inside their storage rings was still the same as before. Hence, I believe they are suffering the same injustice we are. Surely Fairy Yu Yao isn't pleased with this as well. You should contact her afterwards. Given Fairy Yu Yao's strength, and with the both of you working together, we might not have to fear the other 4 houses. It wouldn't be too late to seek justice then." "Seek justice my ass!" Yan Beihong cursed. "Old Yan, you don't know the situation between our 6 houses. This 6-sided relationship between us has always been one of mutual exploitation. You're dreaming if you think you can get them to spit out the things that they have already swallowed down. Not even Yu Yao would dare to kill them so easily if..." Yan Beihong was speechless, thinking, "You were the one who said you didn't want to take this lying down and wanted to get back at the others. Here I am, offering you a suggestion, and you make it seem like I'm just poking my nose in unnecessarily." Yan Beihong then ordered his subordinate, "After this, I want you to record down all the things that everyone has in their possession right now. Ask them to first hand in their belongings and tell them we'll return it back to them afterwards. Else, we're going to suffer heavy losses." Meanwhile, the Yao nations by Ziliang, Ghost nations Heiwoya, Boundless nations Fengruxiu, as well as Kongji and the others from the Buddha nation were all beginning to notice the discrepancy in the situation as well. They all had the same suspicions as Yu Yao and Yan Beihong. However, they didn't think Yu Yao and Yan Beihong had anything to do with it though, as the amount of loot gained from both the Celestial Nation and Devil Nation was still the same as before. They never would have suspected that it was because Miao Yi couldn't rob the Celestial Nation participants, being a member of the same camp himself. And as for the Devil Nation's participants, he didn't make a move on them out of respect for Yan Beihong. Bai Ziliang, Heiwoya and Fengruxiu were all secretly cursing one another for being despicable. They didn't cast much suspicion towards Kongji however, as the Buddha Nation's members had yet to be fully cleaned out by Miao Yi and the others. Hence, there was still some loot to be gained from defeating them. On Kongji's side however, Ba Jia was cursing Bai Ziliang, Heiwoya and Fengruxiu altogether. Grinding his teeth in hatred, he said, "Those 3 shameless sons of bitches. Kongji, in the end, it looks like us monks are still too kind." As much as they hated the other 3, there was little Ba Jia and Kongji could do besides secretly cursing them. Since the other party hadn't broken any rules, there was no way Ba Jia and Kongji could force them to spit out the things that they had already gobbled. It wasn't as though they could kill the other representatives. No one would be able to shoulder that kind of responsibility. After all, the ones standing behind them were the 6 sages themselves. As the day's battles came to an end, the 6 representatives immediately gathered up their members' belongings. As soon as Miao Yi and the others returned to their cave, Sikong Wuwei immediately rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "We're going to make a fortune again tonight. We can't continue doing this anymore." Miao Yi shook his head and continued, "The matter is already becoming suspect. If we get too greedy, we risk digging our own graves." Zhao Fei nodded, "It wouldn't be wise to go too far. We should quit while we're ahead." Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian nodded as well. Even Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun were in agreement. This dangerous game they were playing had gone on long enough. They could feel their hearts racing like mad every night. Even though it was exciting and fun, it was beginning to be a little too thrilling for them. After all, this was the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade they were talking about. Not even in their wildest dreams did they ever think they would play with fire like this. That said, Sikong Wu Wei was a little disappointed. It seemed he still hadn't had his fill of the excitement. After all, they were making a significant fortune every night. Sikong Wu Wei had never felt this exhilarated before. Seeing as the situation is starting to become suspicious, I'll go hand the Geotranscendence bangles over to Lord Sixth right now. That way, we'll be able to sleep easy at night at least. As long as the Geotranscendence bangles are safely delivered to Lord Sixth, having received her share of the benefits, she'll have to protect us even if we're ultimately exposed. Otherwise, it would damage the realm beyond heaven's reputation. Miao Yi said to everyone. Zhao Fei and the others nodded in agreement. Even Gu Sanjiang was feeling a little terrified from this game they were playing. There was just so much in their possession right now that it had become scary to keep holding them. Waving his hand repeatedly, he said, "Hurry on then." Everyone was anxious to see how Yu Yao would respond. If she threw them under the bus, the other representatives would surely have their heads. Miao Yi immediately rushed out of the cave and made a beeline for the peak of the mountain. Inside the main hall of the wooden house on the mountaintop, Yu Yao had just returned, and was in the middle of discussing the matter of temporarily gathering everyone's belongings together with a few of her subordinates. Suddenly, someone gave a shout from outside the door. Yan Beihong requests an audience with Lord Sixth. Yu Yao frowned for a moment, then said, "Let him in." A short while later, Miao Yi calmly walked in. Cupping his fists towards Yu Yao, he said, "I respectfully greet Lord Sixth." Yu Yao asked, "What business do you have?" "I've brought you the items you wanted, Lord Sixth." Miao Yi replied, then took off a storage ring from his finger and handed it over to Lan Ruo. There was no way that Lan Ruo would simply hand anything over to Yu Yao. Obviously, she needed to first check the storage ring herself. However, after she examined it with her transcendence energy, she was immediately stupefied where she stood, and stared at Miao Yi in shock. Meanwhile, Miao Yi was just standing there quietly. "Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo." Only after Yu Yao called out her name twice did Lan Ruo finally snap out of it, letting out a yelp as she gave a start. Her body movements were still a little jittery as she hurriedly handed the storage ring over to her mistress. What could possibly have caused Lan Ruo to lose her composure like this? Yu Yao thought. The moment she examined the storage ring with her transcendence energy, those captivating lips of hers immediately turned half agape with wonder. She slowly lifted her head to look at Miao Yi with an expression of utter disbelief. Miao Yi then calmly stated, "There are 32,377 geotranscendence bangles. Sadly, my abilities are limited. For the time being, I can only collect this many for you, Lord Sixth." In reality, most of the geotranscendence bangles were already in the hands of Yu Yao and the other 5 representatives. Miao Yi had worked for 4 consecutive nights, cleaning out nearly 5,000 cultivators from the other 4 nations, and was only able to collect around 30,000 of them in the end. There was no guarantee that every surviving participant would have a large sum of geotranscendence bangles. On the contrary, there were quite a number of them who didn't even have a single one. It was out of pure luck that they managed to survive until now. And as for the ones who had killed many people before this, just one of them would possess over 1,000 geotranscendence bangles. From this it could be seen that there was a great disparity in the amount of wealth owned between the participants. In conclusion, out of nearly 5,000 participants, each had about 6 geotranscendence bangles on average. Furthermore, among these numbers in excess of 30,000 geotranscendence bangles, about 700 of them had come personally from Miao Yi. Besides the one on his wrist, Miao Yi had given Yu Yao all the geotranscendence bangles he could afford to hand over. He did this simply because of the fact that he hadn't been able to take care of his little sister all these years. It was with much difficulty that he could finally meet her again. Since his little sister had said that she wanted the geotranscendence bangles, he naturally wanted to do whatever he could to fulfill her wish, and ease the guilt in his heart in the process. Yu Yao's subordinates all sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at Miao Yi as they thought, did he say over 30,000 geotranscendence bangles? 32,377. Repeated Yu Yao. She slowly snapped out of her daze. She couldn't help herself from standing up in shock and, furrowing her brows, asked Yan Beihong, how on earth did you collect so many geotranscendence bangles? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, Busted. Chapter 423, Busted. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Sadly, my abilities are limited. I couldn't get them anywhere else besides the pockets of the participating cultivators. Miao Yi shrugged helplessly. It's not as if he could have obtained them from the representatives, right? Yu Yao's eyes brightened as she thought about the mysterious phenomenon that had been happening of late. She asked suspiciously, you were the one who took all their things? Miao Yi naturally knew the meaning behind her question. He nodded, admitting to it. Yu Yao was lost for words, unable to fathom why those people would hand their possessions over to him. She asked, did you take them by force? Currently, private battles aren't permitted. How could I dare take them by force? Miao Yi replied honestly, I just called them out separately, and threatened to challenge them if they didn't hand their things over. At this stage, geotranscendence bangles no longer hold any meaning to them. Even if they defeated any more opponents, they would still need to hand them over to you guys. Their highest priority right now is survival. Thus, it was easy for them to make up their minds. Yu Yao immediately understood, realizing that the root of the problem was in her own camp this whole time. And she even had the gall to push the blame onto the others and curse them for being despicable. If the other representatives were to find out about this, they would surely call her all manner of names. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she asked, aren't you afraid that they'll report you? As long as they handed over their things, they wouldn't dare to report me. Not only is it something shameful for them, but by handing their geotranscendence bangles over to someone else, they have undoubtedly caused trouble for their own representatives. Hence, they would obviously want to keep this under wraps and pretend like nothing ever happened. How could they dare expose me? Miao Yi said casually. Yu Yao glared at Miao Yi and said, there's no way such a major incident can be concealed for long. The other representatives will eventually find out the truth. When that happens, they'll even think that I was the one behind your actions. How would I explain it if they come looking for me? Miao Yi firmly nodded in agreement and said, since Lord Six thinks that these geotranscendence bangles will attract trouble, and you're afraid that the other representatives will make things difficult for you, then I'll go and return them. He then walked up to Yu Yao and extended his arm to take back the storage ring in her hands. Yu Yao immediately hid her hand behind her back. She had no intention of handing the geotranscendence bangles over at all. The two stood facing each other. Since they were standing so close to each other, and because of the difference in height, Yu Yao realized she was looking up at the other party. The placid, self-assured look in his eyes made Yu Yao feel as though she was just a little girl being twisted around his little finger, causing her heart to race slightly. How did it end up like this? Yu Yao was feeling a little flustered, but when she caught sight of the fleeting trace of mockery in Miao Yi's eyes, she immediately snapped back in anger. What a joke! As if I'd be afraid of them. It's not like I got these geotranscendence bangles by breaking any rules, nor did I harm any of their members. They handed these over to me themselves. Who can blame me for it? Little sister, you're still a little wet behind the ears in front of your big brother. Miao Yi smiled. Yu Yao's words obviously meant that she would accept the responsibility. He took a few steps back, cupped his fists and said, Lord Sixth is wise. I shall take my leave now. As she watched Miao Yi leave, Yu Yao clenched her teeth. This bastard is so despicable. How dare he manipulate me? Congratulations, Lord Sixth. With the 30,000 you just received, you now have almost 70,000 Geo-Transcendence bangles in your possession. The number 1 spot of the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade is as good as yours. The venerable sage will surely reward you handsomely once we've returned to the realm beyond heaven. Lan Rua stepped forward to congratulate Yu Yao, then smiled and said, "Luckily, we pulled this Yan Beihong over to our camp. He really has been a great help." Yu Yao scoffed at her words. Had I not convinced the other representatives and changed the rules of the endgame, how could he have possibly gotten the opportunity to take all of this? Lan Rua smiled wryly in response. However, she soon creased her brows and remarked, "Lord Sixth, something doesn't feel right. If I recall correctly, Geo-Transcendence bangles weren't the only things that were lacking from those people's bodies." Yu Yao's eyes glinted as she turned to look towards the door. Just as Yu Yao had said, such a major incident could not be kept secret for long. Besides Yun Feiyan, the other representatives immediately noticed something was off the moment they gathered all their members' belongings. On the Buddha Nation mountaintop, Ba Jie stood beside Kong Ji and was fiercely knocking on the wooden fish drum in his hand, a clear indication of the rage in his heart. A group of monks was standing quietly in front of him, their heads lowered as Ba Jie said coldly, "Yan Beihong, you've got some skill indeed. Not even in all the years I ran amok in the realm of high paradise have I ever suffered such a major setback. I've truly underestimated my opponent this time. How dare this bastard play this kind of game right under my nose, but..." Kongji said in a somber tone, "The one pulling the strings behind this is surely Yu Yao. He wouldn't dare do such a thing if he didn't have her support." The incessant knocking on the drum then stopped as Ba Jie revealed a cruel smile and ordered, "All of you, return to your original positions immediately. Pretend as if nothing happened. When that bastard comes tonight, I want you to catch him on the spot. I'll have him spit everything out the same way he swallowed them. That motherfucker. How dare he steal from a monk?" On the Devil Nation mountaintop, Yun Feiyan was busy gathering his members' belongings, completely oblivious to the truth of the incident. On the Yao Nation mountaintop, Bai Ziliang wore a dark expression on his face, while beside him, Lan Susu gnashed her teeth in hatred and cursed, "Yu Yao. That despicable bitch." On the Ghost Nation mountaintop, Hei Wuya was standing on the roof, staring at the Celestial Nation mountain. While his face remained unseen, his gaze was filled with mixed feelings as he muttered softly, "Yu Yao." Down below, one subordinate shouted, "Young master, let's get back at that bitch, Yu Yao." Hei Wuya lowered his gaze at that subordinate and asked coldly, "What did you just call Yu Yao?" The subordinate immediately realized his mistake, and he lowered his head and shut his mouth. On the Boundless Nation mountaintop, Feng Ruxiu was standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing towards the Celestial Nation mountain and shaking his head as he smiled bitterly. "Yu Yao, I can't believe you would play such a trick. My impression of you is somewhat damaged now." Inside a certain cave on the Celestial Nation mountain, Zhao Fei and Gu Sanjing suddenly rushed in from outside, the former nodding towards Miao Yi and the others, who were sitting cross-legged, and said, as expected, "Fairy Yu Yao has already set up a defensive perimeter." Sikong Wu Wei immediately began rubbing his hands excitedly as he said, Come, with Yu Yao guarding our backs, we can relax and tally our spoils." Miao Yi turned to Pai Junzi and said, "Pai Junzi, keep a close ear and warn us immediately if you hear someone approaching." Pai Junzi repeatedly nodded, and immediately splayed himself across the ground, placing his ear towards the earth. Meanwhile, the other 7 immediately sat in a circle to begin splitting the loot. Over 30,000 storage rings and bangles were then taken out and spread across the ground. There were not many storage bangles, the pile mostly consisted of storage rings. Let's sort them accordingly. Orbs of will in 1 storage bangle, crystal coins in 1 storage bangle, transcendent artifacts in 1 storage bangle. Miao Yi waved his hand and instructed. The 7 of them then immediately took out several storage bangles from within the pile and placed them in front of where they sat. They would use these to store the different categories of items. After which, 14 hands began to quickly sort out the items inside every storage ring. As he sorted out the things, Sikong Wuwei would sometimes chuckle like an idiot to himself, his shoulders trembling in elation. The others would occasionally shake their heads and reveal smiles as well. Even Miao Yi had difficulty hiding the excitement on his face. Little did they know that up in the sky, a crescent moon was silently descending upon the cave, and standing elegantly on that crescent moon was Yu Yao. Still lying on the ground and listening for sounds, Pai Junzi couldn't help his astonishment when he saw Yu Yao gracefully landing in front of the cave. As Miao Yi and the others were sorting out their loot, someone suddenly barged inside the cave. Everyone immediately turned their heads and barked, "Who's there?" When they saw it was Yu Yao, they were all dumbfounded. Yu Yao was a little flabbergasted as well, staring at the group of people surrounding an entire pile of storage rings. How many storage rings did it take to form such a massive heap? Still sitting cross-legged on the ground, Miao Yi and the others didn't know whether they should sit or stand up, or if they should put all their stuff away. More importantly, the other party was already looking at their pile of loot. It was too late to put them away even if Miao Yi and the others wanted to. Hence, they simply stared at Yu Yao, eyes wide and mouths agape, as they waited for her response. "Just as I suspected," thought Yu Yao. She scoffed, "Yan Beihong, it looks like you guys have struck gold. To be caught by your own sister while you were splitting loot behind her back was simply too awkward." Miao Yi hurriedly stood up, laughing drily as he said, "Yu Yao, Lord Sixth, we haven't sorted everything out yet, so we figured it would be unwise to report an indefinite amount to you. We're just getting ready to tally everything. Once we have the exact figures, we'll report them to you." As she watched how flustered Miao Yi was being, when he was normally so composed in front of her, Yu Yao suddenly felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. She teased, "You've got so much stuff here. I wonder if I can have a share as well." Before Miao Yi could say anything, the others were already scrambling up to their feet and nodding. Yes, of course." Miao Yi nodded as well, and added, "If Lord Sixth had not set the new rules for the competition, we wouldn't have been able to make such a fortune to begin with. You will surely get the lion's share of the profits." They didn't have a choice. It was simply too dangerous to be carrying around such a huge pile of treasure. Without Yu Yao holding off the other representatives, there was no way Miao Yi and the others would be able to keep all this stuff. It would have been fine if Yu Yao hadn't discovered them, but since she did, it wouldn't be wise to still keep it for themselves. Nonetheless, Miao Yi thought, "Little sister, you're not lacking all these things anyway since you're already in the realm beyond heaven. Not to mention, you already earned quite a significant benefit as well. Just let your big brother handle the rest for you." Yu Yao raised her eyebrow slightly as she thought, "Do you guys really think I'm that stupid? As if I would believe you all. If you really wanted to let me know, why did you keep quiet about it this whole time?" At this moment, Lan Ruo appeared outside the cave as well. As she slowly walked in and saw the massive heap of storage rings on the ground, her mouth fell open and she was frozen on the spot. "Lan Ruo!" Yu Yao called out clearly. "Here." Lan Ruo quickly snapped out of it and responded. "They just told me that I'll be getting the lion's share of all the stuff here. I want you to keep watch as they sort everything out. Once they're done, I'll be taking half. Let them split the rest among themselves." "Understood." Lan Ruo replied excitedly. "Half?" Miao Yi's expression twisted in dismay as he thought, "She's my little sister all right. Even after so many years, some things never change. I only have myself to blame for not teaching her properly all those years ago, causing her to follow in little brother's bad habits. Just look at how unseemly it is for such a beautiful lady to act so greedy. I hope she won't have trouble finding someone to marry in the future." As she snuck a glance at the defeated Miao Yi, Yu Yao released a light, yet taunting snort. She raised her fair chin proudly, then turned around and walked away. There was a trace of joy on her beautiful face from having taken her revenge. Miao Yi simply didn't know about the situation within the realm beyond heaven. It's not as if Yu Yao had a limitless supply of orbs of will simply because she was Mu Fanjuan's disciple. The tributes that were handed in from the entire celestial nation belonged to Mu Fanjun alone, and unless she decided to reward someone, it wasn't likely that she would share it with anyone else. As for her disciples, the source of their income came from the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce. Currently, Yu Yao's cultivation was low, so she wouldn't use too big a sum of orbs of will for her cultivation. But once her cultivation was high enough, she would have to deal with the shortage of orbs of will as well. Yu Yao had been in the realm beyond heaven long enough to be fully aware of this predicament. Hence, when there was such a massive heap of treasure in front of her, how could she possibly say no to it? Not unless she was an idiot, that is. Miao Yi and the others looked at one another, then simultaneously shot Pai Junzi a vicious glare, evidently blaming him for not keeping a good lookout. Pai Junzi was distressed as well. He quickly explained via voice transmission, "It's not my fault. Yu Yao is simply too cunning, coming down from the sky. My ability only allows me to hear things coming from the ground, not the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 424, Made a Killing. Chapter 424, Made a Killing. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Stop dawdling around and sort everything out already. Lord Sixth is still waiting for my return, Lan Rua pressed. Although everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of helplessness at the situation, they also felt relieved that they didn't need to hide around anymore. Miao Yi called Pai Junzi over to help out, then smiled bitterly at Lan Rua and said, "Auntie, it's going to take quite a bit of time to go through such a huge pile of treasure. Why don't you help out as well? It'll be quicker if we have more hands working together." Lan Rua didn't have anything against the suggestion. Most people probably wouldn't reject the notion of sorting out some treasure anyway. She proceeded to give them a hand, and the 9 of them swiftly went through the massive heap of loot. They worked through the entire night, and by the time the sun was starting to peek from the horizon, they finally managed to tally everything. Although most of the participating cultivators had traded off their orbs of will for protective treasures, their vast numbers more than made up for the shortage. They had to keep some at hand for when they needed to replenish their transcendence energy during the subjugation crusade after all. Not to mention, not all of them were poor. In fact, quite a number of them were quite wealthy. Take Miao Yi for example, who brought several thousand orbs of will with him to the Sea of Constellations. The sum of orbs of will accumulated from tens of thousands of participants was incredible, reaching over 2.7 million orbs in total. Once converted to gold crystals, the total number of crystal coins tallied up to 8 million gold crystals. Money was useless in the Sea of Constellations. As such, this wasn't a jaw-droppingly large sum. The number of second-grade armor and weapon artifacts numbered at exactly 65,802 pieces. On the other hand, there were much fewer first-grade armor and weapon artifacts, at approximately 3,000 pieces. Yao cores, Yin cores, inner cores and the like were at even more staggering proportions. Evidently, all the participants had fully stocked themselves with such necessities. In addition to the ones they had obtained from killing one another, the total sum amounted to approximately 9.8 million pieces. There wasn't a single second-grade core, they were all at the first grade, only because it was impractical to bring a second-grade core to the Sea of Constellations. Not to mention, one would need to kill a Red Lotus cultivator to obtain a second-grade core. For those participating in the subjugation crusade, there was no chance of that happening. Even if there were, they didn't have the ability to carry out the deed either. Even more astounding was that there were 35 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts as well. As for the other miscellaneous items, they were simply too numerous to be counted. This massive heap of treasure was the accumulation of wealth of tens of thousands of participating cultivators over millennia. It would be more strange if it weren't bountiful. What's more, this was only a portion of the wealth from the cultivators participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. What a fortune, cried Sikong Wu as he rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes becoming slits from his laughter. The others were feeling the same way as well. Even the typically stern Gu Sanjiang found it hard to conceal the joy on his face. Not really. It's a pretty average amount, Lan Rua suddenly added, instantly putting a damper on everyone else's excitement. Sikong Wu's laughter immediately froze, and he stared at Lan Rua in a daze. Not only was her remark unnecessary, but she was also meddling directly in their joyous occasion as well. With a bright smile on her face, Lan Rua took out a large cloth and placed it on the ground, then quickly wrapped up half of the massive pile of storage rings. Considering there are 8 of you, it would be rather troublesome to split an uneven amount. So I'll do you a favor and hand the remainder over to Lord Sixth, Lan Rua said cheerfully. Her smile was so wide she could barely close her mouth. That was over 2.7 million low-grade orbs of will they were talking about. It wasn't just 207 orbs, but 2.7 million orbs. The woman left them with only 1.35 million low-grade orbs of will. The rest she packed away into a single storage bangle. Over 8 million gold crystals, and she left them with just 4 million. And not only did she take the more significant portion away with her, but she even chose gold crystals specifically. As for the white and black crystals, she didn't touch them at all. She probably thought it was a hassle to be carrying so much small change. As for first-grade cores, only 4.9 million remained. Lan Rua had even taken some of the ungraded ones into her storage bangle. For first-grade weapon and armor artifacts, only 1,500 remained, while for second-grade ones, 32,000 were left behind. Lan Rua really wasn't showing any mercy as she took the balance with her. Fortunately, for the 35 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts, Lan Rua still had some self-awareness. These things were simply too precious. She only took away 18 pieces, leaving 17 behind. But Lan Rua didn't go easy on the other miscellaneous items either, taking the larger half whenever she could. How was this the attitude of someone from the realm beyond heaven? More like a hungry ghost that had risen up from hell. It was a little too unseemly the way she was gobbling everything up. The others all watched as she took away the treasure they had toiled away the past few nights and risked their lives to obtain. But alas, they couldn't do anything about it. Her background was just too powerful, they didn't stand a chance at winning. However, Miao Yi ultimately couldn't keep it in any longer. With a dark expression on his face, he said, "For someone from the realm beyond heaven, why do you act as if you've never seen treasure before? I doubt Lord Sixth would be this stingy about it. I think you're the one who wants the remainder for herself, more like it, Lan Rua immediately tossed him a charming smile and said, "Lord Sixth will definitely be rewarding me. And since it's my reward, I will accept it happily, of course. It's none of your concern anyway." After which, she lifted up her giant bag of treasure and even skipped merrily away out the cave. It was no surprise she was happy, being able to earn a fortune without having to lift a finger. Miao Yi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It wasn't as though he was unwilling to give these things to his little sister. As long as she needed them, he would definitely hand them over to her. But for her to do this was no different than setting him up. This was the reason he was so profoundly dissatisfied. "I see Yao's but is itching for a good spanking," Miao Yi said with a dark expression on his face. Sikong Wu replied helplessly, "Brother, if you have the guts to spank Fairy Yao's but, then you can take all of this for yourself." The others nodded in agreement. Still slightly fuming with rage, Miao Yi casually remarked, "It's not like I've never spanked it before." As he said it, he immediately realized his slip of the tongue and hurriedly shut his mouth. He did spank her before, but his little sister was still young at the time and had followed his little brother's bad habits. He had punished her many times whenever she went overboard with her little games. Kids would always be naughty after all. Being spanked once or twice was inevitable. The people beside him were utterly confounded by his words, and Zhao Fei asked in shock, "You've hit Fairy Yao's but before?" Sikong Wuwei was also dumbfounded, asking, "Brother, are you serious? How does it feel?" "What I mean is, it's not like I've never hit a woman before. There are plenty of women who have died by my hand," Miao Yi quickly corrected himself. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at him. What a shock it was. They all thought that Miao Yi had really spanked the butt of such a nation-toppling beauty. That would be incredible if it were true. Being the only woman in the group, after Yi Xin saw how intrigued these men were with the notion of spanking a woman's butt, she secretly cursed, "What a bunch of dirty perverts," but afraid that they would read too deeply into his words, Miao Yi immediately waved his hand and said, "Come on everyone, let's continue splitting our loot. We'll just think of this as paying some money to avoid misfortune. Since Lord Sixth has already accepted a portion of the treasure, then she's partly responsible for it as well. With her holding off the other 5 houses, we'll be able to rest easy and keep all of this." When he put it that way, everyone couldn't help agreeing, and the dissatisfaction in their hearts abated slightly. After all, they lacked the ability to keep all this loot on their own. Without Fairy Yu Yao protecting them, once the other 5 representatives found out the truth, they would surely be forced to spit everything out the same way they swallowed them. What's worse was that they might even have to fork over their lives as well. They were truly spending money to avoid misfortune. Once they were talking about dividing the loot, Miao Yi immediately remembered one person, and said to the rest of the group, "Regardless of cultivation, everyone will be getting an equal share. However, I would like to have 1 extra share." Sikong Wuwei waved his hand and replied, "You deserve it. Forget 1 extra share, you can even take a few more if you want to. After all, we were only able to get all this treasure because of you. The rest of us only helped out a little if we're being honest. With such a large fortune, even if we split it unevenly, we would still end up with quite a sum." Everyone else nodded in agreement. They still had a sense of priority after all. Besides, even though at times one may possess the ability to earn a fortune, one would need the ability to enjoy said fortune as well. They still needed to rely on Miao Yi's protection if they wanted to survive until the end of the subjugation crusade in peace. Why else would those people they threatened obediently hand over their belongings? For survival, of course. To have fortune without life is to end up losing both. To have a life without fortune is simply a matter of waiting for the riches to come. This was the rule of survival in the cultivation realm. Similar to when Miao Yi had just met Zhao Ruoxian, he couldn't do anything about the other party even as they took his stuff. He couldn't be reckless and try to fight Zhao Ruoxian. If he really did that, he would have ended up with nothing. Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "That's not what I mean. There's actually one more person who helped us out for this plan, but you just haven't met him." Everyone exchanged glances, then Gu Sanjing asked, "Who is this person?" "Yan Beihong." Miao Yi smiled as he said the name, then continued, "He's an old friend of mine, and also a Celestial Nation cultivator. Originally, he was supposed to come back here with me, but because I was borrowing his name, I had him stay at the Devil Nation's camp for the time being. With me carrying out such misdeeds under his name, I'm undoubtedly damaging his reputation, and might even bring him trouble. If I don't split some of the loot with him as well, then it wouldn't be right, but... So that's why." Everyone nodded, and Zhao Fei said, "You can just do as you like." And so the matter was decided, and the treasure was split 9 ways. As Yan Beihong didn't participate in the plan directly, Miao Yi made the decision on his behalf to give him a smaller portion of the stuff whenever they couldn't split it evenly. For example, out of the 17 top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts remaining, the 8 who were present now each got 2 pieces, while Yan Beihong would only receive 1. Any remainders from the other items were dealt with similarly as well. After everything was divided, each person received about 150,000 low-grade orbs of will, 440,000 gold crystals, 540,000 first-grade Yao cores, 166 first-grade transcendent artifacts and 3,555 second-grade transcendent artifacts. For the top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts, besides Yan Beihong, everyone else received 2 each. As for the other miscellaneous stuff, there was just too much to be properly tallied, and since dawn was breaking soon, everyone couldn't be bothered to count the exact figures, and just casually divided them into 9 portions along with all the storage rings. Each person then took a single portion with them. They weren't concerned with such trivialities anymore. The 8 of them were in rather high spirits. Sikong Wu would occasionally let out a couple of snickers, as he'd never thought in his wildest dreams that he would one day come to own so much treasure. Forget everything else. Just the second-grade transcendent artifacts alone was a big enough fortune to make one smile in their sleep. Miao Yi had spent a fortune just to get a whole set of second-grade transcendent artifacts, so it was evident how expensive they were. With over 3,000 of them in his possession, it was more than enough to make 300 complete sets. As he held onto the pile of treasure, Pai Junzi felt as though he was still dreaming. Did he really just become filthy rich just like that? Meanwhile, Tao Yongchun couldn't even stop smiling. His contribution to the team was even less than that of Pai Junzi, so he never thought that Miao Yi would give him an equal share as well. That was an equal share they were dealing with. It wasn't the same as Miao Yi just casually giving him a small portion of the treasure. As they basked in their excitement, the Gu Sanjing trio looked at Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun, then cast their gazes out of the cave, where Miao Yi was currently scanning his surroundings. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a large pile of treasure? Even Fairy Yu Yao had cast her status aside just to take a portion of it away with her. On the other hand, Miao Yi had decided that they should split it equally. What took them more by surprise was that Miao Yi had actually given Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun an equal portion of the loot as well. The fact that he'd made such a decision so easily caused the 3 of them to sigh at their own inferiority. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, Demanding Justice. Chapter 425, Demanding Justice. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. The 3 of them couldn't help laughing at their own thoughts. Back then, they had tried all they could to kill Miao Yi, but now they had somehow become his friends. What else could they be if not friends? And good friends who had fought side by side at that. It seemed as though it was no longer important whether or not they could complete the mission handed to them by their schools. Judging from the reactions on Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchuan's faces, it looked like Miao Yi would be getting 2 good Yao cultivator friends from now on too. There was a tinge of sorrow in Zhao Fei's gaze as he looked at Miao Yi. Those people from the Red Scarves Alliance who had betrayed Miao Yi, where were they now? Zhao Fei hadn't seen a single one of them on this nameless island. On the contrary, him and Sikong Wu were the ones who managed to survive until now because of the decision they made in that one moment. And by the looks of things, they would be able to leave the Sea of Constellations in one piece as well. On top of that, they had just obtained an incredible fortune. With ample time and a safe environment, if they used the cultivation resources they had now, the 2 of them could break through all the way to Red Lotus 5th grade. Originally, there had been one more person by Miao Yi's side. It was a woman, and her name was Qi Xiuhong. Zhao Fei couldn't help lamenting as he thought about it. It was such a pity that Qi Xiuhong's cultivation had been much too low in this perilous place. If only she could have held out for another half day. But sadly she couldn't even endure past the first half. If she had, she'd still be alive and leaving the Sea of Constellations together with them. She would have a bountiful supply of cultivation resources, and a bright future ahead of her. But alas, it was all too late. Woo! A loud howling noise came from outside. Looking around by the cave's entrance, Miao Yi turned back and said, "It's time to assemble. Let's go." Everyone touched the storage rings wrapped under their clothes, coming to realize that it was truly a hassle to have too many storage rings. But alas, they didn't have those high-grade storage rings that could stack their effects upon one another, so they could only carry them alone. Things were easier for the men. However, being a woman, Yixan couldn't just take off her clothes in public and hang the storage rings on her body, so she just tied it directly over her clothes. She then added on a few extra clothes on top of them. Her slim figure was immediately gone after that. Put. Tan Lao couldn't resist breaking out into laughter. He quickly stifled it, but his gaze continued to look up and down Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian shot him a vicious glare. TSK. We can even use this as armor if we ever need to step up and fight. You won't have to worry even if the opponent strikes you with his sword, Sikong Wuwei said as he felt around his body. The Celestial Nation forces soon gathered and began making their way to the arena together. Yu Yao cast a sideways glance at Miao Yi, who was riding beside her, then turned back to see the slightly plumped-up Zhao Fei and the others. She secretly transmitted her voice over to Miao Yi. Yan Beihong, looks like you guys have made quite a fortune. Miao Yi became a little furious the moment Yu Yao brought up this topic. How could you even set up your own brother? He replied in kind, how can we compare to you, Yu Yao? You're the one who took the lion's share of the profits with you. We're just getting your leftovers. Yu Yao then flashed the transparent, golden amber storage ring on her slender finger in front of Miao Yi. It was the kind that could overlay its storage space. Miao Yi could tell from a single glance that it was very intricately designed. The storage ring looked very beautiful on Yu Yao's finger. Moving her fingers around in a flaunting manner, Yu Yao teased, just look at yourselves. You barely have any room left to keep all your things. I'm doing you all a favor by taking some away, She's mocking me for not having a high-grade storage ring. Humph. Now that I have so much treasure with me, I'll get Zhao Ruoxian to refine one for me as soon as I get back. If he can't, then I'll just buy one directly. Miao Yi replied coolly, Fairy Yu Yao is so beautiful. I'm just scared you won't be able to find someone to marry if you're branded as a greedy woman. Wouldn't I be causing trouble for you then? That's funny. Me, have trouble finding someone to marry? Yu Yao acted as though she just heard the biggest joke in her life. She said disdainfully, there are countless men across the realm who wish to marry me. As long as I spread word that I'm looking for a partner, men will surely flock in droves to my side like schools of carp, and I can just choose as I please. I may be afraid of many things, but I never have to worry about my marriage. Is that so? Miao Yi asked sarcastically, then why not try and spread the word then? Let's see who wishes to marry you. Trying to provoke me? Yu Yao scoffed, thanks for the kind reminder, but I already have a standard for the type of man that I wish to marry. I don't need to spread the word out. Miao Yi was surprised by her answer. He immediately stopped trying to tease her, and looked at her earnestly as he asked, you already have someone in mind? Yes, I do. Yu Yao admitted without hesitation. Miao Yi mulled this over for a while, then asked, can you tell me who it is? What right do you have to know this? Yu Yao felt his question was laughable. I see where you're coming from. Are you jealous? As if I would be jealous. I just wish to give you my blessing. There was a trace of melancholy in Miao Yi's expression as he shook his head and sighed. You've really grown up, I see. You even have someone you want to marry. You're right, I don't have the right. I probably don't even have the qualifications to attend your big day either. Very well then. Since my strength is limited, I won't be able to give you anything too luxurious. So I won't be angry anymore. You can just think of all the stuff you took last night as your dowry. Don't complain that it's too little. If I ever get the chance, I will add on a more expensive gift in the future. Yu Yao found Miao Yi's words truly insufferable. He made it seem like he was her father or something. She found it infuriating and laughable at the same time, and replied, You, give me my dowry? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Even if I'm willing to accept it, do you think you can afford my dowry? You think a paltry amount like that is enough to be my dowry? Miao Yi immediately lowered his head and sank into silence. Even if I revealed my identity. Even if. Given little sister's status now, The person she wishes to marry is definitely someone extraordinary. But as her big brother, I probably don't even have the ability to represent the bride's family and fork out an appropriate dowry for her wedding. How can I shamelessly reveal my identity then? Seeing how Miao Yi had suddenly quieted down, Yu Yao wanted to continue mocking him. However, she quickly stopped herself as she thought, what am I doing? I'm not acting like myself. Why did I even say such things to a man I barely know? Sorry. Miao Yi suddenly apologized with a pained expression. Yu Yao was speechless. The sudden apology had completely broken her train of thought, and she couldn't fathom what Miao Yi was thinking of at all. He couldn't possibly be apologizing just because I said he couldn't afford my dowry, right? Yu Yao didn't know what to say. She turned back to look at Zhao Fei and the others, then said to Miao Yi via voice transmission, you divided all the loot with them last night? Miao Yi lowered his head a little, and replied absent-mindedly, we divided it equally. But equally? Yu Yao was shocked, and she looked on at Miao Yi in confusion. That amount of treasure was no small sum even to her. After she took away half, they actually divided the rest equally? The 6 camps soon gathered around the arena, however, there were no signs of anyone starting the battle. Instead, He Wuya, Feng Ruxiu, Kong Ji, and Bai Ziliang all headed over to Yu Yao's side. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang was rubbing his hands excitedly and giving his men a pep talk as he saw this. Confused, he then said, what's going on? We aren't fighting anymore? These guys better stop trying to play tricks behind my back. Come on. Let's go over and see what's up. Afterwards, he quickly charged over with a few of his men. Several dozen people stood before Yu Yao in a semicircle. She eyed them calmly, then asked, what do you think you're doing? Stop playing dumb. What do we think we're doing, you say? Motherfucker. How dare you steal from a monk? That's just too unscrupulous. I will definitely get justice today. Ba Jie was the first one to speak. He was absolutely boiling with rage. Not only did the other party set him up, but they didn't even show up to the trap he'd prepared the night before. He ended up waiting an entire night for nothing and suffered a second time. Yu Yao cast a sideways glance at him, then said, Kong Ji, where did this scoundrel of a monk come from? As if he's fit to speak with me. My master is Mount Duolai's Grandmaster Qi Jia. You dare say you've never heard of him? As soon as the other party questioned his identity, Ba Jia immediately announced the name of his master. Grandmaster Qi Jia is a noble and honorable monk. How can he possibly have such a disrespectful disciple like you? Beat it! Yu Yao scoffed. Ba Jia had just pointed out with his finger, when suddenly whoosh! A crescent moon appeared directly over his head, giving him a fright as it almost cut him down on the spot. No matter how sharp his tongue was, he couldn't make any snide comments when faced with absolute strength. Ba Jia's expression twisted in dismay as he stared at the razor-sharp edge that was merely half an arm's length away from his face. I almost got turned into a cross-eyed guy. A good monk does not make himself suffer willingly. I'll keep quiet and endure this for now. Meanwhile, Bai Ziliang pointed at Miao Yi and scoffed, we all know what the issue is here. Let's not beat around the bush. Have him return all the things he stole. Seeing as the issue was related to Miao Yi, Yun Feiyang asked curiously, Bai Ziliang, what's going on? Explain it to me. Bai Ziliang then briefly explained to him the deeds that Miao Yi had committed. After which, Yun Feiyang looked at Miao Yi in shock, and asked, are you for real? Finally realizing who was behind the weird happenings of late, Yun Feiyang was instantly overjoyed. He thought, this Miao Yi is a loyal friend indeed. He only set up everyone else's members and not mine, but... Beside him, Yan Beihong looked at Miao Yi in astonishment. This little brother of mine sure is crazy as hell. The floating crescent moon then drifted over to Yu Yao's back as she said coolly, I was the one who ordered him to do it. The rules didn't explicitly forbid participants from doing this after all. If you have the strength, you can do it too. All your things are in my possession now. You want me to hand them over? Fat chance. So what can you do about it then? Before Bai Ziliang could finish his sentence, Yu Yao immediately cut him short and said, Bai Ziliang, you'd better stop acting so rude in front of me. Even your mother, Ji Mimi, has to be respectful when speaking to me. This is no place for you to point fingers and boss me around. If you continue acting out of turn, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of Ji Mimi. Bai Ziliang clenched his fists in anger, and behind him, Lan Susu was evidently displeased as well. However, they couldn't do anything about it as they knew that they were no match for her. They heard that Yu Yao had even taught Yan Beihong a lesson the moment he arrived. Feng Ruxiu raised his hand in a friendly manner and tried to play the mediator as he said, Yu Yao, everyone is here to talk things out. You don't need to get so angry. What a joke. I've never heard of someone coming to the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade to talk things out. Yu Yao snorted contemptuously, all your things are with me now. If you want to take them, then bring it. But let me make things clear, don't blame me if my hand slips and you get into an accident. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. Yu Yao had no intention of yielding, and the others couldn't do anything about it either. It's not like they could just kill her off. More importantly, there was no telling who would win either if they started fighting. Yun Feiyan was overjoyed to see all these people disadvantaged like this. And because of Miao Yi, he immediately decided to play the good guy, waving his hand as he said, let's just forget about it. It's not like they fought privately. Our members were the ones who willingly handed their things over. So long as they didn't break any of our rules, there isn't much we can do about it. Come on, let's move along now. We wouldn't want to cause any delays to the subjugation crusade. Feng Ruxiu and the others all rolled their eyes at him. What do you mean, our members? How are your people even related to this? It's easy for you to say that since they didn't touch a single hair on your members' heads. We shall continue the matches. He Woya declared coldly. He then turned his mount around, his black cape fluttering in the wind, and quickly led his subordinates away. Let's go back. Yun Feiyang said joyfully. He shot a wink over to Miao Yi, then turned his mount around and led his subordinates away. Oh, Yu Yao. Feng Ruxiu smiled bitterly at Yu Yao, shaking his head as he led his men away as well. His words and actions made it seem as though he was extremely close to Yu Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, Frenzied. Chapter 426, Frenzied. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Bai Ziliang and Kong Ji were the only two people left. Lost for words and feeling helpless by the situation, they returned in the end, albeit resentfully. Following beside Kong Ji, Ba Jia grumbled, this woman had better not let me catch her. One day, I swear I'll have her return everything with interest. Meanwhile, Yu Yao tilted her head to look at Miao Yi and transmitted her voiceover, Yan Beihong, I'd say you didn't hand those things over to me in vain, wouldn't you? Miao Yi remained silent. On the other hand, Zhao Fei and the others behind him were overjoyed. They were lucky to have Yu Yao shoulder the responsibility for them. Otherwise, the matter probably wouldn't end with them returning all the things they stole. Yu Yao called out to Miao Yi again and said, I asked you a question. Why aren't you replying? Thanks. Miao Yi gave a short word of thanks. Don't just pay me lip service. You still have 2 vacant spots on your team. After this, I'll arrange for 2 more members to join you. If you can help ensure the survival of 2 more Celestial Nation cultivators, then try your best to do just that. As she said this, Yu Yao couldn't help but sigh softly. There was a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Here in the Sea of Constellations, she had no choice but to play the role of a strong woman and consider the benefit of the realm beyond heaven whenever she could. At the end of the day, women were different from men. Truthfully, no woman in the world was willing to act strong and give the impression that she was more powerful than a man. The carnage then resumed once more. The battles were as brutal as ever. Heads were constantly flying, and blood spurted everywhere as agonizing screams occasionally resounded. This was definitely a type of baptism to all the cultivators present. Those who were able to live through such bloodshed would never be the same once they returned, particularly the aura they wielded. The sun rose and set as the days passed. The members of all 6 camps were gradually decreasing, but the air around the arena seemed to grow even tenser instead. Those who were still alive knew that there was nothing left to do but push on even harder than before now that they'd come this far. The chance to make it out of this alive was right before their eyes, and everyone going up to battle was pulling out all the stops. Even though the number of participants was decreasing, the battles were becoming more intense, and the frequency at which the same participants were stepping up to the arena was steadily increasing. Every single participant was constantly surpassing their own limits and performing beyond their normal standards. Gu Sanjiang and the others couldn't contain their astonishment as they bore all this violence before them. They probably wouldn't be able to hold their own if they were in the other party's shoes. Those who were able to kill their way this far were evidently in another league of their own. They were definitely the top-tier elites of the battlefield. During this time, Yu Yao realized that Miao Yi seemed to be acting strangely. He no longer acted nonchalantly in front of her. Instead, he was strangely quiet. Even when she tried to start a conversation from time to time, Miao Yi would just give short answers, causing Yu Yao to feel somewhat disheartened. It was soon time for the final battle. As both parties stepped up to the battlefield and started clashing with one another, they immediately pulled out all the stops and went into a murderous frenzy. Hoofbeats constantly resounded as the dirt on the ground was sent flying about by the waves of transcendence energy. The riders charged madly, clashing with one another time and again. As the battle waged on, men were overturned from their mounts, and dragon steeds neighed in agony. He Wuya of the Ghost Nation and Yun Feiyang of the Devil Nation were both watching with widened eyes. The final battle was between their 2 camps. 89 participants weren't currently on the battlefield, which meant that out of the 20 participants involved in the final battle, only 11 needed to survive for the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade to be over. The final 11 survivors would be born from this group of 20. And although their hopes of survival were quite high, it was almost equally slim at the same time. They were walking a fine line between heaven and hell. Those who had to fight last were the most pitiful, having to walk a fine line between life and death. The chance to leave the Sea of Constellations alive was just before their eyes, yet they had to face the maddened attacks of their opponents before they could get there. The feeling of hope and despair existing simultaneously was enough to drive one insane. As the riders continued to be overturned from their mounts, the Devil Nation managed to seize the upper hand. There were casualties on both sides. As the fight became a 7 versus 5 battle, the spectators could feel their hearts racing. Even the silent Miao Yi was holding his breath and observing the battle attentively. After toiling tirelessly for almost 10 years, the final outcome rested upon the shoulders of one man. It could be said that there was still one final spot left. Who wouldn't be nervous about that? When a ghost cultivator finally fell to the hands of 3 other Devil Nation cultivators, the other 4 participants from the Ghost Nation immediately retreated, unconcerned for the status of their comrade. Ah! They raised their heads to the sky and shouted, announcing to the crowd that they had survived until the end. All the other participants immediately shouted in glee as well. However, something unprecedented suddenly occurred. One of the Devil Nation cultivators had lost himself in a frenzy, failing to hear even the cheers of so many people. He continued on in a murderous rage, charging out on his dragon steed and madly attacking with his sword. PSH. As his sword fell, the head of an unprepared ghost cultivator was instantly chopped off. All the participants were startled by this, and the cheers immediately stopped. Even the 2 groups on the arena were utterly dazed. Meanwhile, that Devil Nation cultivator had clearly lost himself in a frenzy. He completely ignored the reactions of everyone around him, and just proceeded to charge straight for the other 3 ghost cultivators, who would still continue to risk their lives going against this guy. Even if they could win, the 3 Ghost Nation cultivators didn't want to take the risk against such a lunatic, and hastily bolted back to the Ghost Nation's camp. "You're courting death." A furious bellow resounded, then a black cape fiercely billowed as a massive 3-eyed wolf instantly rushed out like a typhoon. Hei Wuya suddenly brandished his spear and charged straight towards that crazed Devil Nation cultivator on his own. He was really pissed. The final outcome had already been decided, and everything was over, but the other party had still caused his Ghost Nation to lose 1 survivor. "Hei Wuya! You dare!" Yan Beihong also bellowed angrily. He brandished his spear, then immediately charged out on his mad Satan bull. As the members of both camps came to realize the gravity of the situation, they rushed out almost immediately as well, following the backs of their leaders. These were the trusted subordinates of the 2 representatives. The normal participants wouldn't be risking their lives anymore at this point. Meanwhile, as he saw the people beside him rushing out, Yan Beihong actually decided to follow suit as well. Miao Yi was utterly lost for words when he saw Yan Beihong shouting and charging forward with a long sword in hand. Everything was supposed to be already over. Who could have thought something like this would actually happen? The other nation's cultivators all exchanged glances with one another. "We won't get dragged into this as well, right?" Hei Wuya's mount was evidently stronger than the frenzied devil cultivator's dragon steed. As soon as both parties clashed, the 3-eyed wolf abruptly brandished a jaw full of sharp fangs and bit down on the heel of the frenzied devil cultivator's mount, causing blood to instantly gush out everywhere. The dragon steed lost its leg, then boom! The devil cultivator was immediately sent flying away by Hei Wuya's spear. Coming from behind, Yan Beihong swiftly launched his spear and clashed head-on with Hei Wuya. Beneath the 2, one mount bit down with its sharp fangs, while the other tackled with its fearsome horn as the 2 sides quickly brushed past one another. As he passed by Hei Wuya, Yan Beihong rushed straight towards the devil cultivator, who was now sane after his fall to the ground, and pulled the ladder onto his back. There was no helping it. Currently, Hei Wuya had to take justice for the Ghost Nation cultivators, while Yan Beihong couldn't just watch as his Devil Nation cultivators suffered. It was just like how Yu Yao had saved Gu Sanzheng and the others from Bai Ziliang. As he passed by Yan Beihong, Hei Wuya rushed straight for the Devil Nation's cultivators who were charging over. He was dead set on killing a few Devil Nation cultivators to vent out the frustration of his Ghost Nation members. The 3-eyed wolf he was sitting on was incredibly powerful. It continued to bite here and there, helping Hei Wuya knock several of the Devil Nation cultivators off their steeds. Hei Wuya was about to take this opportunity to kill off a few members and vent out his frustration when suddenly a longsword came swinging by the corner of his eyes. The force behind that blade was like a mad devil, causing Hei Wuya to jump up in fright. It would have killed him if he hadn't been careful. Fortunately, his 3-eyed wolf had swiftly bitten down with its fangs and helped him avoid the perilous situation. The attacker was none other than Yan Beihong. However, as Yan Beihong's cultivation was inferior to the other parties, and because his weapon and armor didn't have an impact mitigating effect like Miao Yi's, he ended up slightly on the losing end. That said, relying solely on his powerful sword art, Yan Beihong ultimately forced Hei Wuya to go on the defense, not giving him the chance to turn around and kill Yan Beihong's trusted subordinates who had been knocked off their mounts. The battle between the 2 of them actually persisted for a while. Even with the 3-eyed wolf supporting him, Hei Wuya was unable to gain much of an advantage. The crowd was completely amazed as they wondered who the attacker was. Given Hei Wuya's strength, and with the 3-eyed wolf supporting him, he was actually unable to defeat this person in a head-on battle. Yan Beihong was frustrated with the 3-eyed wolf as well. Its fur was incomparably supple and tough. He couldn't damage it in the slightest even after dozens of strikes. Instead, he was the one being helplessly pushed back. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang was quickly holding off He Wuya's subordinates and preventing them from attacking his own. Both parties were incredibly stubborn. Neither side was using their transcendent artifacts, as they didn't want to look weak in front of the other party. When he saw that Yan Beihong was gradually losing, Miao Yi couldn't sit still any longer. He unfastened the bag strapped around his back and tossed it behind him to Zhao Fei. He then spread out his arms, and the black fog wrapped around his body, donning both man and steed in armor, and the inversed scale spear appeared in his hand. Yu Yao was utterly shocked. She shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" However, charcoal had already shot out like an arrow. With spear in hand, Miao Yi charged straight towards the fight between He Wuya and Yan Beihong, wishing to help save the latter from his predicament. He bellowed furiously, "Yan Beihong is here." The crowd was completely astonished. The Reaper that tricked everyone is making his move. Is he after He Wuya's life? Casting a sideways glance at Miao Yi, He Wuya was shocked by his sudden appearance. Why is this guy suddenly joining in? Oh shit. I forgot he was from the Devil Nation's camp to begin with. Zhao Fei and the others were jolted as well. This fight is between the Devil Nation and Ghost Nation. Brother, what are you involving yourself for? When they saw Miao Yi donning his armor, Zhao Fei and the others quickly put theirs on as well. Zhao Fei hurriedly fastened the bag onto his back, then charged after Miao Yi with his square sky-decorated halberd in hand. And the moment he charged out, Xikong Wu Wei also brandished his broadaxe and followed suit. Behind them, Gu Sanzhong, Tan Lao, Yi Xian quickly bolted out as well. Even Tai Yongchan and Pai Junzi held no regard for their own feeble strength and recklessly charged out. Not a single one of them hesitated. Only the two people who were subsequently forced into the group by Yu Yao stood there helplessly, completely lost on what to do. They initially thought that they were lucky to be able to join this team. They never expected something like this to actually happen. Were these people trying to get them killed or something? Yu Yao was going mad. I know Yan Beihong has the strength, but why are you all joining in the mix as well? Do you really think He Wuya is some kind of pushover? Once you guys step in, even if He Wuya were to use his transcendent artifact, he wouldn't be breaking the rules. Do you all think that my celestial nation has too many survivors, so you wish to kill off a few of your own volition? Yu Yao flicked both her hands, and 6 crescent moons quickly shot out afterward, cutting in between the two parties who were in the middle of battle. And at the same time, she shouted, "Stop!" She was breaking the rule of using a top-tier transcendent artifact on the battlefield. However, at this point, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would criticize her for it. Under the terrifying might of the 6 crescent moons, as well as the sudden flare of golden light emanating from the geotranscendence bangles on everyone's wrists, the battle came to a standstill. There was also a rumbling voice echoing from the direction of the ship that had stopped on the nameless island, saying, "Board the ship. No delays will be tolerated." This message was evidently an announcement marking the end of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Only now did everyone on the battlefield calm themselves down. They finally managed to find a reason to stop. He Wuya and Yun Feiyang looked at one another, then snorted in contempt almost simultaneously. Their men quickly followed after them as they left. Yun Feiyang saw how valiant Yan Beihong was, that he could actually contend head-on against He Wuya. Not to mention, Miao Yi had suddenly stepped in to help as well. Yun Feiyang couldn't help give out a hearty guffaw as he looked at the two of them. Meanwhile, He Wuya, whose eyes were the only facial feature visible, had turned around to gaze deeply at Miao Yi and Yan Beihong. Yan Beihong, in particular, had almost caused him to lose his life just now, had he not been careful. He Wuya could sense that Yan Beihong was only inferior in terms of cultivation. Once his cultivation was high enough, with his skills, he would become a force to be reckoned with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Glory of the Survivors. Chapter 427, Glory of the Survivors. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Yan Beihong placed his sword on his shoulder. He never thought that Miao Yi would charge out at a time like this just to help him. After all, the other party was a high-ranking person from the Ghost Nation. Yan Beihong couldn't help letting out a hearty laugh as he looked at Miao Yi. His expression was full of exhilaration and openly screamed out, "A brother like this makes life worth living." At the same time, Miao Yi turned back to look at Zhao Fei and the others who had charged out with him. As his gaze fell upon Pai Junzi, Miao Yi was a little surprised. He never thought that the same Pai Junzi, who was always so afraid of death that he could kneel before a man and call him his granddaddy if it meant he could survive, would actually be able to risk his life. Pai Junzi felt sheepish when he caught Miao Yi's gaze. He smiled awkwardly, then turned his head away, feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't know what he was thinking either. He had just felt a rush of blood to his brain, and then before he realized, he was already charging out as well. It should be recalled that back when they were all trapped inside the demon refining gourd, Pai Junzi had cursed Miao Yi mercilessly and wished for nothing more than for the latter to be dead. Yet because something like this did happen, one could say that it allowed quite a number of people to see the truth of some matters. In the end, an incident that was on the verge of becoming a major scene passed by rather uneventfully. When they heard the announcement to board ship, most of the participants simply stared at the golden flare of the Geotranscendence bangle on their wrist. Miao Yi was no exception either. With a joyless expression, he looked at the shining golden bangle on his wrist, thinking, the subjugation crusade is really over? I really survived to the end? Most of the participants shared the same thought as well. Their mixed feelings were similarly reflected on their expressions. Yan Beihong, am I completely invisible to you? Yu Yao slowly strode over on her jade lion, glaring at Miao Yi as she rebuked him. For the Celestial Nation, besides those who had free passes like them, the rest of the survivors consisted of normal participants, like Miao Yi and his team. With much difficulty, their camp managed to have a total of 23 survivors, the largest number out of all 6 nations. Seeing the subjugation crusade finally coming to an end, the Celestial Nation members were already jumping with joy at getting first place. Then, right when everyone least expected it, Miao Yi suddenly charged out on his own, completely disobeying Yu Yao's instructions. It would have been devastating if their camp still suffered casualties right at the end of it all. And as Yu Yao was trying all she could to ensure the survival of as many Celestial Nation cultivators as possible, Miao Yi's actions had undoubtedly caused her much distress. Miao Yi had no words to respond. Under Yu Yao's cold gaze, Zhao Fei and the others sheepishly kept their silence as well. Yu Yao didn't know what to say as she glared at this group of cultivators. Given the circumstances, she never would have thought that Zhao Fei and the others would follow after Miao Yi with no regard for their own safety the moment they saw him charge out. Their actions were truly commendable. Yu Yao then turned to look at the other 2 people whom she had forced onto this group previously. Seeing them simply standing in place without following after the others, Yu Yao couldn't help having mixed feelings about them. Previously, she wanted to try and help 2 more Celestial Nation cultivators still, and heavily objected to Miao Yi taking in 2 Yao cultivators into his team. From her standpoint, when fighting against outside forces, her own Celestial Nation cultivators had to come first. As such, she had asked Miao Yi to kick out the 2 Yao cultivators, so that his team could offer their protection to another 2 Celestial Nation cultivators. However, Miao Yi rejected her idea. At the time, she was very displeased with his decision, but now, she couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. On the other hand, Miao Yi had no way of seeing things from Yu Yao's point of view. To him, there was no Celestial Nation cultivator who would dare kill Yu Yao in the subjugation crusade, but there were many who wanted him dead. He couldn't think of any reason to not protect the people who had shared life and death with him, and instead shield those he barely even knew. Even if he protected them, there was no guarantee that they would share the same sentiment. The way those 2 Celestial Nation cultivators just stood in place while he and the others charged out clearly highlighted this underlying matter. Let's board the ship. Deciding not to say anything else, Yu Yao slowly strode away on her mount with the others in tow. Zhao Fei unfastened the bag on his back and tossed it to Miao Yi. Miao Yi rushed over to Yan Beihong's side and pushed the bag into his hands. "This is for you." Yan Beihong was puzzled at first. After he examined it with his transcendence energy, the sheer volume of treasures inside gave him quite the shock. Originally, the wealth of all 180,000 participants gathered over millennia was supposed to be split between the top 100 survivors of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. However, most of that wealth had now ended up being divided between Miao Yi's group as well as the representatives of the six sages. As for the other survivors, they barely had anything left. Miao Yi had tricked them of most of their possessions. One must know that even a single portion of such massive wealth was enough to cause a person to jump up in fright. Yan Beihong looked at Miao Yi in shock, and transmitted his voiceover, asking, "Little brother, are you serious? This is for me? Are these the spoils you obtained from that incident?" Miao Yi nodded and replied, "All my comrades have a share as well. We have split it all equally. How could I miss you out? It's just, since you weren't physically there, and we couldn't divide everything evenly, I took the liberty of giving you a slightly smaller share." Yan Beihong meekly said, "You didn't have to do so much just for me. I didn't contribute anything at all. How can I accept such riches from you? I wouldn't mind if it was just a small gift, but this is simply too much. I can barely count them all." "What do you mean you didn't contribute anything?" "Big brother Yan, you stayed in the Devil Nation's camp and covered for me, allowing me to use your name to conduct such misdeeds. This is the greatest help I could have ever received. Brother, you've always been an easygoing man. When did you become so indecisive?" Miao Yi said. Yan Beihong was slightly taken aback by Miao Yi's response. But soon, he simply shook his head and smiled. Fastening the bag around his torso, he said, "Since you put it that way, I will gratefully accept it." A massive ship was anchored about 10 meters away from shore. Standing on deck with their hands behind their backs were 3 cultivators from the Western Constellations Palace, gazing over the forces approaching the ship. 99 cultivators then quickly leaped across the waves and landed on the ship. Bai Zilian's expression was incredibly gloomy. All the other Yao cultivators had been completely decimated besides the 6 of them with free passes. He didn't know how he should face his mother, who had painstakingly gotten him this opportunity, once he reached the Western Constellations Palace. There had been simply 2 little Yao Nation cultivators gathered on the nameless island to begin with. As the battles proceeded, their numbers dwindled while the frequency at which they had to battle increased. And the weaker they seemed, the more likely it was for the cultivators of the other 5 nations to try to take advantage of them. It was easy to predict the eventual outcome of that 3 days before the subjugation crusade would end. Besides Bai Ziliang and his subordinates, the Yao Nation camp had been completely decimated. To be fair, not all of them were dead. Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun were considered Yao Nation cultivators as well. However, Bai Ziliang was still not aware of this fact. It would probably have been an even greater slap to his face if he did. None of the Yao Nation cultivators that served him had survived, whereas those that worked for others had instead. How could he possibly accept that? Initially, Yu Yao and the Celestial Nation camp weren't that much better off than Bai Ziliang either. However, they never expected that Miao Yi would suddenly pop up in their camp and be such a great boon to Yu Yao. With him around, only the Celestial Nation cultivators dared to challenge other cultivators, whereas none of the other 5 nations' cultivators dared to challenge them. This saved the Celestial Nation cultivators from having to fight many battles, and the further the battles progressed, the more advantageous they became. Ultimately, Yu Yao caused a great upset and dominated the entire competition, helping the Celestial Nation ensure the greatest number of survivors among the 6 nations. Out of the 36 people sent by the 6 sages, only Yin Feiyang lost 1 subordinate, bringing it down to 35 persons. Together with the 23 normal survivors from the Celestial Nation, that made for a total of 58 positions already taken. After which, of the 42 remaining survivors, there was one casualty towards the end of it all. With all the other Yao Nation members under Bai Ziliang being wiped out, the remaining 41 spots were all taken up by the other 4 nations. The outcome was clear as day. The Celestial Nation completely dominated the competition. After boarding the ship, Yu Yao was being escorted by her trusted subordinates to her room to rest when she suddenly came to a halt. Turning her head around, she swept a gaze across the crowd. Her eyes sparkled as she caught sight of Miao Yi, who at that moment had just met up with Yan Beihong atop the deck. She couldn't deny that Miao Yi had been a great help to her. Then, she watched as the jubilant Yun Feiyang joined the crowd, grabbing onto Miao Yi's wrist and pulling him away. Her brows unconsciously creased as she wondered why this guy was always so close to the people from the Devil Nation. The ship started sailing as soon as everyone was on board. Dragon steeds weren't used as the driving source this time. Instead, Transcendence artifacts were used to power the Western Constellation's Palace's ship, making it incredibly fast, and the ship rode across the waves at breakneck speed. The Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade was actually meant to end in another month or so. But considering it had already gone on for almost 10 years, it was no big deal to end it a month before its supposed due date. After all, everyone still needed to spend an extra 2 to 3 months to get back home. There was a place within the boundless, Jade Sea, where the jagged reefs easily stood over 300 meters tall, their craggy tips laid out sporadically across the surface of the blue ocean. Like the massive fangs of a monstrous living behemoth of nature, it instilled a sense of awe and amazement within all who looked upon it. This was the Western Constellation's palace. Almost everyone who was on the ship came out to look. Some stood on deck, some on the rooftops, and some on the ship's bow. They all stared in awe at the towering structure before them. Even Yu Yao and the others had never been to the Western Constellation's palace before. To be able to visit the Western Constellation's palace while possessing a Blue Lotus cultivation was indeed an honor in its own right. This was a privilege enjoyed only by those who have survived the Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade. Once they returned, they would be able to boast to the other cultivators, "I have been to the Western Constellation's palace." Normal cultivators would surely be astonished by this. Although the Western Constellation's palace was not extremely extravagant or situated within an extremely beautiful landscape, most cultivators would probably never have the chance to see it in their entire lives. Simply because within the vastness of the Sea of Constellations, various demonic creatures ran amok. One could hardly come close to the Western Constellation's palace, much less pay it a visit. The ship slowly turned and twisted its way into the great fangs of the island, as though they were entering a maze upon the surface of sea. At times, the waters would crash violently against the mighty reefs, other times, they would be deathly still. In some parts, the surface of the ocean was a bright turquoise in color, and in others, a murky black. And within those waters, a shark's dorsal fin would be seen moving about the surface from time to time. There would also be an occasional mysterious claw bursting forth from the ocean depths. It was truly terrifying to behold. There was no way an average person could even approach this palace at all. The giant ship soon reached a dead end. With no further way to continue, it came to a stop. As they set up anchor, the enforcers of the Western Constellation's palace asked everyone to have their mounts remain aboard the ship. For the final bit of their journey, everyone had to make their way up a towering wall of rock. What lay before them was a steep precipice. As everyone looked up, they could see the rough, jagged face of the wall they had to climb. They couldn't help feeling like they were trapped within an underwater prison, as though they had become frogs sitting in the bottom of a well staring up at the sky. Occasionally, they would either see a frightening tentacle emerging from the surface of the water, swaying about beside the ship, or feel as though something was crashing into the bottom of it. Miao Yi and the others decided to store their mounts in their beast sacks and bring them along. After Yu Yao and the others leaped up and started climbing the rock wall, the other cultivators quickly followed their lead, beginning their speedy ascent as they propped themselves up against the wet precipice. One after the other, all the participants made their way up to the peak of the wall 1,000 feet above the surface of the water, as though crawling out of hell and onto the mortal realm. Up there, it was an entirely different scene altogether. Lush trees were abound as colorful flowers blossomed everywhere in sight. Before them lay an immense palace, surrounded by ancient trees, with a myriad of terraces and pavilions of different heights. It was a grand and imposing structure indeed. The infinitely grand and ancient aura surrounding the palace caused everyone's hearts to race. This was the Western Constellations Palace, one of the 4 divine palaces belonging to the Sea of Constellations for Constellations Masters. This was the divine residence of Western Constellations Master Fu Qing, a person who was rumored to have once fought against the 6 sages. Prior to joining the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, none of them had ever expected normal cultivators like themselves would have the opportunity to visit the Western Constellations Palace. However, as their eyes fell upon this lofty palace overseeing the realm, everyone was hit with a wave of excitement, feeling as though all the pain and struggles they went through to get here was worth it after all. Only the dead would rest eternally in silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428, Limitless Future. Chapter 428, Limitless Future. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. There were 2 statues of a beast carved from stone standing on either side of the palace doors. And as the mighty doors opened themselves, Grandmaster Qi Jia, Yun Guan, He Yun, Tang Jun, Huayu, Ji Mimi and the rest of the attendees appeared from within. Each person carried an exalted aura about them, as though without their presence, this place wouldn't be called the Western Constellations Palace. Most of the cultivators who made their way up to the top of the cliff didn't know who these people were. However, their attention soon fell upon a woman in a red dress, whose near-divine beauty instantly drew in everyone's focus. There was no helping it as she was simply too beautiful. So enchanting was her captivating beauty and graceful aura that even the women had no choice but to admit their inferiority before her. Even a woman like Ji Mimi, who was already extremely beautiful in her own right, didn't wish to stand too close to this person, for fear of being overshadowed by her allure. This showed just how much of an impact she had on men. And besides Fairy Hongchen, who else could have drawn everyone's gazes so completely? Many of the men were utterly stupefied as they looked at her. Seeing Fairy Hongchen again, Miao Yi's lips curled into a bitter smile. Once upon a time, this red-clothed woman had been nothing but a pipe dream for him. Because the difference in status was simply too vast, he thought he would never get the chance to see her again in this life. He never would have imagined that he'd get the chance to meet her again today. Does this mean I've improved a little? The more experience one gained, the harder it was to be lost in one's fantasies. Back then, Fairy Hongchen was the type of woman that Miao Yi wanted to marry even in his sleep. However, he now knew how unrealistic that was. Behind Yun Guang, someone was looking straight at Miao Yi. When Miao Yi noticed this person, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Is that Luo Xuanfei's senior brother Zhua? Why is he here? Seeing Miao Yi alive and kicking, Zhua Nanchun heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, that little ancestor from the great devil realm would surely kick up a fuss. After all, he was the one who took her back against her will. When they caught sight of the people appearing by the palace doors, Kong Ji, Yun Feiyang, Yu Yao, He Weya, Feng Ruxiu, and Bai Ziliang all rushed forward to pay their respects. Senior brother. Yu Yao greeted Tang Jun. Tang Jun swept his gaze across Yu Yao's body, heaving a sigh of relief when he noticed that she was all right. However, he still couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly as he looked at her attire. Senior sister, I've missed you terribly. Yu Yao then hugged Fairy Hongchen's arm and began cheerfully chattering away at her ear. Fairy Hongchen simply smiled at her junior sister. The smile was enough to topple nations indeed. Even 100 flowers paled in comparison to its beauty. Many onlookers couldn't help feeling envious at the sight of this. Fortunately, they all knew that Yu Yao was a woman. If it were a man hugging Fairy Hongchen like this instead, they would all surely die of jealousy. On the other hand, Miao Yi was pleased to see that Yu Yao was close to Fairy Hongchen. Nothing matters as long as little sister is doing well. Reverend Kong Ji and the other monks clapped their hands together and greeted Grandmaster Qi Jia. The white-haired, gentle-looking Grandmaster Qi Jia revealed a tender smile in response. As he cast a piercing gaze at Ba Jia, who was standing at the side, he asked, Kong Ji, I hope Ba Jia didn't cause you too much trouble? Ba Jia immediately glanced sideways at Kong Ji. There was a trace of hostility in his gaze. Kong Ji responded courteously, Reverend, there is no cause for concern. Ba Jia has been of great help on this expedition. Ba Jia then chuckled and said, It's my duty, after all. Grandmaster Qi Jia simply shook his head and smiled. It seemed he was fully aware of his disciple's personality. Pa! Yin Guang sent Yun Feiyang staggering back with a kick, then held a finger up to the latter's nose and barked, Damned brat, you sure can run. Your old man's eyes could barely keep up with your antics these past 9 years. Aggrieved, Yun Feiyang mumbled softly, There are so many outsiders here. Can't you show me a little face? Does your old man still need to give you face? I'll break your damn legs once we get back. Let's see how much you can run then. Yun Guang scolded harshly. He then asked, Now tell me the truth. Why were you blindly running around? Immediately, Yun Feiyang puffed up his chest and said proudly, I wasn't running around blindly. I was simply being fearless. All these years, I was constantly looking for opponents. Having failed to taste a single defeat, your son felt terribly lonely, so all I could do was keep looking for people to fight with. Little did I know that they would all run away the second they met me. What killjoys, ... Indeed, he knew full well the kinds of things his old man liked to hear. When Yun Guang heard his answer, his rage instantly turned to joy. While he was feeling happy inside, Yun Guang still put up a straight face and asked coldly, Then why did you suddenly stop running towards the end? Yun Feiyang earnestly replied, It would be unwise to act too showy. If I single-handedly dominated everyone, how will the others feel about themselves? I have to show them some face after all. A brilliant answer indeed. Yun Guang couldn't conceal his delight any longer, and he instantly let out a hearty guffaw as he slapped Yun Feiyang's shoulder and said, You are indeed my son. Beside them, He Yun gave a derisive snort. However, when his son, He Wuya, went over to pay his respects to him, He Yun immediately revealed a look of concern. Reaching out and pulling at He Wuya's clothes, he asked with an affectionate and tender tone, I didn't want you to come, but you stubbornly insisted anyway. These past few years you've been constantly on the go, having nowhere to settle down. It must have been hard on you, right? It wasn't hard at all. It seemed that He Wuya found his old man to be a little unbearable as well. Noticing Tang Jun by the side, he cupped his fists and greeted, Uncle Tang. Tang Jun smiled and nodded in response as he said, It's good to see that you've safely returned. Hurry and tell your mother. Don't make her worry. It appeared that Yun Guang was right. This Tang Jun really was quite close with He Yun's wife, and abnormally so at that. Yes, sir. He Wuya answered politely. Humph. Seeing this, He Yun made a loud snort, then turned his head to the side. He was clearly displeased. Meanwhile, Feng Ruxiu and his master Hua Yu were quietly conversing in a businesslike manner, with the former replying to the latter's questions in an orderly fashion. With heavy footsteps, Bai Ziliang gradually made his way to the expectant Ji Mimi and paid his respects. Greetings, mother. Seeing the look on her son's face, and how Lan Susu was too scared to even face her, Ji Mimi could already roughly imagine what happened. Forcing a smile, she said, It's good to see you back safe and sound, Even though she had put it gently, Bai Ziliang still noticed the fleeting look of disappointment in his mother's eyes. He felt a terrible ache in his heart as he could already imagine how the people would mock him and his mother once they returned to the realm of 10,000 demons, and how his mother would pretend to be all right in front of him. What lay before the other participants' eyes were either the sight of a family reunion or the coming together of master and disciple. While afraid to take a step forward, they still couldn't help mocking them deep down. who would dare touch a single hair on your children and disciples' heads in this whole competition? You all make it seem as though they've just suffered some terrible ordeal. The truly unlucky ones, the ones who struggled and clawed their way through perilous dangers these past 10 years are us." After a brief conversation with their children and disciples, Yun Guang and the others finally cast their gazes towards Miao Yi and the rest. There was no helping their display of concern towards their close ones, but that didn't mean that Yun Guang and the rest were fools. They all knew full well that the ones standing before them now were the actual cream of the crop, they who had survived the grueling baptism of blood and slaughter. If transcendent artifacts were taken out of the equation, these people would not be any weaker than their children and disciples. Yun Guang and the others believed that they might even be stronger. They also knew that by allowing their children and disciples to participate in the subjugation crusade, they had placed the lives of these normal participants in even greater danger and subjected them to further injustice. Hence, they decided to add another prize to the pot, allowing these people to choose the place they would be a mannerhead in once they returned to their own respective earthly branches. As long as you had what it took, you would be free to choose the most lucrative areas for yourself. This was their compensation. And needless to say, most of those that survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade were Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators already. After overcoming such an ordeal, and with the large number of cultivation resources that they would obtain, it was merely a matter of time before they broke through to the Red Lotus realm. There was no denying the strength and abilities of those who had overcome the trial that was the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived in the first place. As such, once these people broke through to the Red Lotus realm, their respective palace lords would surely hold them in high regard. Their futures were limitless indeed. Naturally, any palace lord would wish to have more capable subordinates that they could trust to handle their business for them. What's more, it would take a long time before these people could catch up to their Purple Lotus Realm palace lords, given that they would have just broken through to the Red Lotus Realm. Hence, there was no need to worry that these people would take one's place, allowing the palace lords to use them freely. This also meant that as soon as these people returned from the subjugation crusade, they would become an object of attention and be heavily cultivated by their respective palace lords. As such, it wouldn't be difficult at all for them to jump from manor-head to hall-master. History had already proven that, besides a few of the unfortunate ones, most of the cultivators who survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade had already become hall-masters. The probability, as well as the ratio of these people being promoted, were significantly higher than the average cultivator. They were the ones who had the greatest chance of taking a hallmaster's seat while only having a Red Lotus first-grade cultivation. Hence, it was evident that risks and rewards always coexisted with one another. Everything that these people would obtain, they had earned with their lives. These people standing before Yun Guang and the rest were all likely to become Red Lotus cultivators and hallmasters in the near future, overseeing an entire domain and commanding the respect of over 100 million followers. Hence, there was a sense of acknowledgement in the eyes of Yun Guang and the others as they looked at these people. After all, these were the elites who would one day help oversee and protect the domains of their respective nations. They would naturally see them in a new light. When facing Grandmaster Qi Jia, Yun Guang still had to conduct himself more respectably. After seeking the former's opinion, Yun Guang abruptly spread his arm out towards Miao Yi and the rest, and with a boisterous voice, said, "Come. The wonderful children of our 6 nations, show us what you've gained in these past 10 years, and prepare yourselves to receive the admiration of cultivators from across the realm. Enjoy the rightfully deserved glory that you risked your lives to obtain, and let those common peasants grovel at your feet." His words set everyone feverish with excitement. As they thought about their struggles during the past 10 years, they finally felt that it had been worth it now that they had come this far. Miao Yi and the others followed behind the crowd, making their way through the imposing palace doors and into the majestic Western Constellations Palace. At first, when they heard Yun Guang describing them with such splendor and how great of an honor their accomplishments were, everyone assumed that they would enter that most ancient and majestic-looking manor situated deep within the palace. However, contrary to their expectations, right after walking past the door, they were led into a small side manor. Many of them couldn't help complaining deep down, "You all sure know how to lead us on. You made it seem as though we were an impressive bunch. But as it turns out, we still lacked the qualifications to officially step foot inside." Little did they know that even Yun Guang and the others couldn't step foot inside that particular manor. For that matter, they couldn't even venture too deeply into the main hall and were only allowed to walk around the front. How could they possibly bring the participants on a tour then? As everyone entered the side manor that held the astrolabe, they immediately noticed the two horned pythons coiled around the pillars. At the same time, they could smell the heavy fish stench that wafted between the halls, mixed with an overwhelming Yao aura. Yao Nation cultivators shall hand over their geotranscendence bangles on this side. Devil Nation cultivators shall hand over their geotranscendence bangles on this side. One after the other, the 6 groups of people sent over by the Western Constellations Palace called out their instructions. While walking over to the Yao Nation side to hand over his things, Bai Ziliang unintentionally turned his head and noticed Tao Yongchun and Pai Junzi were behind him. At first, he was initially surprised, but then his expression gradually darkened as he cast a piercing gaze at the duo, causing them to feel much apprehension. Ji Mimi looked at the number of people behind her son, then glanced at the numbers in the other camps. The difference was just too prominent. Her expression instantly took a turn for the worse, becoming a little pale. On the Celestial Nation's side, when he saw the number of people coming up to hand over their things, Tang Jun was immediately overjoyed. Tilting his head to Fairy Hongchen, he said via voice transmission, "Junior sister, looks like little junior sister didn't fail to meet Master's expectations after all. If our final results are significantly better than the other 5 nations, I'm sure Master will be pleased. Perhaps we'll both earn Master's praise as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 429, 1 Missing. Chapter 429, 1 Missing. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. "Senior brother is right," Fairy Hongchen coolly replied. Truth be told, she wasn't too concerned with how high of a placement Zhu Yao could get, as she knew that her junior sister hadn't been too keen on participating in the subjugation crusade. Her little junior sister possessed a high cultivation aptitude due to her phoenix form, and with her naturally innocent disposition, she was not as easily susceptible to the various human desires that plagued all cultivators. What's more, Yu Yao had always been a gifted child. Thus, their master had always placed high hopes on her junior sister and sent her here so that she could become more experienced when it came to carnage and bloodshed. As a result, her junior sister had no choice but to participate in the subjugation crusade. But then again, their master had always been fond of her little junior sister. If she could get a good placement, their master would surely dote on her even further. Things were different for Fairy Hongchen, who didn't really have their master's fancy due to her detached and unemotional personality. After everyone handed over their geotranscendence bangles, the 6 groups of people that the Western Constellations Palace had assigned to supervise immediately gathered together to tally the final sum. Yun Guang and the others quickly rushed over to take a look, afraid that someone would tamper with the results and cause them to suffer. Both Grandmaster Qi Jia and Fairy Hongchen were people who were not too interested in matters like these, so they didn't join the others. As she looked around, Yu Yao made her way over to Fairy Hongchen's side. She then took out 2 storage bangles and tapped on Fairy Hongchen's wrist, telling her via voice transmission, "Senior sister, take a look at what I got." Fairy Hongchen revealed a gentle smile. She took the 2 storage bangles and examined them with her transcendence energy. As she scanned the contents, a trace of shock could be seen in her eyes. She said to Yu Yao via voice transmission, "How did you get so much?" Yu Yao's lips curled into a mischievous snicker as she said, "The larger portion is my own earnings. The smaller one was given to me by some guy for my dowry." "Dowry?" Fairy Hongchen asked curiously, "Are you marrying someone? Why else would someone give you a dowry?" It's that guy." Yu Yao pursed her lips towards Miao Yi and added, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank that guy. He really helped me out. She then secretly told Hongchen a brief summary of what happened. After hearing the story, Fairy Hongchen finally understood that it wasn't some kind of dowry, but something that Yu Yao had used her position to take. Still, she couldn't help looking at Miao Yi with curiosity. She wasn't interested in why Miao Yi would help Yu Yao to this extent, nor did she want to know why he'd even called it Yu Yao's dowry. What puzzled her was why Yu Yao was so spirited when talking about this Yan Beihong. It was a little different from the way Yu Yao normally behaved. Perhaps Yu Yao herself was unaware of it, but to someone who'd spent as much time with her as Fairy Hongchen had, the contrast was evident. As Hongchen returned the 2 storage bangles over to Yu Yao, the latter immediately shoved one back into her hands and said, "Senior sister, you've been stuck in the Red Lotus 6th grade for over 200 years. I'll give you this storage bangle with the larger portion so that you can break through to Red Lotus 7th grade sooner." Hongchen shook her head and returned the storage bangle to her. "You should keep it for yourself. Senior sister, I'll get angry if you don't accept it." Yu Yao acted like she was displeased when she was actually just trying to think of a way to help her senior sister. Because she knew that her senior sister was the kind of person who, whenever she wasn't cultivating, could stand completely still in one spot for an entire day. Her distant and somewhat antisocial personality was not well liked by their master. As such, her senior sister was often quite disadvantaged in the realm beyond heaven. Her senior sister's personal handmaiden once told her that someone was secretly cutting down her senior sister's share of orbs of will from the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce. Her senior sister had mentioned this once to their master. However, their master simply replied, "You've always been distant and aloof. Do you really think someone would have a grudge against you and intentionally try to make things difficult for you? If you're really determined, go to the Chamber of Commerce and check their records. Talk to me when you've found some evidence." And after that, her senior sister never mentioned it again. She would never really go to the Chamber of Commerce and check their records, so all she could do was suffer this injustice in secret. And after noticing that her senior sister was somewhat of a pushover, it seemed the cut had become even more drastic since then. Hongchen had mostly been the one who single-handedly brought up Yu Yao. Thus, Yu Yao felt very frustrated on Hongchen's behalf. However, she knew that there were certain people whom she couldn't afford to offend. It didn't matter that she was prized by their master. If she offended certain parties, they would likely retaliate in secret. Their master couldn't possibly stay by her side all the time and protect her. Realizing that Yu Yao wasn't going to give in, Hongchen took that piece of dowry and said, "You keep the bigger portion for yourself. I'll hold on to this for you for the time being." Yu Yao corrected her, "You're not holding on to it for me. I'm giving it to you." Hongchen lightly smiled in response, neither denying nor acknowledging her statement. Without much of a response, she tucked the storage bangle into her high-grade storage ring. Meanwhile, the outcome of the tally was finally completed. Her last shred of hope dashed, Ji Mimi looked with disappointment at her son. However, as they were still out in public, she didn't make any explicit displays of emotion. In contrast, Tang Jun was looking at Yu Yao with glee. The meaning behind his smile couldn't be more obvious. However, Yun Guang and the rest were looking at the other cultivators in the room, all with seemingly awkward expressions on their faces. It was simply because the rankings of the subjugation crusade this time were a little tricky to evaluate, with there being too many participants who had placed last. Yun Guang and the others had never seen a subjugation crusade with such a peculiar outcome before. Putting aside the other participants, Yu Yao had over 68,000 Geotranscendence bangles to her name, and thus was seated firmly in first place, miles ahead of the second place spot. Yun Feiyan was no pushover either. Even though he'd lost 10,000 bangles to Yu Yao, the bastard still managed to place second with approximately 31,000 bangles. It seemed those 9 years he spent running around without rest weren't in vain after all. If he hadn't lost those 10,000 bangles, and Miao Yi hadn't meddled in halfway, the bastard might have actually gotten first place. Kongji placed third with a sum of over 24,000 bangles. He Woya took 4th place with a little over 20,000 bangles. Feng Ruxiu fell a little behind. Although he also had over 20,000 bangles, he was approximately 100 bangles short from 4th place, thus placing 5th overall. On the other hand, Bai Zilian was in a rather terrible state, placing 6th with just about 12,000 bangles. This was not a bad position to have among the top 100. However, between the 6 representatives, it was actually last place. None of the representatives would compete with the normal participants. After all, it wouldn't be much of an achievement even if they won. Thus, their competition was naturally between each other. Then again, if Miao Yi hadn't destroyed his demon refining gourd and caused him to lose his sole method of achieving a quick victory, he wouldn't have been so restrained in the 6 years that followed, ultimately falling to his current state. Truth be told, he'd also run around rather fervently during the past decade, though he couldn't really compare to the running skill of that maniac Yan Beihong, who'd even gone as far as circling the vast western star sea multiple times. In 7th place was none other than Gu Sanjiang. 8th and 9th place were Yi Xin and Tan Lao respectively. 10th place was Miao Yi, with 26 bangles. This Miao Yi was actually Yan Beihong. The reason he had so little bangles was due to his time with Song Ziming and the others. He had taken part in the fighting, but not in the sharing of loot. However, Yan Beihong wasn't really concerned about these things. He only wished to survive. After Song Ziming and the others were taken care of, Miao Yi wanted to give him a portion of their Geo-Transcendence bangles as well, but even then he couldn't be bothered to take it. 11th place went to Tao Yongchun, with 17 bangles. 12th place was surprisingly Pai Junzi, with 3 bangles. How confounding it must be to still be able to get 12th place with just 3 bangles. At the moment, none of them knew what their positions were. Otherwise, Pai Junzi would surely be shocked, thinking, not only did I survive, but I even managed to get into the top 12? Yan Beihong and the remaining 87 participants had each handed over just 1 Geo-Transcendence bangle, so they all placed 13, which also meant that they were all in last place. The reason why the final outcome had turned out so peculiar was because the 6 representatives had confiscated the Geo-Transcendence bangles from all the normal participants. Those that weren't seized were swindled away by Miao Yi. After confiscating their members' Geo-Transcendence bangles, Yan Beihong and the others never returned them, only giving back all the other stuff they took. They also divided the things whose owners had died in battle among the remaining members, using it as a bargaining chip to obtain everyone's Geo-Transcendence bangles. The normal participants were happy to oblige as well. After all, it was better to have more treasure than getting a high placement which the 6 representatives had been so desperately trying to achieve. Had this not been the case, the 6 representatives wouldn't have been able to obtain so many Geo-Transcendence bangles. The reason why Gu Sanjiang and the others had so many bangles on them was because they were together with Miao Yi. Yu Yao didn't take away theirs. This was also the reason why even Pai Junzi managed to get such a high placement. When Yun Guang and the others saw the rankings, they thought to themselves, our 6 representatives surely had something to do with this strange placement. The 6 sages probably won't attempt such a thing again in the future. Otherwise, there won't be any point in having the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. As they questioned their respective representatives via voice transmission, they found out the reason why so many had placed last. Those 6 indeed had something to do with it. The normal participants had all been bought over. If they'd been able to take off the ones on their wrists, all the normal participants would most likely have ended up with 0 bangles. As Yan Beihong, Miao Yi had also drawn the attention of Yun Guang and the others. However, given their status, they weren't about to give him all the credit for everything that happened so far. He couldn't possibly shoulder such responsibility on his own, and there was no way the 6 sages would accept such an explanation. In the end, if the 6 sages hadn't sent over their representatives and messed things up, this subjugation crusade wouldn't have ended in such a manner. Still, at least in Tang Jun's eyes, Yan Beihong had done a good job. As a celestial nation cultivator, it was his civic duty to give his all for the sake of the realm beyond heaven. And even if something were to happen, Tang Jun would have to do his utmost to protect Yan Beihong. Otherwise, who would heed their authority ever again? We're still lacking one bangle. After repeatedly tallying all the geotranscendence bangles, one of the supervisory committees from the Western Constellations Palace suddenly voiced out this problem. The person in charge walked over as soon as he heard. After making sure of the news, his brows creased heavily. He then walked over to the astrolabe located in the center of the hall. All he could see was that the geotranscendence bangles shown on it had all turned into a bright red color. He swept his gaze across the astrolabe, making sure that all the geotranscendence bangles were gathered in a single spot. He then repeatedly invoked his arts and zoomed in. At the largest possible size, he was able to confirm that all the geotranscendence bangles were inside this side manor. However, he couldn't find out who was in possession of the missing one. He swept a cold gaze across the crowd and said, "Whoever has the final geotranscendence bangle, I suggest you hand it over immediately. If we find out that you're hiding it intentionally, no one will be able to protect you in this Western Constellations Palace. Not even the 6 sages themselves." What an audacious claim. Everyone looked at one another. Miao Yi was also glancing around when he suddenly thought of something. Biting hard on his lip, he slowly stepped out from the crowd. Then, Qi Xiuhong's body suddenly appeared in his embrace. That missing geotranscendence bangle was currently on her wrist. He had no way of removing it. After all, he couldn't just chop off Qi Xiuhong's arm. The entire hall instantly fell into silence. The sight of Miao Yi holding onto Qi Xiuhong's corpse was very much a pitiable one. An icy gaze in his eyes, Miao Yi slowly turned to look at Bai Ziliang. Bai Ziliang didn't like him either, so he looked back with a gaze just as menacing. Yu Yao and Hong Chen looked on in astonishment. He's kept this woman's corpse with him all this time. Was she his lover? Women were the more sentimental sex after all. The two of them couldn't help having mixed feelings as they looked at Miao Yi. Hiss! Suddenly, one of the giant pythons coiling around the pillars shot over, its bloody jaws opened wide as it tried to bite down on Miao Yi. Its speed was incredibly fast. The momentum was not something Miao Yi could stop. Then, a figure hastily rushed out with even greater speed, retaliating with a palm strike of his own in an instant. The entire hall shook from the blast of wind behind his palm. Bang! That person actually sent a python that massive flying with a single palm strike. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, 10th place, Miao Yi. Chapter 430, 10th place, Miao Yi. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The python that was sent flying backward began to glow red, then transformed into a big, muscular man. He cast a furious gaze at his assailant. The one that attacked him was none other than Tang Jun. Yan Beihong had just done a great deed for the realm beyond heaven. Even if Tang Jun wasn't going to reward him for it, he couldn't possibly allow him to suffer. If he'd really just stood by and watched, who would be willing to serve the realm beyond heaven in the future? And even if he could ignore that possibility, he still couldn't avoid the ridicule of others. Hence, as the one in charge on this expedition, Tang Jun couldn't just turn a blind eye at seeing Yan Beihong in trouble. With his hands behind his back, Tang Jun glanced at that python spirit and said, "I believe there is a valid reason for this." Clearly, he wasn't intentionally hiding it. We all saw what just happened. I don't think I need to say much about this. Ji Nini suddenly chimed in and scoffed, "This man is clearly an unscrupulous individual. If we hadn't discovered him, he would have surely tried to smuggle the geotranscendence bangle away." There was a fleeting resentment in her eyes as she looked at Miao Yi. She had just found out from Lan Susu that the reason her son had been so unsuccessful on this expedition was precisely because of this Yan Beihong person. Ji Nini wanted nothing more than to cut Miao Yi into tiny little pieces, so she would obviously use this opportunity to take advantage of his slip-up. As soon as the words left Ji Mimi's mouth, Zhao Fei and the others started to worry about Miao Yi. In contrast, the person in question appeared untroubled, standing in place like he just didn't care. Ji Mimi, don't take it out on my Celestial Nation members just because your son is incompetent. Tang Jun abruptly turned around, a piercing gaze in his eyes as he bluntly retorted. He wasn't showing the other party any face at all. Although Ji Mimi had Yao Sage Ji Huan standing behind her, Tang Jun too had Celestial Sage Mu Fan Jun standing behind him. He had no reason to be afraid of the other party, so how could he possibly step back at a time like this? If he really allowed someone else to kill Yan Beihong, he would be losing face first and foremost. Tang Jun. His words struck a nerve, and Ji Mimi angrily barked, I'm merely stating the facts here. Don't go spouting off something that's completely irrelevant. I'm spouting off? Tang Jun scoffed, there is no grievance between you two, so why do you wish to sentence him to death for such a minor incident? Ji Mimi snapped back aggressively, I'm merely speaking the truth. If we hadn't discovered him, he would have surely smuggled the Geotranscendence bangle away. Tang Jun, the Western Constellations Palace is no place for you to act as you please. Senior Ji, I can be a witness. One of Bai Ziliang's top-tier artifacts was indeed destroyed by Yan Beihong. Otherwise, Bai Ziliang wouldn't have fallen as far behind as he did. From the Devil Nation's side, Yun Feiyang had suddenly raised his hand and voiced out in a meek tone. Everyone looked over curiously, wondering why this brat was suddenly chiming in as well. His words were clearly proving that Ji Mimi was indeed trying to make things worse for Yan Beihong to sate her hatred. Bai Ziliang threw Yun Feiyang a furious glare, to which the latter responded with a simple snicker, as though saying, I'm not afraid of you. Ji Mimi turned around and snarled, Yun Guang, keep an eye on your son's dirty mouth. Yun Guang shot a couple glances at her voluptuous figure, then pa. He slapped the back of Yun Feiyang's head. What a show of respect indeed. Yun Feiyang staggered forward, almost falling down even, as Yun Guang said, Brat, don't be so disrespectful. The adults are talking here. Do you think a brat like you has the right to say anything? Yun Feiyang turned his head around resentfully, telling Yun Guang via voice transmission, at the end of the subjugation crusade, hey Wu Ya, and I started to battle. In that crucial moment, the only reason why our Devil Nation didn't suffer any casualties was because this Yan Beihong helped us. Everyone saw this. Don't tell me you want me to pretend like nothing happened and just hide here in my corner? How will I ever show my face in public then? Oh, I see. Yun Guang was momentarily taken aback. He coughed really, then pointed at Ji Mimi as he corrected his previous statement and told Yun Feiyang, there's a good chance that your old man will be taking that woman as my mistress in the future. We'll all be a family soon enough. This is no place for you to spout off nonsense. Hurry up and call her Aunt Ji. How was this even related? Many in the crowd were lost for words. Yun Feiyang was a little dumbfounded, asking, are you serious, Put. Hey Yun couldn't help himself from laughing. However, realizing his son was just beside him, he figured he shouldn't look too undignified, and hurriedly held back the lecherous smile on his face. Ji Mimi's body was quaking with anger. This Yun Guang was simply too arrogant. It was bad enough that he spouted this kind of nonsense on a regular basis, but now he was even making fun of her in front of her son. How could the two of them possibly endure such humiliation? And as Ji Mimi expected, Bai Ziliang was absolutely furious. His face completely flushed, he charged over with reckless abandon, shouting, I'll fucking kill you. Yun Guang narrowed his eyes at Bai Ziliang. Waving an arm, he formed a claw with his hand, stopping Bai Ziliang in midair as the latter jumped towards him. They weren't on the same level at all. As Yun Guang clenched down slightly on his hand, Bai Ziliang's expression immediately contorted in pain. Yun Guang scoffed, impudent brat. You dare try to fight me? You must be tired of living. Yun Guang, don't you dare. Anxious and afraid that Yun Guang would kill her son, Ji Mimi immediately rushed over and attacked him furiously. Yun Guang looked at her actions with contempt. With one hand still holding Bai Ziliang in midair, the other moved like a shadow, swiftly clashing with Ji Mimi's attack. In an instant, violent winds began surging around the entire manor, and terrifying booms resounded. Suddenly, a cold, questioning voice echoed across the entire Western Constellation's palace. While there was no anger reflected in that voice, it commanded an authority that overlooked no transgressions. The sheer intensity of that voice caused everyone to feel pain in their eardrums, and their very souls trembled in awe. Yun Guang's expression finally changed. He quickly withdrew his hand and released Bai Ziliang. Ji Mimi didn't dare act rashly as well, and she quickly rushed over to help Bai Ziliang up. Yun Guang, you old fart. I'll have your life one day. Bai Ziliang pointed at Yun Guang and shouted menacingly. He could tolerate losing in the Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade, but he could never endure his mother being humiliated in public. Bai Ziliang could only blame himself for being powerless. Ji Mimi hurriedly pulled her son aside and asked him to keep quiet. Even with both their cultivations stacked together, they were no match for Yun Guang. So why make things more difficult for themselves? Not to mention, the master of the Western Constellation's palace himself had spoken up. This was no place for them to act out of turn. Back then, Ji Mimi had disobeyed the words of her father, Yao Sage Ji Huan, and insisted on marrying Bai Ziliang's father. At the time, Ji Huan warned her, "You'd better not regret it." Ji Mimi could still remember how she replied to her father. She loudly replied, "I will never regret it." Her father scoffed, "How impudent. It looks like I really have spoiled you too much." Whether it be demonic spirit or man, one must always pay the price for one's willfulness. Don't come to hate me, because this is the path you chose for yourself. I can only care for those who walk the same path as me. Ever since ancient times, single mothers had always been an easy target to push around. After enduring years of humiliation, Ji Mimi would be lying if she said she didn't regret her choice at all. From a highly respected princess to a widowed, single mother, Ji Mimi had lost much of her authority as well as her cultivation resources. This was the price she paid for disobeying her father. However, what has happened has already happened. It didn't matter if she regretted it or not. All she could do was put up a facade and show that she was alright. That being said, oftentimes certain consequences were simply a result of one's own actions. If Ji Mimi hadn't voiced out and tried to make things worse for Miao Yi, the situation wouldn't have escalated thus far. If she hadn't forced her son to participate in the Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade altogether, then nothing would have happened at all. "You'll have to get past me first," Yun Feiyang said to Bai Ziliang. Yun Guang quickly pulled his son back. He too didn't wish to offend the master of the Western Constellation's palace. As though in mockery, he said, "Your old man has heard even worse things before. There are plenty of people in this world who can make exaggerated promises, but how many of those actually follow through? Don't mind him." The person in charge of the side manor suddenly spoke, "Are you all done fooling around?" Both parties immediately quieted down. The normal participants couldn't help secretly exchanging glances. They finally caught a glimpse of how these high-ranking people normally behaved. The person in charge then walked over to Miao Yi's side and gripped the Geotranscendence bangle on Qi Xiuhuang's wrist. The Geotranscendence bangle was instantly bathed in a golden light and began to expand. It was then easily removed from Qi Xiuhuang's wrist. The person casually tossed it aside to one of the committee members, nodding to Miao Yi as he said, "Add this Geotranscendence bangle to his name." Thus, the argument was finished with a single statement. Yan Beihong then became the only person in 13th place, knocking all the other participants down to 14th place. Zhao Fei and the others were secretly relieved for Miao Yi's sake. At the same time, they watched as Miao Yi stored Qi Xiuhuang's body away, sighing inwardly in sorrow. Meanwhile, the committee members from the Western Constellations Palace were quite frustrated. They had absolutely no idea how to divide those 600,000 orbs of wool according to the original arrangements. Eventually, after a discussion with Yun Guang and the others, it was decided that the orbs of wool would be divided accordingly for the first 13 placements, and the remainder of which would be equally shared between the other 86 participants. First place, Yu Yao. The Western Constellations Palace Committee began calling up the names of the participants to receive their prizes. Yu Yao stepped forward and received 1/5 of the prize pot worth 600,000 orbs of will, taking a total of 120,000 orbs for herself. The next person in line would get 1/5 of the remaining pot, and so on and so forth. Thinking that her son would be too ashamed to go up and claim his prize, Ji Mimi was prepared to step forward on his behalf. However, when Bai Ziliang's name was called, he still walked forward and accepted his prize on his own, albeit with a darkened face. Ji Mimi was rather puzzled by his actions. But then, carrying his prize over, Bai Ziliang flashed it in front of his mother, and said via voice transmission, "Mother, this is the prize we earned by humbling ourselves. We deserve every single piece. I swear that from this day on, I will work hard to become stronger, and you won't have to push me any longer. When the day comes, I will wash away this shame with the blood of our enemies. I will make all those who humiliated us pay the price." Ji Mimi was on the verge of tears. With reddened eyes, she turned away from the crowd and replied to Bai Ziliang in kind, "Mother is useless for making you suffer. It's not your fault, Mother. I was the one who was too naive all this while." Bai Ziliang said painfully. 10th place, Miao Yi. Yu Yao was in the middle of talking to her senior sister via voice transmission when this particular name was announced. Her body suddenly trembled, and she hurriedly swept a gaze across the participants in search of a certain someone. Dressed in monk's robes as white as snow, and with a benevolent-looking countenance on his face, Ba Jia was standing beside Kong Ji when he heard the announcement. He too was instantly thunderstruck, and he abruptly lifted his head and madly swept a look across the crowd. Even his breathing had become a little ragged. Grandmaster Qi Jia's white eyebrows were furrowed as well, and he surveyed the crowd with a watchful gaze. Don't tell me that Miao Yi from the Red Scarves Alliance is actually still alive? But then why did Junior Sister not realize this when she was leading the remaining Celestial Nation cultivators on the Nameless Island? Could that person have figured something out and is intentionally hiding his identity? Fairy Hongchen also had an expression of shock on her face, and she quickly scanned the crowd. Miao Yi secretly cast a quick look at Yu Yao's reaction. He clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, but still acted like he was unperturbed. Ai. Sighing inwardly, Yan Beihong gritted his teeth and stepped out of the crowd to accept his prize. Fairy Hongchen didn't remember what Miao Yi looked like. When she saw that he was this burly, bearded man, she quickly turned to her junior sister. However, all Hongchen saw was confusion on her junior sister's face as she stared intently at Miao Yi. On the other side, Ba Jia was equally perplexed as well. At the same time, he was a little suspicious about the situation, as though feeling something was amiss. Although a person's face normally changed as they grow older, they didn't usually change this much. This was nothing like that person's face at all. Even the shape of their heads was completely different. Did they just share the same name? Yu Yao and Ba Jia watched as Miao Yi went back to stand by Yan Beihong's side. If they really had to choose, the two of them felt that Yan Beihong looked more similar to that person in their memory instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Second Bro? Chapter 431, Second Bro? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Yun Feiyang clenched his teeth as he watched Yan Beihong passing himself off as Miao Yi to receive his prize. One impersonated Yan Beihong to rob others, while the other impersonated Miao Yi to accept his prize. Yun Feiyang had no idea what the heck these two were plotting. Why the fuck are you both so ashamed to reveal your true identities? Yan Beihong mumbled softly to himself. He added, "Fine, you guys win. I can't believe you would dare to play such games when we're right inside the Western Constellations Palace." Among the Western Constellations Palace committee, there was one person who was puzzled by the current situation as well. This person was the one who had received the participants from the Fifth Earthly Branch, and they had talked with Wu Menglan during the beginning of the Subjugation Crusade. At the time, a battle had broken out right after the participants disembarked, and the Red Scarves Alliance's Miao Yi left a deep impression on him. But how did he become Yan Beihong 10 years later? And why was that Yan Beihong posing as Miao Yi? What was going on? He secretly conveyed the matter to the person in charge via voice transmission, and the latter swept his gaze across both Yan Beihong and Miao Yi. However, he didn't say anything about the situation. None from the Western Constellations Palace had any love for the Subjugation Crusade in the first place. All they wanted was to end it smoothly. They didn't wish for there to be any trouble. The person in charge decided to only mention this peculiar incident when he reported to his superiors. Creasing his brows, Zhuan Nanchun was just as confused. However, he too wouldn't expose the secret. 13th place, Yan Beihong. As soon as this name was announced, several gazes immediately fell upon Miao Yi. And as expected, since Yan Beihong had stepped forward as Miao Yi was receiving his prize as Yan Beihong as well. Even Zhao Fei and the others couldn't help worrying deep down, "Brother, what in the world are you doing? Aren't you afraid?" As 13th place, Miao Yi was entitled to over 8,000 orbs of will. The remaining 80-something participants were no longer called out individually to receive their prize. They were all in 14th place, and the leftover 30,000-something orbs of will were equally divided between them. Hence, each person was only able to get a rather paltry amount. It was a prize only in name indeed. At this point, the Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade could be considered to be officially over. However, the organizing committee didn't immediately dismiss all the participants from the Western Constellations Palace. As Yun Guang said, today was their glorious day. Hence, they were allowed to stay within the Western Constellations Palace for 3 days. This was a different kind of prize for the survivors of the Subjugation Crusade. In the future, they would be able to boast to their peers, "I've stayed in the Western Constellations Palace before. I wasn't just kicked out right after the Subjugation Crusade." Even though the master of the Western Constellations Palace wasn't too keen on the idea, this was the rule set by the 6 sages for every single Subjugation Crusade. It was a display for all the cultivators across the realm. A show to those who were skeptical of the Subjugation Crusade. It was an announcement to the world that, while the Subjugation Crusade was indeed dangerous, the honor entailed was not something that anyone could enjoy. How many cultivators were there in the world who could have the honor of staying in the divine palace of one of the 4 constellations masters? And this was still just the beginning. After this, once the surviving participants returned to their respective domains, they would still receive the invitation from their overlords. Whichever territory you fancied, you could just mention to the overlord, and they would surely grant your request. That said, while the rules were set by the 6 sages, there was no way the master of the Western Constellations Palace would allow these people to roam around his residence as they pleased. Within the side manor, the person in charge announced, "You're all free to choose your living quarters anywhere within 1/3 of a distance from the front of the palace. Also, you're free to walk and take a look around the palace, but you are forbidden from venturing too deep inside. Otherwise, don't blame us for not informing you earlier. Once you've chosen your living quarters, let us know. We will have someone send over food and fine wine straight to your rooms. All your basic needs will be provided for. I'm sure you will find our arrangements to your satisfaction." After making this announcement, the person in charge led the other committee members and left. "Let's go. Children of my devil nation, I have already arranged your living quarters for you. Follow me," Yun Guang commanded as he waved his hand. Laughing heartily, he then led the Devil Nation cultivators away. Distressed, Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchun looked towards Miao Yi and the others in reluctance. However, they had no choice but to follow behind Ji Mimi. Miao Yi transmitted his voiceover, saying, "Don't worry. Even if they wish to deal with you too, they still need to wait until everything is over. While we're in here, they won't have the guts to do anything to you." The duo turned back and shot him a glance. They could only hope that were the case. Tang Jun swept a glance across his Celestial Nation cultivators and smiled as he said, "Follow me then. I've arranged your living quarters as well." Miao Yi and the others naturally followed. However, in front of them, Yu Ya would look back at Yan Beihong from time to time. Fairy Hong Chen would toss him the occasional glance as well. Originally, it was supposed to be a pleasurable experience to be following such beautiful women. It wasn't so bad to be able to admire the two ladies' alluring figures from behind either. However, their intense stares made Yan Beihong's hair stand on end, and his whole body couldn't help feeling restless. On the Buddha Nation side, when he saw Ba Jia sneakily following behind the Celestial Nation participants like an idiot, Grandmaster Qi Jia shouted, "Ba Jia, where are you off to?" Master, it's my first time coming to the Western Constellations Palace, so I'm going to have a look around. I'll come back and find you guys later," Ba Jia curtly replied, then immediately disappeared around the corner. Stubborn child. Grandmaster Qi Jia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Apparently, he had a good hunch as to what was going on in his disciple's mind. Those who had never been to the Western Constellations Palace could scarcely imagine that upon the vast, turquoise ocean, at the peak of a jagged cliff, there rested such an enormous and magnificent palace. Ancient, domineering, lofty, and beautiful. These were the words with which one would use to describe the Western Constellations Palace. A variety of flowers bloomed here, as though it were spring all year round. And atop its tall pavilions and terraces, the boundless ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, and the clouds hung low and within arm's reach. The vastness that surrounded the palace gave one the impression that the entire structure floated in the sky, and that it truly was situated away from the mortal realm. The Celestial Nation cultivators had just picked their individual rooms when a voice suddenly came from the garden outside, saying, "Can Gu Sanjiang please step out for a moment?" When they heard the voice, everyone couldn't help looking out to see what was going on. Tang Jun walked up to that person and asked, "What's the matter?" The other party replied, "The Minister of the Left wishes to see him." "The Minister of the Left wishes to see him?" Tang Jun was incredibly puzzled. The so-called Minister of the Left was a reference to Fu Qing's two arms. In short, they were his second-in-commands. And as one of the Western Constellation Palace's two ministers, such a person undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary status. Why would someone like that wish to see a normal Celestial Nation cultivator? Tang Jun couldn't help asking, "May I know what for?" "I do not know. All will be revealed once he meets the Minister of the Left." The other party shook his head. Then, seeing Gu Sanjiang walking over, he asked, "You are Gu Sanjiang?" Gu Sanjiang obediently paid his respects and replied, "Yes, I am." "Follow me then." The messenger immediately turned around and left. Gu Sanjiang was slightly confused, but alas, he had no choice but to follow behind the other person. Just as Tang Jun was wondering what the issue was, he saw Miao Yi rush out from the side to follow behind Gu Sanjiang. And the moment Miao Yi stepped out, Yan Beihong hurriedly went after him as well. However, before Tang Jun could say anything, the messenger from the Western Constellations Palace halted. Turning around, he said indifferently, "All those who are not related remain here. The Minister of the Left wishes to see Gu Sanjiang, and Gu Sanjiang alone. Disobey, and there shall be no mercy." Furrowing his brows, Miao Yi came to a stop. There was a trace of worry on his face. If his guess was correct, this matter should be related to Niu Yud. "You'd better not run off to the restricted areas. Otherwise, no one can save you." "I'll go and see what's going on," Tang Jun said plainly, then departed. After pacing about for a while, Miao Yi figured there was little he could do besides return to his little courtyard and wait for the news. I'll think of something again if the situation starts to turn bad. In this damned place, even a python spirit can be a red lotus cultivator. There was really nothing he could do. Yan Beihong shared the same little courtyard with him. After everyone around them was gone, Yan Beihong noticed Miao Yi pacing back and forth beside the pond, and couldn't help walking up to ask, "What's the matter?" It's a long story. Right as Miao Yi was about to explain, someone suddenly shouted, "Miao Yi." The two of them then turned around to find Yu Yao and Fairy Hongchen walking through the moon gate. Fairy Hongchen stopped under the shade of a nearby tree, while Yu Yao walked straight up to Yan Beihong's face to examine him closely. The great official Yan was feeling incredibly restless under Yu Yao's intent gaze. Casting a sideways glance at Miao Yi, who was also feeling embarrassed by the current situation, Yan Beihong laughed bitterly deep down, "Look at what you've done." Suddenly, Fairy Hongchen turned around and barked, "Who is sneaking around over there?" Everyone turned to find a rather attractive bald head peeking out from the side of the moon gate. With a bright smile on his face, the person walked out, clapping his hands in prayer as he said to the crowd, "Greetings, everyone." It was none other than Grandmaster Qi Jie's disciple, Ba Jie. Raising an eyebrow, Fairy Hongchen asked, "What is a Buddha Nation cultivator doing all the way here?" "I have business with him." Ba Jie pointed to Yan Beihong. He then strode over to Yan Beihong and carefully examined the latter back and forth. With a little excitement in his tone, he asked, "Are you called Miao Yi?" Yu Yao was very displeased at being interrupted. She said, "Dirty monk, what do you think you're doing?" Ba Jie ignored her completely, and just stared at Yan Beihong, waiting for his answer. Yan Beihong was already cursing Miao Yi deep down. What the heck is going on here? I've been known as Yan Beihong for almost 100 years already. How the heck did I turn into Miao Yi? However, he still gritted his teeth and nodded. "Yes, I am Miao Yi." Ba Jie then asked excitedly, "Then may I ask, is your old home located in Changfeng City of the Celestial Nation? And did you used to have a younger brother and sister?" When he heard what Ba Jie said, Miao Yi's body trembled, and he abruptly looked towards him. Yu Yao was also looking at Ba Jie in a daze. Fairy Hongchen was taken aback as well, her eyes shimmering anxiously. Yan Beihong was silent for a while. He shot a glance at Miao Yi, then pretended to be confused as he replied, "What younger brother and sister?" Ba Jie completely ignored everyone else and only stared at Yan Beihong as he pressed, "Try to think about it. Like really think about it. Did you used to own a butcher's stall outside your house? Your younger brother is called Zhang Fengbao, and your younger sister is called Lu Shuexin. Am I right?" Miao Yi's breathing had become a little ragged. Clenching his fists tightly, the other party's words made him think of a certain possibility. "Don't tell me he's second bro? But how did that fatso little brother become such a handsome monk?" He tried his best to fit the monk before him with the little brother in his mind. If he really had to say they were similar, then it was just a slight resemblance between the brows. Miao Yi couldn't imagine how that fat, wretched-looking kid could become so handsome, and a monk at that. Suddenly, he remembered what Hong Changhai had told him when he visited the school of Blue Jade. He said that it was entirely possible that the yellow-robed cultivator that Miao Yi saw sitting on a lotus throne back in Changfeng City was a Boundless Nation or Buddha Nation cultivator. Everything could have been an illusion created using transcendence energy. Normal cultivators wouldn't materialize some lotus throne. Then does that mean the person who brought second bro away was really a monk? Miao Yi scrutinized Ba Jie closely, thinking about the time he was forced to jump down Skyfire Mountain. The way this unscrupulous monk behaved was indeed quite similar to his little brother's style of doing things. Ba Jie widened his eyes at Yan Beihong, carefully examining his reaction. Beside them, Yu Yao stared at Ba Jie, and suddenly asked in a meek tone, "Second bro? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 432, Siblings Reunited. Chapter 432, Siblings Reunited. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Ba Jia, who had focused on Miao Yi and ignored everyone else the entire time, was suddenly thunderstruck, as if he had been stabbed with a needle. He slowly turned his head to look at Yu Yao, his mouth widening as he carefully lifted a finger to point at her. Why you? He was in utter disbelief, stuttering as he simply mumbled the words you to no end. Like the sweet chimes of silver bells, Yu Yao changed her tone. With a truly captivating voice, she asked in a cautious, yet excited manner, "Second bro?" Ba Jia took deep, heavy breaths. His expression twisted, he stuttered out, Why you're all third?" Ordinary outsiders wouldn't know how the three siblings addressed one another. And in that one moment, both Miao Yi and Yu Yao were able to confirm Ba Jia's identity. Yu Yao's eyes immediately reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls as she nodded repeatedly and said, "I am all third." "Are you really second bro?" Ba Jia started crying as well, his voice choking as he said, "You're lying. How can that snot-nosed brat all third become such a beautiful lady? Stop trying to cheat this monk with your blasphemous words. This monk's all-seeing eye is like a candle in the dark. Nothing can be concealed under my transcendent gaze. I like being this beautiful. Like it's any of your business." Yu Yao wiped her tears and replied with a voice as muffled as Ba Jia's, "Second bro, you're the one who shouldn't lie to me. You used to be so fat. How did you become so thin?" "It's because I was forced to live on a vegetarian diet every day. Had I not cherished my own body, and ate meat to replenish myself every now and again, I might have ended up even thinner." Ba Jia spread his arms, and Yu Yao immediately dove into his embrace. As the two hugged it out, they made stifled, soft cries, afraid that other people would hear them if they cried too loud. Even though she was already in Ba Jia's embrace, and even though she had already confirmed that he was her second bro, Yu Yao still felt as though she was dreaming. She was afraid of believing that she managed to bump into her long-lost second bro under such circumstances. Crying on Ba Jia's shoulder, she asked, "How can you prove that you're really my second bro?" "Of course I can prove it. I have a method that not only proves I'm your second bro, it can also prove if you're my old third," Ba Jia said while crying. "My old third has a red birthmark on her, but you just need to take off your pants and show me. Then all will be revealed." As soon as he heard this, Miao Yi tightly clenched his lips. His eyes reddened as well. Yan Beihong couldn't believe that he could listen in on something so private and hurriedly raised his head to the sky, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. But in his mind, he was thinking about what an exquisite sight a red birthmark on Fairy Yu Yao's buttocks must be. Ouch! Ba Jia screamed, his leg having been furiously stepped on by Yu Yao. As the latter hurriedly pushed him away, he wiped away his tears and widened his eyes at her and said, "Old third, why did you step on me? Can't you see that your second bro is pitiful enough already, being forced to be a monk since childhood? How can you bear to hurt me still? Shameless!" Yu Yao said furiously. How could he reveal such a private thing in front of outsiders? She was still a woman. What would become of her dignity then? That said, she jumped back into Ba Jia's embrace the next moment, crying as she said, "Second bro, it really is you. But how did you become a monk?" Even though Ba Jia had revealed her private information, but precisely because it was information most personal to her that she could confirm that he really was her second bro. "You think I wanted to be a monk? Back then in Changfeng City, that old baldy Qi Jia used some kind of great art to beguile our senses. And after he kidnapped me, that was when I found out he was a monk. After that, he took me straight to the realm of high paradise. I couldn't resist even if I wanted to. Every time I tried to escape, I would be caught and brought back. It was truly a life filled with suffering." Ba Jia explained his sorrowful past. "Second bro, I've missed you and Big Brother terribly. I've missed you too. Old third, how did a snot-nosed brat like you become so beautiful? How about I renounce my faith and take you in as my wife? That way we won't have to be separated ever again." Shameless. Yu Yao pushed him away again. Her tears turned to laughter, and she pointed at Ba Jia, who was still trying to hug her, and said, "Get away from me. And don't touch me." It was only now that Yu Yao realized how inappropriate it was for men and women to be touching each other so much. She was even a little suspicious whether Ba Jia was intentionally trying to take advantage of her just now. But then again, that did fit her second bro's personality indeed. When they were kids, she knew that her second bro would always go and spy on the neighboring widow in the bath. He would even try to sneak inside the brothels with a few of his friends as well. Yu Yao felt like she'd suffered a terrible loss by letting him hug her like that just now. Wiping his tears away, Ba Jia made a hearty chuckle, then abruptly turned towards Yan Beihong and said, "You haven't answered my question." Yu Yao was staring at Yan Beihong as well. Yan Beihong snuck a glance at Miao Yi. Smiling bitterly, he then shrugged and said, "I think you have the wrong guy? I really have no idea what you're talking about. I'm about 100 years of age, and I originally hailed from the 4th Earthly Branch's Mulberry Earth City. My original name is called Yen de Biao. I used to be a military commander in Mulberry Earth City, but after I killed the city lord's mistress, I became a fugitive. It was also then that I changed my name to Miao Yi and started to pursue the path of cultivation. If you don't believe me, you can ask around Mulberry Earth City. Perhaps you can still find my wanted poster." Yan Beihong wasn't lying. His original name was indeed called Yen de Biao. It was just that while he was still on the run, he had caught sight of a rainbow on the northern sky, and being completely wowed by it, he decided to change his name to Yan Beihong out of self-assertion. Even if there was someone still alive in Mulberry Earth City who knew about him, they couldn't possibly know that he had already changed his name to Yan Beihong. Thus, if Ba Jia and Yu Yao were to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything substantial. All they would find was history. Yu Yao and Ba Jia exchanged glances. Could it really just be a coincidence that he was called Miao Yi as well? But why of all names did he choose to change his name to Miao Yi? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Ba Jia asked suspiciously, "Why did you change your name to Miao Yi?" Yan Beihong laughed bitterly and said, "While I was still immortal, there was a time when I was on the verge of giving up from the hardship of constantly being on the run. That was when I coincidentally noticed the tiny grass by the side of the road. Weak and fragile they were, but still, they cling to life. This struck a chord with me, and thus, I changed my name to Miao Yi as a form of self-encouragement. There isn't any other meaning behind it, but..." Since the other party had explained his backstory to them so clearly, he obviously wasn't afraid that they would look it up. Yu Yao and Ba Jia were immediately disappointed. So that's why. No wonder they looked nothing alike. But could it really be such a coincidence? In contrast to Ba Jia and Yu Yao, Fairy Hongchen would cast a glance from time to time at Miao Yi, who had been standing at the side throughout the conversation. Perhaps the onlooker was the one who saw it best after all. Yu Yao and Ba Jia had completely forgotten that Miao Yi was standing right next to them, but Fairy Hongchen had watched the entire conversation play out. She noticed how Yan Beihong would secretly look at Miao Yi from time to time as he spoke, and the latter's tightly clenched fists and reddened eyes as he struggled to keep his emotions in check made her even more suspicious. It was a reunion between Yu Yao and her second bro. Why was this person so agitated? Dowry. Fairy Hongchen suddenly remembered Yu Yao's story about Yan Beihong giving her her dowry. Hongchen then took out the storage bangle and fiddled with it in the palm of her hands. Why would a normal person tell Yu Yao something like giving her her dowry? Fairy Hongchen's eyes shimmered, having seemingly figured something out. Having pretty much confirmed that this Miao Yi was not the one they were looking for, Ba Jia spread his arms towards Yu Yao once more and said, "Well, third, your second bro has missed you dearly. Come and give me another hug. Go to hell." Yu Yao clenched her teeth and launched a kick at his stomach. Rubbing his stomach, Ba Jia forced a smile and said, "Well, third, I've already seen you naked before. What's wrong with a little hug? Stop talking already. You perverted monk." Yu Yao was fuming with rage. She was no longer the same little girl she was before. As a full-grown woman, how could someone just casually talk about taking off her pants and showing off her butt, or seeing her completely naked? She was already feeling incredibly embarrassed. How could she possibly continue crying? Flushed with anger and embarrassment, she hastily launched a crescent moon from her fingertips and dangled it right above Ba Jia's bald head. Ba Jia stared cross-eyed at the razor-sharp edge. Tucking his neck in, he laughed drily and said, "It was just a joke." "Just a joke? Can't you tell that I was praising your beauty? Why are you so testy? I'm a monk, for crying out loud. How can I possibly be perverted? Even if you're any prettier, in my eyes, it's all nothing but a beautiful bag of flesh surrounding a skeleton." "Okay, that's enough. Someone's coming. You two, come with me. I have something to discuss with you," Fairy Hongchen said. "Oh, third, this should be your senior sister, Fairy Hongchen, right?" Ba Jia immediately walked over. With a sanctimonious tone, he clapped his hands in prayer and said, "I have long heard stories of the famous fairy." Yu Yao saw him getting close to Fairy Hongchen and hurriedly cut his words off before he could finish, yelling, "Get away from my senior sister." However, Fairy Hongchen didn't need Yu Yao's reminder. She was already instinctively backing away. She had just seen how shameless this monk could be, so how could she not be wary of him? Then, Yu Yao abruptly turned towards Miao Yi and Yan Beihong and said, "I hope the two of you will pretend this entire conversation never happened. I believe you should know the consequences if word of this spreads out." Yan Beihong cast a sideways glance at Miao Yi, and the both of them acknowledged the order. Before she left, Yu Yao turned around to take another look at Miao Yi. She suddenly remembered something. This guy only had 2 geotranscendence bangles, including the one on that dead woman's wrist. Don't tell me he gave me all his other geotranscendence bangles? Miao Yi silently watched as Yu Yao and the others departed. Beside him, Yan Beihong sighed and shook his head. Deep down, he was absolutely astonished to find out that both Miao Yi's younger brother and sister had such powerful backgrounds now. As their big brother, how could Miao Yi feel good about that? After all, this little brother of his was not the type who liked to live off of other people. Outside the Moon Gate, Gu Sanzheng had just returned. Zhao Fei and the others rushed over as well. All of them had also felt worried when he was taken away. Miao Yi regained his composure, then walked over to Gu Sanzheng and asked, "What did that minister of the left call you over for?" Gu Sanzheng shook his head and said, "It was so random. In the end, it was about that time all those Yao cultivators were chasing after me, and how all of them kept on insisting I was this Niu character. I only just found out that this Niu was actually the culprit behind a terrible massacre at Brasgong Fort in the Western Star Sea many years ago. That He Langjun really caused me a great deal of trouble." Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei exchanged glances and secretly looked at Miao Yi. The two of them couldn't help laughing deep down. However, Gu Sanzheng had been their enemy at the time. Back then, nothing they did would have been too much. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a little guilty. That said, this wasn't exactly the perfect place to explain himself. Figuring he should just tell Gu Sanzheng the whole story in the future, Miao Yi asked, "Then did they do anything to you?" "It's quite the coincidence actually. Right when Brasgong Fort was struck by that catastrophe, a Yao general from the Western Star Sea was visiting my Sword Deviate sect as a guest. He stayed for quite some time, and back then, the school had arranged for me to be his guard. I even talked to him as well, so I clearly remember him. I never thought he would end up becoming a key witness in proving my alibi. I'm sure the people from the Western Constellations Palace will call him in for questioning afterward. Then my innocence will surely be proven." Gu Sanzheng sighed in relief. Truth be told, he was quite frightened during the questioning just now. That minister of the left was simply too terrifying. The guy could easily blast him to smithereens with a flick of his fingers. "That's great then." Miao Yi was just as relieved as he was. It was great that everything was fine. He was in the middle of contemplating whether or not he should step out and confess if Gu Sanzheng was in trouble, but from the looks of things, it seemed he didn't need to worry about it any longer. Sikong Wuwei couldn't help asking Gu Sanzheng what it was like in the deeper sections of the Western Constellations Palace. Everyone then talked for a bit before going their own ways. After which, Miao Yi's thoughts were quickly brought back to his little brother and sister, and he couldn't help feeling a little dispirited inside. Then, with leaden steps, he proceeded out the Western Constellations Palace to take a walk. Upon the boundless ocean, atop the jagged cliff, a lone pavilion rested along the side of the precipice. Shaking his head and sighing, Yan Beihong followed the despondent Miao Yi into said pavilion. However, unbeknownst to the two of them, a figure in a red dress had flown over as well, slowly and elegantly descending upon the roof of the pavilion like a fairy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433, Fairy Hong Chen's Past. Chapter 433, Fairy Hong Chen's Past. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The words Cliff's Edge were inscribed on the small horizontal signboard at the top of the pavilion. Here, the sea winds blew softly, as the cerulean skies and blue ocean extended as far as the eye could see. Just by standing here, a person could get easily lost in their thoughts. Leaning against the railings, Miao Yi gazed into the distance. Inside the pavilion, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, Yan Beihong simply watched as Miao Yi stood pensively. After some time, Miao Yi still showed no signs of moving. Yan Beihong then looked around, and seeing that they were alone, he tried to strike up a conversation. This is truly a great place to cultivate in peace. Miao Yi finally snapped out of it. As though just realizing that Yan Beihong had been with him this entire time, he asked, "Big brother Yan, you've been following me?" Yan Beihong shook his head and said, "I saw you looking distracted and was afraid that you would lose your way, so I decided to come warn you." Miao Yi laughed softly and said, "You're exaggerating. I'm not a child, so how could I lose my way?" Yan Beihong then stood up and walked over to him. Placing his hand on Miao Yi's shoulder, he sighed, "Since it's so hard for you to let go, why not just tell them who you are? They've already found you anyway. I'm content with just knowing that they're leading better lives than I am. There's nothing I can do to help them. I shouldn't add any unnecessary burdens to them." Miao Yi softly sighed. The dowry. Standing elegantly on top of the pavilion, Fairy Hong Chen flipped her hand and took out a storage bangle. She finally understood everything. "Little brother, I think you're overthinking it." It seemed Miao Yi didn't wish to talk further on this matter. Seeing how Yan Beihong was still trying to console him, he interjected, "Big brother Yan, I wish to be alone for a while." Yan Beihong didn't know what to say. In the end, he simply tapped on Miao Yi's shoulder and didn't say anything else as he turned around and left. He understood that Miao Yi's emotions must be in turmoil right now and that he needed some time to himself. Not long after Yan Beihong departed, a few of the subjugation crusade participants came over, pointing at the scenery around them. When they saw Miao Yi inside the pavilion, they went over to greet him, and both parties acquainted themselves with one another. Miao Yi was not in the mood for conversation and left soon after exchanging pleasantries with the other party. As he slowly walked alone around the outskirts of the Western Constellations Palace, Miao Yi eventually stumbled his way into a forest. Before he knew it, the sky had already darkened. He then lay down on the grass, hands behind his head as he gazed at the starry night sky. And just like that, he spent the night with muddled thoughts. Cultivators wouldn't normally leave themselves so vulnerable, as it made them susceptible to attacks. Eventually, dawn broke on the next day. The sun gently peeked over the horizon, casting the lofty Western Constellations Palace in a juxtaposition of light and darkness, as stars illuminated the iridescent sky. It was an almost illusory sight to behold. Stepping upon the fallen leaves, a figure in a red dress slowly approached from within the thin, morning fog. Oblivious to her presence, Miao Yi only jumped up in shock when she drew too close to him. When he saw the beautiful woman staring quietly at him from within the thin veil of fog, Miao Yi couldn't help his surprise, as it was none other than Fairy Hongchen. Miao Yi quickly scanned his surroundings. After seeing no one else around, his gaze landed back on Fairy Hongchen, confused as to why she was here. Perhaps she was admiring the scenery of dawn and had merely bumped into him by coincidence. Miao Yi cupped his fists in greeting, then turned around and began to leave. Miao Yi. As she watched him leave, Fairy Hongchen called out in a captivating voice. Miao Yi's body trembled, and he immediately froze in place. The shock in his eyes was evident as he slowly turned around. How did she know who I was? He stared blankly as Fairy Hongchen's alluring figure slowly came closer. As restless as Miao Yi felt, the two eventually stood face to face with one another. It was then that Miao Yi realized how beautiful the woman before him was. Every part of her was simply perfect. However, Miao Yi was in no mood to admire her beauty. There was only confusion in his eyes. Fairy, were you calling for me? Miao Yi tried to show his composure. Is there another Miao Yi here? Hongchen smiled gently, Yu Yao's big brother. Miao Yi was speechless. Hongchen then asked, even though you didn't tell her your true identity, yet deep down you're wondering why Yu Yao didn't try to find you, even though as a member of the realm beyond heaven, it should be easy for her to look for someone in the celestial nation? Her words cut deep into Miao Yi's heart. He dodged the question, asking, how did you know about me? What he was really asking was, how did you know I'm Miao Yi? I just so happened to be standing on top of this pavilion yesterday and overheard the conversation between Yan Beihong and Miao Yi. Hongchen bluntly explained. Seeing the shock on Miao Yi's face, she added, Yu Yao doesn't know anything. And I don't plan on telling her either. Miao Yi quietly mused over this, then asked, then why are you talking to me? I doubt this is just a coincidence. Hongchen sighed, regardless of your reasons for not telling them who you are, I simply wish that you will not come to hate Yu Yao. Some things are not as simple as you think. The reason I'm here is to tell you a story about my past. Tell me a story about your past? Don't tell me this woman has got the hots for me or something? Miao Yi laughed at his own thoughts. Thinking that his imagination was running wild, he replied, you have my attention. Placing her soft, supple arms over her waist, Hongchen turned to face the dimly lit orb peeking over the edge of the ocean. She was utterly captivating from every angle. With a pained expression on her dainty face, she said, back when I just entered the realm beyond heaven, I wasn't much older than Yu Yao when she first joined. I too had a mortal family then. And because of my connection to the realm beyond heaven, my family was able to enjoy a life of fame and fortune. Then, as I grew older, everyone started praising me for my beauty. The number of suitors I had wouldn't pale in comparison to the number of suitors Yu Yao has now. As she said this, she looked at Miao Yi, as though asking, do you believe me? Miao Yi nodded. Fairy's beauty is second to no one. It's natural for you to have plenty of admirers. He thought to himself, if I had what it took, I think I'd try to court you too, but... Hongchen continued, at the time, as I just embarked on my path of cultivation, I was not too concerned with the affairs of love. I simply admired the way those powerful experts could soar across the skies and go wherever they pleased. I had dedicated my entire being to cultivation, and as a result, rejected many of my suitors. However, those people kept thinking of ways to obtain my favor. Quite a number of them had even set their sights on my family and tried to win them over. My family thus ended up becoming even more prosperous overnight. Alas, every woman has a period in their lives when they're blinded by the notions of romance. I was a young girl once too. And one day, I finally met a man who managed to steal my heart. Out of adoration for that person, I slowly tried to get closer to him. But precisely because of my actions, because I had revealed just the tiniest hint of fancy towards that person, a great deal of trouble ensued. First, my master reproached me. She scolded me for involving myself with matters relating to love at such a young age. After that, my family members repeatedly asked me to stop contacting that person. And those suitors of mine also started sending me warnings, either secretly or overtly. At the time, my mind was completely blinded by these new feelings, so I didn't heed their advice and stubbornly tried to start a relationship with that person. My actions were nothing short of insubordination against my master. And that person ignored the warnings of others as well, intent on being together with me. In the end, before our courtship had even begun, he was murdered, his head chopped off and stored in a box and then delivered to me. Even his entire family was slaughtered. As for my mortal family, they too were killed overnight, servants and all. On that day, over 200 heads were severed and tossed onto the streets. To think, an affluent family was reduced to nothing but cinders in the span of one night. Those people took back all the things they had gifted to my family, and more. Shocked, Miao Yi asked, "Then did you take revenge after that?" At the time, I did complain to my master, in hopes that she would avenge me. In the end, my master was indeed furious. The entire realm beyond heaven mobilized in full force, and we were soon able to track down the culprits, who turned out to be several of my suitors, all of whom were highly influential people in the cultivation realm. Even so, my master still vanquished them and their entire families with little effort. It would be no exaggeration to say that the amount of blood on her hands back then was enough to form a river. Even those who'd escaped to Flowing Cloud's dune sea weren't spared, as my big senior brother personally led the charge to slaughter them completely. But afterward, my master told me that this was all a consequence of my actions. The reason she massacred all those people was not to take revenge for me, but because those people had dared to lay their hands on the followers of the celestial nation. With a pained look on her face, Fairy Hongchen continued, "As the saying goes, beauty is often followed by calamity. I am a prime example of this. And Yu Yao's beauty doesn't pale in comparison to mine. You should now understand why I hope you will not reveal your true identity to her, yes? Judging from her tone, it seems like she's trying to protect me." Miao Yi mused quietly, then said, "Fairy, you're overthinking it. You've seen for yourself what my stance is on the matter." Fairy Hongchen gently nodded. "Again, I hope that you will not come to hate Yu Yao. To tell you the truth, Yu Yao has been looking for you and your brother from the day she set foot inside the realm beyond heaven. I've also told her long ago the same story I just shared to you, in hopes that she'll understand that it isn't necessarily a good thing for her to find you both. But even still, Yu Yao has never given up searching for the two of you. For 10 consecutive years, I secretly helped her look through the immortal records of all the cultivators in the celestial nation, as well as the names of the disciples from every known sect and the records of all our followers. However, I never came across the names Miao Yi and Zhang Fengbao even once. I couldn't continue searching year after year to no end, so I let the matter rest at that. What's more, I had noticed from the start that there was someone else doing the same thing as me. I figured my master was searching for you too from her side as well. But seeing how the investigations never went anywhere for so many years, she gave up just one step ahead of me." Miao Yi laughed bitterly. "Back then, I was cultivating in a remote island and was nothing more than a loose cultivator. Even I don't know where I was at the time. How could you possibly find out anything about me then?" "I see. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere." Hongchen nodded in understanding, then continued, "Many years ago, I resigned myself to Yu Yao's persistent nagging, and secretly accompanied her back to Changfeng City. It was then that we found out that your home had become a warehouse for silks and fabrics. When Yu Yao found out that you didn't actually become a cultivator, and was instead forced to go on the run, she directed her rage towards Headguard Huang, who was already city lord at the time. She went straight for the city lord's manor, intent on killing that Headguard Huang. However, we soon discovered that someone was actually one step ahead of us. Headguard Huang was already lying dead on his living room floor." Astonished by the revelation, Miao Yi asked, "The two of you went inside the city lord's manor after Headguard Huang was killed?" Hongchen nodded. "You can look it up yourself if you don't believe me. You'll surely be able to find out about the incident." Yu Yao did go back to your old home to look for you. I don't need to look it up to know that it did happen. Miao Yi couldn't help shaking his head. He'd always wondered who'd taken the blame for him back then. He never thought that it would actually be Yu Yao. What an absolute coincidence. How could they just miss one another like that? Miao Yi didn't hide anything from Hong Chen. Laughing bitterly, he continued, because I was the one who killed head guard Huang. I never thought you two were just one step behind me. Ah. Hong Chen was stunned. Didn't that mean that these two siblings had brushed past one another? And with that single missed opportunity, their paths no longer crossed until dozens of years later. Could this be the work of fate? Hong Chen sighed despondently. Locating a fugitive on the run is a task easier said than done. There are countless people across the realm, and even my master can't investigate every single person in the celestial nation. Because of this, Yu Yao was grief-stricken for a very long time. She knew that a life on the run was undoubtedly difficult. And as more than 10 years had passed, we figured you were either already dead, or leading a new life under a new name. Even if we still wanted to try to find you, we didn't know where to start looking. Many years have passed since then, and even if you were still alive at the time, any mortal would have passed away by now. At least that's what we've been thinking all this time, until I met you. I never imagined that you'd also step onto the path of cultivation and that you'd meet up with Yu Yao here in the Sea of Constellations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434, Waiting for the Day of Overturning the Heavens. Chapter 434, Waiting for the Day of Overturning the Heavens. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A golden resplendence rose over the horizon, shining across the vast ocean. And while the surface of the water at the bottom of the towering cliffs was still wrapped in gloom, the Western Constellation's palace was already bathing in the yellow sunlight. As always, darkness eventually gave way to light. The giant rock that had always weighed down on Miao Yi's heart was finally gone, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. As it turned out, his little sister did try to look for him, but the machinations of fate had kept them apart this whole time. He thought about the look on Yu Yao's face when she reunited with Ba Jia. Clearly, she hadn't forgotten about her eldest bro either. Miao Yi's mood gradually lightened up, and he felt as though the air was flowing in comfortably through all the pores on his skin. His face a glimmering golden from the rays of the sun, he curled his lips into a gentle smile, and narrowed his eyes at the radiant star in the distance. His heart was still made of flesh after all. In order to support the family from a young age, he was forced to endure all kinds of suffering. For his little brother and sister, he had already made too many sacrifices to count. And while he didn't think it was essential to get anything in return, he was terribly afraid of the possibility that his sacrifices could have been in vain. That same feeling of dread had caused him to run away from Yan Beihong, back when the latter had found out about his little sister. At the time, Miao Yi was too scared to even speak about the matter to Yan Beihong. But now, the seeds of doubt that had caused him so much suffering were all gone. He felt like his heart was now strong enough to face anything life could throw his way. I believe you already understand why I'm telling you this. Fairy Hong Chen said. I understand. You're hoping that I don't tell her who I am. Miao Yi nodded. Seeing that he understood, Fairy Hong Chen flipped her hand and took out the storage bangle that Yu Yao had given her. She handed it over to Miao Yi and said, "Take this." Back then, Yu Yao insisted on giving this to her, and as Hong Chen thought it would be impolite to keep on rejecting her, she eventually accepted the gift. But now Hong Chen figured it would be better to hand this over to Yu Yao's big brother instead. At the very least, it could be a token of Yu Yao's appreciation. What's this? Miao Yi wondered. As he took the storage bangle and examined it with his transcendence energy, he was immediately shocked to find it full of cultivation resources. Oddly enough, they slightly resembled the things he had stolen during the subjugation crusade. Creasing his brows, He lifted his head to look at Hong Chen and asked, "What is this supposed to mean?" Hong Chen said, "Not telling Yu Yao who you are is good for your sake, as well as hers. You should understand now from what I just told you. Even though Yu Yao is in the realm beyond heaven, she is in no position to take care of you, so you should take this as compensation instead. But don't worry, we're not casting you aside. If you ever find yourself in serious trouble that you can't handle on your own, you can take this to the capital city of the Fifth Earthly Branch and show it to Lan Ho of the Martial Manor and ask for his help." She then prepared a jade archive on the spot and handed it over to Miao Yi. "Who do you think I am?" Miao Yi glared at Hong Chen furiously and laughed in exasperation. He grabbed the jade archive, then tightened his grip, crack, turning the jade archive into dust. As Hong Chen frowned, Miao Yi suddenly grabbed her wrist. Hong Chen's eyes glimmered with fury, but before she could even respond, Miao Yi slapped the storage bangle back into her hand and pushed it back to her. He scoffed, "Do I look like a damned beggar to you? My life was fine even without the protection of your realm beyond heaven, and I survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade all the same. Take this back with you, and help me take care of Old Third. If I ever find out that she's being bullied in the realm beyond heaven, then I don't care who that person is, even if it's Mu Fan Jian herself, I won't forgive them. When that happens, don't blame me for turning the entire realm beyond heaven upside down." "Insolent!" Hong Chen yelled. Miao Yi's words were utterly blasphemous to her. How could he be brazen enough to disregard her master as well? Insolent? Miao Yi was absolutely boiling with rage from Hong Chen's act of charity just so he wouldn't tell his sister the truth. He scoffed, "Hong Chen, let me make this clear. I will eventually tell Old Third who I really am. Nobody can get in the way of this. The day I overturn the heavens shall be the day Miao Yi and his little sister officially reunite. If he weren't related to Yu Yao, Hong Chen probably wouldn't still be so polite to him." She continued to offer the storage bangle, saying, "A praiseworthy ambition. I'm very eager to see that day arrive. But with your feeble cultivation, staying alive should be your top priority. It's always important to face reality, so you should really take this. At least it will be of some use to you." Even though she was being polite about it, she was clearly telling Miao Yi that his ambitions were unrealistic. After all, anyone could talk about their grand, lofty ideals, but how many could actually attain greatness? Looking at how she was still trying to brush him off with charity, Miao Yi became absolutely furious. Pointing a finger at her nose, he said solemnly, "Hong Chen, your meager forces don't scare me. If there truly exists an everlasting beauty, then she only waits for the day when the one to ravage her will come along. Someday, I will overturn the heavens, and on that day I will definitely make you my woman. I want you to see who can stop me then. How rude can he get?" Hong Chen was already raising her hand out of anger, wanting to kill Miao Yi off with a single slap. However, in the end, she just waved it aside, saying, "Out of respect for Yu Yao, I won't argue with you. Since you're being this obstinate, then do as you please. However, I still ask that you remember what you just said. For Yu Yao's sake, don't get in her way if you don't have the strength. As long as you have what it takes, I will accept your demand. If such a day does come, then Hong Chen becoming your woman is but a trifling matter." She was speaking purely out of anger and clearly didn't believe that Miao Yi would ever have this so-called day of overturning the heavens. In her rage, she actually responded to his demand of making her his woman. At the same time, she intended to taunt Miao Yi into keeping his promise of not burdening Yu Yao. There was no helping it. His words were simply too infuriating. Miao Yi was rather agitated as well. Clenching his teeth, he snapped, "You'd better sit tight then." There was a hint of rage in Hong Chen's face as she huffed and tucked away the storage bangle. Her attitude was clear: since you don't want it, then forget it. Don't tell me you want me to beg you to take it? Hong Chen then flew away furiously, her red dress fluttering around her. As he stood in place, Miao Yi still felt quite peeved. Even as a cultivator, there weren't many things that he could protect to begin with. His relationship with his siblings was the most important thing in his heart, and yet it was actually being used as a bargaining chip. If he didn't already know that he was no match for Hong Chen, he would have definitely gotten physical and dealt with the vile woman himself. So what if she's pretty? However, as his emotions began to settle down, Miao Yi somewhat regretted his actions. After all, Fairy Hongchen didn't mean any harm, and it seemed like she was quite close to Old Third as well. Did he go a little too far, saying such rude things to her in his anger? The more he thought about it, the more regretful he was, feeling that his words were indeed a little too much. He was practically slandering her. How was he any different from Second Bro if he used vulgarities like that? He couldn't help laughing bitterly as he thought about Ba Jia. So many years had passed, and Second Bro was still the same as before. Even though he was dressed like a monk now, it seemed that in the end, there was no teaching an old dog new tricks. Suddenly, a brushing noise could be heard coming from between the trees nearby, snapping Miao Yi out of his thoughts. He then noticed an old man sweeping away the dead leaves of the forest with a giant broom. Surprised, Miao Yi swept a glance around the quiet forest. When did this old man appear? I hope he didn't happen to overhear my conversation with Hongchen just now. Miao Yi couldn't help furrowing his brows as he stared at the old man who was gradually sweeping his way towards him. The old man had a head of blue hair tied up in a topknot, a pair of bushy eyebrows, and a short mustache, all of which were blue in color as well. He had an abnormally muscled physique and bronze-colored skin, and his face seemed calm and tranquil. His sleeves and pants were rolled up high, revealing a set of bronze-colored limbs. He also wore a pair of canvas shoes. The impression he gave Miao Yi was that of an everyday farmer. At this moment, the forest was already dyed golden by the radiance of the sun. The old man eventually swept his way towards Miao Yi, and seeing that the latter showed no signs of moving, he raised his head to look at him and said, "Youngster, can't you see that I'm sweeping here? Move aside." Miao Yi immediately made way for the other party. Standing to the side, he asked, "Senior, did you hear anything just now?" As he swept the ground, the old man said, "What did you want me to hear?" Miao Yi was speechless, feeling as though his earlier question had been in vain. He then asked again, "By any chance, did you hear someone talking just now?" But contrary to his expectations, the old man was unexpectedly honest. "It's your fault for not being careful and making such a big ruckus this early in the morning. Even if an old man like me is hard of hearing, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. But first, let me make things clear, I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. I'm always sweeping around these parts, and I just happened to see you two by coincidence. Why are you looking around so sneakily anyway?" The old man stopped his sweeping and propped up the broom, and said, "You're not thinking of silencing me, are you? Let me give you a fair warning, you're no match for me. Don't be deceived just because you see me as an old man sweeping the ground. My cultivation is higher than the Blue Lotus realm. You'd best reconsider your decision." This old man was quite an honest character indeed. He practically revealed all there was to know. What else was there for Miao Yi to reconsider? Being higher than the Blue Lotus realm meant that this old man was at least a Red Lotus cultivator. As he scanned their surroundings, Miao Yi couldn't help revealing an expression of dismay when he heard what the old man said. He did have that intention in mind. His transcendence energy was already infusing into his storage bangle, ready to attack the other party with the Mysticine mirror. However, the old man's warning left him with no choice but to give up that idea. Miao Yi quickly pretended like the thought never crossed his mind and said, "Senior, you must be joking. Who would dare try to harm others in this Western Constellations palace? Why the false modesty? You were just thinking about making that beautiful lady your woman. Nothing more. Admit it with pride. Why do you have to be so scared? Love is nothing to be ashamed about. When it comes to women, incapable men will settle for whoever they can get, while capable men will take their pick from the pretty ones. This is nothing to be shy about. The old man shook his head, as though puzzled. He went back to sweeping the ground, and continued, I know you youngsters are full of pride. Don't worry. I'm the perfect example of someone who was bullied so much I could no longer lift my head up, becoming an old man who can do nothing but quietly sweep this place. I won't tell anyone what just happened. There's nothing in it for me anyway, so what's the point of blabbering? Miao Yi couldn't help agreeing with what he said. No matter how esteemed the Western Constellations Palace was, anyone who was forced to do menial chores was surely not very welcomed by others. Seeing that there weren't any grievances between them, Miao Yi figured the old man had no reason to make life difficult for him and quickly loosened up. Miao Yi followed behind the other party, asking, Has Senior been sweeping around the Western Constellations Palace for long? Yeah. I've been sweeping around this place for many years already. Since I lack strength, the most I can do is stay here and make do with this place. May I have the privilege of knowing your name? We only met by chance. I'll go on with my sweeping, while you chase after your future. To what purpose do you need to know so much about me then? It's questionable whether you'll even get a second chance to come back to this place after you leave. Therefore, there's no point trying to acquaint yourself with me. Don't tell me you wish to find out about my background so that you can consider whether or not you should take my life afterward? Senior, you're exaggerating. Even if we've only met by chance, to be able to cross paths is surely destiny. Stop wasting your breath. I say, how can a youngster like you be this oblivious? Youthful as you are, how can you stand idly by with your hands behind your back after seeing an old man like me sweeping the ground? And you still want to talk to me about destiny? How about you try to be a little more sincere instead of just buttering me up with shallow courtesy? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435, A Hard Place to Sweep. Chapter 435, A Hard Place to Sweep. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi was taken aback. Don't tell me this old-timer is asking me to help him sweep the ground? As Miao Yi feared, the old man then held his broom up to him. This? Miao Yi reluctantly asked, Senior, are you perchance asking me to help you sweep the ground? Don't play dumb. The old man said bluntly, I may have no reason to gossip about you to the people of the Western Constellations Palace, but it just so happens that we have other outsiders like you right now. If you make this old man unhappy, then I don't mind flexing my tongue a little. Miao Yi was speechless. He cursed the old-timer deep down. This old man is clearly taking advantage of my predicament. What an unscrupulous person. However, he still put up a dry smile and said, Senior, that's not what I meant. I just think it's a little inappropriate for an outsider like me to sweep this place. How is it inappropriate? Even though I can only sweep around this Western Constellations Palace, but this broom of mine is made from the bark of a 10,000-year-old ice chrysanthemum. Everyone in the Western Constellations Palace knows about it. As long as you're carrying this broom, even if someone sees you sweeping, they won't say anything against you. The old man then indifferently shoved the broom into Miao Yi's hands. Hearing the old man's guarantee, Miao Yi immediately took up the broom. The moment he grabbed it, he could feel an intense chill emanating from it. And as he examined it, he was shocked to discover that this mere broom actually weighed about 500 kilograms, and was as tough as steel. If he used this broom to sweep the ground, wouldn't it scrape off all the grass from the lawn? He quickly turned around to look at the places that the old man had swept. To his surprise, there wasn't a single visible scar on the dark green lawn. What impressive control of strength! No wonder he was tasked with sweeping the ground here. You don't have to sweep the other places. Just work on clearing up the dark green grass around this lawn. Remember, you can't use any other method to sweep this place. You must use this 10,000-year-old ice chrysanthemum broom. Make sure you cover all the places that haven't been swept yet. Miao Yi's interest was piqued at the old man's words, and he asked curiously, "Why is it necessary to use this particular broom? Is there some kind of reason? Why do you care so much about it? Just do as I ask and sweep. Let me tell you, you absolutely mustn't use any tricks to finish this task. You have to sweep using this broom alone. Otherwise, within 2 days, the grass around this lawn will definitely dry up from the sunlight. Another thing, don't damage the grass. That will make it dry up as well. I'm warning you, if you so much as damage this lawn, don't blame me for telling everyone what you said to that pretty lady." As soon as the old man said this, he placed his hands behind his back, then turned around and left. Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I end up sweeping the ground after coming all the way out here to the Western Constellations Palace? But alas, with the risk of his words being exposed hanging over his head, Miao Yi had no choice but to sweep the ground. Looking at the broom in his hands, Miao Yi suddenly thought about something. He shouted, "Senior, once I'm done sweeping, where can I find you to return this precious broom of yours?" Without even turning around, the old man replied, "Just toss it down here. As long as outsiders like you don't try to steal it, no one else in this place would dare to steal anything." Miao Yi didn't say another word to the old man as he left. He then turned to look at the patch of grass in the forest. Fortunately, it wasn't very wide, so he figured he should just do as the old man said. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could be rid of his worries. Even if it was Fu Manjun herself, I won't forgive them. Turn the entire realm beyond heaven upside down. I'll definitely make you my woman on the day I overturn the heavens. Walking away in the distance, the old man was mumbling to himself. He then chuckled and said, "What an interesting youngster, but..." Meanwhile, as he was sweeping the ground, Miao Yi soon realized the task wasn't nearly as easy as he imagined it would be. While he had no problems waving around an object that weighed 500 kilograms, the amount of precision it took to sweep said object over this lawn all without damaging the grass was akin to embroidering fabric. Imagine how difficult it would be to create elaborate designs on cloth using something that weighed almost 500 kilograms? After a while, Miao Yi realized he was already feeling a little tired. It wasn't nearly as easy for him as it was for that old man. "Little brother, I was looking everywhere for you. I was worried that something had happened. Why are you sweeping out here, dot?" When he heard someone calling for him, Miao Yi turned around and found Yan Beihong quickly coming over. Yan Beihong had a look of confusion on his face. As he and Miao Yi shared a single courtyard, when he noticed Miao Yi hadn't returned the entire night, Yan Beihong worried that something might have happened to him, and hurriedly went out to find him. He never thought that he'd catch Miao Yi sweeping all the way out here. How very peculiar indeed. How are you sweating just from sweeping the ground? Yan Beihong noticed the sweat beading on Miao Yi's forehead and couldn't help asking, "Are you alright? Give this a try, and you'll find out. I was just about to ask you guys to come help me." Miao Yi then handed him the broom. Yan Beihong's arm sank the moment he held onto the broom, and it almost slipped out the palm of his hand. He never imagined that a broom could be this heavy, and he quickly stabilized his grip with his transcendence energy. With an astonished expression, he said, "What kind of broom is this? Let's not talk about it. Just my luck to be caught off guard by an old man sweeping the ground." Miao Yi told Yan Beihong about how Fairy Hongchen had overheard their conversation and came to talk to him early in the morning. However, he didn't mention the words he'd said to Fairy Hongchen out of anger. If he were to reveal that he told Fairy Hongchen he'd make her his woman, he would surely end up a laughingstock. Fairy Hongchen knows? Yan Beihong was taken aback. He then said apologetically, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't blurted out so much, then she wouldn't have found out. It isn't your fault. I think my emotions might have gotten the better of me when second bro and old third came looking for you. She probably noticed something amiss by then and started eyeing me since." Miao Yi sighed. Yan Beihong mused for a bit, then nodded. He then looked at the broom in his hand, and said, then what's the deal with you sweeping the ground after that old man caught you? Consider this a lesson learned. From now on, I have to be careful whenever I'm talking about something important. That old-timer overheard the things I said to Fairy Hongchen. Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He then briefly explained the sequence of events leading up to his current predicament. After hearing his story, Yan Beihong couldn't help breaking out into laughter, saying, "And here I thought it was something serious. All he asked was for you to sweep the ground. This could very well be an interesting story to share in the future. Just think about it. How many cultivators in the world can say that they've swept the grounds of the Western Constellation's palace? You may even end up being the subject of envy for many. I'm not sweeping the grounds of the Western Constellation's palace, but the grounds outside of it. If you're so jealous, then you give it a whirl." Miao Yi then relayed to Yan Beihong the old man's instructions on how to sweep the place. Yan Beihong was relieved to hear that Miao Yi was capable of making jokes now. It seemed to him that Miao Yi's mood had improved somewhat. This dark green grass seems a little strange. Could there be something out of the ordinary here? Yan Beihong mused. He then laughed and said, "How hard can this be? You can just use your transcendence energy to blow the fallen leaves away, then give the place a sweep using this broom." Miao Yi then immediately stood aside. With an expectant look on his face, he extended his arm and said, "If you think it's so easy, give it a try for yourself then." Yan Beihong was slightly taken aback by Miao Yi's actions. He quickly examined the patch of grass around him, but still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. He then activated his transcendence energy, his sleeves fluttering vigorously as he stirred up a gust of wind at the grass. To his surprise, while the grass did rustle about, the leaves that were on them seemed firmly stuck in place, not budging even a bit. Withdrawing his hand, Yan Beihong said in astonishment, "What the heck? Just watch, and you'll understand." With a wave of his hand, Miao Yi sucked in one of the leaves from the branch of a tree, then tossed it onto the grass right in front of Yan Beihong. He then used his feet to pick at it, but the leaf was already melded together with the grass beneath it. "What?" Placing the broom on his shoulder, Yan Beihong squatted down to pick up the leaf. While the leaf did crumble and break off, the part that was stuck to the grass was completely glued stiff. There's definitely something weird about this grass. Yan Beihong was about to pull out some of the grass, when Miao Yi hastily shouted, "Don't pluck the grass." However, he was too late. Yan Beihong had already pulled out a patch of grass from the ground. At this moment, the grass as well as the broken leaf on Yan Beihong's palm began decaying at a visible speed, emitting tiny plumes of black smoke. Yan Beihong was completely flabbergasted, saying, "What in the world is this? I have no idea either. But simply put, the leaves that fall on this grass can only be swept away by this broom, and not to mention, you can't use too much force. Otherwise, you risk damaging the grass. That's why I'm so exhausted right now. You came at just the right time. Help me out a little. I'm going to take a short break." Yan Beihong didn't say anything and simply tried his hand with the broom. He soon discovered that it was just as Miao Yi said. The moment he gave the broom in his hands a sweep across the lawn, that strange grass immediately released the leaves that were stuck on it. Yan Beihong clicked his tongue in astonishment, and he continued experimenting with the broom. As his cultivation was much higher than Miao Yi's, it was not as taxing for him to sweep the lawn. However, after sweeping for almost 2 hours, even Yan Beihong was feeling a little worse for wear himself. It wasn't as though he couldn't wield this 500-kilogram broom. If he were asked to wield something so heavy into battle, he wouldn't be the least bit afraid. The thing was, he needed to handle this heavy thing with near-surgical precision. He had to adjust his strength accordingly so that he wouldn't damage the grass on the ground. Otherwise, they would immediately dry up. At the same time, he had to use his transcendence energy to control his own body weight as well. Not to mention, he wasn't walking on the lawn empty-handed, he still needed to carry along a 500-kilogram broom. With something like that in hand, he would leave a deep footprint on the grass the moment he stepped on it. And with the amount of force he would exert if he didn't use his transcendence energy, it would be odd if the grass could withstand it and remain in one piece. As such, Yan Beihong had to be extremely careful with every single movement he made. This was way different from riding on a dragon steed, where he could freely fight with his hands while relying on the dragon steed to maneuver. Instead, it felt like he was playing a skipping game while carrying a 500-kilogram object, and using said object to make delicate embroideries. With his transcendence energy being rapidly exhausted like a gushing stream, it would be strange if he wasn't feeling worn out after some time. Even the great official Yan no longer dared to say sweeping this grass was an easy task anymore. This Western Constellations Palace is indeed not a place that anyone can just set foot in. Even sweeping the ground is something beyond the capabilities of the average cultivator. This is no longer a chore. It's clearly a form of punishment. When he heard Yan Beihong complaining, Miao Yi could tell that he was already exhausted, and hurriedly went over to take his place. The two of them took turns and were only able to finish sweeping this tiny lawn when the sky was about to darken. They then immediately tossed the broom aside and made like the wind. They would never try to approach this area ever again. If they were caught and forced to sweep this place a second time, they would surely weep. Skyfire Mountain, Sea of Constellations. Upon the skies, a beautiful, giant crimson bird was flying over, its two long tail feathers dancing nimbly in the wind, and on its back stood about a dozen people. At the front was a burly man dressed in a flaming red robe, his fiery crimson robe on his back fluttering in the wind. The man had red hair and a red mustache, and his red, bushy eyebrows rose above his sideburns. The burning spirit reflected in his eyes seemed as if two blazing flames were alight inside his eyeballs. Beside him was a woman garbed in a devilishly beautiful, seven-colored robe. The woman was fair of skin and had a voluptuous figure. The two bountiful mounds of flesh that lay half-exposed on her chest were enough to bewitch one's eyes. And while her appearance was highly seductive, she possessed a uniquely noble air about her. This towering man was none other than a member of the 9 Supreme Yao Lords under Western Constellations Master Fu Qing, and the Master of Skyfire Mountain, Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan. The tantalizingly beautiful beside him was his wife, Hu Fei. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436, Lai Huan's Wrath. Chapter 436, Lai Huan's Wrath. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Seeing the lofty Skyfire Mountain in the distance, Hu Fei sighed, "We're finally home. This damned subjugation crusade is finally over." Ai. Lord Fu Qing didn't have a choice. If he could, he wouldn't let these people mess around in his own territory either. Just bear with it. They only hold it once every 300 years. And with the four sides taking turns, the next time the Western Star Sea hosts it will be 1,200 years from now. It's only for 10 years that will pass by in the blink of an eye. Lai Huan smiled and said comfortingly, "They can do their subjugation crusade however they want. Why do they have to force people away from their homes?" "I can't help but feel vexed," Hu Fei grumbled. Lai Huan sighed. "Things are no longer as they used to be. Back then, this world was still under the control of our lords. But ever since the boundless secular world appeared, and the 6 sages got their hands on the mighty cultivation arts hidden inside, they rose up in force and changed the laws of this world." As he said this, the giant crimson bird had reached the top of the mighty Skyfire Mountain. It circled around the sky, then dove down straight into the mouth of the volcano. The mysterious, swirling blazes underneath immediately opened up a path through the flames, allowing the giant crimson bird passage. Once they exited the tunnel of fire, Lai Huan and the others leaped off and landed onto the crystal plate that resembled the ornamental tip of a Rui scepter. Meanwhile, the giant crimson bird continued downwards into the sea of fire. "Ouch!" Hu Fei suddenly exclaimed. She lifted up her dress with both hands, revealing a pair of flawless, jade-like feet. As it turned out, she had been going around barefooted all this while. Startled, Lai Huan and the others looked down while Hu Fei stood on tiptoe and lifted up her feet. As it turned out, she'd just been pricked by a piece of broken crystal underneath. And here they thought it was something major. Why were there broken crystals? Everyone exchanged glances, then turned to look at the Supreme Fire Palace, and were instantly stupefied. Everyone was no longer concerned that the mistress's feet were pricked. Lai Huan immediately rushed to the plaza. Even Hu Fei herself was no longer bothered by the state of her feet and hurried straight to the plaza as well. Once there, her alluring eyes immediately widened in shock and disbelief. "Why is my wash basin here?" Hu Fei suddenly exclaimed again, pointing at an intricately designed wash basin carved from jade. There was more to the plaza than just an out-of-place wash basin. There were decaying bones, fruit cores, broken wine flasks and burnt pieces of wood as well. Even the statue at the edge of the plaza was broken. One of the two Inferno Qilin statues guarding the main entrance of the Supreme Fire Palace was actually missing a head. This was simply too mind-boggling. To think that the beautiful, illusory Supreme Fire Palace that hovered in the middle of a sea of flames was actually reduced to such a state. Hu Fei was utterly speechless, her mouth agape, her eyes widened in consternation. The dozen or so handmaidens also looked at one another speechlessly. They were all wondering the same thing: who did this? Lai Huan's eyes were as wide as the mouth of a bell, and his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As his face twisted in dismay, he rushed inside the Supreme Fire Palace. The dozen or so handmaidens followed behind Hu Fei to examine the rest of the place. Hu Fei lifted up her dress, afraid that she would step on the ashes of the burnt wood. It would be too disgusting if she ended up stepping on the leftover bones and fruit cores of someone's meal with her bare feet. Compared to the outside, it was the inside of the Supreme Fire Palace that actually looked ransacked. At least the outside still had some signs of life, whereas the inside was a complete mess, with all their things lying on the ground. Lai Huan stood before his throne, staring at the 12 newly opened holes on the wall behind it. As he looked fixedly at the broken wall, his lips couldn't help fiercely quivering from time to time. "My lord!" Hu Fei cried as she rushed over to the front of the hall from the back, carrying several torn dresses with her. She raised her ripped clothes up to Lai Huan's face, and said, "Not only was my wash basin used, but even my clothes were also torn apart. What kind of pervert could have done such a thing? My skin is crawling just thinking about it. This is simply too horrifying. My lord! Don't tell me this is the work of one of those skanks you fooled around with on the outside? Is she deliberately trying to gross me out? There's no way something like this could have been done by a man." Staring at the ripped-up dresses in her hands, Lai Huan clenched his fists tightly in anger. And as he listened to Hu Fei's words, he curled his lips furiously. His house was already wrecked to such a state, and this woman still had the cheek to be jealous and spout such dribble at a time like this. He roared furiously, "Shut your mouth!" Hu Fei was startled and was about to employ the throwing a tantrum when things don't go your way method on Lai Huan. However, she soon noticed he was trembling in anger as he stared at the broken-up wall. "There are 12 holes on the wall?" Hu Fei dropped the clothes she was holding onto the ground and raised her hand to cover her gaping mouth. Other people might not know what was hidden behind this wall, but as the mistress of the house, Hu Fei was perfectly aware. Inside this wall were 12 fire spirits that her husband had painstakingly spent over 20,000 years to capture. It was something that Lai Huan was saving for future use. But now they were completely gone. How could this have happened? Compared to these 12 fire spirits, her issue wasn't even a minor problem. Utterly stupefied, Hu Fei decided to shut her mouth. "Who is responsible for this?" Lai Huan roared furiously. Hu Fei and the others quickly covered their ears from the sound. Even the entire Supreme Fire Palace was trembling, and the fiery blazes that surrounded it quaked vigorously. Flames were soaring furiously. With a wave of his fiery red cape, Lai Huan turned around and walked out the palace. Hu Fei hastily chased after him and grabbed his arm, asking, "My lord, where are you going?" Lai Huan swung his arm and shoved her away. As she fell to the ground, Hu Fei continued to shout, "My lord, where are you going?" With a furious look in his eyes, Lai Huan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "I'm going to settle the score." Whoosh! Before he even finished his sentence, Lai Huan was already gone. As the sound of rushing wind came from the exit of the fire array, a human figure had already shot out like lightning. Two handmaidens hurriedly rushed to help Hu Fei up from the ground. However, the latter didn't appreciate their concern and swept the two handmaidens aside. Hu Fei's voice cracked as she yelled at the dozen or so handmaidens, "What are you all looking at? What happened to those lustful eyes you usually have when you're trying to seduce my lord? What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clean this place up. If my feet are stained by even the tiniest speck of dust, you'll all be in deep trouble." Terrified, the handmaidens immediately went to work. This is truly a good place to cultivate. It's a pity we can't stay for too long and have to go back tomorrow. Little brother, have you thought about where among the fifth earthly branch you'd like to be manor head in? Let me know if you've already made up your mind. That way, it'll be easier for us to communicate in the future. Overseeing a tranquil garden was a lavish house, complete with intricately designed furnishings. Leaning against the window, Yan Beihong cast a sideways glance at Miao Yi and posed a question. Walking up to the window, Miao Yi cast a quiet look at the assortment of rare flowers in the garden. He shook his head, asking, "You've already made up your mind?" "Of course. I'm going to pick a place with an abundance of resources. I've never thought about this before, so once I get back, I'll find out which place is the most lucrative and choose to go there." As he said this, Yan Beihong couldn't help laughing to himself. Having learned his lesson after being overheard by Fairy Hongchen, he switched to voice transmission and continued, "Your fifth earthly branch is going to be famous now. After all, within the celestial nation, the fifth earthly branch alone has taken up 6 out of the total 21 spots. Even though I received the 10th place reward on your behalf, the ranking still belongs to you. If we follow the placement order, then in the fifth earthly branch, you should be 4th in line to pick your new territory, since Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian are placed in front of you. For me, since everyone else from the first earthly branch is already dead, I'm now the only one to return alive. So even though I'm in 13th place, once I'm back, I'll be allowed to freely pick my new territory. Thus, even though my placement is lower than yours, I'm actually getting more benefits than you are." Miao Yi laughed bitterly as he listened to Yan Beihong. Speaking of this matter, he felt quite sorry for Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei, as he had also given away their Geotranscendence bangles to help Yu Yao. He didn't ask the Gu Sanjing trio as they still needed to fulfill their responsibilities to their respective schools, and Pai Junzi and Tao Yongchen needed to answer to the Yao Nation as well. At first, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wu Wei and him had all promised to take last place together. However, as Miao Yi had completely forgotten about Qi Shouhuang's Geotranscendence bangle, he ended up placing just slightly higher than the other two and thus would be taking his pick of the new territory before them as well. Miao Yi was ridden with guilt over the two of them. Whoosh! A golden light streaked across the sky and landed just outside the Western Constellation's palace. It was so fast that Miao Yi and Yan Beihong would not have noticed it if they weren't looking out the window at the time. Standing by the window, the two of them exchanged glances as a shocking thought flashed through their minds: a golden lotus cultivator. Landing outside the main entrance of the Western Constellation's palace, Lai Huan swept a watchful gaze across his surroundings. With a wave of his red cape, he then strode in through the entrance. Perhaps if this were anywhere else, he wouldn't think twice about barging inside. But as it was the Western Constellation's palace, even Lai Huan had to follow the rules. He was still Fu Qing's direct subordinate after all. Lai Huan didn't dare to fly straight in and instead chose to walk in on his own 2 feet. That said, he was still walking in unannounced. Of the 2 guards standing by the main entrance, one immediately approached Lai Huan and asked, "My lord, how may we be of assistance?" Lai Huan said furiously, report to the constellation's master. Say that Lai Huan requests an audience. Understood. The guard immediately rushed in to make his report. Perhaps they were startled by the presence of a golden lotus cultivator, but as Lai Huan walked in, Tang Jun, He Yun, Grandmaster Qi Jia, Huayu, Yun Guang, Ji Mimi, and even people like Fairy Hong Chen and Zhua Nanchun all came to see who had arrived. As for the rest, they didn't notice Lai Huan's arrival because their cultivations were too low. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong had only seen him by coincidence, but they weren't as confident as Yun Guang and the others and didn't dare stick their heads out so easily and risk offending a golden lotus cultivator. Lai Huan. When Yun Guang saw that it was Lai Huan, he raised his hand in greeting. Humph. Lai Huan huffed coldly and ignored him. Yun Guang then chuckled and said, "It looks like this old demon woke up on the wrong side of the bed today." As Lai Huan passed by Ji Mimi, the latter approached with smiles and asked, "What brings Big Brother Lai here?" "Piss off." Lai Huan barked with no regard to Ji Mimi, causing her to be stunned in place, as an awkward expression hung across her face. With a darkened expression, Lai Huan strode forward, his fiery red cape fluttering behind him. There was a domineering aura about him. He didn't care if they were sent over by the 6 sages. He didn't show face to almost everyone in his path. However, when he saw Grandmaster Qi Jia, even he couldn't help being slightly surprised. Even though Grandmaster Qi Jia had only smiled at him in gesture, Lai Huan immediately walked up to him. Clapping his hands in prayer, Lai Huan even politely made a Buddhist greeting, and the tension on his face relaxed as he asked curiously, how could they trouble the Grandmaster to come personally to a mere subjugation crusade? That Sun Lei is simply too overbearing. Grandmaster Qi Jia smiled, clapping his hands in prayer as he said, "It seems like the Supreme Miao Lord has some matters to attend to." "I shall not get in your way then." "Very well. After this, I shall find Grandmaster to reminisce about old times." Lai Huan clapped his hands in prayer again and nodded before bidding farewell and continuing on his path. As he made his way to the plaza of the main manor, the massive doors of an ancient, yet grand palace lay before him, standing outside of which was a man garbed in blue robes. Lai Huan cupped his fists in greeting to the man from a distance. "Brother Lai, you've come." Standing at the top of a flight of tall steps, the blue-robed man returned the gesture. He then turned his body to the side, and extended his arm and said, "The constellation's master is waiting for you within the manor." Having been granted entry, Lai Huan immediately rushed up the tall flight of steps. The blue-robed man walked up to the enormous, ancient doors that stood 5 feet tall, and had various depictions of demonic creatures carved upon it. He reached out and gently pushed open a tiny gap on the door. The door creaked heavily as it opened, the sound of which was enough to fill one's heart with great solemnity. Even though it was said to be a tiny gap, the description was only apt when referring to the massive door. In truth, the opening was wide enough for 2 people to walk in side by side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437, Might of a Supreme Miao Lord. Chapter 437, Might of a Supreme Miao Lord. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A long time ago, this door was fully open. However, ever since Fu Qing submitted to Yao Sage Ji Huan, the door was never fully opened again, and entry was only allowed through the small opening. No one knew what Fu Qing meant by this. The inside of the manor was very spacious. Lai Huan and the blue-robed man walked in, feeling incredibly small before its vastness. And indeed, there was a lot of space inside. The floors were paved with crystal-clear jade, and the ceiling was embellished with various gemstones, making the interior decor seem as though it was an entire galaxy in itself. The dozen or so pillars that supported the entire manor were all made of wood. It was unknown what type of wood it was, but it measured almost 30 meters in height and stood perfectly straight. It would take at least 5 to 6 adults holding hands to wrap around the entirety of a single pillar. The color of the wood itself was a deep black, and it had carvings of various demonic creatures engraved upon it. It was truly a strange sight to behold. At the center of the spacious manor, there was an old man dressed in a short-sleeved robe. The old man had blue hair tied in a top knot, blue brows, and a blue mustache. His pants and sleeves were rolled up high. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation on the crystalline floor. There was a lot of space around him, which gave the old man an air of profoundness and solitude. If Miao Yi saw this person, he would surely recognize him as the old man who had forced him to sweep the ground from before. However, at this moment, the old man wasn't even wearing his canvas shoes and was barefooted instead. As for this old man's identity, he was none other than a member of the Sea of Constellations for Constellations Masters, and one who struck terror upon all those in the cultivation realm. Western Constellations Master Fu Qing. Walking up to the old man, Lai Huan came to a stop about 5 meters away, then cupped his fists in greeting. Lai Huan respectfully greets my lord. The blue-robed man took a few steps forward and automatically stood next to the old man, hands placed to the side. Fu Qing sat quietly with eyes closed on the ground. Although he was not seen opening his mouth, an old, deep voice suddenly echoed within the spacious manor, "Why have you come?" "Someone has wrecked my supreme fire palace." Lai Huan then described the current state of his home. The old voice reverberated throughout the manor, saying, "Who is the one responsible?" This domineering voice echoed through every corner of the spacious manor. However, not a single sound could be heard outside it. From the outside, the ancient manor was as quiet as it had always been. Lai Huan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "In this period of time, who else could it be besides those participating in the subjugation crusade?" The old voice echoed, "What do you intend to do?" Lai Huan replied decisively, "I'm going to fish out the culprit and punish him severely. First, get the story straight." Xing Feng. The old voice echoing throughout the manor then quieted down. Understood. The blue-robed man cupped his fists and bowed, then left together with Lai Huan. And the giant doors of the ancient manor closed once again. Yun Guang and the others were soon notified that Xing Feng, the Western Constellations Palace's Minister of the Right, wished to see them. As they were brought to the plaza of the main manor, they realized they were not the only ones that were summoned. The other 5 families were called upon as well, including their aides such as Zhua Nanchun and Fairy Hongchen. All 18 overseers who had watched over the astrolabe were present. Xing Feng and Lai Huan stood at the top of the tall flight of steps, just outside the manor's giant tightly shut doors. Casting a downward gaze upon the 6 families, the 2 of them slowly walked down the steps. Yun Guang and the others exchanged glances, transmitting their voices to one another and asking about the situation. However, not a single one of them knew what was going on. The 6 people that brought them here had them stop just before the steps, then took their places to the side. Xing Feng and Lai Huan continued to walk down slowly, the latter furiously sizing up the crowd at the bottom of the steps. Yun Guang and the others creased their brows at the way Lai Huan was looking down upon them. Yun Guang said, "Just cut to the chase and state your business. It's not like we're trying to seek an audience or anything. Stop putting on airs." As Lai Huan and Xing Feng slowly walked down the stairs, they came to a stop at the final step. Lai Huan glared at Yun Guang and snarled, "Someone has wrecked this lord's palace. Even if Yun Outyan himself is standing in front of me, I will not let this slide without a proper explanation." When they heard this, Yun Guang and the others couldn't help looking at each other in shock. Who would be so bold as to wreck the palace of Supreme Lord Lai Huan? Now that something like this had happened, it would be unwise of Yun Guang to continue arguing against Lai Huan. The reason he did so earlier was to let Lai Huan know that the authority of the 6 sages was not something that could be easily challenged. However, he now understood that Lai Huan's rage was fully justified. If he were to really make this old demon blow his top, then even if every one of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the guy. However, Yun Guang still remarked, "I say, Lai Huan, you're not suspecting us, are you? We've been stuck inside the Western Constellations Palace for the past 10 years, and we've never even set half a foot outside this place. Even if you're out for blood, you shouldn't be targeting us." Xing Feng replied, You people have been standing guard before the astrolabe this whole time. I trust that you would have noticed any peculiar movements on the astrolabe. The reason why we've summoned all of you here is to ask if you've seen anyone that's been to Skyfire Mountain. He Yan cast a sideways glance at Grandmaster Qi Jia. He smiled menacingly, then said, "Aren't you just asking for the impossible?" There were more than 100,000 participants running across the astrolabe. How can you possibly expect us to remember where each of them went? Lai Huan immediately roared, "Bullshit. As if anyone can easily set foot in this Lord's Skyfire Mountain. Those under the Red Lotus realm will find it difficult to even get close, much less trespass into this Lord's Supreme Fire Palace. And the average cultivator wouldn't be so bold that they'd set foot upon the gates of this Lord's dwelling. The culprit is definitely among the members of your 6 families. There can be no one else." Even though Lai Huan was simply making his own assumptions, his words did have some sense in them. As such, Qing Feng didn't say anything and just coolly stood beside him. "Say it. Who is the one behind this? If you hand over the culprit now, this lord might be willing to give a lighter punishment. However, if you let this lord personally discover the culprit, then don't blame me for not giving face to the 6 sages." Lai Huan swept a vicious gaze across the crowd. Feeling a little guilty, Ji Mimi avoided Lai Huan's gaze. If she remembered correctly, her son did indeed go to Skyfire Mountain. And it seemed that Grandmaster Qi Jia's disciple and his comrades were there as well. However, she seemed to recall that Grandmaster Qi Jia was not present at the time and thus did not see it happen. Everyone else kept quiet. If Ji Mimi's son was the only one who went to Skyfire Mountain, perhaps one of them would have revealed the truth to Lai Huan, in order to save themselves some trouble. However, things were more complicated now that it involved Grandmaster Qi Jia as well. A benevolent character through and through, this monk had formed countless bonds from his goodwill over the years, and he was extremely well known in the cultivation realm. Even when up against the 6 sages, his position was highly distinguished. All that saw him treated him with courtesy and respect. Hence, it wouldn't be too wise to offend such a person. Your silence indicates that you do acknowledge that the culprit is among your members. Lai Huan laughed coldly and yelled, "Men! Bring every single one of their members over to me. This lord wishes to interrogate them personally. I want to see if they can still be this tight-lipped then. How could those youngsters possibly withstand this old demon's questioning? He would surely leave them crippled, if not dead." Worried about his precious son, He Yan immediately grew anxious, and shouted, "Lai Huan, stop being so unreasonable. My son really didn't go to your Skyfire Mountain." Boom! An intense blaze suddenly enveloped Lai Huan, and the temperature in the vicinity instantly shot up to astonishing heights. The symbol of a single-petaled golden lotus shining on his forehead, Lai Huan extended his arm and formed a claw with his hand. As they faced him, the crowd on the other side immediately felt as though they were being suffocated. Like an arrow, He Yan shot out, instantly sucked over by Lai Huan. He dove straight into the flames around Lai Huan, who caught him by the neck. This lord likes to be unreasonable. What can you do about it? Within the flames, Lai Huan gripped He Yan's neck and said menacingly, "Don't think that just because you're with the 6 sages that you can simply do as you please. One of your members has even gone as far as to wreck this lord's palace. Don't you think that's a bit too much? Why would this lord still need to be reasonable with you then?" Regardless of how he looked, He Yan was still a purple lotus 3rd-grade cultivator. However, Lai Huan could still pull him in across the air as though he was taking something out of his pocket. And now, having been caught by Lai Huan, He Yan couldn't even move a single muscle. Surrounded by flames, black smoke started rising from his body, and his face twisted in pain. Lai Huan was the bane of all ghost cultivators to begin with. He had crossed fists with ghost sage Sita Shao and even lived to tell the tale. How could He Yan possibly be a match for him? It was simply his misfortune to have incurred Lai Huan's wrath. The strength of one of the 9 supreme Yao lords of the Western Star Sea left no room for doubt. Ji Nini and the others were shocked. They never thought that He Yun couldn't even muster up an ounce of resistance against Lai Huan. Amat Ba. Grandmaster Qi Jie couldn't watch any longer. He clapped his hands in prayer and said, "Please stay your hand, Supreme Yao Lord. Let us discuss this matter slowly. I'm sure we will be able to talk it out. It's not that Lai Huan doesn't wish to give the Grandmaster face, but this time I've really been pushed too far. I swear I won't rest until I get to the bottom of this." Lai Huan understands the Grandmaster's character. This incident is surely unrelated to you. Just now, we weren't thinking clearly and ended up making Grandmaster come all the way here as well. But since you're already here, please just humor me for now. After this, Lai Huan shall make a formal apology to Grandmaster. As he stood within the flame, Lai Huan nodded apologetically to Grandmaster Qi Jie. When they heard Grandmaster Qi Jie's words, Yun Guang and the others couldn't help looking at him awkwardly. However, the person in question was still unaware of the reason why. Lai Huan turned back to He Yun and said coldly, "Seeing as you're this worried for your son, he must be the one behind this. That's why you're feeling guilty. Men, bring me his son's head." As he said this, the crowd secretly cursed in distress, and Ji Mimi was all the more terrified. They all knew how dearly He Yun thought of his son. There was no way he could tolerate the old demon's threats. As they feared, while still in pain, He Yun widened his eyes, and with all his might, uttered, "I know who did it." These were the words Lai Huan wanted to hear all along. Like dropping a plate, he swung his arm and dismissively tossed He Yun down the steps. The flames surrounding Lai Huan receded, and he ordered, "Speak." As he rolled on the ground, He Yun fumbled to his feet. With black smoke still rising from his body, he touched his neck, completely terrified as he coughed and answered, "I don't know who the actual culprit is, but what I can confirm from the astrolabe is that 2 groups of people have been to Skyfire Mountain." There were only 6 red dots on the astrolabe, so it was easy to keep track of where each of them went. As for the tens of thousands of white dots that scrambled around, who could possibly identify which was which? Having finally found a clue, Lai Huan made a menacing smile and asked, "Which 2 groups?" He Yun could no longer make any excuses. Covering his throat with one hand as he coughed, he raised his other arm and pointed at Ji Mimi, then reluctantly pointed to Grandmaster Qi Jie. As he pointed to the latter, he wore an apologetic expression on his face, because the only reason his son was able to live this long was due to Grandmaster Qi Jie. It was precisely because of this that he didn't reveal Grandmaster Qi Jie's involvement even as Lai Huan grabbed him by the throat earlier on. It was only when Lai Huan threatened to kill his son that He Yun had no choice but to sell out Grandmaster Qi Jie. Grandmaster Qi Jie was taken aback and quickly turned to look at the 2 monks behind him, who lowered their heads when they met his gaze. Lai Huan was shocked as well. He never thought that Grandmaster Qi Jie would also be involved in this matter. However, when he saw Grandmaster Qi Jie's expression, and as he trusted the Grandmaster's character, Lai Huan was positive that he must have been unaware of the whole incident. He quickly assured him, "Please don't worry, Grandmaster. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of this yet. I'm sure it was done by the people from the Yao Nation, but how can he simply make assumptions like this?" Ji Mimi immediately grew anxious, and said, "Big brother Lai, don't listen to He Yun's nonsense." Despite Lai Huan's assurance, Grandmaster Qi Jie still couldn't help feeling anxious. He wasn't worried about Kong Ji and the others, it was his own disciple that he was most concerned about. He knew better than anyone what Ba Jie's temperament was like. Don't tell me Ba Jie is really behind this? As he was now involved in the matter as well, it was difficult for Grandmaster Qi Jie to say anything else. Whether he's spouting nonsense or not, all will be revealed once we interrogate the suspects. Lai Huan barked, "Men! Go bring me the people from those 2 families." Qing Feng nodded, and the 6 people standing by the side of the steps immediately flew off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438, Cats Out of the Bag. Chapter 438, Cats Out of the Bag. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Soon, Bai Ziliang and Lan Susu, Kong Ji and Ba Jia, as well as their respective subordinates, were all brought over. When they saw the gathered members of the 6 families and noticed the 2 people looking down on them from above, the 12 of them wondered what was going on. They only knew that the people who brought them here weren't exactly in the best of moods. "Which of you have been to this Lord Skyfire Mountain?" Lai Huan asked coldly. The 12 of them were immediately shocked. Could this be Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan? As they still couldn't make heads or tails of the situation, the 12 of them were afraid to answer his question. Ji Mimi and Grandmaster Qi Jie transmitted their voices to their respective members, asking if they'd gone to Skyfire Mountain and wrecked Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's Supreme Fire Palace. Both sides gave similar answers. They did go to Skyfire Mountain, but they had never even seen this Supreme Fire Palace. Lai Huan laughed coldly. "It looks like you won't speak until I teach you some pain. Men. First, chop off their hands, then their legs. If these stubborn fools won't talk, then keep on cutting at them, and don't stop until you take down their heads." Bai Ziliang and the others were horrified. Since Yun Guang and the others weren't involved in the matter, they just stood by and watched. With an indifferent expression, Qing Feng gently nodded. The 6 men standing on both sides of the plaza immediately moved to carry out Lai Huan's orders. Suddenly, Ji Nini yelled, "Wait, dot." Lai Huan leaned his body forward and asked mockingly, "Ji Mimi, do you think that just because you're Ji Huan's daughter, I won't dare to touch you? It's not like this lord offended anyone, and yet your members destroyed my home without rhyme nor reason. Don't you think my anger is quite justified? Even if Ji Huan were to question me himself, I wouldn't be afraid to stand my ground." Ji Mimi cupped her fists and said, "Big brother Lai, you're exaggerating. We've known each other for a long time. Do you think your little sister is someone so unreasonable?" Lai Huan laughed and said, "Before you got married, you were quite the unruly princess. With your old man Ji Huan backing you, you didn't hold anyone in regard. I've actually never seen you speak so reasonably before. But I guess you've learned some humility after getting married." A sense of bitterness flitted past Ji Nini's eyes. Forcing a smile, she said, "I was naive in the past. If I've ever offended Big Brother Lai, I ask that you forgive me. However, let us talk about the current issue instead. Big Brother Lai wishes to find the culprit who ransacked your Supreme Fire Palace. But if you kill all of them now, wouldn't you be cutting off the trail of clues and letting the true culprit go? How do you know I'll be letting the true culprit go if I kill them all?" Lai Huan narrowed his eyes at her, and asked, "Do you know something?" "I don't know much either. However, I've just asked my son, and he said that while they had indeed gone to Skyfire Mountain, they didn't enter the Supreme Fire Palace. Although they did witness a certain someone enter it." Lai Huan immediately pointed at her and asked, "Who?" Ji Mimi extended her arm to the side and gestured for her son to step forward and answer in her stead. "Ziliang, hurry up and tell your Uncle Lai what you saw. Be honest and don't hide anything. This young one greets Uncle Lai." Bai Ziliang stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Deep down, he was overjoyed. "Looks like I was scared for nothing. Let's see how that bastard is going to escape this time." However, he still put up a serious expression and said, "The one that intruded into the Supreme Fire Palace is a celestial nation cultivator called Yan Beihong. He's presently inside this Western Constellation's palace." Tang Jun, Hong Chan, and Zhuan Nanchun were all shocked by his words. Although Tang Jun was oblivious to the fact, the other 2 were aware that the Yan Beihong everyone now knew was actually Miao Yi. "Foolish child. How dare you make such irresponsible remarks?" Tang Jun pointed at Bai Ziliang and abruptly yelled. Even though he wasn't exactly acquainted with Miao Yi, he obviously needed to protect the latter at a time like this. Cupping his fists at Lai Huan, Tang Jun said, "Lai Huan, this child has an ulterior motive. He has a grievance with Yan Beihong, and is using this opportunity to sabotage him. Lai Huan raised an eyebrow, then Bai Ziliang pointed towards Kong Ji and said, "If Senior Tang doesn't believe me, you can ask them. They too are witnesses. You'll know whether or not this junior was lying if you just ask them." Everyone immediately looked towards Kong Ji and the others. Lai Huan swept a gaze across, and said curtly, "If you mutter even a single lie, I will show you no mercy." As Lai Huan said this, Ba Jia immediately nodded repeatedly, and said, "He's right. It's that bastard. I. Seeing how everyone was behaving so timidly before Lai Huan, the bastard wanted to rid himself of this troublesome affair as quickly as he could. Better that someone else dies than me. However, before he could finish, Fairy Hong Chen's voice transmission suddenly rang by his ears, saying, "Hush! If any mishap were to befall upon that Yan Beihong, I can guarantee that your sister will never forgive you." She couldn't tell him outright that he was about to expose his big brother. Never forgive me? What could it be that's so serious? Don't tell me that asshole is in a relationship with my sister, and could be my future brother-in-law? Ba Jia was greatly shocked. However, as he still wasn't clear about the situation, and since Fairy Hongchen had already put it like that, he could only change his sentence midway. I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest." Bai Ziliang was taken aback by his answer. Pointing at Ba Jia angrily, he snarled, "You're lying. You saw everything. At the time, you even talked to him and wanted to steal his belongings. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't simply say whatever you please. How can a kind and benevolent monk like myself possibly want to steal someone else's belongings?" Ba Jia pointed back at Bai Ziliang and asked, "Bai Ziliang, I ask you this, at the time, did that guy lose a leg because of you?" Bai Ziliang was surprised by the arbitrary question. Confused as to what the other party was playing at, he hesitated to answer. Noticing his hesitation, Ba Jia immediately clapped his hands in prayer and said to Lai Huan, "Supreme Miao Lord, no manner of deceit can escape your judgment. Just look. This kid is feeling guilty now." Lai Huan narrowed his eyes at Bai Ziliang. It did look as though he was feeling guilty. Ji Nini was instantly flustered, and Bai Ziliang was just as shocked. He replied loudly, "That's right. I made him lose a leg. But so what? It's survival of the fittest in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade to begin with. What's so strange about it then?" "I didn't say it was strange at all. I was purely asking you a question. You could have just said yes or no. Why do you have to be so restless? Are you feeling guilty, perhaps?" Ba Jia asked curiously. "You? What do I have to be guilty about?" Bai Ziliang was completely flustered by Ba Jia's words. "We were clearly talking about Yan Beihong. Why is this bastard pointing the arrow back to me?" He was worried that Ba Jia was trying to set him up. "If you're not feeling guilty, then just answer honestly." Ba Jia shook his head inside, as though it was an exhausting task to speak to Bai Ziliang. He asked, "Bai Ziliang, I'll ask you a different question. Was that guy's clothes all torn up, and his appearance completely unkempt that he barely looked like a person?" Ji Mimi looked at Ba Jia apprehensively, not sure what this dirty monk was trying to achieve by talking in circles like this. She was also worried that he was trying to sabotage her son. Bai Ziliang also felt quite restless from Ba Jia's questions. He hesitated briefly, then grit his teeth and answered, "That's right." When Bai Ziliang said this, Zuan Nanchun lowered his gaze slightly. He never thought that Miao Yi had actually gone through so much suffering. Fairy Hong Chen felt a tinge of sorrow as well. The guy had one leg chopped off, and was reduced to such a miserable state that he lost all semblance of a person. How much pain did he have to go through? If Yu Yao were to find out, she would surely be heartbroken. However, even then, the two were unaware of the torment Miao Yi felt as he was being burned to a crisp. Then what more needs to be said? You made him lose a leg, tore up his clothes, and ruined his appearance so much he barely looked human. You acknowledged this yourself. As such, How can you possibly expect me to be sure of what he looks like? On the other hand, the Yan Beihong we saw had both legs intact, has a handsome and noble countenance, and is charismatic to boot. He's like an entirely different person. How can I be sure then? As a monk, I will never make up stories. You don't expect me to lie, do you? Ba Jia clapped his hands in prayer and said in a sanctimonious tone. Grandmaster Qi Jia was lost for words. No one understood this disciple of his better than he did. What do you mean you never make up stories? Bai Zilian was utterly speechless. It looks like this dirty monk was just trying to prove that he actually wasn't paying attention. Damn it, he made me scared for nothing. Ji Nini too sighed in relief. This dirty monk. If you didn't see him properly, then just say so. Why did you have to lead us on a big circle and scare us? Lai Huan's face darkened. He too thought that there was some profound meaning behind Ba Jia's questioning. As it turned out, this monk was just spouting a pile of nonsense. And he had even listened on so intently like a fool. Turning to the other monks, Lai Huan asked, Did the rest of you fail to see his face as well? Grandmaster Qi Jia sighed and said, Kongji, regardless of the outcome, just tell it as it is. Don't hide anything. He simply had no confidence in his own disciples' words. Ba Jia rolled his eyes in disdain. How can you show such a lack of faith for your own disciples' words in front of other people? And you still have the gall to call yourself my master. Suddenly, Kongji's voice transmission rang by the side of this ear, asking, Ba Jia, what's the situation? Should I tell the truth? Of course you should. Did you forget how that surnamed Yan bastard set us up back on the nameless island? If he manages to return to the celestial nation, it'll be hard for us to do anything to him. Now that such a rare opportunity has presented itself, go send him to his grave for me. Ba Jia replied in kind. Feeling a little dubious, Kongji asked, Then why did you speak up for him just now? Don't try to set me up. Evidently, this was another monk who had no confidence in Ba Jia's character. I had no choice. I really can't play the villain in this. Ba Jia felt a little conflicted. He was quite positive that Yan Beihong had some kind of romantic affair with his sister. Otherwise, Fairy Hong Chen wouldn't have said those things to him. His sister was so beautiful, how could he allow an asshole that set him up to have her so easily? If he weren't trying to be considerate towards Yu Yao's feelings, Ba Jia wouldn't even give Kongji the opportunity to play the villain here. Kongji, Grandmaster Qi Jia said in a deeper tone. Helpless, Kongji could only tell everyone the story of how Bai Zilian forced Miao Yi down the volcano. He also confirmed that the person in question was Yan Beihong. What he didn't know was how Yan Beihong had managed to escape unscathed. As they listened to his story, many in the crowd felt odd as they thought about how that Yan Beihong sacrificed himself to lure the enemies away from his comrades. Even when he had lost a leg, he was still trying to stall the enemy so that his comrades could escape. And in the end, he was forced to jump down to the Supreme Fire Palace. It was rare to see such a loyal person in the current cultivation realm. Fairy Hong Chen's eyes were filled with worry. She too never imagined that the man who'd said such rude things to her was actually such a faithful person. Now she was worried about how Miao Yi was going to survive this. She didn't have the capability to safeguard him from Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan at all. Kongji, I ask you again, are you speaking the truth? Every word is true. This disciple swears there wasn't a single lie, Kongji replied. Amat Ba. Grandmaster Qi Jia clapped his hands together and sighed. It's not that he had anything against Miao Yi, but with the situation being such a mess right now, it was hard for Grandmaster Qi Jia to save so many people from Lai Huan's grasp. However, if it was just one person, then Grandmaster Qi Jia still had some confidence that he could offer his protection. Ji Nini suddenly giggled and said, How about it then? Tang Jun, do you doubt Grandmaster Qi Jia's words as well? Bai Zilian also felt a rush of glee deep down. It was no exaggeration to say that both mother and child utterly detested Miao Yi. Tang Jun said solemnly, "That's just your side of the story. Which one of you saw him wreck the Supreme Fire Palace with your own eyes? Who dares step forward and say you witnessed him committing this crime?" "That's not a problem." Lai Huan narrowed his eyes at Tang Jun, then said coldly, "Now that we have a prime suspect, I naturally have my own ways of getting the truth out of him. Men, bring this person to me." However, it seemed as though his command had fallen on deaf ears. The 6 people just stood motionlessly to the side. There wasn't any response at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439, Give the Youngster a Chance. Chapter 439, Give the Youngster a Chance. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. If the forces of the Western Constellations Palace could be commanded by just anyone, chaos would surely ensue. Lai Huan swiftly turned to Qing Feng. The reason why Lai Huan's commands had worked earlier was due to the Western Constellations Palace's Minister of the Right. He'd been quietly standing beside him the entire time. Those 6 men had heeded Lai Huan's commands only when Qing Feng nodded his head. However, now Qing Feng was just standing there motionlessly like a clay idol. Lai Huan couldn't help feeling puzzled. He was just about to ask Qing Feng what the problem was when the latter blankly said, "Brother Lai, I believe that you should give it some more thought. Do you think this matter can be settled with the life of a single peon? Is Lai Huan's Supreme Fire Palace worth only so little that you can resolve this dispute so easily?" When they heard what he said, Ji Nini and the others were immediately confused. It should be known that this Minister of the Right was in no way weaker than any of the 9 Supreme Yao Lords. Once upon a time, he too was someone who slaughtered without even batting an eye. Countless powerful cultivators had died by his hands back when Fu Qin was still fighting against the 6 sages. Hence, Ji Nini and the others couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive at hearing him say such a thing. Lai Huan furrowed his brows and was about to ask Qing Feng what he meant by that, when suddenly, an old voice rang by his ears, "Lai Huan, give that youngster a chance." Lai Huan was taken aback, but he instantly understood why those men had suddenly stopped heeding his commands. It was because of Fu Qing's interference all along. Lai Huan immediately transmitted his voiceover, asking, "My lord, you know that Yan Beihong? I only met him once by coincidence. I wouldn't say we're acquainted. Give him a chance, . My lord, there's a high chance that he was the one who wrecked my Supreme Fire Palace. The 12 fire spirits I spent the last 20,000 years gathering are also gone. Lai Huan cannot accept this injustice. I believe Qing Feng has already made it pretty clear to you. Would killing such a nobody sate the frustration in your heart? Since my lord has only met him once, it means that there isn't much of a relationship between you two. If my lord wishes Lai Huan to let him go, then I dare not disobey. But I wish to know the reason why. If not, I wouldn't be satisfied even if I agreed with it, Then I'll give you a reason why. Simply because that youngster wishes to take Mu Fanjuan's disciple as his woman. Because he said that he would turn the entire realm beyond heaven upside down, right to the face of Mu Fanjuan's disciple. Are these 2 reasons enough for you? Now that the world is in the hands of the 6 sages, how many people are out there who would still dare say such words? It's been a long time since I heard something this gratifying. Compared to the humiliation we've suffered all these years, what does it matter what happens to your Supreme Fire Palace? In the first place, if not for this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, do you think your Supreme Fire Palace would have been ransacked? The one to blame isn't some nameless peon. Even if you killed such a person, it wouldn't prove the might of Lai Huan. Lai Huan was astonished. A mere subjugation crusade participant dared to say he would overturn the entire realm beyond heaven right to the face of Mu Fanjuan's disciple? The old voice sighed, saying, "There is no shortage of braggarts in the world. If he had simply spoken out of arrogance, then he's not worth mentioning, nor is he worth my protection." After all, why should I care whether he lives or dies? It was only when I found out that he went to your Supreme Fire Palace that I suddenly felt like giving that youngster a chance. Why so? When I met that youngster by coincidence, I touched his hand and found out he only has a Blue Lotus first-grade cultivation. With such feeble strength, he still has the audacity to make such blasphemous claims. By right, he should be immediately punished for it. But let me ask you this, is your Supreme Fire Palace a place where a cultivator of such feeble strength can easily set foot in? Lai Huan mused for a while, vaguely understanding what Fu Qing was hinting at. He then replied, of course not. Since he has some skill, then his words were not spoken out of arrogance, but confidence. And since the youngster is so certain of himself, why not give him a chance and see what he can do? After all, the world does not lack such nobodies. It won't affect you at all whether you kill him or not. Even if you do kill him, it won't bring your Supreme Fire Palace back to its original state. Since he's crossed paths with me once, give the youngster a chance. In 300 years, if his cultivation has yet to break through to the Red Lotus realm, and if you still choose to bear this grudge, I will have him return to the Sea of Constellation Subjugation Crusade and allow you to do as you please with him. I am still capable of doing this much at least. I don't think it's possible to break through from a Blue Lotus first-grade cultivation to the Red Lotus realm in just 300 years. Do you think this is important? No, what's important is whether you'll remember this grievance or not. This is all I have to say. To kill him. Or to give him a chance. You decide. The old voice then gradually faded away. Everyone was simply looking at Lai Huan, who had suddenly fallen silent and was furrowing his brows. They thought that he was still contemplating Qing Feng's words. Since Fu Qing had already said so much, how could Lai Huan not give him face? Was there even a need to consider anything anymore? However, there was still a lot of frustration pent up inside him. Sweeping his gaze across by Ziliang and the others, Lai Huan said angrily, Brother Qing is right. The life of a single peon cannot possibly compare to my Supreme Fire Palace. That Yan Beihong only jumped down because he was out of options. The ones that truly deserve contempt are those who don't hold this lord in any regard simply because they have some background. Those are the true culprits who messed up my Supreme Fire Palace. Standing with hands behind his back, Qing Feng slowly closed his eyes. He could already guess what had happened. Hence, he just stood expressionlessly to the side, no longer concerned about what would happen next. What did Lai Huan's words mean? Ba Jia was calmly standing with hands clapped in prayer, when he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, almost bulging out even. He was no longer composed, thinking, don't tell me that I failed to set up that Yan Beihong and ended up digging my own grave instead? Ji Mimi and her son's faces instantly twisted in dismay, and they nervously looked at Lai Huan. Yun Guang and the others were also curious to see what Lai Huan meant by those words. Lai Huan pointed to Bai Ziliang's group, then to Kong Ji's, and said, I can spare that Yan Beihong. However, if I don't kill these overbearing bastards, I will not be satisfied. Men. Off with their heads. If he wasn't in the right, even Lai Huan wouldn't dare touch the Six Sages members. Since he actually had a perfectly valid reason for once, he definitely wouldn't hold back. With shut eyes, Qing Feng was also thinking the same thing. Or perhaps it was Fu Qing, who was behind him, who shared the same thought. Regardless, Qing Feng lightly nodded. As soon as he nodded, the 6 men standing by the side immediately made their move. Shocked, Ji Mimi hastily jumped in front of her son and yelled, Big brother Lai. Minister Chang. Amit Ba, dot. Wah. The air rippled as though it had taken form, as Grandmaster Qi Jie suddenly shot to the center, hands clapped in prayer as a 9-petaled purple lotus appeared on his forehead. His body gave off an aura of solemnity, as well as benevolence. The 6 red lotus cultivators from the Western Constellations Palace were then fixed in midair by a powerful transcendence energy wave. Qing Feng, who had been standing with hands behind his back, suddenly opened his closed eyes. There was a cold glint within them as the mark of a golden lotus second-grade cultivator appeared on his forehead, and his whole body instantly vanished as though he'd just teleported. A blue silhouette suddenly appeared before Grandmaster Qi Jie and was soon revealed to be Qing Feng. With one hand behind his back, Qing Feng extended 2 fingers out. Like a sword, they easily ripped through the Transcendence energy barrier and headed straight for Grandmaster Qi Jie's forehead, coming to a stop just inches away from their target. Yet, the sheer force behind this one move caused Grandmaster Qi Jie's snow-white robes and black satin cloth, as well as his white brows and hair, to flutter wildly in the wind. Even the skin on his face started to ripple, starting from his forehead where Chang Feng's fingers were pointing at. Yun Guang and the others hastily invoked their arts to defend against the powerful wave of transcendence energy, but even then they still rapidly skidded a considerable distance across the floor. Meanwhile, Ba Jia and the others were blown away like leaves, swirling around in midair before falling badly over 100 meters away. The 6 Western Constellations Palace cultivators were also freed, and they landed on the ground. Qi Jie, even though the Western Constellations Palace is not as mighty as the realm of High Paradise, it is still not a place where anyone can just do as they please. If it were anyone else, they would be dead already. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame me for being discourteous. Qing Feng said loudly as he pointed at Grandmaster Qi Jie's forehead. His words were clear, I've already shown you your due respect, so hurry up and stand down. Grandmaster Qi Jie smiled wryly. At first, he thought that it would be easier for him to step in by singling out Yan Beihong. That way, it wouldn't involve too many people. Unexpectedly, however, Lai Huan suddenly decided to change his mind and still intended to target the majority. Grandmaster Qi Jie said unfalteringly, Minister Qing, if killing me will save the lives of these youngsters, then feel free to take my life. As he got to his feet, Ba Jia couldn't help rolling his eyes in disdain. The old baldy is at it again. Minister Qing, sir, you have the wrong idea. Ba Jia shouted, please let me explain. Who did he think he was? Qing Feng completely ignored Ba Jia. Suddenly, an old voice echoed from the ancient manor, Qing Feng, don't be disrespectful to Grandmaster Qi Jie. Let Lai Huan settle this issue himself. As he heard this, Qing Feng immediately pulled back his arm, placing it behind him as he shot back to his original spot. He then continued to stand there expressionlessly with eyes closed as though nothing had happened. That terrifying aura instantly disappeared as well, and Ba Jia heaved a deep sigh of relief. While he didn't really like Qi Jie's way of doing things, at the end of the day, he was still his master. Most importantly, if his master were to die, his chances of escape would shrink. Ahmet Ba. Grandmaster Qi Jie clapped his hands in prayer at the ancient manor and bowed in gratitude. He then faced Lai Huan and laughed bitterly. I beseech you to show mercy, Supreme Miao Lord. Lai Huan's expression twisted awkwardly as he thought, why did I have to forget about this monk and end up summoning him here as well? I've made such a big mess for myself. Lai Huan will never forget the kindness that Grandmaster had shown me all those years ago. Since Grandmaster has spoken up for them, then I will spare them out of respect for you. Lai Huan then pointed to Bai Ziliang and the others, and continued, I will not take their lives. However, while death can be avoided, they must still be taught a lesson. Those who don't wish to die, come over obediently and receive your punishment. Supreme Miao Lord, why hold it against these youngsters? Grandmaster Qi Jie still wanted to plead, but Lai Huan raised his hand, vehemently denying, Grandmaster, you are not involved in this. If you wish to make this a personal affair, then I can let go of the fact that my Supreme Fire Palace was wrecked. Consider it repayment of my debt to you. Now, I've already promised you that I won't take their lives. However, that is my limit. If Grandmaster forces me any further than this, I'm afraid I might have to take back that promise. Lai Huan didn't give Grandmaster Qi Jie the chance to reply further. He pointed at Bai Ziliang and said curtly, didn't you all hear what this lord just said? My patience wears thin. Big brother Lai, please spare your little sister's child out of respect for me. Ji Mimi approached with a smile on her face. Lai Huan laughed aloud. Ji Mimi, back when I fancied you, you didn't even spare me so much as a glance. Instead, you insisted on being together with that wimpy fellow. But no matter, I'm not such an unforgiving person. Let the past be the past. I see that you're even more beautiful now than you were before. If you're willing to become my mistress, then I'll spare your son. How about it? Ji Mimi's face was instantly flushed with embarrassment and anger. Suddenly, Bai Ziliang stepped forward and bellowed furiously at Lai Huan, make your move. Before Ji Mimi could react, Lai Huan was already slapping down with his hand. He didn't give her time to think at all. Evidently, his words were only meant to embarrass her and weren't meant to be taken seriously. Lai Huan wouldn't really take Ji Mimi to be his mistress. It was fine to embarrass her while he still had a valid reason to be angry. However, if he really forced her to that point, that would undoubtedly mean that he was shaming Ji Huan. At the end of the day, Ji Mimi was still Ji Huan's daughter. How could she possibly lower herself to become someone's mistress? It would not be a good idea at all to anger Ji Huan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440, Unexpected Returns. Chapter 440, Unexpected Returns. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Pa! As Lai Huan's palm landed on Bai Ziliang's cheek, the latter shot out like an arrow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. With blood gushing out of his nose and mouth, Bai Ziliang landed a dozen meters away and fell unconscious. Ziliang! Ji Mimi shouted and rushed off to hold her son. Noticing that there was no danger to his life as she examined him, she held his head against her chest and cried, regretting that she had forced him to join the subjugation crusade. Lai Huan coldly declared, next. Pa! Lan Susu was also sent flying with a single slap, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she landed on the ground and fainted. Next. Pa! Another one spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. Ba Jia couldn't help his trepidation as he watched these people obediently walk up to be slapped by Lai Huan. After everyone from the Yao Nation had been slapped, Lai Huan immediately started on the Buddha Nation members. After seeing Kong Ji sent flying with a single slap, Ba Jia cast a pitiful gaze at Grandmaster Qi Jia. However, Grandmaster Qi Jia simply kept quiet. Initially, Lai Huan wanted to kill these youngsters, but now, he was only punishing them with a single slap. There was no threat to their lives. This was already a show of respect to Grandmaster Qi Jia. In the end, it was merely a little corporal punishment. Lai Huan was letting these youngsters off easy indeed. As such, it would be unwise of Grandmaster Qi Jia to try and defend them any further. Even Kong Ji was punished. What more could Grandmaster Qi Jia say for his own disciple? However, Ba Jia was not someone who would knowingly let himself suffer. Even though Lai Huan's slaps did not endanger one's life, they could still knock one's teeth out, their bodies sent flying with blood spilling from their mouths, before ultimately passing out. It was terrifying to even watch. Who would be willing to suffer this quietly? Just because Grandmaster Qi Jia wouldn't say anything, it didn't mean that Ba Jia would obediently accept his punishment as well. As the latter walked up to Lai Huan to be slapped, he said to Qi Jia as he passed him by, Master, I am your only disciple and the only successor to the Jia line. If some mishap were to fall upon me, you must take care of yourself. No one knew whether his words were meant for Grandmaster Qi Jia or Lai Huan. Grandmaster Qi Jia smiled bitterly in response. Yun Guang and the others were speechless as they thought, what a crafty monk. Lai Huan has shown so much respect for Grandmaster Qi Jia. Now that you've made things so clear for him, how can he possibly slap you now? Fairy Hong Chen lowered her head slightly and sighed. How is a guy like this Yu Yao's second brother? Lai Huan's eyes shone as he glanced at Grandmaster Qi Jia's reaction. It seems like this monk is really Grandmaster Qi Jie's direct disciple. Looking at Ba Jia, who was cautiously walking up to him with clapped hands, Lai Huan scoffed, "Cunning little monk. Don't dirty this lord's hand. Move aside." Amit Ba. Ba Jia bowed, then immediately turned around and bolted. He heaved a deep sigh in relief as he thought, "This old demon respects the old baldy indeed. I somehow escaped by the skin of my teeth." The monks that were next in line were not as fortunate as Ba Jia. Pa! They were all sent flying with a single slap. Out of the 12 youngsters, 11 spat out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth and lost consciousness. The only exception was Ba Jia, who was now hiding behind Grandmaster Qi Jie. After he was done exacting his punishment, Lai Huan turned to the ancient manner and cupped his fists and bowed. He then cupped his fists towards Qingfeng, to which Qingfeng nodded in response. Turning back and sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Lai Huan huffed coldly, before flying off in a streak of light. Yun Guang and the others looked at the ancient manner in deep thought. To be willing to spare that Yan Beihong, yet still wanting to punish the members of the realm of 10,000 demons and the realm of high paradise, it was worth pondering the reason behind this decision. Does Minister Qing still have anything to ask of us? Grandmaster Qi Jie clapped his hands in prayer and asked. Remember to be punctual and leave at the break of dawn tomorrow. Qingfeng said curtly, then turned around and left. He was clearly implying that the Western Constellation's palace didn't welcome outsiders like them. Grandmaster Qi Jie sighed, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 unconscious monks on the ground floated along behind him as he left. Ba Jia obediently followed. This place is totally not safe. I think it's better to stay close to Master. The next day, Miao Yi and the others were on the ocean as all 21 of the Celestial Nation survivors traveled aboard a moderately sized ship. The lantern of the Western Constellation's palace was hung on the ship's bow, and with it, not a single demonic spirit dared to get in their way. The Sea of Constellation's subjugation crusade was already over, and the countless demonic spirits who had been forced to leave the Western Star Sea were beginning to return to their homes. This was evident from the occasional silhouette that could be seen flying across the sky or passing under the sea. Without the Western Constellation's palace's lantern hanging on the ship's bow, it wouldn't be an easy affair to leave the Western Star Sea. Obviously, Yu Yao and the others weren't taking the ship back like Miao Yi and the rest. They had already flown off with Tang Jun and the others. And as normal cultivators like Miao Yi weren't qualified to have people like Tang Jun personally send them home, they could only return using the same method as when they first arrived. The people on the ship had no idea that Lai Huan had visited yesterday, and had no idea what happened. Tang Jun wouldn't deign to explain anything to them either. As such, the people aboard the ship were filled with pure excitement at the notion of returning home, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired under their noses. Traversing Moon Palace, 5th Earthly Branch. Inside the lavish sleeping quarters of the Palace Lord. An incense burner lay before the bed, emitting plumes of blue smoke. An alluring woman lay on the bed, propping herself up on her elbows, as her luscious black hair fell over the front of the bed. Her eyes seemingly closed, she took deep breaths of the swirling plumes of blue smoke with a euphoric expression. Her chest was half exposed, and her fair and bountiful mounds of flesh could bring a rush of excitement to anyone's blood. Her light yellow gown had fallen down her shoulders, revealing a portion of her snow-white back. And at the moment, at the slit of her dress, her white, slender legs were being caressed by another person. As she inhaled the smoke around her, the alluring woman couldn't help letting out a light chuckle whenever her sensitive areas were touched. Lounging lazily on the bed, she bent her leg and placed the bottom of her foot on the man's face. That man was none other than the suppressing second hall master Ho Lingxiao. He had one hand on the woman's foot, kissing the leg extended to him, as his other hand continued tracing down and reached the area between her legs. The woman then let out a light moan. His hand continued moving towards the woman's ample buttocks, then up her smooth back, before sliding around to grab her buxom chest. The sight before him was simply too arousing, and Hu Lingxiao's breathing grew ragged. As though he couldn't control himself any longer, he abruptly pulled the woman's gown down to her waist, exposing her voluminous chest completely. The woman immediately buried her face onto the bed, chuckling so much that even her shoulders were quivering. Wu Lingxiao clenched his teeth and forcefully took off his robes, revealing his upper body, as he pressed down on the woman's body like a hungry wolf. He madly pressed kisses on her back, as his hands anxiously tried to remove her final piece of clothing. Suddenly, the woman waved her hand and pushed Wu Lingxiao away. Flipping her hair to the back, she turned to her side, supporting her head with one arm. It seemed Wu Lingxiao was a little unwilling to give up. The feeling of being able to touch the other person but not being able to sink one's teeth in drove him insane, and he aggressively dove forward to embrace her. However, he soon noticed the woman's narrowed eyes. Although seemingly gentle, there seemed to be a hidden sharpness in those bright, seductive eyes of hers. Wu Lingxiao's expression immediately froze, as though his mind had suddenly cleared up. He slowly took hold of the gown by the woman's waist and pulled it back up to her shoulders, covering her exposed bosom. And as he touched the woman over her clothes, he lowered his head to kiss her half-exposed shoulder, and asked, "May this subordinate know why the palace lord has called for him?" The woman was none other than the Traversing Moon Palace Lord, Zheng Tianxiao. One would normally expect a person with such a name to be a man. They would never think that it could be such an alluring woman. When her parents gave her this name, they must have hoped that she would be happy every day. However, it was unclear what exactly was the nature of her relationship with Wu Lingxiao. Actually, Miao Yi had met this woman before as well. Back when he bumped into Wu Lingxiao in the Fifth Earthly Branch's capital city, this was the woman who he'd caught him with on Jade Lake, Xiao. Zhang Tianxiao lowered her eyelids slightly, relishing the other party's embrace and kisses as she said lazily, "Nothing much, really. The Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade has just ended, and the survivors are already on the way back. I'm guessing they will reach here in around 2 to 3 months. Are you not concerned about the results?" Embracing her from behind, Wu Lingxiao smiled bitterly and said, "It doesn't matter whether I'm concerned about it or not. My suppressing second hall didn't send anyone worthy of note to participate either way. I'm sure the final result has got nothing to do with me." "Palace Lord, why are you suddenly mentioning this? Did our Traversing Moon Palace manage to gain some unexpected returns this subjugation crusade?" Zhang Tianxiao chuckled lightly and said, "We do indeed have some unexpected returns. In this subjugation crusade, the Fifth Earthly Branch has managed to obtain 6 spots." Relishing the touch of her body obsessively, Wu Lingxiao abruptly raised his head in shock and asked, "6? That many?" "Yup." The overlord was quite astonished as well. After all, even the 6 sages had sent their representatives over to participate this time around. With so many spots being taken up right from the start, it's natural to be surprised that a single earthly branch could still obtain 6 spots in a single stroke. The 6 sages sent representatives to participate as well? Wu Lingxiao was shocked again. He wasn't aware of this information at all. His old buddy Wu Menglan had managed to find out about it when she was delivering the participants, but it would be inappropriate of her to divulge it to outsiders. The only reason she had told Miao Yi was because he was a participant. Zhang Tianxiao nodded lightly. Because of this, there is an extra prize in the subjugation crusade this time around. Those that survive will be able to take up a man or head's position anywhere they wish within the Fifth Earthly Branch, according to their placement number. Wu Lingxiao laughed. "May I know how many among these 6 elites are the Palace Lord's subordinates? How many can there possibly be? I'm already quite surprised to even have one. Ever since I took charge of the Traversing Moon Palace, I've never had a single subordinate make a name for themselves during a subjugation crusade." Zhang Tianxiao smiled at him and said, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you." "Thank me?" Taken aback, Wu Lingxiao asked curiously, "Don't tell me it's someone from my suppressing second hall? That can't be true, right? Don't tell me you don't know the person named Miao Yi?" Palace Lord Zheng chuckled. "Miao Yi? Huo Lingxiao was absolutely shocked. Zhang Tianxiao giggled and said, "At first, I only found this name to be awfully familiar, as though I'd heard it somewhere before. Yet, I couldn't remember where." However, as I investigated deeper, I was hit with a sudden revelation. As it turns out, not only has this person met me a long time ago, he was also this great hall master Huo's sworn brother. Don't you think I should be thanking you then? How? How is this possible? Huo Lingxiao was in utter disbelief. That miserly little brother of mine actually survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? When I rechecked the name list, I found that he only had a White Lotus cultivation at the time of participation. As she looked at him, Zhang Tianxiao's lips curled into a playful smile, and she teased, "Huo Lingxiao, at the end of the day, he's still your sworn brother. How could you bear to send him to the Sea of Constellations and risk his life with just a White Lotus cultivation? Don't tell me you knew all along that he had some ace up his sleeve? Were you so confident that he'd return in one piece, so you were planning to surprise me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 441, Fall from Grace. Chapter 441, Fall from Grace. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Give you a surprise? I gave myself a big shock, is more like it. Huo Lingxiao didn't know how to reply to her at all. Even though he had jokingly pledged brotherhood with Miao Yi, they were still sworn brothers in name after all. Logically speaking, by sending the latter off to the Sea of Constellations, it was inevitable that he would eventually be forgotten. To think that he actually made it back alive. How did that kid manage to survive? Huo Lingxiao smiled bitterly. My subordinates sent over that name list. I didn't want to interfere with the decisions of the respective manor heads under me, so I didn't really look through them. To be honest, if Palace Lord hadn't mentioned this to me, I wouldn't have known that Miao Yi had gone off to join the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. In the first place, our oath of brotherhood was sworn as a joke, our paths never crossed at all before that. Outsiders don't know of my relationship with him, and neither does he know of my actual identity. Oh, I see. Zhang Tianxiao chuckled. It was unclear whether she believed him or not. With eyes shut, she inhaled the blue smoke and said with a euphoric expression, "I told you just now that the survivors will be allowed to take up the position of manor head wherever they please within the fifth earthly branch. My traversing moon palace doesn't have much to offer in terms of location, but now that I finally have a subordinate who's survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, there's no reason for me to idly let the others have him. That would make me look like such a fool. At the end of the day, you are still his sworn big brother, so it'll be easier for you to talk to him. I want you to convince him to stay within our traversing moon palace. I can put him in charge of the crystal coin mine within my domain." You want me to talk to Miao Yi? Wouldn't my identity be revealed then? How exactly should I talk to him when that happens? Slightly dumbstruck, Huo Lingxiao said reluctantly, "To my knowledge, Advisor Lu's men are the ones managing that crystal coin mine. I doubt he'll be too pleased if we suddenly force someone into the basket like this. That's not something you should worry about. Let Miao Yi handle it himself. If he can't even manage his connections properly, what use is he to me?" Zhang Tianxiao narrowed her eyes at him slightly and asked, "Are you not confident that you can convince him, or are you reluctant to meet because you've done something mean to him?" I'm just worried that Advisor Lu will think badly of me once he knows I'm the one pulling the strings. There's no other reason. However, since the Palace Lord has asked this of me, I will finish this task well even if I have to go through hell to do it. Huo Lingxiao smiled and hugged her tightly, as his hands squeezed her breasts once again. You can dismiss yourself now. Zhang Tianxiao bluntly ordered, inhaling the blue smoke as she closed her eyes. Huo Lingxiao's expression froze. Too afraid to disobey her again, he slowly released Zhang Tianxiao, got up to put on his clothes, then got down from the bed. He bowed before the Palace Lord, saying, "Please excuse this subordinate." Still in rapture, Zhang Tianxiao didn't respond to him at all. Flustered, Wu Lingxiao then quietly took his leave. Once he was back in suppressing second hall, Wu Lingxiao was like an entirely different person. Descending from the sky, he then strode towards his own harem. His aura was proud and dignified, a stark contrast from how he tried to please the palace lord earlier on. His handmaidens Tian Yu and Lu Xing came forward to welcome him back. Hall master, tell Shan Fenghua to come see me. Wu Lingxiao strode into the hall and commanded. As she followed behind him, Tian Yu replied, Deacon Shan is out on patrol. Does Hall master have some business with him? Out on patrol? Wu Lingxiao was taken aback. Turning around, he sat down on his chair, changing the subject of the conversation as he smiled bitterly and said, Miao Yi is coming back. Miao Yi? His other handmaiden, Lu Xing, asked, the one that joined the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? That Miao Yi? Who else? Wu Lingxiao shook his head and continued, how inconceivable. To think he could actually make it back alive. He's really made it big this time. Even the palace lord won't stop talking about him. I can't believe that something I did in passing has helped him find success. Tian Yu and Lu Xing exchanged glances. They too were in utter disbelief. Wu Lingxiao asked, if my memory serves me well, he was already the mountain chieftain of Comingxi before he left, correct? Tian Yu answered, yes. Is Hall Master planning to promote him? The palace lord has already set her sights on him. It's no longer my place to promote him. Wu Lingxiao took the teacup Lu Xing offered, placed it down after a sip, then said solemnly, there's an idiom that goes, to fall from grace. I doubt anyone could have imagined that he would actually make it back alive. It's inevitable that some people will stir up trouble in Mount Comingxi. Tell Shan Fenghua to come see me immediately once he's back. I want him to carry my official decree to Mount Comingxi and take charge of the situation there. Don't let that miserly little brother of mine find a reason to be upset once he returns. That way, it'll be easier for me to persuade him as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to the palace lord. Hallmaster, isn't it a little inappropriate to send Deacon Shan to Mount Comingxi? Lu Xing advised. It was a handmaiden's duty to provide support to her master whenever possible. Wu Lingxiao asked curiously, why? Tian Yu replied, Hall Master, have you forgotten? Before the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, Miao Yi was tasked with the construction of the ships. And at the time, Deacon Shan was the one assigned to confirm their progress. However, not only did he fail to get any bribes, but he also had a falling out with Miao Yi. After that, Deacon Shan came to you to lodge a complaint. However, in your rage, you gave the order to cut off his supply of orbs of will for the next 10 years. If we have Deacon Shan go over to sort things out in Mount Comingxi, there's a chance something terrible will happen when he bumps into Miao Yi. I do seem to recall something like this happening. Wu Lingxiao immediately understood. He lightly nodded and said, indeed, it does seem rather inappropriate to send Shan Fenghua. I'll send Fan Zizhang instead then. He doesn't have any grievances with Miao Yi, right? The two women smiled and shook their heads. Speaking of Deacon Shan Fenghua, the place he was currently patrolling was none other than Mount Comingxi. After being punished by Wu Lingxiao and having his supply of orbs of will cut off for the next decade, for the past few years, Deacon Shan had no other alternative but to try and fish for whatever he could get from the people working down below. This was especially the case for Mount Comingxi, the place that had put him in this position in the first place. He would survey this place year after year. And with Miao Yi absent, there would naturally be someone to indulge him. At this moment, Deacon Shan was having a feast in Mount Comingxi, accompanied by two beautiful women. These two were none other than the interim mountain chieftains of Mount Comingxi, assisted by Yen Xiu, Xin Er and Shuer. Before Miao Yi left for the Sea of Constellations, he had decreed, "In the coming days while I am not in Mount Coming-sea, under Yan Shou's assistance, Elder Auntie and Little Auntie will temporarily have the authority and responsibilities of a mountain chieftain. Everyone must carry out their orders without fail. Those who choose to defy their superiors and incite rebellion, kill them. Those who deign to plot conspiracies, kill them. For those who would defy orders and act in contempt, kill them." While official decrees were indeed useful when the person handing it out was still around to enforce it, who would still obey it when said person was dead? Sitting on the table was Yan Xiu, Tian Qingfeng, as well as Sword Deviate Sex Zhou Huan, Jade Lady Sex Lu Qian, and the School of Imperial Beasts Miao Yi Fan. The last three were the original Mount Coming-sea advisors who had been demoted by Miao Yi before he left. Their positions had been reinstated a few years ago. And as for the School of Blue Jade disciples who were previously promoted, they were knocked back down by the members of the three major sections. And while the reason for their reinstatement had much to do with the authority of the three major sects, the main factor was still the presence of this suppressing second hall's deacon, Shan Fenghua. Considering how Wu Lingsha would look for him whenever he had something that needed to be done, it was evident that Shan Fenghua still had some place in the suppressing second hall master's heart. And with Shan Fenghua repeatedly breathing down Yang Qing's neck, Yang Qing had no choice but to re-evaluate his decisions. Was it worth it to offend Shan Fenghua for the sake of someone who was as good as dead? In the end, while Yang Qing had no choice but to yield to Shan Fenghua's demands, he wouldn't really openly agree to them. Yang Qing was a man who knew how to handle his business well, after all. At most, he would simply turn a blind eye to Shan Fenghua's misdeeds and not expose him publicly. As for the School of Blue Jade disciples, how could they fight against the forces of the three major sects now that they had lost the backing of their school? Even Yan Xiu, Shan Er, and Shui Er couldn't do anything against them. In the first place, Shan Er and Shui Er were handmaidens and were not required to entertain others. However, much to the two ladies' dismay, they were the interim mountain chieftains of Mount Coming-sea. And since Shan Fenghua insisted on discussing business while eating, the two of them couldn't possibly decline. Shan Fenghua enjoyed himself indeed, with Shan Er sitting to his left, and Shui Er to his right. It looked like they were his women. He was only short of grabbing their waists to complete the picture. "Miss Shan Er, come, let us drink another." With bloated, red cheeks, Shan Fenghua raised his cup and brought his face close to Shan Er, with his lips just inches away from her face. Shan Er immediately leaned back and forced a smile as she said, "Deacon Shan, I'm not a very good drinker. I hope you'll excuse me, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Sister, come help me." Shui Er immediately left her seat to help Shan Er up, and the two ladies were about to take their leave. "Hold it." Shan Fenghua suddenly reached out and grabbed Shan Er's wrist, saying, "It looks like the two of you are not showing this deacon any face." Beside him, Zhou Huan and Miao Yi Fan let out a light chuckle, and being a woman herself, Lu Qian simply pretended to ignore what was happening in front of her. The three of them knew long ago that Shan Fenghua wanted to get into bed with these two ladies. Not because he fancied them, but just purely out of spite. Many years ago, he ended up in conflict with Miao Yi. Unfortunately, the latter had gone to the Sea of Constellations, dashing his hopes for revenge. Hence, even if he could only vent some of his frustration, Shan Fenghua didn't want to let Miao Yi's handmaidens off. Much to his dismay, however, before he left, Miao Yi had delegated these two ladies to act as interim mountain chieftains in order to protect them. Thus, Shan Fenghua couldn't really force them to sleep with him. If word of that were to spread out, how would it look on him? Shan Fenghua wasn't that muddle-headed, but still, he made his intentions significantly clear to the two ladies every time he visited, repeatedly hinting at them to take the initiative. If the two ladies were the ones to make the first move, there naturally wouldn't be a problem. "Deacon Shan, please show some dignity." Shan Er cried out as she swept her hand. However, with her cultivation, she couldn't possibly brush Shan Fenghua aside. "Pa!" Yan Xiu slapped the table and stood up, furiously bellowing, "Shan Fenghua, what do you think you're doing?" Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, who were acting as wine servers, also immediately dropped the wine pots in their hands. They brandished swords from their storage rings, glaring at Shan Fenghua with murderous intent. Shan Fenghua seemed to have realized that he had gone too far. He loosened his grip and released Qianer, then scoffed, "Zhou Huan, to draw their blades in front of me, could your Mount Comingsi be trying to harm this deacon?" "Pa!" Zhou Huan slapped on the table and stood up as well. Pointing at Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, he barked, "Throw down your weapons immediately." Hong Xiu and Hong Fu completely ignored him. Yan Xiu then yelled in a somber tone, "Zhou Huan, are you the interim mountain chieftain or is it the two aunties? What right do you have to yell at their friends?" He then turned to Tian Qingfeng and said, "Tian Qingfeng, the mountain chieftain has treated you well when he was around. Why are you keeping quiet?" Tian Qingfeng had an awkward expression on his face, but he still pretended not to have heard Yan Xiu's remarks, simply lowering his head to drink his wine. Miao Yi had indeed treated him well when he was around, but it was evident that the era of Miao Yi in Mount Comingsi was already gone. Given Miao Yi's cultivation, there was no way he could make it back alive from the Sea of Constellations. And in Mount Comingsi, the two aunties barely had any weight behind their words. Now, the entire Mount Comingsi was already in the grasp of Zhou Huan and the others. It was questionable whether Tian Qingfeng himself would be able to survive. To stick his nose into their conflict was inevitably courting death. Thus, he could only pretend to be deaf and mute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Good News. Chapter 442, Good News. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Now that the school itself was gone, the one factor that held all the school of Blue Jade disciples together was no more, and everyone began venturing on their own paths. The only reason Tian Qingfeng could sit here was due to his high cultivation, which meant that regardless of who would take over Mount Comingsi, there would still be a use for him. Thus, why should he go out of his way to offend Shan Fenghua and risk jeopardizing his future? Seeing how Tian Qingfeng didn't so much as utter a peep, Shan Fenghua laughed coldly, and placing his hands behind his back as he left, he said, "The two women who drew their blades, send them to my room later." No one knew who he was talking to, nor did they know who would exact this command. Nonetheless, Hong Xiu and Hong Fu were both appalled and infuriated. No one dared to bully them like this when they were with Yan Beihong. Even Qianer couldn't endure it any longer. She swept a cold gaze across the crowd and barked, "Sisters, please don't fret. I sure would like to see who dares to touch you." She and Shui'er still had a godfather behind them. Right now they needed to wait for Miao Yi to return, and Yao Ruoshan couldn't interfere with matters concerning the administration lest he be exposed, forcing them to flee from Mount Comingsi. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to fear Shan Fenghua at all. However, now that Shan Fenghua was already acting shameless to this extent, the two of them could tolerate him no longer. Seeing how hostile the situation was turning, Zhou Huan and the others were at a loss. If they couldn't send these two red-dressed women to Shan Fenghua's room, they would risk offending him. However, if they were to really do such a thing, they would surely be ridiculed, above all else. After all, Qianer and Shui'er were still the interim mountain chieftains. Shan Fenghua halted as he heard Qianer's response. Abruptly turning around, he swept a gaze across Qianer and Shui'er and scoffed, "Fine. I'll let you two act smug for now. I'll have you know that the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade is almost over, and the appointment of a new mountain chieftain is nigh. With this deacon pulling the strings, the new mountain chieftain will surely be among the three of them. Regardless of which one is appointed as the new mountain chieftain, they have all already promised to gift the two of you to this deacon to sleep with. When that happens, I'll rip your clothes apart piece by piece. Let's see how smug you can be then." Actually, the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was already over. Shan Fenghua no longer had any need to conceal his intentions. He clearly wasn't going to let the two ladies off. Qianer, Shui'er, Yan Xiu, Hong Xiu, and Hong Fu all immediately looked towards Zhou Huan and the others. Seeing how the three of them were keeping quiet, it became evident to them that what Shan Fenghua said was true. Qianer and Shui'er were both embarrassed and enraged. They never thought that these people would have already used them as bargaining chips in such unscrupulous dealings behind their backs. Shui'er pointed towards Lu Qian and shouted, "Lu Qian, you're a woman as well. Is this true?" Lu Qian was a little embarrassed to speak. However, this was a crucial time for the three of them to see which among them would obtain the mountain chieftain's seat, and she needed Shan Fenghua's help to achieve this. Thus, when she saw Shan Fenghua narrowing his eyes at her, Lu Qian grit her teeth and blankly replied, "It's not like the two of you are someone's dual cultivation partners anyway. You handmaidens are tasked to sleep with men to begin with. It's all the same regardless of who you sleep with." When she said this, Shan Fenghua broke into laughter, clapping as he praised, "Well said, Advisor Lu." Zhou Huan and the others laughed drily as well, with Lu Qian looking a little awkward. As a woman, saying such things was not something to be proud of. Yan Xiu was utterly infuriated, pointing at the three of them as he barked, "Shameless! Lu Qian, you vile woman, you will surely pay for this. I'd like to see how the three of you will face the mountain chieftain once he returns." Lu Qian was a little furious from the shame. She scoffed, "Do you really think that Miao Yi will be able to come back alive? Mountain chieftain will definitely return." Shan Er replied resolutely. Zhou Huan and the others laughed in disdain, while Shan Fenghua smiled and said, "No need to argue with these two. Just let them live in their fantasies for a couple more days. Where is that Su-something woman at? She's quite the attentive one in bed. I'll just continue to have her serve me tonight." He then left with a hearty guffaw. Atrociously enough, Shan Fenghua resided in the mountain chieftain's quarters. Every time he came, he would not deign to sleep in the guest's courtyard and insisted on staying here. This was also in hopes that Qianer and Shui'er would read the signs and be a little more proactive in approaching him. However, the two ladies never indulged him. Hence, every time he visited, the two ladies would be forced out of their own house and had to sleep in the side courtyard. The feast thus ended sourly. As Yan Xiu, Qianer, Shui'er, Hong Xiu, and Hong Fu left the mountain chieftain's quarters resentfully, they bumped into Su Yuan on their way out. As for this survivor of the calamity that befell the school of Blue Jade, after being taken in by Miao Yi, she too was unable to escape the power struggle within Mount Kangxi. All the school of Blue Jade disciples were out to save their own skins, and she too was no exception. However, her cultivation wasn't high, and she truly didn't have much to offer except her beauty. Thus, she took the initiative to dive into Shan Fenghua's embrace. Every time he came, she would surely offer herself up and do her utmost to serve him in bed. Having just cleaned herself up, Su Yuan noticed the contemptuous gazes of Yan Xiu and the others. With an awkward expression, she lowered her head and bit her lip as she hurriedly rushed into the mountain chieftain's quarters. Shameless woman! To think mountain chieftain actually took her in out of kindness all those years ago. Shui'er grumbled. The group left in hurried steps and Yan Xiu whispered, "Take heed. Do not forget Yan Xiu's warnings." A trace of helplessness in their eyes, the two ladies bit their lips and nodded. Given the situation right now, they didn't have much of a choice. They had to make the necessary preparations in case Miao Yi didn't return. Yan Xiu's plan was, in the event that Miao Yi is unable to return, the two ladies are to immediately bring Hong Xiu and Hong Fu to Yaoruoshan and leave. Otherwise, it would be dangerous the moment Zhou Huan and the others decide to trap them, and if Yaoruoshan were to be oblivious to their predicament. Qianer and Shui'er had kept the situation in Mount Kangxi from Yaoruoshan all this while because they feared that he would act rashly and push things past the point of no return. As for Yan Xiu, he would make his escape from Mount Kangxi before Zhou Huan and the others could react to the situation. He would then look for Qin Weiwei in Mount Shaotai. This was the escape route that Miao Yi had planned for him before he left. As Yan Xiu still had an immortal record, he could not escape unless Qin Weiwei terminated it for him. He didn't think he would be able to carve out a future for himself by staying in the administration. After all, his abilities were limited. Although Qin Weiwei could look after him temporarily out of respect for Miao Yi, she couldn't shield him forever. If Miao Yi were unable to return, their relationship would inevitably weaken with time. And with the massive authority held by the three major sects in the two manors, to avoid any unforeseeable mishap, Yan Shou figured he might as well leave together with Yao Ruoxian. The closer they were getting to the final moment, the greater the pressure on everyone's hearts. Faced with the current situation, Yan Shou's heart was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. He finally understood with deep clarity how great the difference was between Miao Yi and the rest of them. Wherever Miao Yi went, he would be able to hold firm to his ground. As for them, they were still unable to control the situation even when Miao Yi had paved the road ahead for them. No matter if it was strength or tactics, they were still no match for Miao Yi even if they stacked everything they had together. He thought back to how Miao Yi had trampled over the school of Blue Jade disciples when he'd just taken charge of East Arrival Cave, to later on when he took over Mount Comingxi. He'd easily turned the tables on the forces of the three major sects and made their disciples dance to his tune. Yan Shou couldn't help his astonishment at the immense gap between them. The five of them eventually came to the side courtyard. The four ladies made their way to the back of the courtyard, while Yan Shou stood watch at the front. The forces of Mount Comingxi were no longer under their control. Thus, they had no choice but to stick together for extra protection, as they were simply too afraid to trust anyone else. Yan Shou had just hidden atop a big tree at the front of the courtyard when he suddenly heard a shriek coming from the back. Startled, he hastily brandished his chained axe and leaped from the canopy of the tree, jumping over the roof to land at the back of the courtyard. When he saw the four ladies excitedly hugging one another, and seeing as there were no signs of an intruder, Yan Shou asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Shan Hai pointed to the spirit eagle under the eaves, then hurriedly rushed over to Yan Shou and handed him a jade archive. Her face flushed from excitement. She said, "News from the capital. Master is back. Master has returned from the Sea of Constellations." Shui'er repeatedly nodded, her eyes glimmering as she said, "I just knew that a mere sea of constellations wouldn't be able to trouble Master and that he would definitely return, but..." Yan Shou hurriedly took the jade archive and examined it. He'd also known some time ago that Miao Yi had long since arranged for a spy in the capital city. Shan Hai and Shui'er would frequently keep in touch with Lin Pingping from the capital city, and had the latter be on the lookout for any news concerning the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. After all, if there were any news, the capital city would be the first to hear about it. The news written in the Jade Archive was sent over directly by Lin Pingping. She had contacted Luo Ping from the Celestial Nation Chamber of Commerce and had him look up the name list of the 5th Earthly Branch survivors from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. And not only was Miao Yi's name on that list, but he was also in 10th place. Now, he was already on his way back and should return to Mount Comingxi in a couple months. It was evident from the way the characters were written that Lin Pingping was quite beside herself with excitement. She had only found out that Miao Yi was sent to the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade after getting in touch with Shan Hai and Shui'er. Miao Yi's safety concerned her future as well, so naturally, she would be worried. Now that she knew he was returning, she wasn't any less excited than everyone else here. With trembling hands, Yan Shou exclaimed, "10th place. 10th place. My lord actually managed to get 10th place in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade." As the representatives of the 6 sages had taken part in this particular subjugation crusade, only the placement numbers were announced, unlike the previous subjugation crusades where the number of geotranscendence bangles obtained by each participant was made public as well. This was simply because there was a risk that the 6 sages' reputation would be affected if they made this information public. The subjugation crusade this time around seemed more like the 6 sages wreaking havoc than an actual subjugation crusade. With this, however, no one would know the exact weight behind Miao Yi's 10th place position. Shui'er said proudly, "With Master's strength, getting 10th place isn't something surprising at all, but..." Shan Hai tilted her head to look outside the courtyard as she scoffed, "I sure would like to see how those people are going to cause trouble once Master returns. When Master is back, I doubt they'll even have the guts to breathe." Shui'er felt excited just thinking about it. They all knew that Miao Yi was not a merciful character. Having finally gotten news of Miao Yi's return, the gloom in everyone's hearts instantly vanished, as though they had just found the bedrock of their faith. They believed that all their problems would be solved once Miao Yi was back. Those people wouldn't be his opponents at all. Yan Xiu repeatedly looked over the jade archive as he stroked his beard and shook his head. He simply found it hard to believe that with Miao Yi's cultivation, he not only survived the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade but managed to obtain 10th place as well. Yan Xiu was now thoroughly impressed by Miao Yi, realizing that there was almost nothing he couldn't do. Amidst their excitement, the three of them soon noticed the downcast expressions on Hong Xiu and Hong Fu's faces. When Shen Hai saw this, she could guess what was going on in the ladies' heads. Evidently, they were still worried about their master, Yan Beihong. She then walked up and grabbed the two ladies' hands and consoled them, "Sisters, please don't worry. Since Master is able to return, he surely wouldn't have forgotten about Master Yan as well. The two of them might even be on their way back together." Hong Xiu and Hong Fu forced a smile and nodded. They were aware of how forced Shen Hai's reasoning was, and that she was simply trying to comfort the two of them. There was no guarantee that their own master would also be able to return just because Miao Yi had survived. The Sea of Constellations was incomparably vast. It was questionable whether the two of them had even bumped into each other at all. Shui'er and Yan Xiu soon realized the mood as well. They were simply too engrossed in their own celebration. The two of them then quickly walked up to comfort Hong Xiu and Hong Fu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Trouble Brewing in Mount Calming Sea. Chapter 443, Trouble Brewing in Mount Calming Sea. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. 5 days later. A lone rider charged for Mount Calming Sea. After announcing her arrival, she headed straight to the side courtyard. This person was none other than Wen Fong of South Edict City's Chamber of Commerce. This woman knew that because her position in the Chamber of Commerce was low, oftentimes she would be excluded from many lucrative opportunities. Hence, after finding out that Miao Yi was sent to the Sea of Constellations, she didn't cut off her relations with Chen Hai and Shui'er even though there was a chance that he wouldn't make it back. Wen Fong knew that the only way to get close to someone was to offer a helping hand when they were in need, not by trying to butter them up when they were successful. All she had to do was put in a little legwork anyway. She wouldn't really lose anything by putting in some extra effort. What was a little hardship given her youth? It would still be better than being yelled at alongside the other young ones once she was old. Ever since the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was nearing its end, Wen Fong had kept a close eye on any news relating to it through the Chamber of Commerce's communication channels. When she found out that Miao Yi had survived and was on his way back, Wen Fong was uncontrollably excited and immediately rushed over on horseback to Mount Calming Sea with the good news. She was overjoyed that her efforts had not been in vain. This time, she knew that her chance had come. Anyone that could make it back alive from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade undoubtedly possessed a ludicrously high net worth. Given how she'd gotten close to Chen Hai and Shui'er over the years, it wouldn't be right of Miao Yi to not help take care of her business once he was back. On her way over, Wen Fong almost couldn't help breaking out into laughter several times. The chance for her to be promoted in the Chamber of Commerce was here. As she came up to the entrance of the side courtyard, Wen Fong cast her mount aside and rushed straight in. When she saw the four ladies, Wen Fong shouted excitedly, "Good news! Good news! Let me tell you all something good." Wen Fong couldn't help her surprise when she saw the bright smiles on Chen Hai and Shui'er's faces as they looked at her. Tilting her head in confusion, she slowly asked, "Do you know something already?" Seeing the two ladies nodding their heads and smiling, Wen Fong asked curiously, "You already know that Big Brother is coming back?" The two ladies smiled and nodded again. "We've known about it for 5 days already." Wen Fong immediately turned and walked to the side of a chair before sitting her butt down, saying dejectedly, "And here I came without rest to bring you the good news." As it turns out, you're aware of it already. Looks like I was excited about nothing. Wait a minute. The news hasn't even begun to spread in the capital city, and the administration has yet to make any official announcements either. I was only able to find out about it through the internal communication channels of the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce. How did you two find about before I did? The two ladies simply returned a quiet smile. It would be unwise of them to reveal Lin Pingping's presence. They thought Lin Pingping most probably found out through the internal channels of the Celestial Nations Chamber of Commerce as well. But as she resides in the capital and then immediately sent a spirit eagle to inform us of the news, we would obviously hear about it before you did. Wen Fang abruptly shot to her feet, grabbing the two ladies' hands as she said skittishly, "My dear sisters-in-law, it has been hard on little sister as well. When big brother comes back, you have to help me put in a couple of good words. No matter what, you must ask him to help out a little with little sister's business. Since it doesn't really matter to him who he does business with, it's only right that he takes care of his little sister. You can't just leave me high and dry. If you do, little sister will just stick around here forever." The two ladies knew of Wen Fang's situation with Miao Yi. She was purely trying to get their master's patronage. That said, Shen and Shui really had no words to describe the efforts that Wen Fang had put in over the past 10 years. "If you don't want to leave, then don't." Shui flicked Wen Fang's nose and made a funny face as she teased, "You might as well stay here and warm master's bed for him then. I guarantee that master will give you all the business you want when that happens." Wen Fang's face immediately blushed as she rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "Don't gross me out. Like I would want to share a bed with you too. Oh, so now you're feeling grossed out? It's not like you've never shared a bed with the two of us before," Shui said sarcastically. Over the past 10 years, Wen Fang would frequently visit and would sometimes share a bed with the two of them, talking all through the night about the things that women normally talked about. Wen Fang gnashed her teeth and said threateningly, "Shui, I'm warning you. Don't spoil my good name. I'll give you hell if I end up unable to marry because of you." She then proceeded to tickle Shui, causing the latter to burst into laughter. With a single piece of good news, the heavy feeling that had been looming over them for many years instantly dissolved without a trace, and a cheerful atmosphere was beginning to hang in the air. Standing at the side, Hong Xiu and Hong Fu couldn't help looking on in envy. "Stop fooling around already, you two." Shan cast a sideways glance at Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, then pulled the unrelenting Wen Fang away from Shui, smiling as she said, "Don't worry, we will definitely help put in a few good words for you in front of master. But I want you to keep master's return a secret for now." Surprised, Wen Fang asked, "Why? Don't those people like to cause trouble? If they know that big brother is coming back, they'll surely be scared." Wen Fang frequently visited Mount Kamingxi, so she naturally knew about the difficulties that the two ladies faced. Shan shook her head and said, "There's no rush. The longer we wait, the better we can see the true nature of some people. I'd sure like to see what kind of trouble they'll try to stir up now. That way, it'll be easier later on for master to get payback for every single one of their misdeeds." Shui laughed coldly as well. Clearly, the struggles the two ladies had faced over the past 10 years had forced them to mature quite a bit, and they started learning how to scheme and manipulate. South Edict Manor. Within a breezy pavilion at the peak of a mountain, a small banquet was currently being held. With an assortment of fine wine, delicious food, and a beautiful mountain view, this was truly an excellent place to entertain guests. How could I trouble Deacon Fan to personally come all the way here just to welcome Miao Yi's return? Two people sat facing each other. The one that spoke up was Yang Qing, and on the other side was suppressing Second Hall's Deacon Fan Zizhang. The topic they were currently discussing was none other than that of Miao Yi's return from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. As Fan Zizhang was tasked with cleaning up the mess in Mount Kamingxi, he naturally needed Yang Qing's cooperation. Along the way, he would definitely need to stop by South Edict Manor and inform Yang Qing beforehand. If he were to suddenly barge in on someone else's territory and start bossing people around just because he had Hua Lingxiao's official decree, not only would Fan Zizhang risk Yang Qing pulling some strings behind the scenes and sabotage his mission, but at the very least, he might needlessly offend Yang Qing. Why would he do something so stupid? I wouldn't go so far as to call it trouble. With the hall master already setting his sights on Miao Yi, it's practically a given that he would be immediately promoted to manor head once he returns. I just think of it as an opportunity to befriend a new manor head, Fan Zizhang said with a chuckle. Immediately promoted to manor head? Hearing this, Yang Qing looked slightly disconcerted. Qing Mei and Xing Ju, who acted as wine servers and were standing at the back, both shared their master's surprise. By right, the seat of suppressing Second Hall's manor head should be allowed to one person, and one person alone. Once one had taken up such a position, how could he be willing to step down for someone else? If there was no choice but to free up a manor head's seat, it meant that Yang Qing, who acted as manor head for two manors, was the one most at risk. There was a high chance that he would have to cede one of his seats to Miao Yi. Yang Qing turned around and took the wine pot from Qing Mei's hands, then stood up and personally helped fill Fan Zizhang's cup. As he returned the wine pot back to Qing Mei, he asked cautiously, since the hallmaster has personally sent over Deacon Fan, and you're even aware that Miao Yi will soon be promoted to manor head, I'm sure you must know something about the hallmaster's intentions. May I know which manor Miao Yi will be posted in? Fan Zizhang knew that he'd be ruffling Yang Qing's feathers by saying this. While his words were intentional, he continued to feign ignorance and answered, I can't be bothered to find out where he'll be assigned to. I'm just worried that something will go wrong with the business concerning Mount Comingxi. Where would I find the leisure to worry about the location of Miao Yi's new position? Yang Qing's eyes quickly brightened. They were both intelligent men, after all. Just by hearing the tone of Fan Zizhang's voice, Yang Qing could tell what he wanted. With the hallmaster's official decree behind you, what do you possibly have to worry about from a tiny little Mount Comingxi? You're only saying this in front of me because you're worried of upsetting me somehow, and that I'll secretly interfere with your mission. Yang Qing raised his cup and said, Deacon Fan is here on official business from the hallmaster. Even though Mount Comingxi is strictly under my jurisdiction, it is my civic duty to assist the deacon in his task. Having gotten the promise he sought, Fan Zizhang raised his cup towards Yang Qing as well. As he placed down the cup, he said softly, Before I came here, the hallmaster casually mentioned to me that Miao Yi has already caught the palace lord's attention. Naturally, there will be a fine location prepared for him already. Our suppressing Second Hall can no longer keep Miao Yi to ourselves. Thus, the hallmaster ordered that I make sure everything is in order so that Miao Yi can leave without worry and not cause any trouble. Oh. Yang Qing revealed a knowing look, but deep down he was feeling both shocked and overjoyed. He was overjoyed because Miao Yi would leave suppressing Second Hall and not try to take one of his territories, and shocked because Miao Yi had actually caught the palace lord's attention. Yang Qing had never even seen the palace lord's face before, so he couldn't help feeling a little envious deep down. Returning the favor to Fan Zizhang, Yang Qing said, I nearly forgot to remind you, Deacon Fan. My subordinates have just reported to me that Deacon Shan Fenghua seems to be patrolling around Mount Comingxi at the moment. Yang Chang was not an ignorant man. Even though Mount Comingxi is totally under the control of the three major sects, he still had a few spies of his own. How could he not be aware of the corrupt nature behind Shan Fenghua's frequent visits to Mount Comingxi? It was just that some things were in his favor to turn a blind eye to. Deacon Shan is hardworking indeed. Fan Zizhang knowingly rolled his eyes and chuckled, I also wish to understand the situation in Mount Comingxi a little better before I take control of the situation there. Better to be safe than sorry, after all. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in South Edict Manor and pester Brother Yang for a few more days. Yang Qing gently smiled and said, It's no trouble. I just hope that Deacon Fan will not blame me for delaying your work. The two then raised their cups and drank cheerfully. It truly seemed like they were having an amicable conversation. After Yang Qing was done entertaining Fan Zizhang, he ordered his servants to bring his guest to his quarters to rest. Yang Qing then stood before the railing with hands behind his back, looking at the figure walking down the mountain. Qing Ju walked to Yang Qing's side and asked, "This Fan Zizhang is out here on official business from the hallmaster. However, instead of going to Mount Comingsi to understand the situation, he's cooping himself up here. What is he thinking?" Yang Qing scoffed, "Do you honestly think he intends to understand the situation? He can't wait for Shen Fengwa to screw up is more like it. Out of all the deacons, Shen Fengwa is the best at flattery and thus the most favored by the hall master. All the other deacons, Fan Zizhang included, have had to live under Shen Fengwa's thumb this whole time. Regarding Shen Fengwa's shameful incident with Miao Yi, do you honestly think the other deacons are unaware of it? If Fan Zizhang goes to Mount Comingsi now and bumps into Shen Fengwa will naturally catch wind of Miao Yi's return. Knowing that, he will surely do what he can to save his own skin." Qing Ju immediately understood, then asked, "Is Fan Zizhang planning to take control of the situation in Mount Comingsi once Shen Fengwa leaves?" Yang Qing shook his head lightly and asked, "Is there still a need to take control of the situation? Even if there was, how can Fan Zizhang possibly control it? Do you honestly expect him to capture every single person in Mount Comingsi? The more he tries to govern them, the more likely it will be for the people to revolt in desperation. Those people in Mount Comingsi will definitely try to seek help, and chances are they will turn to Shen Fengwa for it. Given the current state of Mount Comingsi, if Fan Zizhang has any sense, he will simply go and eat his fill. He won't do a single thing and won't leak any information. He will simply try to comfort those miscreants as best he can, then patiently wait for Miao Yi's return and watch the start of a good show." Confused, Qing Ju asked, "Then won't Fan Zizhang fail in his mission then? How will he answer to the hall master? Wouldn't he be helping to clean Shen Fengwa's mess if he succeeds?" Yang Qing smiled and said, "When the time comes, he simply needs to push the blame onto Shen Fengwa. He'll say that he has worked hard enough, but the mess that Shen Fengwa has made was simply beyond his capabilities. After all, won't it be a waste to not use such a convenient scapegoat? Besides, do you think those trusted subordinates of Miao Yi are all mute? When the time comes, whoever Miao Yi picks as his target will be the one to shoulder all the blame. Ai. Let this be a lesson to us as well. The higher one's position is, the easier it is for one to be blinded by his subordinates." Qing Mei also walked to his side and asked, "What should we do then?" "Nothing. We will continue to turn a blind eye to the situation. We've kept quiet all this while. There's no need for us to suddenly voice out now. Otherwise, if we act too much, we risk raising some unnecessary suspicion towards ourselves. We don't have to try to curry favor with Miao Yi either at this point. No matter how big of a mess Mount Comingsi is in, at the end of the day, it's still my territory. I can easily take care of the situation there whenever I want. The only reason I'm handing Shen Fengwa over to Fan Zizhang is to give him and Miao Yi the perfect target to blame. As for us, we shall continue to stand at the side and not offend anyone." Yang Qing tilted his head to the side and added, "After this, have someone think of a way to inform Fan Zizhang of the wondrous deeds that Shen Fengwa has done in Mount Comingsi. It'll save us the trouble of him snooping around and unnecessary startling the other party. There's a big wave coming to Mount Comingsi, and someone will need to take responsibility for it." Qing Ju asked, "Mannerhead intends for Miao Yi to wreak havoc when he comes back?" Yang Qing laughed bitterly. "It's not like you don't know how that brat is. Do you honestly think he is a merciful character? How many people has he killed already? With the prestige granted a subjugation crusade survivor behind his back, he might not even hold me in any regard. Now that Mount Comingsi is in such a mess, that kid definitely won't rest until he's seen some blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 444, Day of His Return. Chapter 444, Day of His Return. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Won't even hold master in any regard? Qing Mei said in disbelief. She then coldly added, did he forget who it was that made him what he is today? If not for Master, he would have already been a dead man back in Transient Light Cave. There's no point bringing this up any longer. He too has risked his life for me. We don't owe each other anything anymore. It's all in the past. Transient Light Cave. Yang Cheng sighed. How time flies. To think that in just a few short decades, the horse deputy of a tiny cave would grow to become my equal. When I was his age, I wasn't even a cave master, and back then, the two of you had yet to follow me. I've always held high hopes for this kid's capabilities, but I never thought he would find success this early, and the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade would end up being his golden opportunity, no less. Now that he has even caught the attention of the palace lord, it's safe to say that he's made it big. Qing Ju asked slowly, will he blame Manor Head for not taking care of his people? Blame me? How does he expect me to take care of them? If not for me turning a blind eye to the situation, do you think those two little girlies, devoid of any real authority as they are, would have managed to hold out for 10 whole years in Mount Calming Sea? Miao Yi was the one who offended the members of the three major sects and left such a mess for himself. Does he expect me to offend everyone else just for the sake of someone who may or may not return? There's more than just Mount Calming Sea in my two manors. I cannot neglect the bigger picture just for the sake of one mountain. Yang Qing said coolly, don't worry. That kid isn't someone who can't look at his problems from a different perspective. Mount Calming Sea. After staying here for close to a fortnight, Shan Fengwa finally took his leave. He couldn't just stay in Mount Calming Sea forever, after all. Having finally sent away that despicable bastard, Chen Er and Shui sighed in relief. The two then proceeded deep into the mountains to tell Yao Ruoxian the good news about Miao Yi's return. Yao Ruoxian originally wanted to persuade the two girls into leaving with him. But when he heard what they had to say, he couldn't help his surprise. The brat has actually made it back alive. He never had a single ounce of faith that Miao Yi would survive. If he hadn't been afraid of upsetting the two ladies, he wouldn't have even given Miao Yi the 35 tiny mantids back then. Shui'er announced proudly, Master took 10th place in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. 10th place. Yao Ruoxian was greatly shocked. He then danced about excitedly and said, Wah! That brat must have brought back a ton of treasure with him. Girlies, have the brat come see me immediately once he's back. No one in Mount Calming Sea expected that just 2 days after they had sent Shan Fengwa away, another deacon from suppressing Second Hall, Deacon Fan, would pay them a visit. Once again, every person in Mount Calming Sea was busily toiling away to entertain their guest. However, this Deacon Fan's behavior was significantly better than Shan Fengwa's. He would treat everyone in a friendly manner, and was not at all disrespectful to Chen Er and Shui Er. Whenever he was free, he would pull along Zhou Huan and the others and go visit the caves under Mount Calming Sea's jurisdiction. Given that it was a crucial period for the selection of the new mountain chieftain, the three of them were happy to oblige as well. No one in the entire Mount Calming Sea could tell that Deacon Fan Zizhang was actually here to take charge of the situation under the suppressing Second Hall Master's orders. They all thought that he was merely here for leisure purposes. In truth, almost no one within the entire suppressing Second Hall knew about Fan Zizhang's mission. Had Fan Zizhang not told Jiang Qing, he wouldn't have known about it either. Since Huo Lingxiao had even bypassed his advisors to task his deacon with this mission, it was evident that he didn't want too many people aware of it. After all, the issue concerned the palace lord as well. Not to mention, how would it look for a hall master like him to suck up to a mere mountain chieftain? Huo Lingxiao really didn't want to do something as demeaning as this. Alas, the palace lord had personally ordered him to persuade Miao Yi to stay within Traversing Moon Palace. He had no choice. Some time had passed since the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, and the news of the survivors would have to be announced sooner or later. The Fifth Earthly Branch Overlord also desired to let the public know of the astounding results of his division. When the people in South Edict Manor received the news, they were absolutely shocked. Mount Comingse's mountain chieftain Miao Yi actually survived? And he even managed to get 10th place. Mount Comingse was especially affected by the blow. Many people started breaking out in panic, like a bunch of ants on a hot stove. He actually made it back alive, said Tian Xingfeng absent-mindedly, as he stood within the courtyard of the cultivation quarters. Lost in a daze, he ended up standing in place for an entire day. Zhou Huan, Miao Yi, and Lu Qian were still outside, accompanying Deacon Fan on his leisurely excursion to the various caves. Currently, they were drifting on a boat across a glistening lake. After finding out about the news from their fellow disciples in one of the caves, Zhou Huan and the others started panicking as well. They wanted to return immediately and devise a way to save their skins. However, Fan Zizhang stopped them and asked, "Do the three of you not wish to accompany this deacon?" Beside him, Zhou Huan laughed drily and replied, "The mountain chieftain's return is nigh. We have to hurry and prepare his welcoming ceremony. Otherwise, it would look disrespectful of us." Fan Zizhang acted like he was unaware of the shameful things they had done and asked, "What are you in such a rush for? Isn't your mountain chieftain still on his way back? The way I see it, the three of you simply do not hold this deacon in any regard. Are you telling me that I am inferior to a mere mountain chieftain?" The three of them were absolutely restless, but they couldn't simply offend the other party either. Lu Qian knew perfectly well the horrible things she had said to Qin Er and Shui Er back then. Gritting her teeth, she said, "To tell you the truth, my lord, in my mountain chieftain's absence, we have been somewhat ill-mannered to his two handmaidens. If we don't make our preparations soon, I fear that mountain chieftain will not let us off once he returns." So that's why. Fan Zizhang suddenly broke out into laughter and added, "You are overthinking it. I guarantee that you're all simply panicking for nothing." The three of them exchanged glances, then anxiously asked, "How so?" Fan Zizhang shook his head and smiled, "To tell you the truth, I've already known that your mountain chieftain is returning before I came here. I don't mind sharing some information with you. Once Miao Yi returns, he will be leaving South Edict Manor and be reassigned to a different location as manor head. As such, what do you have to be scared of from someone who's about to leave?" The trio were both shocked and overjoyed. However, Lu Qian still asked nervously, "But what if he makes his move against us before he's reassigned?" Fan Zizhang laughed coldly. "All of you can put your minds at ease. Do you honestly think I'm here just for a simple routine patrol? To tell you the truth, I am here on official business from the Hall Master. If I were to express my desire to protect you three, do you think Miao Yi would still dare go against the Hall Master? But of course, if the three of you wish to seek help elsewhere, I won't stop you either. Do as you wish." The three of them were immediately beside themselves with joy. They repeatedly apologized to Fan Zizhang and became even more fervent in entertaining him. In suppressing Second Hall, Shen Fenghua was also feeling a little apprehensive after hearing the news. Miao Yi actually survived? However, he also listened to a little whispering from Huo Lingxiao that Miao Yi was about to be reassigned elsewhere. Hence, he didn't put too much thought into it after that. All he had to do was hide inside the suppressing Second Hall. Could that Miao Yi still dare charge into suppressing Second Hall and do anything to him then? Shen Fenghua quickly sent someone to deliver the news to Zhou Huan and the others to tell them about Miao Yi's reassignment from South Edict Manor. He instructed them to stay calm and hold their ground. Once Miao Yi was gone, all of them would naturally be safe. Of course, he couldn't just rely on Zhou Huan and the others. He still needed to put some effort into Huo Lingxiao's side as well. As long as Huo Lingxiao was happy, Shen Fenghua believed that a mere Miao Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thus, he immediately started doing his utmost to please Huo Lingxiao, not forgetting about Tian Yu and Lu Xing as well. Zhou Huan and the others soon received news from Shen Fenghua that Miao Yi was soon to be reassigned away from South Edict Manor. And with Fan Zizhang over here to hold Miao Yi back for them, their hearts were greatly at ease. The three of them then quickly replied to Shan Fengwa and assured him that their three major sects were no pushovers and that Miao Yi wouldn't dare do anything against them. They made no mention of the fact that they had a foot in two camps and had sought help from Fan Zizhang as well. As long as they weren't idiots, they wouldn't do such a thing. Shan Fengwa soon received their reply and was relieved as well to see the three of them so confident. He just felt it was a pity to let those two ladies in Mount Comingxi off. In Mount Comingxi, Chen Er and Shui Er could clearly feel the change around them. Their master had yet to return, only news of his return had spread, but everyone in Mount Comingxi had already started treating them respectfully whenever they saw the two ladies. They would also visit from time to time and ask how the two aunties were doing. Even those subordinate cave masters began sending the two ladies reports on the current status of their respective territories, despite already getting assurance from Zhou Huan and the others that nothing would happen to them. None of them wanted to push tensions past the point of no return. As the two ladies ate, Yan Xiu could finally feel the full weight of Miao Yi's name. The man himself wasn't even back yet, and those wretched people were already feeling restless. South Edict Manor. A few riders charged through the mountain gates. Dressed in a white gown, Qin Weiwei leaped off her mount. After asking for the manor head's whereabouts, she immediately rushed towards the back of the mountain. At the back of the mountain, Qin Weiwei noticed Yang Qing sitting cross-legged in meditation all by himself. After she paid her respects, she immediately asked, "Father, is it true that Miao Yi has returned?" Yang Qing stepped down from the bed and nodded, "It's true." Qin Weiwei's eyes glimmered as she asked, "Were you already aware of it a long time ago?" What she meant was, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yang Qing frowned deeply. "As an esteemed mountain chieftain, you came all the way here just to ask me this?" Qin Weiwei avoided his gaze. "I am his friend, so I just wish to know a little about his well-being." "Friend?" Yang Qing narrowed his eyes at her. He walked up to the railing, then said blankly, "It is normal for friends to be concerned for one another. There's no need for you to feel nervous about it. I might as well tell you that Miao Yi has gained the palace lord's favor, and will soon leave suppressing Second Hall and be reassigned to a separate location as manor head. After this, he will no longer have any connection to our South Edict Manor. As the saying goes, a tree that towers over the forest shall be toppled by the wind. It may not be such a bad thing to minimize your contact with him now that the both of you will be separated. Everything is fine as long as you keep your relationship as normal friends. That way, you won't be implicated in whatever trouble the kid stirs up." He was subtly persuading Qin Weiwei to give up on this love of hers. Leave suppressing Second Manor and reassigned elsewhere as manor head? Qin Weiwei quivered slightly and bit her lips in silence. Yang Qing tilted his head and cast a sideways glance at his own daughter. From the moment she set foot here, he just knew that she hadn't given up. It wasn't as though Yang Qing hated Miao Yi or anything, but judging from his experience, although Miao Yi was bathing in glory now, the risk factor he carried was just too high. It was only a matter of time before something bad would happen to him. If it were someone else's daughter, Yang Qing wouldn't be bothered to care. However, he couldn't just let his own daughter fall into the fire pit like this. 1 month later. Taking into account the amount of time that had passed since the announcement of the subjugation crusade survivors, the day of Miao Yi's return was now close at hand. In a rather elaborate show of respect, Yang Qing not only assembled all his subordinate mountain chieftains, but he was even making the trip to Mount Comingxi himself to welcome Miao Yi back. On the way, he bumped into Qian Er and Shui Er, who were leading their own forces. All the cave masters under Mount Comingxi were present too. As their mountain chieftain was returning, they obviously had to be there to receive him. There was an enigmatic smile on Yang Qing's face as he greeted Fan Zizhang, who had been staying at Mount Comingxi this whole time. After which, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Qian Er and Shui Er, and casually swept his gaze across Zhou Huan and the others. He then brought his mount to Fan Zizhang's side and led the 100 over forces straight to East Arrival Cave. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, Welcome Back. Chapter 445, Welcome Back. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. After drifting across the seas for 2 to 3 months, the ship bearing the Western Constellation's Palace's lantern had finally reached the oceanic border between suppressing Second Hall and suppressing Third Hall. Even though Miao Yi seemed calm, his heart was filled with excitement as he stood on the ship's upper deck for a whole day, gazing into the distance as he thought, I'm back. I've finally made it back alive. Little brother. We're almost at your place. We should get ready to alight soon. Yan Beihong came up to the upper deck as well, waving a jade archive with the map of the sea in his hands. It was evident that Yan Beihong was also feeling a little excited. After all, he had left his 2 handmaidens here as well. The ship proceeded along the shoreline of the Celestial Nation, and according to the original route of their return, Yan Beihong should have gotten off the ship 2 days ago. However, he couldn't just leave his 2 women aside. Obviously, he needed to go fetch them. Thus, he decided to tag along with Miao Yi. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei also appeared upon the ship's upper deck. It was not yet time for the 2 of them to alight, but they intended to pay Miao Yi's place a visit, so they were getting ready to get off the ship early as well. Miao Yi turned around and nodded. The 4 of them then proceeded into a small cabin on the upper deck of the ship and announced their leave to the Western Constellation Palace's ship attendant. The other party didn't waste time talking either. He took out a jade archive and had the 4 of them sign off on being successfully delivered to their destination. Now that the relevant documents had been signed, the other party nodded plainly and said, "Have a safe trip, Farewell." The 4 of them cupped their fists and said in unison. After which, they immediately departed. The 4 of them headed down to the middle deck and waited by the ship's bow. Miao Yi was very familiar with the waters around this area. By the time the port of East Arrival City was within sight, that would be when they needed to alight. Soon, another 7 to 8 people came up to the middle deck. Yi Xian was among the crowd as well. Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao had already gotten off around 5 to 6 days ago. It wasn't time for Yi Xian to disembark yet. Take care. Everyone came over with cupped fists to send Miao Yi and the others off. After staying together on the ship for so long, they naturally became familiar with one another. Take care. Miao Yi and the others replied in kind. Yi Xian, want to visit my place for a cup of tea? Miao Yi asked Yi Xian jokingly via voice transmission. Yi Xian gently smiled. It wouldn't be appropriate. It was indeed inappropriate as Yi Xian's fellow disciples were in Miao Yi's territory as well. How would it look if she were to return with him? If that were to happen, she wouldn't be able to explain herself no matter how hard she tried. Finally, the port of East Arrival City could be vaguely seen. Miao Yi and the others cupped their fists again and bid farewell to the crowd. Everyone. If fate wills it, let us meet again. See you soon. The crowd cupped their fists as well. Miao Yi then secretly transmitted his voice over to Yi Xian, saying, let us meet again in the capital city. Yi Xian replied in kind, see you in the capital city. The reason for this meeting was because before they left, Tang Jun had informed them that once they finished the handover procedures for their respective territories, they were to head to the capital city and meet the overlord. There, they would receive a formal decree on their new appointments, and after which, they would then head to their new territories to take up their posts. As Yi Xian, Tan Lao, and Gu Sanjiang were all members of the Fifth Earthly Branch as well, they would obviously be meeting up again in the capital city after this. Miao Yi turned to Yan Beihong and the others and gently nodded. Yan Beihong then raised his voice and shouted, let's go. The 4 of them immediately leaped off the ship and ran across the waves towards the port of East Arrival City, as Yi Xian and the rest watched them leave. The port of East Arrival City was now under temporary lockdown, and the passage of ships was being heavily restricted. A single cultivator stood atop a wooden tower that was built along the port. Gazing towards the ocean, the cultivator suddenly turned his head, activating his transcendence energy as he shouted, "They're here! They're here!" The entire port immediately resounded with the sound of footsteps as crowds of people rushed out from the offices and warehouses. As for Qian and Shui, they were running at the front of the crowd with the hems of their dresses raised. Even Wen Fong was caught up in the excitement as well and followed at the back of the crowd. This woman had stubbornly stayed in Mount Comingxi for close to 2 months now. She didn't care about those small business deals that she had in South Edict Manor's Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could ride on the coattails of Mr. Big Shot Miao, she was sure to accomplish her quota for the year. It needn't be said which option she should take. If someone else were to take even one step ahead of her to nab this opportunity, she would surely be beside herself with regret. As such, she obviously needed to guard over it like her life depended on it. Yang Qing and the others had come out as well, gazing out to the sea as they walked. Qin Weiwei stared at the ocean with a slight restlessness in her glistening eyes. As for Zhou Huan and the others, their expressions looked somewhat distressed as they suddenly felt an immense pressure weigh upon them. These people had already been waiting at the port for a few days now, as they couldn't confirm the precise date that Miao Yi would arrive. Hence, they estimated the day of his return and waited here several days in advance. A crowd soon congregated at the port. As 4 figures quickly approached atop the ocean waves, Qian and Shui abruptly pointed towards the ocean and exclaimed joyfully, "It's Master! It's Master! Master is back!" Master is back! Hong Xiu and Hong Fu were also holding one another's hands in joy. Soon, the 4 figures running across the waves leaped and landed on the port. Yang Qing was slightly startled and exchanged glances with Fan Zizhang beside him. The moment Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei landed, the 9-petaled blue lotus mark on their foreheads could be seen fading away. These 2 people were actually Blue Lotus 9th grade experts. As for Miao Yi and Yan Beihong, they clearly shared the same habit of hiding the lotus mark on their foreheads, which was an indicator of their cultivation. It was as though they were ashamed of themselves. Miao Yi swept his gaze across the crowd, and couldn't help feeling a little startled. He never thought that he would receive such an entourage for his return. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Qian and Shui hurriedly stepped forward and lowered their bodies as they paid their respects. Qian and Shui respectfully greets Master. Hong Xiu and Hong Fu respectfully greets Master. With reddened eyes, Hong Xiu and Hong Fu lowered their bodies and paid their respects as well. The 2 of them had been completely unaware of Yan Beihong's return before this, as the capital city of the 5th earthly branch simply didn't deign to announce the news concerning the other earthly branches besides their own. Hence, the 2 ladies never expected that Yan Beihong would actually return alongside Miao Yi. Both were moved to tears. Miao Yi let out a gentle smile and nodded as he extended his arm and beckoned them to stand. In contrast, Yan Beihong laughed heartily as he spread his arms and hugged Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, fiercely spinning the 2 around in a circle before finally releasing them. Zhou Huan and the others' expressions slightly turned for the worse, as they had offended these 2 ladies on more than one occasion in the past. They simply had no idea who Hong Xiu and Hong Fu's master was, and why these 2 ladies had hidden in Mount Comingxi since 10 years ago. Starting from Yan Xiu, all the subordinates of Mount Comingxi greeted in unison, "Welcome back, Mountain Chieftain. No need to stand on ceremony." Miao Yi raised his hand and swept his gaze across the crowd. He raised his eyebrow slightly, and the joy he felt from being welcomed instantly sank when he noticed the people that he had promoted in the past were now standing at the back of the crowd, whereas the people that he once demoted had now taken their place in front. The members of the 3 major sects had risen to power once again. However, Miao Yi didn't say anything about it and just walked past between Qian and Shui, heading straight for Yang Qing. The 2 ladies naturally followed behind their master as they once did. Miao Yi respectfully greets the manor head. Miao Yi walked up to Yang Chang and bowed. Even though he would soon become a manor head himself, that was still to come much later in the future. It would be unwise to think of something that had yet to happen as a matter of fact. At the moment, Yang Qing was still his superior. Yang Qing noticed that Miao Yi was slightly different now. To be accurate, there was an air of confidence about him now, even when he was standing before him. Even though Miao Yi was politely bowing to him, Yang Qing could already feel a little pressure from his unflinching composure. This was charisma. No need to be so formal. I'm just glad to see you back. I've always known that you would survive, and sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Yang Qing stretched out his hand and pulled Miao Yi up by the arm. He then proceeded to introduce Miao Yi to the suppressing second hall's Deacon Fan Jian. Standing beside them, Qin Weiwei watched as they exchanged pleasantries. She wanted to go up and greet Miao Yi as well, but she figured now was not the time for her to cut into the conversation. And these three people are? Pulling on Miao Yi's arm, Yang Qing asked as he looked at Yan Beihong and the others. They are all my comrades in arms who fought alongside me in the subjugation crusade. This is the manor head of Traversing Land Palace's White Cloud Manor, Manor Head Zhao Fei. And this is... Miao Yi then introduced the other three members in his group. Yang Qing was shocked to find that there were two Blue Lotus 9th grade manor heads in the group as well. Judging by rank, they were equal to him. Judging by cultivation, however, they were much higher than he was. Yang Qing didn't dare put on any airs. He immediately let go of Miao Yi and walked up to greet them alongside Fan Jian. As they were all equal in status, they shared many conversation topics, and thus very naturally mingled together. Yan Beihong only exchanged a few short pleasantries for the sake of formality, as he was different in rank from the rest of them. When it came to administration officials, the order of seniority was highly important in determining the circles one could join. Yan Beihong didn't have to force his way into the conversation. He turned his attention to Hong Xiu and Hong Fu beside him and asked how the two ladies had been living these past few years. The two ladies then conveyed to him via voice transmission on a few things which weren't appropriate to share in public. It was unclear what exactly Yan Beihong had heard, but from time to time, he would let out a cold chuckle while sweeping an icy gaze across the crowd. Yang Qing was nothing if not highly observant. As he noticed the expressions on Yan Beihong and the two ladies' faces, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. He then continued on his merry conversation with Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei like nothing happened. Once Yang Qing was done talking, the other mountain chieftains from the two manors finally had their chance to speak. They all crowded around Miao Yi and cupped their fists, congratulating him on his safe return, regardless of whether they truly felt that way deep down. This was all just typical social convention. In actuality, there wasn't much of a relationship between them. Naturally, Miao Yi also cupped his fists and thanked every one of them. Big brother, do you still remember little sister? Having finally gotten her chance to speak, Wen Fong suddenly voiced out and asked. Big brother? Startled, Miao Yi instinctively tilted his head to the source of the voice. Realizing it was this woman, he couldn't help asking in surprise, why are you here too, What kind of a response is that? Wen Fong revealed an awkward expression and rolled her eyes in disdain as she asked, little sister came all the way here just to welcome you back. Do you not want me here? Miao Yi could immediately guess what she was doing here. He awkwardly replied, of course not. You are most welcome to be here. Shui'er, help me entertain her for a bit. Deep down, he thought, damn it, woman, why do you have to show up and bother me now? Can't you see that I'm busy? Wen Fong was utterly lost for words, while Chen and Shui'er curled their lips into a snicker. Miao Yi then continued to exchange pleasantries with the other mountain chieftains. Once almost everyone had said their piece and made way, Qin Weiwei finally stepped forward in front of Miao Yi, smiling as she asked, "You finally returned. How have you been these past few years?" Miao Yi cupped his fists and politely replied, "Mountain Chieftain Qin is even more beautiful than I remembered." Thank you for your concern. This was just too formal of a reply. Qin Weiwei couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. However, she also knew that now was not the right time to reminisce about the past, when there were so many people around them. Hence, she simply returned the courtesy. Miao Yi cast a glance at those subordinates of his who were feeling a little afraid to come close. He nodded apologetically at Qin Weiwei, then abruptly turned around and shouted, "Where is East Arrival Cave Master Zhang Yunlu?" As he said this, the crowd instantly quieted down quite a bit. Most of the subordinates of Mount Comingsi exchanged glances with one another. Standing at the back of the crowd, Zhang Yunlu looked utterly dismayed, unsure of whether he should step forward or not. Miao Yi actually noticed Zhang Yunlu some time ago. However, he pretended not to have seen the latter and repeated loudly, "Where is East Arrival Cave Master Zhang Yunlu?" This time, the whole crowd fell completely silent. Yang Cheng and Fan Zizhang turned to look at Miao Yi, then instinctively exchanged glances with one another. However, they decided not to say anything either. "Just because this mountain chieftain has been gone for 10 years, do you no longer heed my commands?" Miao Yi coldly asked. "If the East Arrival Cave Master still doesn't step forward and respond, are you expecting the manor head and everyone else to continue standing out here on the port and under the blazing sun?" Only now did someone step forward from the crowd. With an awkward expression, he walked up to Miao Yi and bowed, saying, "Your subordinate, Lu Xinggong, respectfully greets Mountain Chieftain." Miao Yi said blankly, "I'm looking for the East Arrival Cave Master." "What are you coming out for?" Tiny beads of sweat instantly formed on Lu Xinggong's forehead as he replied haltingly, "This subordinate is the current East Arrival Cave Master. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 446, The Calm Before the Storm. Chapter 446, The Calm Before the Storm. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi asked curiously, "If I recall correctly, didn't I demote you already? How did you get reinstated?" Lu Xinggong didn't know how to answer this question and only stuttered unintelligibly. Zhou Huan hurriedly stepped forward with cupped fists and responded, "Mountain Chieftain, Lu Xinggong is a highly capable subordinate. After gaining the two aunties' approval, he was reinstated to his former position, but..." Miao Yi sized him up and asked, "Don't tell me you were also reinstated to your former position because you are a highly capable subordinate?" This was a rather strange question to ask. Zhou Huan revealed an awkward expression, unsure of how he should answer. Miao Yi turned around and looked at Shen Er and Shui Er, who lowered their heads quietly. They had failed to live up to their master's expectations. However, so much had happened these past 10 years that they couldn't explain it all on such short notice. Since he was still unsure about what happened, Miao Yi said nothing else on the matter. He then walked up to Yang Qing, the crowd making way for him as he did, cupped his fists and said, "Manor Head, your subordinate originally planned to set up a feast nearby in East Arrival Cave to entertain you and Deacon Fan. However, I've just found out that there's a new cave master in charge of East Arrival Cave. Your subordinate is unsure of this person's capabilities. I fear he will cause delays in your and Deacon Fan's affairs. If Manor Head and Deacon Fan don't mind, the environment in Mount Comingsi is much better than it is here. We should be able to make it there and organize another feast before sundown. What do you think?" His words were as blunt as they could get. This was practically a slap to Lu Xinggong's face. He was clearly saying, "I don't acknowledge you as cave master." Yang Qing could tell that Miao Yi was trying to figure out his stance on the matter. He smiled and said, "You are the Mountain Chieftain of Comingsi. We will naturally follow your arrangements." Fan Zizhang also laughed and said, "Us guests shall follow the host's arrangements." Miao Yi turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd. With a slight chillness in his tone, he decisively ordered, "Back to Mount Comingsi." East Arrival Cave Master Lu Xinggong smiled awkwardly. Before Miao Yi reached, he had already ordered some of his men to head back and prepare a feast. However, it was clearly unnecessary now. The crowd on the port began moving en masse, and everyone was gone shortly after. Over 100 riders galloped across the highway with Yang Qing, Fan Zizhang, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei in the front, and Miao Yi directly behind them. The reason Miao Yi wished to head back to Mount Comingsi was not simply to spite East arrival cave master Lu Xingdong, but because he could sense there was something amiss with the current situation. However, as he had no idea about the past events, he couldn't just deal with it however he saw fit. It would be bad if things were to end up being just a misunderstanding. And with the relatively long journey ahead of them now, he could use this opportunity to ask Chen Er and Shui Er about the situation. All in all, Miao Yi's face gradually darkened along the course of their journey. By the time it was sundown, and they had reached Mount Comingsi, he understood the gist of the situation. In a nutshell, with Zhou Huan in the lead, the members of the three major sects had turned the whole Mount Comingsi upside down while he was away. Not only did they strip Chen Er and Shui Er of their authority, they even made unscrupulous agreements with that fat bastard Shin, promising him the two ladies for him to humiliate. And speaking of that Shin Fenghua, every time he visited Mount Comingsi, he would sleep in Miao Yi's quarters and even drag Miao Yi's women with him for a drink. If the two ladies hadn't mentioned him, Miao Yi would have almost forgotten that this Shin Fenghua existed. However, he definitely left a deep impression in Miao Yi's mind now, so much so that Miao Yi was almost bursting with rage. When they had reached their destination, Miao Yi was still looking calm and composed, and he didn't treat Zhou Huan and the others any differently. He ordered the three of them to entertain Yang Qing and his other guests while he returned to the home he'd been away from for all these years. As he sat himself down in the living room, Chen Er asked slowly, "Master, you've had a long journey. Would you like to take a bath first?" "No rush." Miao Yi shook his head. He looked at the two ladies and smiled as he continued, "You two must have suffered in the years that I've been away, but..." Feeling a lump in their throats, the two ladies raised the hems of their dresses and knelt down as they said, "It is we who have failed to live up to Master's expectations. It's not your fault. Things are sure to be hard on you too when you don't have any real authority. Now that I'm back, I will naturally take care of everything. You don't have to worry about it anymore," Miao Yi said consolingly as he reached out and helped the two ladies up. He then took out several jade archives and wrote down official decrees on each of them, before handing them over to the two ladies, saying, "Send these out to all the caves immediately and have every school of Blue Jade disciple come to Mount Comingsi and meet me." "Understood." The two ladies acknowledged their order and left. After which, 10 spirit eagles flew off from Mount Comingsi, disappearing into the night. Soon, Yan Xiu reported, "The feast has been prepared." Miao Yi rose to his feet, and with Chen Er and Shui Er in tow, proceeded to the place Yang Qing was residing in and personally invited the latter to attend the feast. This was a standard courtesy. Miao then accompanied Yang Qing to the feast. As they proceeded along the stone steps of the mountain, Yang Qing laughed and said, "Miao Yi, I have good news for you. You're about to be promoted. I hear that the palace lord is looking on you quite favorably, and intends to promote you to manor head some place away from suppressing second hall. This is truly something worth celebrating. When I was your age, I hadn't even become a cave master yet, but..." Miao Yi thought, "The palace lord? What does this have to do with the palace lord? I earned my promotion to manor head by risking my life in the sea of constellations. The palace lord's favor has nothing to do with it." Miao Yi was unaware that Yang Qing didn't know much about the matter. The latter didn't even know that the 6 sages had sent their members to participate in the subjugation crusade. But then again, this particular subjugation crusade was indeed quite the debacle, and hence news about this was not widespread. Yang Qing also didn't know that all the survivors were given the privilege of choosing to take up manor head positions wherever they pleased, and naturally assumed the palace lord had something to do with it. Still, Miao Yi replied politely, "It's all thanks to manor head's care all these years. Miao Yi shall never forget your kindness." Yang Qing could tell that Miao Yi was merely being courteous. He chuckled and replied, "The hall master has already instructed that I send you to suppressing second hall as soon as you've finished the handover procedures for Mount Comingsi. He wishes to meet with you. Huo Lingxiao still has the gall to show his face in front of me?" Miao Yi acknowledged the order, then said somberly, "This subordinate has been gone from Mount Comingsi for many years. As I'm still rather unfamiliar with the current situation, I fear it will take a few more days for me to complete the handover procedure. He's not even excited about the promotion? Yang Qing could already figure out what the other party was thinking. As he narrowed his eyes at Miao Yi, Yang Qing couldn't help laughing bitterly deep down. I just knew this kid wouldn't let things rest so easily. With a blank face, he said, I will leave Qingju here. Once you've settled your affairs in Mount Comingxi, you can just hand things over to her. When the time comes, I will send someone to take over. Miao Yi gratefully cupped his fists and said, once I've dealt with everything in Mount Comingxi, I will head to South Edict Manor and formally resign. Yang Qing thought, don't you dare try to cause me trouble. Hurry up and go on your own path already. He then smiled and said, why trouble yourself to make so many trips? There's no need for such formality between us. Besides, aren't you seeing me now already? When you're done, you can just head straight to Suppressing Second Hall. The feast was held in the main hall of Mount Comingxi. The whole place was filled with a festive air, and things seemed peaceful for the time being, as though there weren't any problems at all. However, after the feast was over, Yang Qing suddenly said that he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to ride through the night back to South Edict Manor. Having been made to stay for the handover procedure, Qingju was a little confused. Why wasn't she informed that there were urgent matters to attend to in South Edict Manor? As she escorted Yang Qing to the exit, she couldn't help asking him via voice transmission. However, Yang Qing wanted to inform her of his plans even if she hadn't asked. Transmitting his voiceover, he instructed, this kid is so reluctant to finish the handover procedures for Mount Comingxi. He clearly intends to get payback. Most of the mountain chieftains and subordinates that came with me are members of the 3 major sections. With me around, he'll have a hard time making his move. Since he has already made up his mind to do this, if I continue to stay any longer, the bastard might decide to openly go against me. Why should I do something as pointless as exacerbating the situation and push things past the point of no return? Qingju, during this period of time, try not to go out if you can help it. You just need to wait for him to finish the handover procedures. Don't get yourself involved in what happens next. I don't wish to see the problems of Mount Comingxi extend to the 2 manors. Just let it all end quickly. Understand? I understand, Qingju replied in kind. Miao Yi and the others escorted Yang Qing and his entourage to the mountain gates. From time to time, Xin Weiwei would look back at Miao Yi. As a woman, she couldn't really say much to Miao Yi with so many people around. Thus, besides exchanging some formal pleasantries, the 2 of them had barely talked to each other at all. She originally intended to stay in Mount Comingxi a little while longer, but Yang Qing had strictly ordered her to go back with him. There was no room for discussion. There was a glint in Miao Yi's eyes as he watched the crowd disappear into the night. Sighing inwardly, he mused, Yang Qing is subtly doing me a favor here. He thought that he had already maintained a pretty infallible facade, but it seemed that Yang Qing saw through his intentions all the same. If Yang Qing's cultivation weren't so low, he would surely be a force to be reckoned with. Miao Yi had never met someone as smart as Yang Qing. As he thought about this, Miao Yi couldn't help finding his thoughts amusing. His own cultivation was even lower than Yang Qing's, and yet he was actually complaining that Yang Qing's cultivation was too low. It looks like he'd truly seen too many powerful experts in the Sea of Constellations. Soon, all the cave masters of Mount Comingxi stepped forward and asked to be excused as well. It was simply too nerve-wracking being close to Miao Yi, and they wanted to hide as far away from him as they could. If they could hide until Miao Yi left, then all their worries would be resolved. However, Miao Yi waved his hand and said, there's no rush. Everyone, please stay here for the time being. This mountain chieftain has been away from Comingxi for far too long. Later on, I will need you all to bring me up to speed on the current situation. As he said this, he instructed Qianer and Shui'er to take Qingju away to rest. With a blank expression, he then placed his hands behind his back and left. As the cave masters exchanged glances with one another, they immediately rushed to Zhou Huan, Miao Yi and Lu Qian's side. The air surrounding Mount Comingxi was now that of a heavy and oppressive silence. Once he was back in his own quarters, Miao Yi ordered his servants to prepare another feast and invited Yan Beihong, Zhao Fei, and Xikong Wu for a drink. Earlier on, he was only entertaining everyone out of professional courtesy. Now, he was officially playing the host for just the three of them. Little brother, isn't your Mount Comingxi a little too dangerous? Not only are there people trying to sleep with your women, but they're even trying to sleep with mine too. How can you still endure this? As they sat down, Yan Beihong noticed how calm Miao Yi was and found it difficult to contain himself. Miao Yi replied coldly, "Rest assured, big brother Yan. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer for this." Zhao Fei and Xikong Wu had no idea what they were talking about. The two asked curiously, "What's going on?" Yan Beihong then explained to them the nasty affairs that had happened in Mount Comingxi. As they listened on, Zhao Fei and Xikong Wu were quite infuriated as well. At this moment, Yan Xiu reported, "Mountain Chieftain, Tian Qingfeng requests an audience." Miao Yi nonchalantly replied, "I am entertaining my guests at the moment. If he has something to say, save it for tomorrow. I will naturally look for him then." Yan Xiu then headed back out and sent Tian Qingfeng away. On the afternoon of the following day, all the school of Blue Jade disciples from the various caves arrived in Mount Comingxi. Zhou Huan and all the other three major sect disciples were immediately unnerved by this, wondering what Miao Yi intended to do. They were even prepared to fight Miao Yi if it came down to it, and were carefully watching things play out with bated breath. In the beginning, there were 20 School of Blue Jade disciples who had followed Miao Yi to Mount Comingxi. After which, when there was a shortage of manpower in Mount Comingxi, School of Blue Jade Elder Tong Runmei had personally sent over another 20 disciples to fill the gaps. At the moment, all 40 of them were standing restlessly in Mount Comingxi's main assembly hall, awaiting further instructions. As the evening approached, Miao Yi finally came out from the back of the hall, with Yan Xiu, Xian and Shui in tow. As Miao Yi sat down on the mountain chieftain's throne, the crowd immediately bowed and cheered in unison, "We respectfully greet the mountain chieftain." "Rise," Miao Yi said with a wave of his hand, then nodded to Yan Xiu and the others. Yan Xiu, Xian and Shui then immediately walked out the hall and stood guard to prevent anyone from approaching. When they saw this, the crowd felt even more restless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447, Strange Movements. Chapter 447, Strange Movements. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Sitting up above on his throne, Miao Yi swept his gaze across all 40 faces down below. He suddenly asked, "Does anyone still remember the order this mountain chieftain laid out for Elder Auntie and Little Auntie before I left for the Sea of Constellations?" Many heads were lowered at the sound of his question. Seeing as there was no response, Miao Yi asked again, "Who still remembers?" Still, no one answered. Miao Yi laughed coldly and asked, "Does no one remember?" Judging from the sound of his tone, it was clear what he was trying to say. "It seems my words went in one ear and out the other." Suddenly, with a solemn expression, Tian Qingfeng cupped his fists and said, "Mountain Chieftain once decreed, in the days of your absence from Mount Comingxi, under Yan Xiu's assistance, Elder Auntie and Little Auntie will temporarily have the authority and responsibilities of a mountain chieftain. Everyone must carry out their orders without fail. Those who choose to defy their superiors and incite rebellion, kill them. Those who deign to plot conspiracies, kill them. For those who would defy orders and act in contempt, kill them." "Oh. Tian Qingfeng, I didn't think you'd still remember." Miao Yi chuckled, then asked, "Let me ask you then. While I was not around in Mount Comingxi, was there any insubordination? Any conspiracists? And any who defied orders?" Tian Qingfeng kept quiet at first, but ultimately, he solemnly spat out a single word, "Yes." "What about the rest of you? Miao Yi turned to the others and asked, "Did you notice any of the above I just mentioned?" "Yes. Yes." Discordant voices echoed among the crowd. Evidently, they weren't very confident in themselves. Miao Yi rose up and slowly walked down the steps. As he made his way through the crowd, he eventually came to a stop beside Su Yuan. Reaching his hand out to grab her dainty chin, he lifted her head up and asked indifferently, "If I remember correctly, you had nowhere to go at the time, and I took you in?" Su Yuan had an utterly terrified look on her face, her body trembling as she replied, "Mountain Chieftain, I've done nothing to offend you nor Elder Auntie and Little Auntie. I didn't harm anyone either." "I know. You don't have the strength to harm anyone yet." Miao Yi's hand slid down and pointed to her ample bosom in front of everyone as he added, "Which is why you chose to harm yourself. The body is yours. If you don't wish to treat it with care, no one can stop you." Miao Yi let go of Su Yuan and turned back, walking up to Tian Qingfeng's side. He cast a sideways glance at Tian Qingfeng, then turned to the crowd and said, "The school of Blue Jade is no more. Without any backing, it's normal that you would all seek some form of assurance elsewhere. There's nothing wrong with that. On account of the school of Blue Jade's assistance all those years ago, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. I've just received some news last night, which I'm sure you're all already aware of. Soon, I will be reassigned from Mount Comingxi to take up a new post at a different location." Tian Qingfeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly cupped his fists to show his stance. "This subordinate is willing to follow you, my lord." Everyone else's eyes shone as they also cupped their fists and said, "This subordinate is willing to follow my lord as well." Miao Yi raised his hand to interject and said, "You've all misunderstood my intentions. There's no way I will bring along a group of traitors with me to my new post. What I was trying to say was, on account of my history with the School of Blue Jade, I don't wish to give you all too much trouble before I leave. However, we can't simply act as though certain things didn't happen. Do you not think proper compensation is due?" Tian Qingfeng gritted his teeth and asked, "Please instruct us, my lord." "Insubordination, plotting conspiracies, and defying orders." Miao Yi swept his gaze across the crowd and added, "Who among the three major sects have committed any of these three crimes? I want you to list down every single thing that they did. Write down all that you know, including everything about that Deacon Shen from suppressing Second Hall. He is the main focus here." He then tapped on Tian Qingfeng's shoulder and continued, "All I'm asking for is your written testimony. This isn't too much to ask, right? If you can't even do this much, how do you expect this mountain chieftain to possibly rest easy?" As he said this, he readied the Mysticine mirror with a flip of his hand and shot out a stream of colding energy towards the ceiling. Suddenly, everyone felt as though they had fallen into an icy chamber, and they trembled from the chill. The crowd looked up at the ceiling of the main hall and was horrified to see that it was completely covered in frost. And only by using their transcendence energy were they able to guard against the sharp chill that surrounded the hall. They turned their gazes back to Miao Yi, who had already walked back to his throne and sat down. As their glances fell upon the mirror his hands were fiddling around with, they couldn't hide the fear on their faces. Could that be one of those top-tier transcendent artifacts? If something like that were to be directed at them, it was obvious what the outcome would be. This was evidently a threat. "I don't wish to make things hard on you, so you shouldn't trouble me too much either. Is there anything left for you all to consider?" Miao Yi suddenly threatened, "Don't tell me you wish to stand with those dead fools from the three major sects?" Dead fools? The shock was apparent on everyone's faces as they thought, what is this maniac trying to do? Tian Qingfeng, is there any need for you to hesitate? Miao Yi stared coldly at Tian Qingfeng. Tian Qingfeng clenched his teeth and took out a jade archive, then wrote down his testimony on the spot. As Miao Yi shifted his gaze back to the crowd, everyone else also took out jade archives and began intently writing down their testimonies, occasionally exchanging glances with one another. 4 hours later, Miao Yi managed to gather several dozen jade archives. He began looking through each and every one of them, unsure whether some of these people were genuinely unaware of certain misdeeds, or were simply trying to play dumb to save themselves some trouble. However, Miao Yi wasn't too concerned either way. That said, when he read one particular jade archive, he couldn't help furrowing his brows. He shouted, "Su Yuhuan! Here!" Startled, Su Yuhuan hurriedly stepped forward. "How did you end up waiting on that Deacon Shin in bed? I seem to have heard that he raped you." Miao Yi tossed the jade archive back to her and said, "Save yourself some dignity. Rewrite the whole thing. I want you to clearly state how many times he raped you." Su Yuhuan timidly retreated. After examining the contents of all the jade archives, Miao Yi tucked them away, then took out another 10 jade archives and began to write on them. After which, he tossed them down to Tian Qingfeng, saying, "Let each of them take 2 fellow disciples and head immediately to their respective caves to take their posts. Failure will not be tolerated. If any mishap were to happen within the caves in this period of time, they'll have to answer to me." Perplexed by Miao Yi's intentions, Tian Qingfeng quickly examined the jade archives and discovered that they were all official decrees of appointment. Every single person that had been supplanted by the 3 major sects was being reinstated to their former cave master positions. After he read through the official decree, Tian Qingfeng raised his head in shock to look at Miao Yi and watched as the latter prepared another set of jade archives, before calling out, "Shui'er." As Shui'er walked back into the hall, Miao Yi handed her the jade archives and said, "Send this out to every cave." Shui'er acknowledged the order and departed. As she made her way to the back of the hall, she examined the jade archive's contents. It turned out to be an order for all Sword Deviate sect disciples in the various caves to assemble in Mount Kangxi. In the deep, quiet night, 30 riders galloped like the wind out the gates of Mount Kangxi. With such a huge commotion, there was no way everyone else wouldn't be startled. Atop the terrace of the guest quarters, Qingju looked in the direction of the main hall with creased brows. She muttered to herself, "Miao Yi, you have a bright future just ahead of you. It's not like you lost anything. Just bear with it for a while, and it'll all be over soon enough. Don't exacerbate the situation so much that you ruin the path ahead of you." Inside a different guest lodging, Fan Jian was sitting alone in his pavilion and enjoying a drink when he suddenly noticed the commotion. He smiled, saying, "Mountain Chieftain Miao, I've heard quite a few stories about you as of late. I hope you've still got some backbone in you. I even secretly shared with you some of the intel I managed to pick up. If you just create a tiny scuffle, I will be sorely disappointed." But he was hoping that Miao Yi would stir up a major commotion and drag Shen Fenghuo into the mess. While it was dark outside, the halls of Zhou Huan's cultivation quarters were still brightly lit with candlelight. At the moment, Lu Qian, Mao Yifan, as well as all the other 3 major sects members in Mount Kangxi including the 10 cave masters were gathered here. The air was evidently a little tense. Ever since Miao Yi assembled the school of Blue Jade disciples, their nerves had been on edge. Even their mounts were just standing by beside them. They had all already prepared themselves to fight to the last man if things came down to it. If Miao Yi were to use force against them, they would either fight back or escape to South Edict Manor. There would be people to speak up for them in the 2 manors anyway, and Miao Yi wouldn't be able to do as he pleased there. The commotion brought about by the departure of several dozen riders startled everyone. They all hastily rose to their feet, and like a restless chicken, Zhou Huan and the others rushed to the courtyard and barked, "What's happening?" Soon, one of their disciples rushed in and reported, "Senior uncle, 30 school of Blue Jade disciples have just left Mount Kangxi in the dead of night." "They left?" Zhou Huan was shocked, and he exchanged glances with Lu Qian and the others. They were worried that Miao Yi had gathered the school of Blue Jade disciples to attack them, but now 30 of them had left. What was happening here? Regardless, they were somewhat relieved to find out that the troops had left. However, Lu Qian was still a little anxious, and said, "What is that despicable bastard Miao Yi planning?" She was filled to the brim with regret at the moment. She regretted openly saying to Qian Er and Shui'er that it didn't matter who they slept with. Now, These words were like a thorn that fiercely pricked at her heart. Ever since she found out that Miao Yi was coming back, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Even she felt that her words made her a very prominent target in the entire Mount Calming Sea. If Miao Yi were to seek payback, who else would he look for if not her? At this moment, someone rushed into the courtyard and reported, "Senior Uncle Zhou, Yan Xiu just came and informed me that the mountain chieftain has asked for you to go meet him." Zhou Huan was taken aback. He asked, "What does the mountain chieftain want to see me for?" The other party shook his head and answered, "Yan Xiu didn't say." Zhou Huan waved his hand and ordered, "Let him in. I'll ask him myself." The other party was slightly dazed, then replied weakly, "He left right after telling me this." Zhou Huan's expression twisted in dismay. Should he go or not? He was scared that something terrible would happen if he went. But if he didn't, he would be openly defying the mountain chieftain's orders. And once he did that, he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter who he pleaded to. By then, Miao Yi would have a perfectly legitimate reason to punish him. Little Auntie Qingju was here and could act as a witness. This is what it means to be tyrannized by a superior. Zhou Huan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "What happened to Senior Uncle Gu? How could he let this despicable bastard walk out of the Sea of Constellations alive?" The senior Uncle Gu he was talking about was naturally Gu Sanjiang. At this point, they had also received news about Gu Sanjiang and the others' safe return from the Sea of Constellations. What's more, the three of them had all placed higher than Miao Yi. Lu Qian remarked, "It is precisely during times like this that we must work as one to overcome our ordeals. Let's go together. That way, we'll be able to help each other out at least. We'll ask little Auntie Qingju and Deacon Fan to come along as well. I'd like to see if he dares to do anything to Brother Zhou then. I doubt that he would try to commit murder so openly." The reason why she suggested to stick together now was for the sake of her own future as well. If she were to cast the others aside now, she would surely have a hard time defending herself later on. Zhou Huan's eyes flashed with inspiration, and he repeatedly nodded. Sister's words are correct. That despicable bastard can't hole himself up in here forever. As long as we can hold out until he leaves, all our problems will be resolved. With a wave of his arm, he added, "Let's go. We'll go look for Deacon Fan and little Auntie Qingju." The crowd immediately left altogether and headed to Qingju's guest quarters. They stood outside her courtyard, requesting an audience. However, Qingju's servant said to them, "Auntie Qingju is feeling unwell, and is already resting. It would be unwise to disturb her." What's going on? Like anyone would actually believe she's feeling unwell. How can a cultivator get sick so easily? Could this possibly be South Edict Manor's stance on the matter? Zhou Huan and the others felt even more anxious as they thought about this. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed straight to Fan Zizhang's guest quarters to look for him. Sure enough, their prayers didn't go unanswered as Fan Zizhang announced heartily, "I sincerely doubt that Miao Yi would dare ignore the rules and wreak havoc. Let's go. I'll accompany the three of you and see what he plans to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 448, Same Old Trick. Chapter 448, Same Old Trick. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Zhou Huan, Lu Qian, and Mao Yifan were overjoyed. It seemed like all their flattery over the past few days hadn't been in vain after all. They didn't believe that Miao Yi would dare act rashly with this deacon around. The three of them crowded around Fan Zizhang, while everyone else surrounded the four of them, and the group marched up the mountain chieftain's manor. From the way they walked, it seemed more like they were planning a coup if anything. Roar! Several roars could be heard coming from within the mountain chieftain's quarters. Everyone immediately looked at one another, puzzled as to what sort of creature could have made such a noise. Standing guard outside the gates, Tian Qingfeng extended his hand and called for everyone to halt. The mountain chieftain only asked to see Zhou Huan alone. Zhou Huan, Lu Qian, and Miao Yi immediately shot him an icy glare. Tian Qingfeng couldn't help laughing bitterly deep down. It looks like Miao Yi was right after all. Now that we've knocked these people around so much, if we still let them live, we will surely have a rough road ahead of us. Fan Zizhang scoffed, "Are you saying I'm not allowed to go in too?" Miao Yi's reply came from inside the courtyard, "Let Deacon Fan in. If any of the others wish to defy my orders, then they are free to come in too. For every single person that sets foot in here, there will be one extra corpse to haul out." Whoosh! A giant black shadow shot out from inside the courtyard, crashing into the ground with a deafening boom. Dirt and dust rolled about as the earth shattered in a terrible quake that shook everyone. Everyone turned their heads to look and found a ridiculously giant hammer embedded in the ground. Then, with a thunderous noise, the hammer shot back up and flew back into the courtyard. A top-tier transcendent artifact? The crowd was utterly horrified. If something like this were to crash down on them, how could they possibly survive? They finally realized the extent of Miao Yi's confidence after his return from the Sea of Constellations. This was not something they could fight against at all. If Miao Yi were to really use force, it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with all of them. Tian Qingfeng and the others who were standing guard by the gate were also completely stunned. Even Fan Zizhang couldn't help the envy on his face for a brief moment. He turned to Zhou Huan and said, "I'm here. Don't be afraid. The rest of you, wait here. You come with me." Zhou Huan felt a little regretful. When Miao Yi had assembled the school of Blue Jade disciples, all of them had already gathered together to make a run for it. But in the end, Miao Yi only came to seize them after the school of Blue Jade disciples had left. And now, it looked like it would have been better to have fled to South Edict Manor and wait things out. However, it was too late to run now that they were already at Miao Yi's doorstep. That said, Zhou Huan believed things should be fine with Fan Zizhang around, and quickly followed behind the latter as he went inside. As they entered the courtyard, the two ferocious-looking black-scaled drake beasts immediately caught Fan Zizhang and Zhou Huan's attention. They watched as Qian Er and Shui Er stroked the beasts' heads and fed them. The mysterious roar just now must have come from these two creatures. As for Charcoal, he was taking a nap under the eaves, completely unperturbed by these two terrifying beasts. Mountain Chieftain Miao. Fan Zizhang cheerfully greeted Miao Yi, then cupped his fists towards Zhao Fei and the others. Manor Head Zhao. Manor Head Sikong. Brother Yan.